4.
Looking for a great round of golf in peak season without breaking the bank? Come enjoy the lush fairways and true greens at the Greg Nash designed Mission Royale Golf Club for an unforgettable round. Then unwind with lunch and a signature drink or a cold one at the Mission Grill and Bar. Just south of the valley, Mission Royale delivers peak season conditions with affordable green fees. Now just $72, 7 days a week. To book your next round, go to missionroyalegolfclub.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur held his introductory press conference yesterday, addressing why he wanted to be a part of this organization, his staff moving forward, and more. But here was Mike LaFleur on Burns and Gambo yesterday when asked if Kyler Murray could be their quarterback in 2026.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
The Phoenix Suns found a way to win last night in Portland. The way was a career-high 30 points from Colin Gillespie to go along with 10 assists, and the Suns, without Devin Booker and Jalen Green, got a 130-125 win against the Blazers, and they'll be back home for the Golden State Warriors tomorrow night. And the Arizona Diamondbacks and veteran first baseman Carlos Santana have agreed to a one-year, $2 million deal. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We've got a lot going on in the Valley today, including a lot of golf, Vinny. The Pro-Am going down at the WM Phoenix Open today, the star-studded event.
It is star-studded. I went through the pairings this morning, and we're about 2.5 hours away from that event getting underway. Yeah. And for me, you know, we know you're the golf guy. Mm-hmm. Sammy's the golf guy.
Sammy's the golf guy.
You're going to consume the whole week. Pro-Am Day has always been my favorite day, just from a personal standpoint. To go out there to enjoy the day. It's more of a kickback feel.
Yeah.
I think the crowds are a little bit less on Wednesday than they are on like Friday or Saturday. So it's a good day.
Not a ton less than they are on Thursday and Friday.
They're getting bigger.
Yeah,
it's true.
Well, listen, they get more for the Pro-Am at the WM Phoenix Open than most PGA Tour stops get for the final round on a Sunday.
That is true.
Those are the facts.
And with the possibility of a certain pop star. Maybe.
Yeah, no, I doubt that's going to happen. But the first pairing in the Celebrity Pro-Am, look at this. So Scotty Scheffler and Brooks Koepka are the listed professionals. And what that tells me is one of those dudes is going to do the first 9, the other dude's going to do the back 9.
Yeah.
That's what that tells me.
What I want to give a heads up to any first-time celebrities that are here and have an early tee time, layers. Because there's going to be like a 30-degree difference between like your tee-off time and your back 9.
Driving into, and I know it's a little cooler up there. I was driving into work this morning at 4:30. It was over 60 degrees outside.
I'm in a short-sleeved shirt. Didn't even blink.
It's supposed to be, I think, 87 today.
I don't know why Jared's really concerned about layers. It's not exactly subarctic.
I don't think we're going to get frost warnings and delays this year at the WM.
We might set an all-time record for this date, though, with temperature. Could be 87 today.
Wow. Holy smokes. Wow. All right, so that first grouping with Scotty Scheffler and Brooks Koepka, it includes the amateurs are Travis Kelce, Mike Schmidt,
Michael Jack Schmidt,
Jim Fish, who is the CEO of the WM Phoenix Open, and if you're the title sponsor of the tournament, you should get some perks, right?
He got his pick.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, he did. Here's a good group. The fourth group going off, Max Homa, Tony Finau, a couple really cool pros, along with Larry Fitzgerald in the group.
Bick, okay, so if you were to play in this Pro-Am one day, who would be your two golfers you would want to play with and another maybe celeb that comes around?
Yeah, listen, Scotty Scheffler or Brooks Koepka would be obviously the pro of my choice.
Okay.
But Max Homa's a super cool dude. I wouldn't mind him. Jordan Spieth, he's a good ball of weirdness. It wouldn't be bad to have him.
Yep.
Right?
Good names.
Yeah, it's good. So Sammy's going to be out there covering it today. What's your assignment today? Do you have to get any celeb?
No, not particularly, more just general, but I'm going out just kind of getting the lay of the land. Wednesday is always one of my favorite days, like Vince. It's a little less hectic and you get a lot more, as opposed from Thursday to Sunday, you get a lot more access on Wednesday when it comes to players and just holes in general. So
yeah,
it's a fun day to just kind of have no plan, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I knew he was going right to work after this because of the way he's dressed.
Yeah, he's not wearing flip-flops.
Usually
today.
he dresses like Billie Eilish. He wears like gigantic oversized sweatshirts and pajama pants and stuff like that.
Billie Eilish.
But today he's got on like he's got his guns out with a golf shirt. He's got nice dress pants, belt, everything. So we knew he meant business.
What would ever prompt you to dress professionally, Jarrett?
I dress the same every day.
I have to be honest. Jarrett's wardrobe, like every day, he's got a motif going.
Today
he's kind of upped his game a little. I think he's gotten a selection of new shirts. I think he's kind of
new pants and I got my lemon pepper steppers on today.
The bottom half is over there.
Everything's matching. We're going good.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Whereas I made my wardrobe choice this morning after last night, Vic. It was sweatpants all the way.
Oh, yeah, we haven't even...
I don't mean to complain about my day, but I had a day, and I just rolled out of bed and came right in.
Yep.
Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Cardinals introduced their new head coach, Mike LaFleur, press conference yesterday at the team's Dignity Health Training Center in Tempe. Several Cardinals players were there. No James Conner, no Budda Baker, no Kyler Murray, who was talked about a lot during the press conference. Several members of LaFleur's family, including his brother Matt, the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. All in all, I think a positive day for Mike LaFleur.
Better
positive
than I
day
even expected.
for the Cardinals, and we'll have a lot of reaction to what happened yesterday out in Tempe. Around the NFL, the New York Giants naming Matt Nagy as their new offensive coordinator. He will serve under John Harbaugh. New Falcons president Matt Ryan not committing to Michael Penix Jr. to be the team's starting quarterback in 2026. Penix recovering from a torn ACL, which he suffered in November. We'll find out which individuals will make up the 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame class on Thursday. But we found out Tuesday morning that class will not include New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft, who is the latest dynasty figure to fall short of the requisite 44 votes for induction. Former Pats head coach Bill Belichick suffered the same result as was announced last week. Suns overcame a very shaky start on the road. They rallied to beat the Blazers 130-125 last night at Moda Center. The Blazers, the worst three-point shooting team in the league, came out and scorched the Nets early from deep. They built a lead that was as big as 19 points in the first quarter, but the Suns settled in. They cut that deficit to 5 by half and took the lead for good late in the third quarter. Colin Gillespie.
Freaking Gillespie.
Love that guy.
What is up?
He pumped in a career-high 30 points, including 8 three-pointers, handed out 10 assists. Mark Williams, Grayson Allen each had 24 for Phoenix, who played again without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Suns right back home to start another 4-game stretch at Mortgage Matchup Center tomorrow night against the Golden State Warriors. That was a highly entertaining game last night. It was mixed with frustration, and even at the very end, And I know you felt the same way because I was standing up with the remote in my hand waiting to shut it off. And I'm like, would you just make a free throw? Please make a free throw.
You and me were doing the exact same thing.
Good Lord.
I was literally 10 feet behind my couch with the remote, pointing it at the television, ready to hit off.
I was standing behind my couch, too. We were mirroring each other without even knowing it.
Yeah.
Suns coach Jordan Ott named the Western Conference Coach of the Month for January. Ott guided the Suns to an 11-5 record during the month, which is only his fourth as a head coach in the league. And Suns owner Matt Ishbia will be participating in the Ruffles All-Star Celebrity Game Friday in L.A. during All-Star Weekend.
I'm sorry, but I want to see this.
Yeah, I do too, because he's still got some game. He's going to be teammates with former NBA star Jason White Chocolate Williams and NFL receiver Keenan Allen. I mentioned those two guys because they're the only other names I recognize on his roster of teams.
A lot of YouTube stars and influencers.
Yeah, big day of trades in the NBA on Tuesday, and James Harden on the move again. The Clippers sent the unhappy guard, although he says he never asked for a trade, to the Cleveland Cavaliers for guard Darius Garland and a second-round pick. That was not the only eyebrow raiser in the league. The Memphis Grizzlies sent two-time All-Star former Defensive Player of the Year Jaren Jackson Jr., along with Jock Landale, John Conchar, and Vince Williams Jr. to the Jazz in exchange for Walter Clayton Jr., Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, and George Niang with 3 first-round draft picks. The Celtics pick up big man Nikola Vucevic from the Bulls for guard Anthony Simons. There was a second-round pick involved there. Bulls got the Bulls. They got into a 3-way trade with the Pistons and the Timberwolves. Chicago sending Kevin Huerter to the Pistons along with Dario Saric. He's going to be that guy this year that gets traded like 8 times at the deadline.
And I think we brought this up maybe a couple of weeks ago, but when the Trae Young trade happened, but Jaren Jackson Jr. was like the last person in like the top 10 of that year's draft.
Yeah.
That had a lot of really good players in it.
Yeah, and they've
that was still with their
all
original
been traded.
team.
The Bulls get Jaden Ivey and veteran point guard Mike Conley. Interesting trade for the Timberwolves. They didn't get any draft picks or players. They just wanted to get rid of Conley.
One of those Brian Windhorst finger.
Now, why would
you do that?
Oh, and there's a big reason why they're doing that. D-backs make it official. They signed veteran first baseman Carlos Santana. 1-year contract worth a reported $2 million. Santana likely will serve as the right-handed hitting option in a position platoon with Pavin Smith. He split last year between the Guardians and Cubs, hit 11 home runs, 633 OPS in 124 games. But still, an elite glove. He was a Gold Glove winner at age 38 in 2024 with the Twins. Wow. GCU rolled to an easy win over Air Force last night at Global Credit Union Arena. 30-point halftime lead. They coasted to the finish line. Mekhi Williams, Brian Moore Jr. each had 15 for the Lopes. They'll play UNLV Saturday. Sun Devils in action today on the road against Utah. 7 o'clock tip. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30. And Pro-Am Day is today, a star-studded event. You mentioned the first grouping, but Larry Fitzgerald, Emmitt Smith, Buda Baker, Zaven Collins, Trey McBride, Merrill Kelly, Mookie Betts, Carly Lloyd, Cal Raleigh, Alex Bregman, and Kevin from The Office, all in the field today.
Did you say Michael Phelps, by the way?
I forgot.
Because Michael Phelps is still that dude. When you see him, it's still kind of like...
Yes, my apologies to Michael Phelps.
No,
he's
it's
always
all
in
good.
the field.
I wasn't sure if you had said it. No, I wasn't.
Yeah. He's there too. Probably the most decorated of all the athletes, and I left him out. That starts at 8:30. There you go. There is your splash for this jam-packed Wednesday edition. Coming up, first impressions of Mike LaFleur. I don't know if I heard enough from him to actually fashion an impression. Oh, wait, never mind. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns win 130-125. They come all the way back from down 19 in the first half, and they beat the Blazers by 5. They improved to 31-20 on the season, back to 11 games over 500. And the final 4 games before the All-Star break will all be in the comforts of their own home at Mortgage Matchup Center.
It wasn't easy, but the Suns got the W, and we get into it on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
If you love basketball and pizza, there's something you definitely have to know about going on at Spinato's Pizzeria. Hey, it's Vince Marotta back to tell you about it. Spinato's Pizzeria, of course, a Valley favorite for over 50 years and the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury. And they're taking their relationship with basketball a little bit deeper by bringing it back for a third year, the Spinato's Pizza Competition. It works just like the game horse. And if you feel pretty good about your jump shot, you can enter and show off your shooting skills for a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. The next qualifying competition coming up later this month, February 19th at Spinato's Ahwatukee location. Suns will be on the road in San Antonio taking on the Spurs. That will feed into the championship event in Gilbert in April. All these events are also Suns road game watch parties, so even if you're not shooting in the contest, you can watch some Suns hoops on TV, hang out with fellow Suns fans, and, of course, enjoy delicious food at Spinato's. If you want all the information on locations, menus, and the 411 on this year's pizza competition and entry information, head right now to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Ugh. Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
Good morning to our audience and followers in El Mirage this morning. We appreciate you listening and watching out in El Mirage.
I'm honored to be the head football coach here of the Arizona Cardinals, and I'm going to tell you why, over these next 5 minutes, and probably it'll come out, through some of these questions. I do want to thank, just like Michael just said right there, just the Cardinals organization, all right, specifically, all right, Dave Sears, Rob Kissel, Sean Mayo, all right, Mark Dalton. I know it's been a thorough and detailed process that you guys have had to go through, but you guys did it the right way, and I promise you when I said this, and I've told a few people this, the way you guys did it just showed me you guys wanted to get this thing right. Now, I'm not saying you got it right. I hope you got it right, all right, but you ended up putting the time and the hard work and the detailed process to get to where he had to get to. So I really appreciate that, and I know it wasn't easy.
Mike LaFleur, that was some of his opening comments yesterday as he took the podium out in Tempe at the team's training facility, his introductory press conference, and we both we were there. We sat next to each other. We walked out together and shared the thoughts, and it was a good day for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
And I think he did a really nice job with the introductory press conference.
Listen, I thought everything about the day was excellent. I thought Michael Bidwill's comportment and his demeanor was great. He seemed very, very relaxed and content to not be part of the proceedings. I thought that was good. I loved how the Bidwill family presented all the female members of the LaFleur family with a bouquet of flowers.
Mm-hmm.
Flowers to the LaFleurs. How about that? How's that for redundancy? That's meta, yeah.
And what a family turnout, too. The whole first row was basically LaFleur family members.
Yeah, I counted 11 of them, and you and I were sitting there, and I looked up, and there's Matt LaFleur, head coach of the Green Bay Packers,
sitting directly in front of us.
Walking to the seat right in front of us, and I thought, oh, okay. But to me, the appearance of Matt LaFleur there as a current NFL head coach and a sibling of Mike LaFleur, it added some gravitas to it all. It really kind of showed that this guy is from a really grounded football family, and it was just, everything about it was great. I thought Mike LaFleur, the way he answered questions, the way he talked. Generally, if a head coaching candidate gets introduced to an audience, and generally if he goes off on an 11-minute monologue, people are probably rolling their eyes. But the way Mike LaFleur handled it was fantastic. He thanked all the people that were important to him, and I just thought he came off as very refreshing, I think is the best word to use.
Yeah, I mean, different can be good sometimes, obviously. He's a much different type of personality, I think, than what the Cardinals are coming off of, and that's not taking shots at Jonathan Gannon. Jonathan Gannon was very consistent in how he conducted himself as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, and people got tired of it because it was also combined with losing. But, yeah, it was refreshing. He spoke, he prefaced everything by saying, I speak from the heart.
Yeah.
and then he proceeded to speak from the heart.
And that's exactly what he did. And it's after dealing with the monotone, robotic answers of Jonathan Gannon, this is the kind of guy I think the Cardinals needed to roll out.
Charisma.
How about that word?
Vibes, energy.
Yeah.
A personality, stuff that, radiated from him.
Yep.
But some of the stories he told, too, were, the story he told about his experience, not once, but twice, being on coaching staffs that really benefited from the generosity and the humanity of Michael Bidwill and the Arizona Cardinals. And quite honestly, I knew those. I wasn't thinking about those things. So when he told those stories about, the 49ers, this became their home. A lot of people don't know that because people weren't going to games.
Yeah, you forget it. Yep.
And they were closed, but State Farm Stadium was the San Francisco 49ers home stadium for the second part of the season. And, of course, the wildfires going into the playoffs last year, rolling out the red carpet for the Rams, that really made an impression on Mike LaFleur.
Yeah, and to the point where, given the latter stay with the Rams and all that, he says he knows his way around the facility. He almost kind of painted the whole hiring as destiny, that he was meant to do this, and even mentioned that he had made a comment to his wife about that as well. So, I think that whatever the Cardinals had hoped to accomplish out of an opening press conference, I thought they nailed it yesterday.
Yep. Here was Mike LaFleur. He also joined Burns and Gambo, and Tim Ring was in for Gambo yesterday. But one of the things he covered in the press conference, and now the focus turns right to this, and that is building a coaching staff. Here he was talking to the guys about that process.
Yeah, I mean, it's all encompassing. I mean, there's a process that has to happen. There's a process just based on the rules of this league, So there's always guys in mind. You're always thinking it, even this last offseason. I mean, you start, hey, this guy's there, that guy's there. He might be a QC, time for a promotion if you ever get that gig. So we'll go through the process of making sure that we pick the right guys. Again, there's going to be urgency to it, but it's also going to be a thoughtful process to make sure that, again, we get these guys that are the best coaches for these players.
Yeah, he did clarify as well that he will be calling the plays, and he's very much looking forward to that again. He said, I missed that process. But when you're an offensive coordinator not calling plays and you're watching somebody as adept at it as Sean McVay is. I'm very curious to see how that affects his play calling ability, his play calling experience in the NFL. Goes back to the New York Jets for 2 years. But the other thing I didn't realize, and I knew about the trajectory coaching wise, but Mike LaFleur's play calling goes way back to his early 20s, as he was talking about being at Einhurst, right, Jared?
Yeah, right, Jared. Einhurst College.
But calling plays at the age of 22, being the full shot caller there.
One of the awkward moments from the press, awkward in a funny way, was when Craig Fouey, local TV guy in town, former small college football coach himself. Nice. He kind of coached in the same conference as Einhurst College, Jarrett. And he mentioned that to Mike LaFleur, that one of his first victories came against Elmhurst College, to which Mark Dalton, a fine PR guy for the Cardinals in the back of the room, said, yeah, one of 3 victories for Craig Fouey.
There was a little bit of a contest going on between Fouey and LaFleur because Fouey mentioned his background, and LaFleur said, I threw a lot of touchdown passes against those guys. Yeah. And Fouey responded with, 3 of my coaching victories came against Elmhurst. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
No, a lot of people say that I's and L's and M's and N's look like each other. They don't make it very clear when they type them out.
Yeah, to a guy who can't see, that's probably pretty accurate.
When you're not wearing corrective lenses.
Right. Well.
Yeah, and so I think all in all, the idea that we were going to celebrate Mike LaFleur for his coaching tree, for being part of the Sean McVay orbit, for being part of the Kyle Shanahan universe, that's all well and good, but I think what we also saw, that he's part of his own coaching tree, his family coaching tree. His dad was there. His dad was a 2-decade assistant coach at Central Michigan. Obviously, Matt with his success with the Packers, and now Mike. I think that for a page-turning kind of ceremony, that worked out really good for the Cardinals.
Yeah, now the real work begins, and we'll keep you updated on the process of building the coaching staff as Mike LaFleur gets to start working as the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Coming up next, the undermanned Suns did it again. We'll talk about a big road win next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I wanted an offensive mind more than anything else because of the quarterback situation the Cardinals are in right now. But I think as a coordinator, once again, a coordinator that is in waiting to be a head coach, I think he's more than qualified. He doesn't have head coaching experience, of course, but Mike LaFleur comes from an impeccable coaching tree. When you're talking about Matt LaFleur and Kevin O'Connell, Liam Cohen, and now Mike LaFleur coming from the Sean McVay tree. Offensive coordinators have done very well for the most part under McVay.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When you're struggling with private student loan debt, it feels absolutely awful. You feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, you feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people who are in that situation, but if you are in that situation, just know there's a way forward, a way out. It's called Y Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata. And Y Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. They're not going to judge you in the process. They're not going to grill you about why you didn't fix it sooner. Y Refi just helps you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford, and they don't care what your credit score is. If you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some fictionalized perfect version of it. Your student loan debts don't have to define you. They don't get the final say. Y Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Y Refi a call today, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Colin Gillespie take a bow, a career-high 30 points and 8 threes helped the shorthanded Suns find a 130-125 win in Portland. Late last night, Mark Williams and Grayson Allen both had 24, and Jordan Goodwin off the bench had 16 and 10. And the Suns now return home for the Golden State Warriors on Thursday night. New Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced to the Valley yesterday and had this to say about the roster and the Cardinals' makeup.
I've seen it firsthand. I know what's on this roster. There's a lot of reasons that I was so thrilled to be in this seat right there. But again, it's what Monty has built over these last few years. There is pieces.
LaFleur will now begin to fill out the rest of his coaching staff this offseason. And ASU and Bobby Hurley are in action tonight from Utah. That game will tip off at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food. Family owned since 1977, bringing you award-winning Mexican flavor and a great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Hey, it's Luke. When are we going to see Devin Booker return from his ankle sprain? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Now he gets the pass from Grayson Allen. 5 on the shot clock as he drives on Kamara. Fadeaway jumper up and in. Colin Gillespie, a new career high 30 on the night here in Portland. Feeds it out to O'Neal. He'll try the 3. Missed it off the rim. Goodwin, another offensive board. He'll put it up and in. How about Jordan Goodwin? Down to 10 on the shot clock. He gets a screen from Royce O'Neal and works his way to his right. Now back to his left against Sharp. A step back 3 over Sharp. Wow. Money for Grayson Allen. His 6th make from downtown tonight.
Gillespie, Goodwin, Grayson. The Killer G is in full effect last night.
Yeah.
In Portland, John Bloom and Tim Kempton on the highlights. 130-125 Suns win. You want to talk about a game that had a little bit of everything. It had maybe the most lackadaisical first quarter of the year by the Suns.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't defending. They weren't rebounding. Portland was shooting lights out. They got their feet underneath them in the second quarter. A big comeback. They come back from 19 points. And then a highly entertaining game of just trading buckets and shot making by really both teams. But also a win defined by, okay, you didn't have Devin Booker. You didn't have Jalen Green. You also almost didn't have Dylan Brooks because he was really ineffective last night. And he's your best, most trusted offensive weapon at this point. And they still find a way to win and put 130 points on the board.
I found a couple things pretty reassuring about that. In that first quarter, when the Blazers went up by as many as 19 points, I thought, for a minute, uh-oh, is this a little dip in the season now that we all feared?
I felt the same thing.
Yeah, but then it occurred to me that the Blazers do not shoot the ball that well, and what they did in the first quarter, they were not going to sustain that over the final three quarters. And the cool thing about the Phoenix Suns is they really do play to a standard, and even though that first quarter was really unseemly, you give up 41 points like that, and it could have been a lot worse. I think the Blazers had 31 with 5 minutes left to go in the quarter. Thing could have been a 50-point quarter.
It felt like it was going to be a 50-point quarter. I thought the exact same thing.
And then Colin Gillespie just started going nuts. And look, I can't say enough about Colin Gillespie and Grayson Allen. From what I've seen from them lately, every time either one of those dudes puts up a shot, I think it's going in.
Well, certainly, I mean, Gillespie's been on a tear shooting the basketball. Grayson Allen, when he gets in those roles, it feels foreign when a ball doesn't go in. And that one that we played in the montage of highlights, and you heard the reaction from Tim Kempton, where it's just, wow. Big spot, step back. There was just no hesitation at all. It was but it wasn't just them. I mean, Mark Williams, if you want to go back over about the last week and a half with Mark Williams, at the beginning of games, he's been not effective, and opposing centers usually get off to really good starts. Go back to the Detroit game. Jalen Duren's an all-star. He's a really good player. He had a huge beginning. He had like 6 layups in the first quarter working against Mark Williams. The next game, Jarrett Allen got off to a good start offensively. Last night, Donovan Clingan doing things that he doesn't normally do. He hit 3 threes before the first timeout. That matched his season high for the year, but it was against Mark Williams. And then the same thing always happens. The adjustment happens, and Mark Williams starts to dominate the other way. And last night, he was phenomenal. I don't know if they win that game really without the Mark Williams putback late in that game.
Yeah,
was it a
putback?
Was it a pass by Grayson Allen?
Well, we're not sure.
I don't know. But that was a huge play.
Yeah, it was. So again, another stout victory for the Suns without Devin Booker. And look, Portland's kind of a mess right now. They've lost, 6 in a row?
They have. They're playing without their best player.
Yeah. So, but I just like the fact that there's an inevitability about the Phoenix Suns that even if they get down big in the first quarter, even if they have a bad first quarter, and rarely do they ever look like they're sleepwalking, and it kind of did last night, they just get back into the game because they have that standard. It's their consistency of effort is what really is their foundation of everything.
And it's amazing how different people step up every game. Like a game where Dylan Brooks, who you think you would absolutely need to score 20, 25, 30 points in a game like this, he doesn't. Like Colin Gillespie is only averaging 13.8 points per game. Mark Williams is only averaging 12 points a game this year. And it feels like you can think in your mind games where they've had like these explosions where they've stepped up and got you like 25 or 30 points in a game. It's amazing.
Gillespie, Allen, Williams combined for 78 points. Gillespie individually, 30 points, 8 3-pointers, also had 10 assists. When you use those benchmarks statistically, he's only the 4th guy in the NBA to do that this season. The other 3, Luka Doncic, Jamal Murray, and LaMelo Ball.
Not That's bad company. Listen, we all knew going into this year that Devin Booker, one of the more popular Suns players in team history. We knew that Dylan Brooks a month or two into this season was becoming the guy, the new GOAT in Phoenix, if you will. How about Colin Gillespie and what he's becoming to Suns and Valley basketball fans?
We've talked about it all year of like when Jalen Green gets healthy, what will the Colin Gillespie role look like, this, that, the other. But the fact of the matter is, Jalen Green or
we'll
not,
never get healthy.
Booker or not, Colin Gillespie has been an absolute revelation for the Suns
He
this
has.
year.
He's been really good all year, but again, last night, I pointed this out on Twitter. Those games that are on NBC/Peacock, he's like a different player. He did it again last night. Here was Gillespie after the game.
Yeah, I mean, when we needed it, Jalen's down, Book's out right now, so we need other guys to step up. Dylan normally carries us offensively. Grayson, DD kind of wasn't falling for him tonight, so other guys had to step up. And it could be like that any night. There's been games where Royce has hit 5 to 7 threes, Grayson's hit 10 in the game. Dylan's had 40 obviously the other night, so other guys can step up. Mark had 20 and 12 today, so other guys can step up. Yeah, it was good for us. Good win for us. We needed it.
Yeah, it was a
They were
loud shower.
Power washing the speedboat in the background. I apologize for that.
That's funny.
So, something else, too, that we've mentioned before on this show, but the way the Suns come out post-halftime in the third quarter, they dominated last night.
Oh, yeah.
They're third in the NBA in third quarter, margin. So they're the third best third quarter team, if that makes sense. And
I can't even keep track anymore of games where they've come out and just blown up the game in the third quarter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shows it's great adjustments, it's great focus, it's all that stuff.
And by the way, we're going to get into him later on, but Jordan Goodwin, what he was doing at the end of that game last night defensively, there was a possession where when I played basketball to the very low levels of basketball I played, I didn't really bother with defense. So I don't really have an appreciation for it from a viewing standpoint. There was a couple of jaw-dropping individual possessions, and he was doing it against Drew Holiday. I think I like this nickname for him, the Nightmare.
Oh, I like that. That's good. He gets in front of offensive players, and his feet are always moving 100 miles an hour, and his hands are always up in the guy.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Have you seen a guy just rip the ball away from ball handlers like that before?
Just disruptive, poking the ball away, bouncing it away. And he's driving players nuts.
Yeah.
Matishby is the only other one during that one playoff game.
From Nikola Jokic?
Yeah.
My ball! Go away, Nick.
Jordan Goodwin took the example right from the owner. I mean, that was a fun game last night.
So if you bet the over at 30.5, congratulations. You can go catch that ticket this morning, folks. Is that you, Sammy?
No.
That was win 31.
Win 31.
I thought you meant Colin Gillespie points.
No.
Season
win total.
Yes.
Over and under. 30.5 is the low mark for the Suns.
And how many did they have last year as a team?
36.
I want to say, I'll research this for sure, but I want to say they're one of the first teams to eclipse their over-under win total already.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know who else could have done it.
They can't do it before the All-Star break. But if things go well on this homestand and they sweep the homestand, they would have 35 wins at the All-Star break.
That's fantastic.
As opposed to 36 wins last year.
That's fantastic.
More on the Suns coming up later on. Could the big moves that went down yesterday be a precursor for a huge NBA trade deadline? We'll get into some of the moves and the reaction next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
All you want is ownership to want to win and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization. And then just going through that process, like, why wouldn't you?
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray in the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, so one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is that you never know who's going to show up at your front door. This is one of many reasons why you call my friends at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and that is because every single Parker & Sons technician is trust certified. Pretty big deal, folks. It means they're all licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed background checks. They have all passed drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space. And remember, for over 50 years, Harris Parker & Sons has been helping Arizona homeowners and businesses stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated, fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes and not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. They will show up on time. They will fix it right at a fair price. They will treat your home as if it's their own. All you have to do is call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
They're gonna go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Why'd you dunk it? Right in straight.
I think that the motivation for the Cavs is they felt they were underachieving this year, and they felt they were getting uneven play on offense, and particularly, Darius Garland was dealing with foot injuries. And so in 2 years, this trade may look like a giant win for the Clippers. They may have Darius Garland. He may be back to all-star form. He's going to be in his prime in that time, and I don't even know if James Harden will be in the league in 2 years, much less helping the Cavs. But for the 2026 season, when the Cavs are under some pressure to make a run, the East is weaker than it's been in recent years, and they have their own contract stress with Donovan Mitchell this summer. I do believe it maybe gives them an elevated chance this year.
Brian Windhorst, ESPN, explaining why the Cleveland Cavaliers swung the deal last night. That was the big one. There was another big one that came in the early part of the day that we'll get into a little bit as well. But the Clippers sending James Harden, who was that the the fastest disgruntlement in the history of the NBA?
I want to know what's behind this. Is it James Harden disgruntlement? Is it the Cavaliers realizing we can't trust Darius Garland to ever get on a basketball court? Because to me, the trade makes a lot of sense from the Cleveland standpoint, not so much from the Clippers standpoint.
No, I agree, but let's go back to Saturday. Again, James Harden was in town. He was in Tempe. He was shaking hands and posing for pictures and kissing babies at the ASU U of A game.
Yeah.
Then it's reported, personal reasons, not going to play. And then 2 days after that, he's no longer a member of the Clippers. Ramona Shelburne had a series of tweets yesterday. She's got her finger on the pulse of the Clippers being in L.A. Just spoke to her reflective James Harden, who denied asking for a trade and thanked the Clippers for the opportunity to play the last 2.5 years in his hometown. Quote, in life, not even just basketball, when things don't work out, there are ways to end things in relationships without having to crack each other. Okay, maybe we just don't see a future with each other. Maybe we just outgrew each other, whatever the case may be. I feel like other situations weren't like that. That's why I can respect Steve and T-Lou, because they didn't put me in a weird situation as much as everybody tried to make it that. He said he also didn't want to feel like I was holding the Clippers up in their future. I wanted them to actually have a chance to rebuild and get some draft capital. They got a second-round pick here. In Cleveland, I see an opportunity to win in the East, so they've got a very good team, coaching staff, all of the above.
None of that explained what he was unhappy about.
No.
They're playing, as we've said, exactly.
In a stretch, they're the best team in the NBA.
Yes.
That's undeniable.
You would think they'd be rallying around the fact that a team that was once 6-21 is becoming the team nobody wanted to play in the West.
Yes.
Can I say this is also, it's a month later, but it's also on the heels of the weirdness with Chris Paul.
Yeah, that's true.
Like a weirdness around this team.
I think it's safe to say this is the second weirdest season in the history of the LA Clippers. Nothing will top this.
Donald Sterling in the audio tapes.
Yeah, the season that they made a really, really bad television series out of.
Yeah.
But that was about a peak weirdness. But this is not far off.
I have a hard time reconciling what's going on there, because just like I said, just when you thought the Clippers had kind of turned a corner and were really going to maybe cause some damage or be a team you really wanted to avoid, why this would kind of blow up right now in the midst of all this success, which is why people were speculating yesterday that is Kawhi about to get suspended? And I think we all agreed that does not even seem remotely plausible at this point in time. Not with the Clippers about to host the All-Star game. Not with the NBA really treading on eggshells around Steve Ballmer, the richest owner in the game. So the idea that this aspiration investigation is suddenly going to level some in-season punishments on Kawhi Leonard, I ain't buying it.
But there was all that speculation and conspiracy-type talk of, the NBA stepped in. They didn't want Kawhi to be an All-Star.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who was named an All-Star yesterday?
Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard.
Yep.
So he's going to be playing in the game in his home arena. The other deal that went down yesterday that got the most attention was the Utah-Memphis deal. Memphis going into full rebuild mode, which could mean a trade in the next day for Ja Morant. But Jaren Jackson Jr. sent away to the Utah Jazz. It was an 8-player deal. Memphis comes away with a lot of draft capital. The players going back to Memphis are not as impactful as Jaren Jackson Jr. But on the Memphis side, they now have 12 first-round draft picks over the next 7 years. And on the Utah side, Jaren Jackson Jr., a former Defensive Player of the Year, gets plugged into the worst defensive team we've seen in the NBA in quite some time.
Yeah, and again, if somebody can explain to me what are the Utah Jazz doing? What is their end game? When are they going to actually try to compete for something?
I think it's coming up.
Yeah.
Do you? Because it's been long enough.
Are they pairing Jackson? Are they keeping Markkanen? Is Markkanen going to be shipped off?
The reports are saying they want to keep Markkanen, Jackson, and Kessler, and that they view moving forward that those three guys can be their forwards, and then with Ace Bailey and Keontae George. That's a young, kind of exciting stuff, but there's still a piece away. But if you're the Jazz, it's like, why not? So I saw they traded Rudy Gobert, obviously, to Minnesota. So essentially, when you look back at all of it, they traded Rudy Gobert for Jaren Jackson Jr., Walker Kessler, and Keontae George. It's pretty, when you look at it that way, it's pretty good management from Utah to turn Rudy Gobert into those three guys.
Yes, on
Except
paper.
the Jazz
but
stink.
As Vic said, when does it actually turn into success on the court?
But if you're Jazz,
They didn't stink when they had Rudy Gobert. I'll point that out.
they had Donovan Mitchell as well.
I'm just saying. This is the NBA though. When you try to rebuild, it could take a very long time.
But on the Memphis side of things, I was a little bit shocked to see Jaren Jackson Jr.'s name pop up.
Yeah.
It's a total teardown now, it feels like.
It is.
Desmond Bane last year.
Yeah.
That was surprising to people, and then this, and then Morant's got to be going,
He's
right?
got to be, but you also have to wonder about the resistance in the market. Like, how many teams want to go into business with John Morant at this point?
I certainly would not.
It's not just the off-the-court antics and the weird behavior. The guy's hurt all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, listen, and he's a very moody player, and he's very emotionally immature.
Yeah.
And you don't win championships
And
with
guess
guys
what?
like
you're not only trading for Ja, you're trading for his dad, too.
Yeah. Big
player to be dad to be named later.
Yeah. And you know how much I love John Morant coming out of college. I made that very, very clear. I couldn't be more disappointed in the pro that he has become, or the pro that he hasn't become.
Sure.
And one of the key pieces in that trade, right, was the old Suns unprotected 2031 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That good old one, But it's
at one point, the most coveted asset in the trade market got moved again.
Look at this. We are 1 hour into today's show. We've got a Super Bowl 5 days away. We haven't said a word about the Super Bowl.
That's the way it should be.
I was actually thinking about this, doesn't have a lot of juice around this Super Bowl. I don't know. Maybe it's still early in the week. I don't know.
It's not early in the week anymore.
It was like 3 years ago when we were at the
up.
Super Bowl media row, and we didn't talk the Super Bowl once.
Once Giannis doesn't get traded tomorrow afternoon, the Super Bowl juice will pick up.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. There's not a ton of storylines out there. The best thing I saw is that players are now worried about this electromagnetic radiation and this sub-power station.
In Santa Clara?
Is it going to ruin our careers playing in this game?
We're only going to be there for 3 hours. Are we going to ever play again?
You ever have kids again?
There is one good football story out there. Tom Brady was on Colin Cowherd, and Tom Brady now is worried that he's going to get done dirty with Hall of Fame voters.
Should be.
I heard about that, too.
He absolutely should be worried.
Oops.
We'll talk to
wow.
We'll talk to
Is
Mark.
there actually accountability for doing bad stuff in this country? I didn't know that was a thing.
Mark Schlereth will join us to talk NFL, some Super Bowl storylines later on today's show. Coming up next, what did Mike LaFleur say about Kyler Murray and his future in Arizona? We'll let you hear what the new Cardinals head coach had to say on that subject and more next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer. Burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine, simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
President's Day weekend is when serious buyers step up, and that's why Tim Hovik Santan Ford isn't waiting. They kick the President's Day sale off early. That means the best selection is on the lot right now. So now is the time to make your move. Once a year President's Day sale pricing on beautiful new Fords with serious sale numbers behind it. Early birds always get the best selection at the world-famous Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur held his introductory press conference yesterday, addressing why he wanted to be part of this organization, his staff moving forward, and more. But here was LaFleur on Burns and Gambo yesterday when asked if Kyler Murray could be their quarterback in 2026.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
The Phoenix Suns found a way to win last night in Portland. That way was Colin Gillespie, a career-high 30 points to go along with 10 assists, and the Suns, without Booker and Green, got a 130-125 win, and they'll be back home for the Golden State Warriors tomorrow night. And the Arizona Diamondbacks and veteran first baseman Carlos Santana have agreed to a one-year, $2 million deal. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, refractive lens exchange, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for the K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar tomorrow afternoon at 1, k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What stood out to us the most from Mike LaFleur's introductory press conference? We'll continue to react to what the new Cardinals head coach had to say at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7 the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And quarterback in general, what's your thoughts about the situation here at that position? You've got guys under contract. Some guys could be new coming in. I know you're going to spend a lot of time talking about that with everyone here. What can you tell us in general about that position?
And I think you just answered it. We got to go back in the room and talk about all these positions, quarterback to O-line to specialist to everything. It's our job for these players to build the best roster we can at each and every position. So those are conversations that'll be had, and I look forward to probably in about 45 minutes getting after it. So,
Bobby Mack. Bob McManaman asking the question. Mike LaFleur with the answer on the quarterback position yesterday. We knew there was going to be a lot of questions about the quarterback position. There were, not only in the press conference, but also in the Burns and Gambo interview, and with all the other availability that Mike LaFleur granted to the local media yesterday. Lots of questions, still not a lot of answers.
This subject was, from my vantage point, the only time during the introductory press conference of Mike LaFleur did the whole proceedings rapidly devolve into spin.
Yes.
Rapidly. Mm-hmm. And it would be an issue if you didn't understand the why behind it all. That they're still trying to trade Kyler Murray, and they don't want people to think they're done with him. Even though we all kind of know these two parties are done with each other. You could kind of tell the first question that was asked Mike LaFleur about Kyler Murray was, have you reached out to him? Have you talked to him? And he just kind of said, yeah, I messaged him. Yeah. There was no confirmation that there was any communication at all.
That was the Josh Weinfuss question, correct? Here's that exchange.
What have been your kind of impressions of Kyler Murray from watching him on tape, and have you had a chance to speak with him since you've been hired?
Yeah, so touch base with Kyler, again 2 days ago when I got this, and had a good little message with him. So definitely touch base with him. I'll say this again: being in this division for 7 years, it was never fun. I have a lot of respect, for him as a player. I know he got drafted in help me out there, is it 18 or 2019, so obviously those first 2 years, but again, having the 5 years having to go against him, a lot of respect for him as a player, and he was never a fun challenge to go against.
Yeah, the way you put it, devolving into spin, that's what happened. That's what that was.
And like I said, it's fully understandable because where the Cardinals are with this player, there's a date coming up in which they want to be rid of Kyler Murray, where you're going to have to guarantee money for 2027 if he is still on your roster. Yeah. And if you get to that point, then you might as well just try to keep him. But we know that ship has sailed. We know that just from the reaction of the principals, Kyler Murray has shut this team out.
I was just going to say, it might not even be the Cardinals' choice that he never plays again.
It's pretty clear to me that Kyler Murray has closed the book on this team.
And there was a lot of speculation, too, at the end of the year when they broke it down. And when Kyler Murray responded somewhat emotionally via social media to the firing of Jonathan Gannon, called him my guy. Wish him best of luck, my guy, paraphrasing. People speculated that what happened with Kyler Murray, yes, there was a quote-unquote injury mixed in there, but it was a Monty Ossenfort decision. We are moving on. However we need to massage this to move forward, to make it as least bumpy as possible, we're going to do that. And that's the way they proceeded. If that indeed happened, and that is a very plausible explanation to all of it, that Jonathan Gannon was powerless in that situation, probably wanted to play Kyler Murray, because let's face it, Kyler Murray probably wins more than one game the rest of the way. Can we agree on that? I don't know if one or two more wins would have saved Jonathan Gannon's job.
I agree with that.
But if you're a head coach in the league, you got to win games to keep your job. That's the truth.
But I think there's been some either willful naivete from the local media or some blinders on when they've been discussing this topic publicly with Cardinals principals, because you start putting the dots together, and I think a lot of people should really know better. For instance, if you think that Kyler Murray would be receptive to a brand new coach like Mike LaFleur, you're being willfully ignorant to the loyalty he felt towards Jonathan Gannon. And if the Cardinals kicked Jonathan Gannon to the curb when Jonathan Gannon was the guy who was Kyler Murray's biggest advocate, why would Kyler Murray suddenly be open to a new voice in his head? a new head coach.
If this was a Jonathan Gannon thing, like Gannon went out of his way and was 100% his decision, I want to bench Kyler Murray, they would be talking differently about Kyler Murray right now.
Yes.
If Monty Ossenfort was the one fighting for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And then there becomes the fact, too, that, and Bernsey brought this up, and he hit this point a couple times yesterday, and I agree with him, that in the vetting process with Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwill, clearly this was a topic. There is no universe in which Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwill said, hey, you know what? Let's sign this contract. We love you. You like us. You think it's destiny to coach in Arizona. Once we have the press conference, then we'll sit down and talk about the quarterback. It doesn't work like that.
No, it doesn't work that way.
And what Bernsey brought up, and I tend to agree with him, is that if Mike LaFleur was not agreeable to the idea that we're moving on from Kyler Murray, in fact, more to the point, if he wasn't fully behind that idea, then he probably doesn't get the job. Because that's probably one of the non-negotiables that this current, that the Cardinals franchise was looking for.
Probably.
Are you on board with our succession plan here at quarterback? Do you see what we're doing here? How can you help us with that?
Yeah, it's funny, though, because I feel the same way you do currently, and we've both felt the same way since about week 10 of last year when Kyler Murray didn't come back from the injury.
Yeah.
That the ship has sailed. You use the phrase, the ship has sailed. The national media is just lighting candles all over the place. The candles of possibility. Maybe Mike LaFleur brings back Kyler Murray. I just don't see it. And this is the Cardinals pulling the Cardinals playbook and being very close to the vest. Because in this situation, it behooves them to keep things close to the vest.
So, Jared, I would like a chicken burrito, no beans, extra pico, some salsa, some habanero.
As soon as he's not on the roster, you'll get it.
Well, so you guys both know, and Jared does too, we were both kind of in the camp of maybe he could come back, right? I had thought that depending on the coach, what he said. After yesterday, I'm 99% in your guys' camp, hearing what he had to say. And because if he's on board with Kyler or it's a little more gray, he's like, yeah, there's a chance, Kyler, I want to sit down with him, see where his mind's at, and maybe he's our quarterback moving forward. But he didn't even really open the door.
And Lorenzo Alexander put it very accurately as well. He said, listen, you can talk to your blue in the face about bringing in a new voice and a new kind of messaging to Kyler Murray. It's the voice in Kyler Murray's head that matters. It's his decisions in how he prepares for his job, in what he is going to do to become a great quarterback or not going to do. And at some point in time, it falls on the player.
Yeah.
And we're well past that time with Kyler Murray.
How many times did you hear me say for the first 4 years of Kyler Murray's career? Well, probably for years 3 and 4 mostly. What did I want to see the most? I wanted to see a Cliff Kingsbury offense without Kyler Murray, and I wanted to see Kyler Murray in an offense without Cliff Kingsbury. We've seen both examples right now.
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury had success with another quarterback. Pretty significant success. Kyler Murray looked basically like the same quarterback he did under Cliff Kingsbury. So, to Lorenzo's point, yeah, it is. Can Kyler Murray bounce back and be a star quarterback in the league? And I said this all along. If he is willing to change his tendencies, yes, absolutely. The talent is there. But he hasn't shown the willingness to change the tendencies.
That's it. And nothing is going to help him in that regard. That's the bottom line.
And it's certainly not going to, not here, not with a third voice, not with a third different coaching philosophy.
Yeah.
You don't usually get those opportunities, regardless of being a number 1 overall pick. Coming up next, the Suns' killer G's did it again last night. So what does that mean for their playing time when that other G finally returns? We'll get into those possibilities and more Suns talk next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Colin Gillespie on the dribble. Gets it into the forecourt now with 10 seconds left to go in quarter number 3. Throws to Royce O'Neal, right wing, and gets it back. Now Goodwin thought about the 3. Puts it on the deck against Sissoko. Now he'll take the 3 over Sissoko and drill it. All net for Jordan Goodwin.
It wasn't easy, but the Suns got the W, and we get into it on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
The Life Changer loan is exactly what it says it is. It is a financially life-changing and unique loan program that is the main way consumers borrow money in many places in the world and is the only way you should be borrowing money to buy your next home. Now, I'm going to stop right there. That paragraph I just read you sounds like something I might tell you about Life Changer loan, except it's not. It's a paragraph from one of thousands of 5-star reviews from grateful clients who could not believe something this awesome exists. On a Life Changer loan, it's an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. Every deposit you make into the account pays off all of your debt, and you do it without changing a dime of your spending habits because you always have access to your equity. Talking about 24/7 access to that equity, which gives you the power to pay off, pay back, or borrow back from yourself whenever you need it and whatever you need it for. And for a Life Changer loan, the average client takes 5 years to pay off their homes, which does a lot of great things. But if you're younger, you've now got decades to build personal wealth, while everybody else, chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Now, I say it all the time. There are caveats. It's not for everybody. You have to have the right set of financials, but the good news is the underwriting process at Life Changer Loan has lightened up a little bit. The requirements have been eased. More people are going to be able to qualify. If you're in the market to buy a new home or refinance, give them a call. See if you're a fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, tired of not being able to smile at family gatherings or while taking pictures? Aria Dental All-on-4 Dental Implant Treatment is for you. You can have a new set of brand new beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe, he's so cool. 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries. He trains and lectures all over the world all about dental implants, and he lives right here in Phoenix. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers. They're locally owned and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. There's a free consultation if you mention me. That's Aria, ARIA, DentalImplantCenter.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How did the Phoenix Suns fare in another game without Devin Booker? We'll react starting at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yo, you in Youngtown, listening to Arizona Sports, watching on YouTube. We appreciate the support of the Bickley and Murata Show. Coming from Youngtown this morning.
Massive. Yeah, he just doesn't stop moving. You know, his energy. We're asking him to do a lot right now. And just his ability to move without the ball on top of his shot making off the dribble. He was able to find even when he got inside the three-point line, he kept his dribble alive, really tried to probe for some teammates. Yeah, just overall. And then they're coming at you on the other end. It doesn't stop on the other end. They play super fast, especially for a Western Conference team, and they drive the ball as well as anyone. So it's an unrelenting style that they play on their offense that really puts a lot of pressure on you.
That's Jordan Knott talking about Colin Gillespie's energy last night and it being massive in the win. Not only the energy, but the stat line was pretty damn good, too. 10 out of 17 from the floor, 8 for 14 from three-point range, 30 points, new career high. He reaches the Bickley Club with that 30-point performance.
That's right.
10 assists, and he was massive also on the defensive end, 3 steals.
Career night for him.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance by Gillespie, but he wasn't alone. We mentioned the Jordan Goodwin performance. Grayson Allen was fantastic. Mark Williams had big bucket after big bucket. And another guy who only made 2 shots last night, but they were both enormous, not only in the context of the game, but for the individual. I had mentioned that Ryan Dunn was in one of those ruts again where he was not doing much positive offensively.
Mm-hmm.
He hit 2 3-pointers in a very crucial stretch of 26 seconds in the fourth quarter. And it was a double-digit lead at that point, but the way things transpired, those 2 shots loomed very large, and it was good to see him step up confidently and make those 2 shots.
Okay, yeah, listen, like most every other Suns victory, there's a lot of people who contributed, but let's circle back to Colin Gillespie, because this was a career night for Colin Gillespie, and the numbers say so, and this is one of the better stories in basketball, folks, and it's a story that has kind of gotten out in different corners about a kid who grew up in Philadelphia, who was largely unrecruited, whose big dream in life was to play for the Delaware Blue Hens. Who, as a young kid, hasn't wanted to be a Blue Hen?
Joe Flacco.
Come on, it's universal.
Joe Flacco, Joe Biden,
and Colin Gillespie,
the big 3.
And then we all know the story about how Jay Wright from Villanova showed up to scout a different player, a much highly touted player, and Colin Gillespie put 42 on the kid's head, and then ended up at Villanova, ended up Big East Player of the Year, ended up national championship, still didn't get drafted, had to bounce around on a 2-way contract, and here he is for $2 million. Yeah. $2.3 million.
A year ago at this time, he was still on a 2-way deal.
and this was sort of like related to the tease I wrote. Like, don't you just keep things rolling? Don't rock the boat. And when Jalen Green comes back, you just bring him off the bench until you don't need to anymore.
I've said that from day one, and only because you just see the full value of what Colin Gillespie brings. It isn't just the night that he had last night. You know what I loved about last night's game was this guy has become such a 3-point weapon. They were running, for basketball fans, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. They were running that Steph Curry, Draymond Green action, where last night Colin Gillespie would give the ball to Oso, run around him, and then double back around him, and then Oso would turn and set another pick for him, and he'd just turn and fire.
Yeah. That's
right out of the Steph Curry playbook.
And especially coming off that screen to the left, Gillespie was just about automatic last night. Those 2 guys, and Oso has his moments and his peaks and valleys, but the chemistry between those 2 players when they're on the floor together has been pretty remarkable all season long. I will say that. To Jarrett's point, I mean, they're afforded the luxury of, it seems almost hypothetical to say it now, but they're afforded the luxury of easing Jalen Green back in again once he comes back. He wasn't
There's no evidence they even need him.
Well, that's where I lean on the word luxury.
Well, listen, evidence. You might think that you do going forward, and I'm not going to argue with you.
But recency bias, too. Let's go back to the Clippers game. They could have really used a healthy Jalen Green in that game.
Okay.
Because the offense did get completely shut down in the Clippers game. But pregame yesterday, Jordan Knott asked, hey, why is Jalen Green still out?
We all saw that fall and how hard it was. It's the soreness of that hip. We're just got to be smart that his gait, his running mechanics don't change to overcompensate for him coming off the hamstring injury. So it's a little bit of both, but we want to be sure that everything's good with the hip, so nothing else is affecting.
Yeah, and look, are they pressed now? Are they coming off a game where, oh, man, we really need Book and Jalen Green? No, those two guys were out. And again, Dylan Brooks had a terrible offensive night. And the Suns won on the road. And they put up 130 points and hit 18 3-pointers.
Yeah. And Colin Gillespie's stats on the year, he's at 13.8 points per game, which is stunning. He's at 4.1 rebounds per game, which is stunning. He's at 4.7 assists. He's shooting 45% from the floor. I don't know what more you could have asked from this kid, who just keeps getting better and better and better. I don't know what the ceiling for Colin Gillespie is. I don't know if the Suns are going to be able to afford to keep him going forward, because he's going to make some money.
Yeah, that's a future question and not a potentially fun one for the Suns. But going into last night, if I would have told you that Colin Gillespie was the overall season leader in plus-minus while he's on the floor for the Suns, would you believe me? A plus 181 going into last night.
Wow. Devin
Booker second, Oso Ighodaro third, Jordan Goodwin fourth.
Wow.
Here was Colin Gillespie on digging an early hole and climbing out of it.
We got down early, so just try to find a way to battle back. And, they were in a drop coverage, so we were kind of just taking what they were giving us and coming off and shooting. It was really just about getting stopped when their offensive rebound, second chance balls, kick outs back in the game.
Yeah, the on-court NBC post-game interview was Mark Williams, but the Suns' tradition continued because Colin Gillespie also crashed his way into that interview.
Look at my big dog! Hey,
new career night for you.
Huh?
You have a new career high tonight.
Yeah, but he got 24 and 12.
And my apologies, that was actually with Amanda Pflugrad on the Suns broadcast. But the vibes, what's the phrase that everybody uses? Vibes are immaculate right now. And Colin Gillespie's story, and it continues to grow, because I brought this point up, but he does shine on those nationally televised games. I mean, the
NBC Peacock
the game going all the way back to there was the game in Los Angeles on Peacock where he had a great game. He did it again after that, and after that second game, Tracy McGrady proclaimed, "This is my favorite player in the NBA right now." Yep. I wonder what T-Mac feels about Colin Gillespie after that performance last night. He's got to be wearing a jersey.
How about
next.
it? It feels like he's got a real feel for the moment, and that goes along with the feel for the game. I think he knew early Dylan Brooks wasn't going to have it all night, and not only him, but Grayson Allen, they took it upon themselves to be like, okay, Dylan, we got you tonight. You know?
Yeah.
I'll give this about Dylan Brooks. He rarely shoots himself out of a slump. He'll keep shooting.
Oh, yes.
But he rarely starts off like 0 for 7 and then hits like 10 in a row.
But his rough patches of shooting don't, for a guy that's actually that streaky, they're not that prolonged either. At least they haven't been.
It's like,
and the Suns have won a bunch of those games where he goes like 3 of 15.
Yeah, I mean, that was not exactly...
He hasn't had a bunch of those games.
No, that's not the way you would want somebody to celebrate being the Western Conference Player of the Week for the first time in his career. But, hey, they got away with it. That's a sign of a good team. Suns back home to take on the Warriors tomorrow. Unless something happens big with the Warriors, which is still possible, we'll get Draymond versus Brooks at Mortgage Matchup Center.
That's going to be fun. What fireworks could possibly happen in that one,
what
Vinny?
could possibly happen? Now, Arizona Sports teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event, February 21st. Text the word HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and to sign up today. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And does the subject of retirement make you a bit uneasy? If so, let's talk about financial independence. Are you confident that whatever you are doing to plan for retirement is actually working? If you are not 100% sure, and most of us are not, highly recommend you get a free appointment with the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth. This is a veteran-owned local company that is not beholden to products, which means they can offer you a multitude of ways to get ready for retirement. They're fiduciaries with hearts of teachers, and they want your money to do a lot more than just sit there. And remember, goals are great to have, but goals aren't going to get you to the finish line. Goals require plans. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Personalized, customized strategies, portfolios designed based on your future, not somebody else's, based on what you want your retirement to look like. That is what you're going to get from Trajan Wealth. When I met with them, super impressed at their approach. Like I said, they've got the hearts of teachers, and it shows. They're duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interest at all times. Super impressed with their approach. Just straight, honest talk. And if you want to take that retirement stress off your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Moving in Phoenix or the East Valley? Let me tell you, Moving Team 6 makes it easier than you'd ever expect. With their new Mesa facility, they're serving the East Valley with trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, packing and secure climate-controlled storage. They support veterans, train their crews, and every move is handled by full-time, experienced staff. Licensed, insured, and ready to get it done right. Go to movingteam6.com. That's 6 spelled out.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You could do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-Y-REFI-85. That's 888-Y-REFI-85. Or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, and EVs. If it's on the lot, it's priced to move. All money month long. During our President's Day event, everything is thousands off MSRP with simple, transparent pricing for everyone. No gimmicks, no games, no haggling, just straightforward deals. That's why more people choose Santan Ford, because our pricing will not be beat. Hurry in for the best selection during the President's Day event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Going on now. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Colin Gillespie, a career-high 30 points and 8 threes last night, helped the shorthanded Suns find a 130-125 win in Portland. Late last night, Mark Williams and Grayson Allen both added 24, and Jordan Goodwin off the bench had 16 and 10, and the Suns will return home for the Golden State Warriors on Thursday night. New Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced to the Valley yesterday and had this to say about the Cardinals roster makeup.
I've seen it firsthand. I know what's on this roster. There's a lot of reasons that I was so thrilled to be in this seat right there. But again, it's what Monty has built over these last few years. There's pieces.
Mike LaFleur will now begin to fill out the rest of his coaching staff this offseason. And ASU and Bobby Hurley are in action tonight from Utah. That game will tip at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning, 7:34. That means it's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys caught up with the biggest sports stories going on. And we'll start right here in the Valley. Go. Mike LaFleur was introduced in his presser yesterday, and you guys were there, so I want to get your guys' thoughts. What'd you get from a vibes, personality, and energy standpoint with Mike LaFleur?
Yeah, I thought the whole day was it had a real enchantment kind of feel to it, and Vinny was there, so he knows. As we were waiting for the thing to begin, they were piping in this music that was really ethereal. It was like Disney-esque. It was like really this airy, feel-good kind of. It felt like you were waiting in line for Soaring Over California, and we were all waiting to go on a thrill ride.
Yes.
And that was cool. And then the Bidwell family giving bouquets of flowers to the female members of the LaFleur family. Really nice touch. I like Michael Bidwell's comportment. He seemed very happy and at ease and went right off into the background after introducing him. Didn't stick around. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Everything about it clicked for me. But it wouldn't have clicked had Mike LaFleur not been very impressive, and he was very impressive. So take it for what it is. It's just a press conference. But in the confines of that, I think it went about as good as it could have gone for the Cardinals.
Yeah, your point on the music was well taken, to the point where I even asked the Cardinals and Chris Melvin from the Cardinals, hey, can you pipe in the orange blossom smell?
Right, you did. That's right.
Like they do on the ride.
Yes,
because that's probably my favorite part of that ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was all... Winning the press conference, is it the end-all, be-all? No. But you don't want to lose it.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Everybody's talking about the Cleveland Browns press conference yesterday with Todd Monk, and then he apparently lost that press conference.
I heard it was a mess.
And threw some people under the bus in the process. You don't want that to happen. Some other random thoughts that I had. I shared this with Bickley, too, because he mentioned that Matt LaFleur sat directly
right in front of us.
And I've always wondered this, and I got a first-hand look at it for the first time, is how often does Matt LaFleur get his hair cut?
Oh, it's high and tight, man.
I'm thinking it's probably every 2 days.
Yeah, it's high and tight.
His brother Mike.
Mike's got a different kind of hairstyle.
Different hairstyle.
There's some maintenance that's required there.
Right.
Yes. And also,
who was the blue guy from the event from the Guardians of the Galaxy with the sort of like the mohawk thing on the top of his head?
I know. He whistles.
The guy with the whistle.
Yeah, I don't know his name.
That was kind of Mike LaFleur's hairstyle. And again, I'm not judging. Believe me, of all people, I'm not judging.
I thought it looked like Colonel Lockjaw from One Battle After Another.
It kind of did.
Not
That's funny.
White.
The other observation I had is, and this is not pinning this only on the Cardinals.
Zondu or something?
Every team does this. I know it's a photo op, but why do you give a jersey to a coach?
I don't know. It's like the year that he's hired and everything, too.
Why don't you give him a headset with the logo on?
This is not baseball where they wear the jerseys.
I agree. All right, so the Super Bowl, again, we talked about not a lot of juice this year, Patriots and Seahawks, and I want to talk about the Super Bowl MVP real quick. So oftentimes it's a quarterback, right? But we've seen guys like Cooper Kupp and Julian Edelman, even Von Miller win it. So who could be a non-quarterback you could see winning this year's Super Bowl MVP?
Yeah, I've got one clearly in mind. One of the things that has jumped out at me with the Seahawks post Zach Charbonnet's injury is that Kenneth Walker's too good to be sharing carries with anybody.
Yeah.
I think Kenneth Walker could have one of those monster games at the Super Bowl.
You say non-quarterback or just defense?
Non-quarterback.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Vic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and so, again, now you're talking about going up against a Patriots defense that is really, really good. But Kenneth Walker, what I've seen from him has been dazzling. And he's been a part-time player for him.
Yeah, like 20 snaps.
Yeah, they're missing Charbonnet a little bit, but
that's my point. I don't think they're missing him at all. That's my point.
Walker is really good. On the Seahawks side, Jackson Smith and Jigba has potential to put up big numbers. I think they've got a couple guys defensively. Leonard Williams has been a game breaker. DeMarcus Lawrence, Emanwari could do it. Devin Witherspoon. I mean, they're loaded.
So many names.
On the New England side, that's a tough one. I think if they win, it's going to be
Drake.
It's going to be Drake.
Okay. The two names I thought of from New England is if Travion Henderson busts a long run, rushes maybe over for 100 yards, that's maybe a name. And then defensively, we saw Cooper DeJean get a pick six last year. He didn't win it, but if, say, like Christian Gonzalez picks off Darnold twice and it's a low-scoring game, maybe see something like that. All right. So the Diamondbacks yesterday, not huge breaking news, but they get a veteran first baseman. We talked about Carlos Santana. Is he a good, quote, kind of backup option for you guys in not getting Paul Goldschmidt or someone else?
I would have rather had Goldschmidt for a number of reasons. It's fair to ask the question, how much does Carlos Santana have left in the tank?
Sure.
And I know shoring up the defense was a priority for this for Diamondbacks brass, and this certainly does that. But how much is he going to contribute offensively?
Yep.
And when he's not on the field, what kind of year are you going to get from Pavin Smith, who's developing still as an offensive player and a more steady offensive player? But I think that this puts almost more pressure on Pavin Smith to be a bigger bat in that lineup. It's an okay deal.
I think the Carlos Santana signing more than anything kind of shows you that the Diamondbacks are about stretched out financially as they're going to get, and more to the point, they're hanging on to whatever chunk of money they have left. Because, like Vinny said, I would have much rather given it to Paul Goldschmidt, but they still have a bullpen that is incomplete, and then there's the Zach Gallen thing that's still floating out there.
Still lingering.
Will Zach Gallen get to the point where coming back to Arizona makes the most sense, even if it isn't the most dollars? See what I did there?
Most there we go. Yeah, I found it interesting. Paul Goldschmidt probably would have cost a little more, but there you guys go. Rush Hour reboot. Happy Wednesday.
All right. We're all rebooted. Right. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, the NBA trade deadline looming. Some big deals already going down and a couple more big deals still rumored. What will the Suns do in all of it? We'll get the latest from Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. One of the things I love about Chapman BMW is walking through the showroom and seeing some of the high-end inventory. It is absolutely unbelievable. In fact, one time I was at their Camelback location, a bunch of shoppers were literally taking selfies outside of a brand new BMW that looked like the Batmobile. They've got that kind of inventory at Chapman BMW, but there's another story here. It's more powerful, and that is, as an automaker, BMW vowed to never forget the average car buyer. Chapman BMW takes it to the very next level. They've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable. They have something in the price range for everybody. Highly recommend you check it out if you've never been behind the wheel of the ultimate driving machine. One of the more exhilarating driving experiences you are going to find on the planet, and it is not as far out of reach as you might think. Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. They are an award-winning family-run business for nearly 60 years, which is unheard of in today's corporate automotive industry. And remember, everybody who listens to this radio station, you have got a friend in the business. You can get the hookup at Chapman BMW. Find what you like, take a test drive, get that hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan by name. Great friend of mine, GM of both locations. He will hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Football fans, this is it. The biggest game of the season goes down Sunday, February the 8th. So head to Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona for the ultimate big game watch party. Catch every play on massive screens. Enjoy food and drink specials, raffles, giveaways, and more. Doors open at 3:30 p.m., so arrive early and get your spot. Grab your crew, bring the energy, and be where the action is. The big game watch party at Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona on Sunday, February the 8th.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technologies surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How did the Phoenix Suns fare in another game without Devin Booker? We'll react starting at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, Suns get a big win. NBA trade deadline looming and a lot of movement already and lots of rumors out there at this point. So who better to talk to about the NBA trade deadline than ESPN's awesome NBA front office insider Bobby Marks, who joins us on Bickley and Murata Mornings via video this morning. Bobby, thanks for making time for us today. We appreciate it.
Hi, guys. How we doing?
Hey, Bobby.
Doing good. I had a couple of reactions to the deals that went down yesterday, both similar jaw-dropping stuff, the Memphis-Utah deal. But I want to start with the Cleveland and the Clippers deal.
Sure.
This came together very quickly, and I don't know if if I can make perfect sense of it from either side. Give us the James Harden LA Clippers side of this deal in through your lens, Bobby.
It's funny. My colleague Ramona Shelburne was able to talk to James after the trade, and it's a pretty fascinating quote. He basically, to sum it up, he said that he didn't ask to be traded, but he felt like getting traded was in the best interest for the Clippers moving forward here, based on that allows them to get younger and allows them to regroup. It's an amazing trade because here's a Clipper team that had been, I think, 17-4 before the weekend. They come to play you guys on, I think, Sunday, and James Harden is a DNP, personal reasons, but is at the Arizona State game. Yeah. And then I see them here in LA on Monday, and he's a DNP personal against the 76ers, and then he gets traded and for Darius Garland. And yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways to look at it. Harden had to approve the trade. He waived the trade bonus. There's a lot of different. I'm interested to see what he's getting out of this, besides certainly competing for a championship here. Is there a new contract on the horizon in the offseason? He's got a player option, or maybe does his contract become guaranteed for next year? It's partially, but it's something that we had thought the Clippers had turned their season around and competing for a play-in spot, and they go out and move for, as I said, Darius Garland, a player 10 years younger, but a player that's currently injured right now.
And that's injured quite frequently. Do you see this derailing what the Clippers have been able to do? Because, in Phoenix, as the Suns have kind of done what they've done, we've looked at the Clippers like, okay, that's the reason why you don't want to get stuck in the play in a team like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, we know where their pick situation is, and they don't control it until 2030, I want to say. They're the oldest team in the NBA, and I think you can continually try to spin the wheels forever with Harden and Kawhi Leonard, and it's probably not going to get you much further. I thought last year was probably their best opportunity in that Denver series, and it didn't work out for him. But eventually you have to start moving on from some of your aging players. It's interesting to me. What do you do with Kawhi? That's the biggest. I don't think anything in the next whatever 24 hours here. But he is a guy you'll enter the summer on an expiring contract, and if you want to start getting younger, I think that would be the guy that you would probably zero in on.
Bobby Marks of ESPN, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Everybody's kind of bracing for the Giannis move to happen. He's ready for it to happen. He's got some tweets and social media posts out there. There's some maneuvering around the league that would indicate the teams are trying to put their ducks in a row, like what Minnesota did yesterday with the Conley deal. And all the rumors are that they're really hot and heavy after Giannis. What is the possibility, A, that Giannis gets moved? And if so, is Minnesota going to end up with him, Bobby?
I'm still in the I'm probably in the minority. I'm still in the minority probably that he doesn't get traded. I think this carries over to the offseason. As far as Minnesota, I look at it more as a cash tax savings move, what they were able to do by moving Mike Conley. They didn't get any more first round picks, which they need. They have none to trade. So if you're Minnesota and you just save $21 million, that's great. But you're still going to have to trade guys out. You're still going to have to trade almost $54 million in salary. So is it Randall? Is it McDaniels? I think it's definitely McDaniels if that's the move you're going to go. And how are you getting first round picks to get to Milwaukee? They're behind for what Miami could offer and potentially what Golden State could offer here. I think if you're Milwaukee, you have to figure out, is this the best you're going to get now, or is it better off waiting until into the offseason here? That's the risk. A lot of these guys that can be traded now can't be traded in June and July because they're going to be free agents here. But so we'll see. I think there's got to be a framework of this deal by tonight, because it will be complicated unless it's just Golden State. I mean, Golden State can just give them whatever they want outside of Steph Curry. And that's probably the easiest. But when you look at Miami and you look at New York, and probably not New York, I don't think New York's in the mix anymore. In Minnesota, those teams would have to, get a third or a fourth team, because if you're Minnesota, you might say, well, we like Tyler Hero, but what else can you get Tyler Hero? Can you get us first round picks for Tyler Hero, or can you get us another player for Tyler Hero? And I think that's what teams are doing right now.
When you look at Giannis, and as a guy that's been in these front offices, how deep do you go to acquire him, given his recent history of lower body injuries, given his age, and all that kind of stuff?
I think it's an easier decision if we were operating under the prior CBA. I think this CBA, and you guys saw this, I mean, you make a mistake and it kills you. I mean, it really does.
Yeah.
I mean, you're fortunate that you're able to get out of it, and you got out of it pretty nicely right now. But when you have a 31-year-old player, although a great 31-year-old player who's had some calf injuries and has got a lot of miles on his body, if you're going to build around him and pay him $70 million, you better have the right pieces around him. It just can't be the minimum market here. And even if, let's say he goes to Golden State, okay, you have him and Steph Curry. What else is there in the Western Conference? You've just depleted all your draft picks. You probably have traded most of your younger players. That's a hard question. Some teams can talk themselves into that. I've been in a room where we have talked ourselves into situations like that. But as I said, under this CBA, one bad mistake, paying a player that much money and trading away basically everything, will cost you significantly.
Bobby Marks of ESPN, our guest here on Arizona Sports. As far as the Suns go, I mean, they are a fun team. They are a scrappy team. They showed it again last night. They have obvious roster deficiencies. They're not very big. They need a 4. There's been the rumor out there for a couple weeks, Nick Richards, maybe some interest in him, maybe Gershon Yabusele coming from the Knicks. Are you hearing any more on that, or anything other rumors with the Suns on the day before?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably just more marginal stuff. I mean, I think you hit the Richards because he's on an expiring contract, and Yabusele's got a player option for next year, and he would give you. He's basically been ostracized in the Knicks lineup, and I think if you're getting the player that we saw in Philadelphia, I think that's a player that can help you. I think where they are, at the worst, they're probably they'll host a play-in game, but I think the goal is to get into the top 6. And as you said, they're a fun story. I've equated them to the guy who's hit pretty good at the blackjack table, and there's a point where you just need to walk away from the table, right? just take your chips and go back to your hotel room. And I think where they are right now, and what they've been able to do with guys injured, I mean, that's the big thing with no Booker, and then Green has been in and out. And I was thinking of this morning, and I'm not going to give a hot take, but maybe I'll give you a hot take to you guys. I think the Colin Gillespie signing might have been the best offseason transaction, other than some of the, some of these trades. So it's an actual signing. It is quite amazing. And I am a big fan of Colin, for a guy who was in Denver, got injured, was with you guys last year. And I think we started to see that in the second half, what he has been able to do. It is a truly remarkable story, and that young man is going to get paid this summer, and hopefully it is by the Phoenix Suns. They have early bird rights. I think they can pay him up to like $15 million. But it's funny. When you guys had Beal and Durant, and then Devin, I remember coming on and be like, how do we get a point guard? How do we get a point guard? You tried to get Tyus Jones, and it's like, well, now you have them, and none of the guys are here anymore. But it's still, I think it's a really good story, and I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, it's amazing. Truly amazing.
Bobby, great stuff. We know you're busy following all the rumors and smoke, so we appreciate you making time for us today.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider. Keeping an eye on things, and maybe.
It's a Colin Gillespie story, man. I'm telling you, this guy is going to become a gigantic story in the NBA.
Yeah.
All these national people now are starting to notice and go out of their way to mention him.
All these East Coast guys, and Bobby's one of them, they know his backstory. Mm-hmm. And it's unbelievable.
Well, and when you have 30 and 10 with 8 threes and lead a comeback on national television, people start to notice. Even though it was like 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, the sickos were watching.
Even though you and I were standing behind our couches 50 miles separating us with the remote waiting, just
Let's
waiting.
Go while we're young.
While we're young.
Coming up next, Bick's got the blast
Fire.
on this Wednesday. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's funny, though. There's a common thread, at least between the first two callers. I got this vibe on social media, too. It's not so much excitement about Mike LaFleur. It's relief about who it's not. It's not Ron Rivera. It's not Raheem Morris. It's not Vance Joseph, whether he was even a candidate or not. It's almost, we'll see. We'll see if he's, but I'm glad it's not X, Y, or Z. That's been an interesting common theme here for the last couple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers or baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Natural gas service is preferred by more than 92% of Arizona customers to power appliances. But natural gas is so much more than an essential ingredient in the home. It helps support economic development and community growth. Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If society collapsed tomorrow, how long would your family last? If you run out of food, probably not very long. That's why over 3 million American families trust My Patriot Supply for preparedness. Right now, you can get their best-selling 3-month food kit for $100 off. It's 3 months worth of real, hearty meals that give you 2,000 calories a day and last up to 25 years. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com to get your 3-month kit for $100 off. The discount won't last long, so go to MyPatriotSupply.com today. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur held his introductory press conference yesterday addressing why he wanted to be a part of this organization, his staff moving forward, and more. But here was LaFleur on Burns and Gambo yesterday when asked if Kyler Murray could be their quarterback in 2026.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
The Phoenix Suns found a way to win last night in Portland. The way was Colin Gillespie's career-high 30 points to go along with 10 assists, and the Suns, without Booker and Green, got a 130-125 win against the Blazers, and they're back home for the Golden State Warriors tomorrow night. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The hope was that the Arizona Cardinals could pan for gold, find needles in haystacks, and extract diamonds from the rough, somehow unearthing their own version of Suns head coach Jordan Ott. And one day into a new regime, and you cannot help but feel excited. And that is because Mike LaFleur made a very strong first impression on Tuesday. Even his older brother Matt, who is currently the head coach of the Green Bay Packers, came away tremendously impressed. And if you happen to have a significantly older brother, you know that kind of respect can be very hard to find. It wasn't just the coaching trees, the familiarity with the NFC West, and the great coaches LaFleur has served in the past. It wasn't just that LaFleur already feels a special connection with Arizona, telling his wife a while ago that he was going to coach the Cardinals one day. It was the sincerity and the urgency of Mike LaFleur. It was the abundance of gratitude and lack of ego that he put on display. It was the stated mission to serve the players, to pour all of it into the players, and it's all about what he can do for them, a servant leader mentality that is exemplified by Ott, who is now favored to win the NBA head coach of the year. Now, press conferences obviously do not win football games, but the Cardinals scored a small victory on a day and at a time when they couldn't afford another loss, another bad headline, or another unhappy fan. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
And then you go to last year, and the Fires hit in L.A., and we're about ready to host a playoff game versus the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football in the first round. And obviously, we all kind of know what was going on in L.A., and the Fires got a little bit too close, and we had to move. And who was the first one to call? Who was the first one to send over the planes? Who was the first one to open the doors? It was the Arizona Cardinals and Michael Bidwell. And I'll never forget in that moment thinking, this is family. This is home. And it was temporary for 3 days. I actually installed over on that side about a year ago the red zone plan as we were getting ready for Minnesota. So the podium moved over to the right. But I already know this building. I got to walk around this building for 3 days. I know how much you love this place. And I told, I think, Lauren at the time, about a year ago, I'm going to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals someday. It just felt right, and it was deep right there.
Well, yesterday became someday for the LaFleur family.
Listen, and you talk about striking gold, finding a candidate that always longed to work for the Arizona Cardinals. Ain't going to find those everywhere.
I'm sure that made it a lot easier for him to say, why don't you hold off a few days while we interview Clint Kubiak? If he truly, this was quote unquote one of his dream jobs.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We'll get to that too, but to fold in his older brother, Matt LaFleur, who was in attendance, and he had a little media scrum afterwards, and I know you were a part of it. The question to Matt LaFleur, that was one of the cool things about it, was the family aspect to it. Because there was a lot of credit given to the mom and dad, a family of coaches. But having the contingent there and the leaning on family and the humble beginnings. And Mike LaFleur even said at one point, like, he just dreamed about, like, coaching at Central Michigan because his dad did it.
Yeah.
Didn't really have the bigger aspirations. But Matt LaFleur was asked, hey, if somebody told you one day that you'd be the coach of the Packers and your brother would be the coach of the Cardinals, what would you say?
I'd say you're full of shit. It's just, it is pretty surreal. I mean, just humble beginnings. My dad at Central Michigan. I walked on at Western Michigan and played at D2 ball. Mike played at Elmhurst College, D3 ball. And I think we have a really great appreciation for just guys that are essentially playing for the love of the game. And I think that is kind of in our core and who we are. And then we've been so fortunate to be around so many great people. And he mentioned a lot of those guys. I mean, I say it all the time. I don't think I'm standing here today I hadn't developed a relationship with Robert Saleh when we were cutting our teeth at Central Michigan University as GAs, living in just some, not the best situation, but those are great memories. That's almost when life was a hell of a lot easier,
There was a lot of good storytelling yesterday, and when you do go look at the path for the LaFleurs, and they did cross, they were on a staff together once upon a time with Kyle Shanahan as an offensive coordinator, but the connections are pretty robust, so that's the next step. And during the course of the 27 days where the Cardinals were looking for their head coach, it becomes tedious, it becomes tiresome, it becomes frustrating for a lot of people involved, most notably the fan base, because they want their team to do well and get the right candidate. The process itself is pretty terrible. And the Cardinals handle their process a certain way, and they're consistent in it. They take their time. And it's always perceived as, you're getting the sloppy seconds. Nobody wants to coach here. I wonder if the Cardinals fans, and look, if you want to be critical of the process, that is your right. But I wonder Cardinals fans who were disenchanted with the process, how they feel right now, because it feels pretty positive right now. Now that is acknowledging all of the heavy lifting and all of the work is still ahead, but that was a good planting of the seed, introduction. Hey, I'm here. Let's do this thing. There wasn't any big grand promises made. In fact, one of the first things Mike LaFleur said was, I hope you got it right. I can't say you got it right. I hope you did.
Great point.
Yeah.
Great point. And that's part of the vibe that I equate to the Jordan Knott thing. There was a purity about Mike LaFleur that I felt with Jordan Knott. A guy that's coaching it because he loves the sport.
Yeah.
And he loves the process of coaching players to get better and to help them become something better. You really got that idea from Mike LaFleur. It's funny because I use the term alacrity. You don't use that term very often in daily life. It's a combination of being brisk and cheerful. Isn't that Mike LaFleur?
Yeah.
He's just kind of like on it, but on it in a real happy, positive kind of way.
It was overflowing with alacrity.
There you go, babe.
Monty Ossenfort was at the press conference. He said some stuff, didn't say a lot. Most of the questions were geared and directed towards Mike LaFleur. But Jarrett brought this up, and we just talked about the process. And there were candidates that were linked to the Cardinals that they met with that took other jobs. And Monty Ossenfort talked about that from his perspective.
Well, I mean, I'd say to that, Teo, is that, like, we went through our process on our timeline, and we went through, we interviewed, I believe we were at 14 different candidates, 6 of those who we met in person with. Some of those people took other jobs. doesn't mean that we wanted them to be at this job, okay? And so we were able to go through our exhaustive process. We were able to talk to everybody that we wanted to talk to. And in the end, we had to come up with the best decision that it was for us. And thankfully, that led us to Mike. And so, I'd say our job was attracted to many candidates. And thankfully, Mike felt the same way. And we're excited to move forward with him.
Yeah, so that was their perspective from the process.
Yeah, and listen, it's you could sense a little bit of, I don't know, edge in Monty Ossenfort about the idea that what does this say about you that so many people don't like the organization? It's quite the juxtaposition, because that's exactly what Mike LaFleur wasn't saying. He was saying all these great things that he feels about the organization. Now, was he laying it on thick for Michael Bidwell's sake? Well, if he was, he's a pretty smart employee.
Yeah.
But
wouldn't you do that in those shoes?
Well, of course you would. But the fact of the matter is, you are talking now about a guy that truly does feel a connection with this building, this franchise, and it seems to me that he's acting with the gratitude and energy of somebody who just landed a primo job. Not the dregs of the NFC West.
No.
Not one of the worst franchise in sports history. That wasn't his viewpoint at all, as he expressed it.
No.
So I think all in all, this is a good day for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, now they could follow it up with some positive news on the coaching staff front, and we can get this thing pointed in the right direction. Coming up next, the Suns keep winning with an admittedly flawed roster. So what does that mean for them at the trade deadline, which, oh, by the way, hits tomorrow? We'll get into more of that next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach has ended.
I am so pleased to introduce our head coach, Mike LaFleur. Please give him a warm welcome. As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Your financial freedom is most determined on how you finance your home. Get that one wrong and you'll spend your life indebted to the mortgage company. The Life Changer loan allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage. So every dollar you earn attacks every dollar you owe without fear, because you keep access to all of your equity. That's real financial freedom. It's not magic. It's just math. Your debt sentence ends today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here, and about 25 years ago, I had LASIK surgery, but over the years, your eyes change with age, and I wanted to get things checked out, so I had a very thorough examination with the doctors from K2 Vision, Dr. Kopstein and Dr. King, and I was blown away by the state-of-the-art technology at their facility and the amount of information they gave me about my eyes and my vision, and they armed me with choices, decisions on what I could do if I want to sharpen up my vision once again. And if you're thinking you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who've performed over 300,000 procedures and join Drs. King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. You can register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Hey, it's Luke. When are we going to see Devin Booker return from his ankle sprain? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, good morning on this Wednesday. Thank you for the support coming from Whitman, Arizona, out in the West Valley. We appreciate you taking the show in, whoever you do, in Whitman this and every morning.
Just a barrage early. It felt, we just could not keep them in front of us. And we know they're a really good driving team. They just kept getting in the paint, spraying. Obviously, Klingen had 3 of them. Yeah, the way to get back in, you just got to go possession by possession. Thankfully, we were able to do it almost immediately. We didn't wait to the second half. I think that helped us because we just had to spend so much energy. Even in the end of the first quarter, we started to catch a little rhythm. And then into the second, to where we at least closed the gap. And we felt at halftime, we were in a pretty good place after all of that in the first quarter. So, yeah, good road win, a lot of grit, a lot of just resilience, mental resilience to overcome some of that shot making early on.
That's Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, talking about last night's win, a 5-point win in Portland, 130-125. Suns trailed by as many as 19 in the first quarter. And Jordan Ott hit on something again that I find really refreshing and encouraging about this team as currently constructed. And that is, a lot of teams, when things are not going their way, they're not able to adjust on the fly. It'll take a trip to the locker room at halftime. And the Suns did start to turn things around. As Jordan Ott said at the end of the first quarter, really that second quarter was big. They outscored Portland 37-31. And then the third quarter, they flipped the game into their favor. But their ability to adjust and improve, basically, for lack of a better term, what they were doing. Because that first quarter, for most of it, that was an unrecognizable effort from this group. Because they weren't playing defense. They were getting blown by on the dribble. They were not contesting three-point shots. And it was a barrage because there was a lot of open looks for a lot of shooters from Portland. But to be able to flip that switch almost, metaphorically speaking, and make those improvements on the fly is one of this team's strengths, and we saw it in a big way last night.
Well, listen, I think this is a credit to the Suns, and it was also the lack of faith I had in the Blazers. When they were down 19 in the first quarter, as bad as it was, I never had a feeling once that the Suns were not going to come back in that game. Because they've done it so often. Yeah. They've come back from very large early deficits, and it's kind of a tribute to their process, the fact that they kind of stay steady in what they do. Their effort is relentless, and eventually if you're playing a team like Portland that shot the lights out in the first quarter, I mean, a 41-point quarter from them, that could have been a 50-point quarter for them. They weren't going to keep that up. They weren't going to keep making the 3-ball the way they were making in the first quarter, and the Suns just kind of just stayed at it. And once again, as Sammy pointed out, this team is built quite a reputation for coming out of halftime and putting quite a third quarter on you.
Yeah, and that was it. Plus 12 last night. Jordan Goodwin had a big game. He talked about the team's vibe right now.
Oh, we having a good time, man. We having a good time. We on a little roll right now. Like I said, every day with this team, we all come to work happy to be around each other. So there's always good vibes on this side.
You know who's not having a good time is offensive players who have to go against Jordan Goodwin. And Tom Chambers, he actually asked the question that I was thinking, especially at the end of the game. Jordan Goodwin defending Drew Holiday was kind of doing Drew Holiday things to him and making him so uncomfortable with the ball. That guy is, I mean, can a guy who comes off the bench and plays about 20 minutes a game, can he be considered for all defense? I mean, has that ever happened before?
I don't think so.
Yeah, but I mean, the effort and just the counting stats he puts up in steals, just amazing. So with the trade deadline looming, we talked to Bobby Marks. He kind of acknowledged that the Yabusele thing is a real thing. It could be a possibility. And we talked earlier, Bick, about do the Suns want to mess with their vibe, with their chemistry right now, because that is also a strength. All due respect to Nick Richards, he's in a spot where he hasn't, even in garbage time, he's not getting the sweats off. I think it's acknowledged by this team that they're going to try to trade him. He does have the expiring contract, so there is some interest in him from a roster building standpoint around the league. I think you can do that, and I don't think the vibe gets disturbed that much. And if you can get a player that can come in and fill a role that gives you a little bit more size and bulk, because we saw that exploited early last night too, I think the Suns need to do it.
Yeah, I think that's probably what you're looking for. I don't think that you're looking to add any piece that is demanding of minutes or shots or this or that. I think you need to find a piece that's looking to be an additive component to a really good basketball team. And if you're doing that, then I don't think there's a ton of risk.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Now the question is if Nick Richards, you ideally want to move off of him, but if the fish that you want coming back is a little bit bigger, are you willing to include like a Royce O'Neal in that, like a two-player package like that?
I mean, my feeling, without knowing the player coming back, my tendency is to say no.
Okay.
And I've fluctuated on this because at the end of last year, I think there's been position overlap between Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal for quite some time. And going into this season, I was somewhat surprised they were both still on the roster. Grayson Allen is again playing at a really high level. And when he gets rolling, he is an elite shooter in this game. There's no doubt about it. Royce O'Neal has been a little bit on the downside of things, but he does a lot for this team that can't be quantified. And that, to me, you get rid of one of those guys, now you're disturbing the vibe a little bit.
Right.
Now you're dipping into the chemistry.
And so I think what you're bringing up is if all you're going to do is trade a Nick Richards and maybe somebody even further down the bench or whatever else, you're not going to get much in return.
No, but you're also not going to hurt yourselves either.
Right. So what you're basically saying is a very low risk, low reward kind of thing.
Right.
Because you don't want to give up a lot, so you're not going to get a ton. So but you might want to get somebody that can fill the power forward role a little better than Nick Richards has done so far. Okay, good luck.
Right.
Yeah, but that's kind of where I would limit my shopping. I'm kind of landing in the same place.
I'm there too.
I don't need any other big substantial piece because I don't think you mess with what you got here.
Yeah, let it ride. And that's something that can always be addressed in the offseason if you want to tinker a little further. Plus, and I know that there's frustration there because Jalen Green is out again, and it got extended to last night as well. At some point, he's going to play and he's going to contribute, and that can be considered almost at this point because he's played so little as a trade deadline acquisition for this team. Coming up next, we will talk NFL. Cardinals have a new head coach. Yes, the Super Bowl is happening on Sunday. We'll talk all about it with Mark Schlereth from NFL on Fox Denver Sports and the Stink of Truth podcast for his weekly visit. Next, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns win 130 to 125. They come all the way back from down 19 in the first half, and they beat the Blazers by 5. They improved to 31-20 on the season, back to 11 games over 500, and the final 4 games before the All-Star break will all be in the comforts of their own home at Mortgage Matchup Center.
It wasn't easy, but the Suns got the W, and we get into it on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Not that long ago, great athletes like Peyton Manning, the late great Kobe Bryant, many others, they'd all go to Europe during the offseason for the benefits of advanced regenerative treatments, because those treatments were not available in America. Well, guess what? They're here now. They're in our backyard. You can find them at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in this innovative new approach that is helping thousands upon thousands of people get real relief from joint pain. Talking about real lasting organic relief, what advanced regenerative treatment is they basically stimulate your body and empower your body to heal itself, to repair and restore that damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And I'm telling you, this stuff works like magic. I say that because 92% of the patients at QC Kinetics express extreme satisfaction. I've leaned on them twice to dramatic results both times. Emmett Smith raves about QC Kinetics, and these treatments happen right in the office. You go about your day, you walk back out the door. Simple procedures, but they deliver life-changing results. So move better, get stronger, take care of your pain the smart way. Stop managing it, start solving it with QC Kinetics. You can get a free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. Tell them I sent you. 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Colin Gillespie, take a bow. A career-high 30 points and 8 threes helped the Suns find a 130-125 win in Portland last night without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Mark Williams and Grayson Allen both had 24, and Jordan Goodwin off the bench had 16 and 10, and the Suns will now return home for the Golden State Warriors on Thursday night. New Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced to the Valley yesterday and had this to say about the current Cardinals roster.
I've seen it firsthand. I know what's on this roster. There's a lot of reasons that I was so thrilled to be in this seat right there. But again, it's what Monty has built over these last few years. There is pieces.
LaFleur will now begin to fill out the rest of his coaching staff this offseason. And ASU and Bobby Hurley are in action from Utah tonight. That game will tip off at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 to learn more.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford and Chandler. Shop local. Shop EarnhardtFord.com.
Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday on Arizona Sports, and it's that time of every Wednesday morning. We get to talk football with the one and only Mark Schlereth from NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, the Stink of Truth podcast, and Mark joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Mark, happy Super Bowl week to you.
Happy Super Bowl week to you guys as well. How are you?
We're doing well. Look, the long local nightmare is over. The Arizona Cardinals finally settled on a head coach. Sure, they were 10th out of 10 teams to do so, but just to get your initial reactions, landing on Mike LaFleur to take over this moribund franchise.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had a lot of interaction with Mike LaFleur, so I know he called plays for the Jets for a few years under Robert Saleh. Went back, got the Oda McVay on him, which is always going to be a good thing. Anytime, you can get that smell on you. I would imagine, I don't know, I've been around McVay, but, he's one of those guys I would think, and I've never really taken a big whiff, but I would think that he's one of those guys that has so much cologne on that when he walks down you smell him before he actually approaches.
Yeah.
Like, oh, McVay's coming around the corner because, every guy that works for him gets a job. And, so anyhow, that part is, I guess that's good. Apparently, you know what I've come to the realization, and I was thinking about this after that announcement was made, is that the Cardinals don't listen to you guys.
No,
they don't. I put my name out there. I said, hey, head coaching material here. I'll come in and fix the Cardinals. And my phone never rang once. So it's essentially I'm blaming you guys for my lack of a new job because nobody over there is listening to you guys.
Yeah, listen, apparently they didn't like the dispenser of justice tagline. I thought it'd be perfect. I mean, how better to compete in the NFC West than that?
Yeah, exactly. The toughest division in football. I come in there and give them gems like stay low, keep your knees bent, things like that. How could that not have worked?
I mean, that would that alone would that would galvanize the entire valley. That coach speak that you have is just perfect. It's on point, Mark. No doubt about it. All right, so I'm curious what you think. As somebody who lives in Denver and we haven't seen Drake May play good football. I don't think this entire postseason. Do you think he's going to rally in the Super Bowl? Maybe get his health concerns behind him. How are you handicapping this Super Bowl?
Well, I just think over the last 5 or 6 weeks, Seattle on tape has been the best team in football. And, I think their quarterback has really come to the understanding is that, we're going to win games if I don't screw it up. And so, I've seen him take the kind of quote-unquote Peyton Manning self-sacks where he's just like, yeah, this one's not here. I'm just going to take a sack on this one, trust my defense to get us the ball back. I think he's played with unbelievable maturity. And then, we've talked about this before. I didn't have it on my bingo card that he was going to outplay Matthew Stafford an NFC championship, but he was able to do that, and I think they've just been the best football team, from top to bottom. And ultimately, that Rams game and that NFC championship game, the last game they played against the Rams where they won in Seattle, what was it, 38-37 or whatever it was, it's an offensive shootout, and they've got some weapons and a quarterback that makes it really hard to defend. And I will tell you, when you watch that game, they played a ton of man-to-man coverage all over the football field, and there was really good coverage. And Matthew Stafford, there is no defense for the perfect pass, so that's the way they played it, and it became a shootout. But they were able to take care of that, and they were able to win that game. So absolutely amazing. Listen, I think it'll be a close game because I think the Patriots have a really good defense. All three levels of their defense are exceptional. But the bottom line, I think the Seahawks are just a better football team.
Mark Schlereth, our weekly guest, as we talk NFL. We've been talking a lot about this this career arc, if you will, of Sam Darnold, given up on by a number of teams in the league. He goes to San Francisco, he sits and he learns, he gets a shot in Minnesota. Even though they win 14 games, they give up on him for J.J. McCarthy. How'd that work out in Minnesota? And here he is in Seattle, one game away from winning a Super Bowl after he had been discarded so many times. I mean, where would this rank on the redemption story list?
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those made-for-television movies that nobody really believes in. They throw away the script, and and I've had the good fortune of sitting down with him on multiple occasions. I've also had the fortune of sitting down with Kyle Shanahan. I talked about it on the Sting of Truth podcast. You guys, Kyle told me, hey, listen, man, he gets drafted by the Jets with Jeremy Bates as their offensive coordinator, who was the quarterback coach for Peyton Manning. They put him in the Peyton Manning offense. He said there's one person in the history of the National Football League that can run the Peyton Manning offense. That's Peyton Manning. So he was doomed to failure there. Then he goes to the Carolina Panthers, and Matt Rule's the head coach. They're running some janky collegiate offense. He doesn't have success there. Gets dumped, has a chance to go compete for a starting job, tells Kyle Shanahan, I'll take less money. I just want to back up Brock Purdy and actually learn how to play offense. He does that, goes to Minnesota, as you guys mentioned, lights out, has one bad playoff game, and they dump him for J.J. McCarthy. Seattle can't wait to swoop in and do that. And they did not do the deal with Geno Smith simply because they thought that Sam Darnold was the dude. And, in the 8th year of his existence in the National Football League, here he is representing the NFC in the Super Bowl. It's an incredible story.
Yeah, it is.
And it's one of those guys that you can just get behind and root for.
This summer should be a good time for Arizona Cardinal fans, with Larry Fitzgerald expecting to be first ballot into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, a lot of the conversation is going to be on who isn't getting in, and that's Bill Belichick. I'm not sure if we talked to you about this. What did you make of Bill Belichick falling short of the Hall of Fame in his first attempt?
Well, not only Bill Belichick, but now Robert Kraft also is not getting in on the first ballot Hall of Fame, and I think partly it's the Hall of Fame voters saying, you guys circumvented the rules, and we're going to be the gatekeepers, and we're going to hold you accountable, and we're going to punish you by not letting you get in on the first ballot. I mean, I hate to tell you this if you're a fan of any team, is that every team is trying to push and circumvent the rules. I guess the difference is if you go back to Spygate, it was a lot of teams were doing it, and the NFL put out a kind of moratorium. They wrote a letter to everybody and go, if you keep doing this, we're going to come down on you guys hard, right? And then the other people kind of cleaned up their act, and the Patriots were like, hey, screw you, we'll do what we want to do, right? And then they get caught doing it. So, I understand it. I get it. For me, it doesn't take away the brilliance of Bill Belichick and the dynasty that they built in New England for all those years. And like I said, every team was trying to circumvent the rules. Maybe not as extreme as the Patriots, but they were doing it. And I kind of looked at some of the things that I'd heard about the Patriots with admiration. I was like, wow, that's taking it to the next level. Good for you guys. But, the voters, the voters have spoken, and I get that part, and I'm not going to carry Bill Belichick's water or Robert Kraft's water. I don't it doesn't matter to me. They're all going to the Hall of Fame, and once you're a Hall of Famer, who gives a rip?
Yeah, I agree ultimately, but this is such a big story, especially with the Belichick part. But you mentioned Kraft. Is this standard and precedent going to be applied to Tom Brady when his name comes up for eligibility? Because then we're talking about a story at a different level, Mark.
Yeah, I don't think it will. I don't think he'll be held to the same level of scrutiny as Bill Belichick, who was, the guy that ordered the code red, so to speak. So I don't think he'll get held to the same level of accountability. I think it goes like Roger Goodell always says. It's more on the organization. Like, I'm going to hold the organization more responsible than the individual players, right? And I expect more from you guys as owners and as head coaches and as the quote-unquote adults in the room. So, no, I don't think it'll be held. I don't think Brady will be held under the same level of scrutiny that those guys will be held under.
Well, Mark, we make this promise to you. In 2 to 3 years, when the Cardinals coaching job opens up, we will lobby harder for you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you so much. I do believe, though, if there's a first ballot massage parlor Hall of Fame, that Robert Kraft will go in there. But
no doubt about it.
Is too soon? Is that too soon? Is that too? I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Mark. Relax.
We'll talk to you next week, Mark. Thanks.
All right.
Mark Schlereth, NFL on Fox. Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. He joins us every Wednesday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
All you want is ownership to want to win and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization, and then just going through that process. Like, why wouldn't you?
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray in the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
President's Day weekend is when serious buyers step up, and that's why Tim Hovek's Santan Ford isn't waiting. They kick the President's Day sale off early. That means the best selection is on the lot right now. So now is the time to make your move. Once a year President's Day sale pricing on beautiful new Fords with serious sale numbers behind it. Early birds always get the best selection at the world-famous Tim Hovek Santan Ford. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Before kickoff, make sure your snack lineup includes Daisy Dips. Hey, it's Vince Murata. We all snack during the game. Chips, wings, veggies, whatever it is. But you can give those snacks a serious upgrade with Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip. These dips are packed with flavor, made with real ingredients from your own kitchen pantry. There's no preservatives, no artificial stuff. You'll swear they were homemade. They're so rich and creamy, you'd think they were made from scratch just for game day. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip wherever you shop for Daisy products, and take your game day snacking to the next level.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What stood out to us the most from Mike LaFleur's introductory press conference? We'll continue to react to what the new Cardinals head coach had to say at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, I don't need to turn on the tape. I've been in this division for 7 years, 5 of them with him, because obviously I got to the Niners in 17. He was drafted in 19, so those first 2 years, not seeing him on the Arizona field, but after that, and he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
It's Mike LaFleur here on Arizona Sports yesterday, talking with Tim Ring and Dave Burns. Tim filling in for Gambo yesterday, talking about evaluating the quarterback position. Big topic of discussion at the press conference, big topic of discussion in the interview, and a big topic of discussion until there's some clarity and some resolution on that particular question. Now, the guys did get a little bit more specific with their follow-up question in that interview. Could Kyler Murray be the quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals in 2026?
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
Let me ask you this, Bick.
Yeah.
I think the questions, we wondered how many would be asked. There was plenty of them. I think we had a good idea of how those questions would be answered, and they were. And we both share the same stance that the ship has sailed. That's the phrase that you used earlier today. I'm on board with it. The question is, should the Cardinals be so rigid in that evaluation?
Well, I don't know if the Cardinals have anything really to do with it. I don't think this is fully a Cardinals decision. I think Kyler Murray is as done with the Cardinals, if not more so, than the Cardinals are with him. So if this were a situation where Kyler Murray was like, "Hey, I still love you guys. Do you want me to play quarterback?" Then maybe it's a conversation. Yeah. I don't know where you go with that point of view.
So maybe flip it around then. Should Kyler Murray be so rigid in his evaluation of the Cardinals? Like, is the grass going to be greener wherever he winds up? Or should he give this new regime a chance?
Well, then we're getting into...
Okay, I don't understand this conversation at all. We just spent a football season talking about the weaknesses of Kyler Murray and how everything that he brings as a skill set is what they need to improve upon. What are we talking about here?
Well, the fact that they won 3 games, that they won 1 game with a backup quarterback who had better production in the passing game than Kyler Murray. Mike LaFleur is introduced as the head coach. The clock is ticking now. This team wants a turnaround. Can you win consistently enough to appease the ownership with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback? That's why these questions exist. That's why I'm asking.
So we
them.
think Mike LaFleur can suddenly turn Kyler Murray into something that Cliff Kingsbury couldn't, that Jonathan Gannon couldn't.
I never said that.
I'm not saying that, but again, we frame this conversation about why should the Cardinals not be as rigid as they are. I don't understand this mindset.
I think what I'm thinking is that Kyler Murray is going to be better that almost in every scenario than whatever quarterback they have next season. If it's only for one more season and you're going to have to just release him, then why not just keep him? I can understand if you could trade him.
Because on the 15th of next month, you owe him money for 2027. Okay.
You're going to have to pay somebody.
Right. I feel like we've had all these conversations that are eluding you, Jarrett.
I'm trying to get out of paying for a burrito here, okay? Give me a break.
All right. That I can understand.
But I saw a list yesterday, and I don't even know the outfit that put the list out, but they made a graphic on social media. Best quarterbacks available in the 2026 offseason. And Kyler Murray was listed number 1. And there was other quarterbacks who are under contract, and there's speculation about these quarterbacks. That's what makes this so strange, is there might actually be, just from a skill set standpoint, there would probably be a robust interest around the league in Kyler Murray. The price tag attached to him is the difficult part. And you're exactly right. 15th of next month or whatever, the fourth day, second day of the league year, money on the books for 2027 becomes guaranteed to Kyler Murray. But it's probably still going to be less if they go down that road. And I'm not advocating for this, too. I think the ship has sailed and it should have sailed. But, again, we're getting zero clarity, and I know why, because the Cardinals don't want to play their hand.
Yeah.
They don't want to pull a Phoenix Suns in the Kevin Durant situation.
That's it, yeah.
But the zero clarity, like you guys are saying, like Dan, you're saying, the zero clarity is giving away their answer. Because they could just say, oh, yeah, we love Kyler Murray. He's going to be our quarterback next year.
Kyler Murray's base salary in 2026 is $22.8 million. His base salary in 2027 is $19.5. If you believe in Kyler Murray and you're another team, that's a bargain for an NFL quarterback. That contract is not an albatross whatsoever.
The going rate nowadays?
If you believe in Kyler Murray, that contract is a bargain.
And if you're the Cardinals, ideally you're drafting a quarterback in the 2027 draft who will also be on a bargain. So if you're the Cardinals, you're not going to keep him around next year to then just pay him in 2027 when you're going to draft another quarterback.
If you believe, like I do, that part of the reason why Kyler Murray has not become that guy in the NFL has very little to do with the coaches who have been around him and a lot more to do with what he believes and what he will not change and what he will not do to be that guy, then this is on Kyler Murray. It's not on a coach. There is no magic coach who can come in here and bless Kyler Murray and suddenly turn him into Josh Allen. It's just not going to happen. And we've lived it for 7 years.
True.
With 2 completely different coaching staffs.
Yes. Again, let's not forget. And again, I get the Jacoby Brissett record. You can say, well, what did that get you? What did a real pocket passer get you? I'm here to tell you that offense looked markedly better with Jacoby Brissett. And the reason why they couldn't win games. Now, listen, I'm not a fan of what Jacoby Brissett did at the end of games that they could have won. He does not have that clutch gene you need. That to me is pretty obvious.
We've said it. They need a better version of Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, that's it. That's what they need.
Yeah, Mike LaFleur made several references yesterday to the players that showed up and how much that meant to him. And they were lining the back wall at the facility in Tempe yesterday during the press conference. One of those players was one of the guys who really had an eye-opening 2025 season, and that was Michael Wilson. He was asked, he did a little media availability as well, was asked how an offensive-minded coach like LaFleur could affect him.
I think the thing that I look to is just the Rams. And, I mean, I did my combine training and pro day training with Puka, and to see how much success that he's had and to work closely with him. And, like, I'm excited that hopefully he talked that the system is going to be built organically around the players, but I'm sure he's going to take and sprinkle in a lot of the McVay system and the Shanahan system. It seems like all those guys that play for those organizations play really well and maximize their playability and their play speed and honestly turn into superstars. And so I'm just excited to get somebody from that tree, and hopefully they can bring some of that here.
Now, you talked about that on a couple of different occasions, getting a coach to maximize not only his personal abilities, but the abilities and strengths of the guys on the roster. And that was something that really stood out last year. And Michael Wilson was involved in it because at the beginning of the year, he was a forgotten man. As the number 2 receiver, he was the forgotten man and didn't get a lot of targets. And that was when Kyler Murray was playing quarterback. We saw what he's capable of. Now Mike LaFleur has got a season worth of proof what Michael Wilson can do.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see what effect this has on Marvin Harrison Jr.
Well, that's
quite
it. See,
honestly.
now, that to me is going to be the test of what Mike LaFleur can do for this offense. You need to find a way to make those two guys not be an either-or situation where the productivity of one lessens or diminishes the productivity of the other.
Yeah.
You need this to turn out to be where you've got 2 wide receivers who are posting giant numbers. For whatever reason, that whole thing eluded the offense last year.
Yeah, it was either or.
Yeah.
And Trey McBride was the one constant, but it fluctuated everywhere else. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run. Walk, run, 4.2 miles. It celebrates Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. You can learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Wednesday morning. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. By now, you know Sweet James, the official accident attorney of your Phoenix Suns. I'm sure you've seen the television commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I don't know if that vertical leap is digitally or artificially enhanced. I do know this, though. Sweet James and his stable of attorneys, they are fantastic at dunking on your opposition if you are ever injured in an accident. And that, of course, would be the insurance companies. You will be battling the ones that will not want to pay you a nickel for your injury. Sweet James accident attorneys have one mission: to help you recover mentally, physically, and financially. Personal injury is all they do. It's all they've been doing for 2 decades. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. They're a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who've been awarded Best Attorneys in America, who are not afraid to litigate, and all their trial experience gives them great leverage when negotiating on your behalf with those insurance companies. It's why Sweet James not only wins 98% of their cases, big and small, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. And if you're injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Remember, the call is free and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. SweetJames.com.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Never have I ever called my sister,
from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Join Drs. Kopstein and King from K2 Vision RLE to learn about refractive lens exchange and have your questions answered. They're hosting a free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
We'll answer these questions and more at our upcoming K2 Vision free live webinar. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
How long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
The webinar is this Thursday afternoon at 1. Space is limited. Register now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur held his introductory press conference yesterday, addressing why he wanted to be a part of this organization, his staff moving forward, and more. But here was LaFleur on Burns and Gambo yesterday when asked if Kyler Murray could be their quarterback in 2026.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
The Phoenix Suns found a way to win last night in Portland. That way last night was a career-high 30 points from Colin Gillespie to go along with 10 assists. And the Suns, without Booker and Green, got a 130-125 win against the Blazers. And they'll be back home for the Golden State Warriors tomorrow night. And the Arizona Diamondbacks and veteran first baseman Carlos Santana have agreed to a 1-year, $2 million deal. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock every single morning means it's time for Social Studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And if you're on YouTube at all and you want to watch the show daily, we are at Arizona Sports over there. I want to give a shout out to the 380 of you guys watching. But we've got.
And I just want to start.
Yeah.
I want to just amend something I said earlier because I just saw a note on Twitter about Jaren Jackson Jr. getting traded. I said he was the only one in like the top 10 picks that was still around. Apparently, in that entire draft, all 60 picks, there is only one player still with the team they were drafted with.
Wow.
Mitchell Robinson.
The Knicks.
59 out of 60 players.
That's wild.
That's nuts.
In 7 seasons.
I saw the lottery had been, he was the last of the lottery to go. That's insane.
I mean, it is, it's
2018 draft, so
7 years ago. Yeah.
Still. Okay, so we got 3 questions for you guys on Social Studies. The first one, for Cardinal fans. What is the biggest reason to be positive and excited about this new era of Cardinals football, and what is the biggest reason to be skeptical or concerned?
Well, skeptical is because they've lost 102 games in the last 10 years.
There it is, yes.
Okay.
The history is skeptical.
Yeah. Listen, and again, I think that skepticism should be the prevailing emotion when it comes to this team. But like I said, if you're looking to be impressed by a new head coaching hire, Mike LaFleur checked a lot of boxes. He came in with a different kind of resume, a guy that's been in the universe of Sean McVay, that's been in the orbit of Kyle Shanahan, that knows the NFC West intimately well, and these are all good things that have direct application to the job he's hired to do. But just kind of his support system and the fact that, his dad's been a coach forever, his brother, whom he talks to every day, has been a head coach. He's had to deal with Aaron Rodgers as an NFL head coach. There's very little that Matt LaFleur hasn't dealt with that he can't share with Mike LaFleur. So there's a lot of reasons that I think you can rally around this hire. Now, again, that's all it is. It doesn't guarantee anything.
Yes. Yeah, the pessimism, Bick's right. It's the history and the recent history, and they haven't won a playoff game in over a decade. But with change comes optimism. And look, I think yesterday was the first optimistic day that the Arizona Cardinals have had probably since the beginning of the 2025 season, quite honestly. Probably since that day that they lost to the Tennessee Titans.
Mm-hmm.
There hasn't been too many optimistic days when you consider all the losing, all the injuries, all the uncertainty. Yesterday marked a new beginning, and that's where it starts with me.
Yeah, a couple good responses. All Sports Truther said Mike LaFleur seems to have been preordained to be an NFL head coach. The fact that he actually uttered the phrase, "I'm going to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals someday," is a mindset we have not seen previously.
True.
And then he said the skepticism from the Cardinals' history since 1898, which is also true. And then Buddy Thompson said, the optimism, Jordan Ott coming out of the blue to turn around the Suns. Can it happen for the Arizona Cardinals? Speaking of the Phoenix Suns, Colin Gillespie had a huge night last night, 30 points, 10 assists. So we asked, what player has been underrated as a contributor to the team's success this season and why?
It's hard not to say Colin Gillespie, but I'm not going to say Colin Gillespie. Yeah. I'm going to say Jordan Goodwin. And let's rewind to the beginning of the season. They had a decision to make roster-wise. It came down to Jordan Goodwin or Jared Butler.
Right.
And Jared Butler had been outstanding in the preseason. They went with Jordan Goodwin. And I remember at an early telecast of a Suns game, they asked that question, like, who's an X-Factor type of player for you? And Eddie Johnson asked, before Jordan Goodwin was even in the rotation, he said Jordan Goodwin, and I kind of went, what? We've seen Jordan Goodwin. We know what this guy is about.
Right.
They got a different version of this guy. He's been. There's been so many players that could fill this question.
Well,
but he's my pick.
He's another one of these players that has just really vibed around being around Dylan Brooks and kind of and kind of playing in that kind of mentality. Yeah, Jordan Goodwin, and plus the fact that the Lakers had to, deem him expendable based on Bronny Jr. or based on Bronny, which is really delicious. And no disrespect to the young man, he's had it hard enough with his overbearing dad, but
but that overbearing dad had no bearing on him being drafted.
No. Listen, I had nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
Why should I show gratitude for that? I had nothing to do with that.
Fair. I think there's some Colin Gillespies, a lot of Jordan Goodwins. What I'll say to Colin is that I think as the season's gone on, he's less been underrated and just been very good for the Suns. And so there's a lot of, from Jordan, he said, Oso Ighodaro underrated. Passing defense with some sprinkled in scoring, a key piece to the second unit. And Alex went even further. He said Oso went from unplayable last year to a key rotation piece. I think both those guys have good points. And then Stephen Ruiz said, too many great answers, but I'll say Jamare Bouye.
Bouye!
We haven't needed him too often, but when we have, he's been a reliable and creative offensive weapon. Also on a two-way contract as well. And then Eric Butler said, Mark Williams didn't know until the conclusion of last night's game he had 24 points, 11 rebounds. He just works. No flash, no drama. He just does his job, which is, I also think, very fair. And, all right, so our last question today out at the WM Phoenix Open is the Celebrity Pro-Am. And we kind of hinted around it this morning, but what two celebrities would you want to play a round of golf with, and why?
Ooh, good question.
That you have in that field today?
Just
Or anyone in general.
Anyone in general.
Oh,
Doesn't have to
Anybody
be
on the
an
planet?
athlete
Yeah.
even.
Bill Murray and Charles Barkley.
That's a great, great combo.
Yeah. I was thinking along those lines too, but I would say I feel like Bill Murray might be a little bit too competitive for me. So I'll say Charles Barkley, but I would also pick like a Paige Sporonic because I think she could really help me with my game.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Exactly.
Maybe one of those all in the hips kind of moves there.
Yeah. I think Charles Barkley would be in my list as well. The second, I'd have to think a little bit longer about, but playing 18 with Charles Barkley would be unbelievable. Andy Page said Larry Fitzgerald for the stories and Charles Barkley for the stories and hilarious golf swing, which to Charles's credit has gotten a lot better.
A lot better.
Yeah. A lot better.
Well, that's what happens when you play every day, as he claims that he plays every day.
Charles never had a bad golf swing. He just had a terrible case of the yips.
Yes.
Which prompted his body to shut down on the downswing.
Yes. Brando said Frank Sinatra and Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh, I tell you.
You know you're going to get drunk and laugh the whole time.
So what? So let's dance.
You definitely beat them also in a round.
Yeah,
probably. Takes of Wisdom said Sandler and Shooter or Costner and Don Johnson.
Ooh.
The nostalgia would be too fun
That'd be
not to
good.
have a good time. And then Ross Vegas said not pandering, but I'd love to play around with Vince and Dan Bickley. Why? It would be hilarious to have a mandatory beer a hole for all of those and do a Caddyshack quotes the whole time. So
And he's even got, he said I'd even break out my Al
his
Chervik bag and outfit.
That's fantastic. Well, Jared's got the outfit. He just doesn't have the bag.
I do.
But that golf bag is fantastic.
Jared, do you have
I didn't even know
gloves?
you could buy those.
Yeah, I play golf. I don't play very often.
Okay.
Like, because he said, Ross says you can buy one. Can you buy one that has the tap built in and
The stereo?
the
Nice.
hydraulic lift when
That'd
you
be
hit the
nice.
button on your clubs?
That you just press a button and it plays any way you want it.
That thing had great speakers,
Oh,
too.
no doubt.
Man, but some good questions on social studies. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata elsewhere. And you can watch us on Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Sammy. I want to remind you that Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate gear and to learn more, text the word GEAR to 620-620. Coming up next, GCU, a big win last night over Air Force. They got a game coming up against UNLV. We'll talk to their head coach, Bryce Drew, for his weekly visit next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Mike LaFleur had an eye for the Cardinals well before he was hired. Colin Gillespie's career night fuels the Suns' comeback against the Blazers. And what's the plan for Mike LaFleur's Cardinals coaching staff and quarterback Kyler Murray? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're a homeowner like me, I want you to do me a favor. Walk over to your windows at some point in time today and take a look at them. If you've been in your house up to 15 years, chances are you might have some warping, some condensation. You might have seen a spike in energy bills. If that's you, like me, you probably need new windows, and you really should know about my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, a company celebrating their 40th anniversary in business. This is a business that has a very interesting company motto. They treat customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, by the way, former Utah football legend, and they replace my windows, and I can tell you they look absolutely outstanding. If you need new windows, send me a message. I'll send you pictures of the work they did at my house. It's truly, truly impressive. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. If you do not need 10 windows, they will prorate that discount to fit your needs. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
You applied to Grand Canyon University because you want somewhere fun and affordable, where hands-on classes and access to industry pros can help you build skills employers need, with the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. You want to feel seen, loved, called to more, to know you found your purpose. Make yourself the main character. Begin your story. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Bickley and Murata talk Grand Canyon University men's hoops with the head coach. This is the Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card.
Yeah, Lopes get a big win over Air Force last night, 81-57 at Global Credit Union Arena. They're on the road to take on UNLV in Vegas this weekend. And here to talk GCU Lopes basketball, the head coach of the program, Bryce Drew, joins us via video for his weekly visit. Bryce, good morning. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Good morning to you guys, and thankful for any win. Thought we played great the first half. It was nice to have a 30-point lead going into halftime.
Yeah, it's not often you have a 30-point lead at halftime. What do you tell a team at halftime when you're up by 30, Bryce?
Well, we got it up by 38 in the second half, and then, didn't close the game as well as we'd have liked. But, wanted to keep the standard high, wanted the guys keep playing at a high level. And, for the first 10 minutes of the second half, we did that.
One of the things that we talked about early in the season, it was like you guys seemed to be playing better on the road, which was weird given your home court advantage at Global Credit Union Arena. That's long in the past. You guys now are getting off to fast starts. You're playing lockdown kind of defense, and the crowd is kind of surging. And you got this thing back to where you wanted it home, Bryce?
Definitely. It's definitely it's definitely easier to cheer when the baskets are going in early in the game. And, you look at 3 of our last 4 home games, we had a nationally ranked team. Then we had, San Diego State, and we had Boise State all on national TV. And, I thought our crowd really responded. There were people up in the rafters, in some of those games. So just a really fun environment. I think our guys now are really looking forward to coming back and playing at home. We were on one of our last road trips, and I know they couldn't wait to get back and play in front of our home crowd.
Even with the margin of victory being what it was, and the big lead in the second half, as you alluded to, I know coaches well enough at this point that there was other than how you close the game, there's always something that sticks in your craw. What didn't you like about last night's game that you can still, in a 24-point win, present to your team and say, hey, we got to shore this up?
Yeah, we had some turnovers early that we should have moved the ball a little bit better. I think guys were looking to score a little bit too quick instead of setting some other guys up. When we started to do that, we started to score much more efficiently. And then, we had a couple lapses, defensively that we need to be more locked in and engaged, for Saturday at UNLV.
Bryce, a few months ago, Vinny and I were talking about the Arizona Cardinals in a game they lost to the Titans where everything they could have done to give away the game at the end, they did, and that football team never recovered. You had a very similar kind of night recently on the road in Nevada, and it was a game in which everything went against you guys at the end, and you ended up giving away a game that I know you kind of lament a little bit. But the way you've rebounded from that loss, 2 really sturdy victories, what does that tell you about the team? What does it tell you about the program?
Yeah, that was brutal, and it's still brutal. But coming out in that Boise game, I think what you kind of mentioned, it was a great test of character to kind of see how our guys could respond, and seeing their response, was pretty admirable. As an athlete and as a coach, I've been in that similar situation in the past, and it's hard to get over a game like that, and really credit them for 48 hours, getting over it, be ready the day before, and playing one of our better games, against Boise at home.
Bryce Drew, the head coach of the GCU Lopes, our guest every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You had the luxury last night, didn't have to play anybody too many minutes. I don't think any of your starters played more than 25, and the guy that played 25, Brian Moore Jr., really efficient last night. 15 points, 5 of 7 from the floor, hit 2 of 3 threes. Just talk about his recent plays. I know he's been a big contributor for you.
Yeah, we missed him a couple games at Fresno, at Nevada. He hasn't practiced much, so every game rep is really important for him right now. He's still on a minute restriction, in last night's game, or we would have played him more. He was playing so well, but was in a great rhythm, made really good decisions, played with a lot of poise, a lot of confidence. He was a huge part, for us building that lead in the first half.
And now you take a look at where you're at after last night's game. You're now 1 game behind that group of 3 leaders at the top of the Mountain West. 2 of those teams you have beaten. A couple you've got rematches on the road with. I know there's been some ups and downs, but do you like where you're at with 9 conference games left? And what do you need from your team? What do you want to see from them to get this thing done?
You always want to be in a better situation if you can, but we could sure be in a lot worse situation also. Every game is important. We're playing for first place. We're 1 game out of first, and we get to play all those teams. Those teams, some of them have to still play each other again. So there's a lot of things that can happen, in the next, 9 games across this league. So it's fun when you have something that you're really playing for. And right now, we're still in control of our own destiny if we go out and win a lot of games.
Bryce Drew, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You got a road game coming up Saturday in Vegas against UNLV, a team with a lot of history, tradition, but they come in under 500 both overall and in the league. What have you seen from the running Rebs, and what kind of challenges do they present?
Yeah, they have some really impressive wins. They won at Memphis earlier. They beat Utah State at Utah State. So it's a really explosive team. And, obviously we're going to be solid in everything that we do. I would definitely invite you guys on the trip, but I know there's quite a bit going on this weekend in sports and in Phoenix for you guys to make it. Any other weekend you probably come, but this weekend I definitely understand.
Well, I imagine too that, being in the new conference, and look, Vegas is a bit of a destination. We know the Havocs like to travel. I'm sure there's going to be quite the contingent up there in Vegas for you guys,
we
Bryce.
sure hope so. There's definitely a lot to do there, and it's a short, easy trip.
Yeah,
so
they'll be the
that
only.
Would be nice. Maybe next year we can get you guys on that trip.
Yeah, they'll be the only sober basketball fans in Vegas. You got that going for you. One of the things that we hear from Jordan Ott with the Suns, who focuses on defense very much the way you do, is when you've got the versatility, what he likes stocks, which are steals and blocks combined. And you've obviously got the disruptive guards. Now you've got some some bigs that are starting to gain your trust and starting to contribute more consistently. What do you like about your team's ability to kind of shapeshift a little bit? You can go really big, you can go small, you can press, you can do all sorts of things now with this group.
The rim protection obviously is a huge key for defense, and having FA and Dennis, they've really gotten better at protecting the rim in the last 3 weeks, and it's really helped our defense. Last night we also had 13 steals, which, Jay Denley, Nana did a great job getting passing lanes. So, when you can get transition baskets, it makes all your efficiencies, all your percents go up. And so that's going to be a big key for us the rest of the year for sure.
All right, so we've got this basketball signed by you, and I think it's got one of your favorite scriptures on it as well. You've got nothing but a white wall behind you. We need to get you, Saul. You disappeared. Where did Bryce go?
He wasn't going to stand for that insult.
Part of this.
I was going to say, could we send him like a radio station banner or something?
We got to get one for here, for our back wall first.
Thank you, Bryce. I hope I didn't tick you off.
I like the way you're thinking, though, Ben.
Yeah, right?
Thanks to Bryce Drew. Yeah, the UNLV game coming up this weekend, Saturday.
You phrased that in the perfect way, because that's inexperience. No matter how good that team is, there's a lot of ghosts in that building and in that city.
I mean, being in the Mountain West, you have some programs that have a little bit of a history. I mean, New Mexico obviously has got a reputation and a great environment. UNLV's got national championships on their resume. So you're stepping up in competition, and I am really impressed with how they've handled this step up in competition. It was one thing to dominate the WAC year in, year out. The WAC was, it was what it was.
Yeah.
Is that a saying?
No, that's very well, very fair.
And I didn't know what to expect from a revamped roster from GCU, but I mean, that's just the program continues to build, and they're doing it in tougher environments. So thanks to Bryce Drew for joining us, as he does every week. Coming up next, it's Wednesday. We're going to get floral with it today.
Oh, boy.
I'm in some serious
This
trouble.
is going to get interesting. This edition of Mock My World is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So not that long ago, you would have seen a Waltz van right outside my home in Fountain Hills, and that's because my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns, operates, and runs Waltz TV and Appliance, came out to my house, brought me an 83-inch OLED television, brought me a wonderful soundbar so good it doubles as my in-home stereo, put them both on a wall downstairs, gave me some surround sound speakers, and just like that, bam, I have magic. They took my fandom to the very next level. I say this all the time, and maybe I'm stupid for saying this, maybe a lot of people experience this, but when I watch golf or I watch basketball with these surround sound speakers behind me, I turn up the volume and my sound is so dialed in, I feel like there are 1,000 people behind me cheering and watching along with me. It is quite an awesome experience. This is what you're going to get from my friends at Waltz. They've got great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can answer all of your questions. They'll match any price you bring to them. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Their service and expertise is unparalleled. And just for our listeners, they got some great stuff going on right now. If you purchase a 75-inch or larger Samsung QLED or OLED television like I bought through the end of March, you'll get an additional free television from Samsung, a free 43-inch Samsung television to go along with the one you purchased, and that is just for our listeners. Go check them out. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Here's what's different about GCU. It's one of the country's biggest universities with over 360 programs shaped by industry leaders. GCU's campus ranks among the top in the nation. Most of all, GCU cares about affordability. The average federal and private loan debt for GCU undergrads is lower than the average for private nonprofit four-year universities. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
President's Day weekend is when serious buyers step up, and that's why Tim Hovick's Santan Ford isn't waiting. They kick the President's Day sale off early. That means the best selection is on the lot right now. So now is the time to make your move. Once a year President's Day sale pricing on beautiful new Fords with serious sale numbers behind it. Early birds always get the best selection at the world-famous Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Colin Gillespie take a bow. A career-high 30 points and 8 threes helped the shorthanded Suns find a 130-127 win in Portland late last night. Mark Williams and Grayson Allen added 24 each, and Jordan Goodwin off the bench had 16 and 10, and the Suns will return home for the Golden State Warriors on Thursday night. New Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced to the Valley yesterday and had this to say about the Cardinals roster makeup.
I've seen it firsthand. I know what's on this roster. There's a lot of reasons that I was so thrilled to be in this seat right there. But again, it's what Monty has built over these last few years. There is pieces.
And ASU and Bobby Hurley are in action tonight from Utah. That game will tip off at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details are at casinoarizona.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is, should the Suns do anything at the trade deadline? Your options are yes, make a splash if you can, no, don't mess with the chemistry, or yes, but nothing major.
My choice is number 3. Yes, but nothing major. I think we're in agreement.
Sounds good.
On that, right?
I'll vote for that. I got no issue with that.
What would even make a splash? What would that even mean?
It would
trade Devin Booker for Giannis?
Yeah, right. Something crazy. So that is the yes, but make a splash leads the voting at 38%. No, don't mess with chemistry, 33%, and our answer of yes, but nothing major, 29% of the vote.
Okay.
Interesting results.
That is today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. You could vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
It's time for Mock My World. We went down we went up a road, I guess, last week. Because our category last week when Sammy was gone, and apparently it was very difficult for me. Best songs to listen to when scaling a skyscraper. They released this whole playlist, by the way, after that.
Oh, did they really?
There was a lot of Tool on it. But there was, some other bands. It was a pretty interesting playlist.
Like what? What else was on it? Do you remember? I'll check it out.
I'd have to pull it out.
I'll check it out.
But Luke Lipinski sitting in for Sammy with his team of Stairway to Heaven, Alive by Pearl Jam, Freebird by Skinner, and Because I Got High by Afroman. He stuck with the theme.
It's pretty good.
And good songs, too.
36.5% of the vote, narrowly beating Jarrett's 35.1%. Pick you at 21.6%. I think I might be working on 2-week history in Mock My World.
Combined lowest score?
Combined lowest scores. I've been under 7% for 2 straight weeks.
Wow. Don't worry, Vinny. I'm back.
I got to recommit. I got to take this seriously. The days of me getting my head bashed in.
You've been mailing it in?
I've been mailing it in. I freely admit it. I haven't been committed, but I have a new commitment to Mock My World. This week, we're going with Mike LaFleur being named as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, the introductory press conference yesterday. LaFleur, the flower, we're going floral with it. But this is kind of also, it's not just names.
Esoteric.
It's how flowers show up maybe in songs or movies, television shows, celebrities,
people's names,
athletes.
but it could be people's names.
It's
yeah,
just
flowers in sports and pop culture.
All things flowery. Sammy, you've got the first vote this week. First pick. Vic, you'll go second, Jarrett third, and because I finished so poorly, I get the last pick.
Wow.
4-round snake-style draft.
All right. This was going to be my number one pick. I'm glad I got it. I'll take Guns N' Roses.
Good choice.
Yeah.
With Axl Rose.
Yeah, unfortunately, you took my number one pick.
Come on.
Can you name a song by Guns N' Roses, Sammy?
Oh,
Just
excellent.
curious.
Enter Sandman.
Is
his favorite grunge band.
Is Pour Some Sugar on Me?
No.
No.
But
all right, we can no longer allow you to have Guns N' Roses with your first
I
pick.
can.
Yeah, give me, along those same lines, give me Robert Plant.
Yeah, I had that.
I like that.
Do you know who that is, Sammy?
He's a singer, but I don't really know.
Okay.
Much
for
about
Led Zeppelin.
Okay, cool. These are all good to know.
All right, I'll stay, I guess, with a disgusting human being, but what a character and what a baseball player. Mr. Pizza himself, Pete Rose.
Pete Rose is off the board. 2 of my picks are off the board. Is Axl Rose ineligible now?
No.
No, you can pick him separately.
Yeah.
Sure, I would.
I don't know. I'm not going to go that high with Axl Rose, I don't think. Yeah, the big ones are taken. I'm going to go with a classic rock and roller. I'm going to go with Buddy Holly.
It's a
and
good
then
one.
I'm going to do the first non-person. It's regarded as one of the best albums of all time by Oasis. What's the story?
Morning Glory.
Morning Glory.
Clever.
Thanks, Jared.
It's on my list. Very good.
I'm going with a local band made good. I mean, they were very, very big 30 years ago, but I'm sure they still tour and are very, very good. The Gin Blossoms.
They still do tour.
Gin Blossoms.
Have you ever heard of them, Sammy?
No.
You have. You just don't know it.
Yeah, probably.
Especially if you grew up in Phoenix. You've definitely heard them. Dan Bickley.
Who? I will take. I get a lot of ones here that I'm not real fond of anymore. Give me the villain, the Marvel villain, Poison Ivy.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. I'll take. So these, I think they're good. They're sporting items. I'm gonna take the Wrigley Field Ivy. The Ivy in Wrigley Field at Wrigley Field, and then I'm gonna take Madison Square Garden.
Oh.
Huh? Thinking outside the box.
You did a little thinking.
Yeah.
Because I struggled so much with the actual names. I have like 3 names written down.
Back to you, Bick.
I'm going to take the White Lotus, Vinny.
Oh, yeah, big show.
Oh, very
Nice.
good show. Very good show.
It is a good show.
Although I still have a season to catch up on that.
I watched the second season, I think, and
I watched the first two, and
too stressful.
The first one was just nuts.
Yeah.
I loved it, though. Jarrett, you're up.
I am going to go with... I'll go with the...
Spit it out, Ferret.
We're doing flower sports pop culture.
Flowery names in
Flowery
sports and pop culture and basically life.
I'll go with the Seal song, Kiss from a Rose.
La 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 la. I'm not going to sing it. All right. I got my last two picks. I'm going to go with a fictional character who also sparked a fashion craze at one point. The cousin of Bo and Luke, Daisy Duke.
Oh, that's good.
And, wow. Where do I go now? I'm going to go with another character from one of the best shows of all time. Meadow Soprano.
Oh, it's a good one.
It is.
Very good.
I think I'm going to get at least 8% of the
There you go. Vic's last one, right?
Yeah, no, Jarrett.
Oh, Jarrett. Wait.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Very successful movie and book, Steel Magnolias.
Good one.
Got to get that women aged 60 to 80 vote.
Yeah, right?
Now it's your last pick.
Give me the grunge rock group Soundgarden.
That was one of my picks. All right. I'm gonna take the Rose Bowl.
Oh,
How does
great
someone
one. Hadn't even
take
thought
the
of that.
Rose
The
Bowl?
granddaddy of them all.
Nobody
really
has
good.
better inanimate objects than
You got a lot of
Sammy.
I know.
Arenas and stuff.
I'm
Smart,
mad at
though.
myself. I didn't take the Run for the Roses. That's the nickname for the Kentucky Derby. But
True. Also, a great song by Dan Fogelberg.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sammy's favorite.
We didn't pick the TV show Blossom.
Yes.
No love for Nick Young's ex-girlfriend, Iggy Azalea.
Oh, good one. Rose
You could've
McGowan.
picked- You could have picked Driving Miss Daisy.
Yeah.
no love for Derek Rose.
Lily Tomlin.
Oh,
Lily Rose Depp.
man.
If you want to get a little
Lily
more
Allen.
current.
If
Daisy Ridley.
If Gambo would have played, he would have picked Petunia Clark.
Orlando Bloom.
Oh, yeah. He would have.
Orlando Bloom is a good one I had.
Yeah.
Vincent Gardenia.
Academy Award nominee Rose Byrne.
Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
The Black Dahlia Murderer.
There was
Okay,
a
we
lot.
get it.
Yeah.
We get it.
All right, the picks are made. Sammy's got Guns N' Roses, the Wrigley Field Ivy, Madison Square Garden, and Rose Bowl. Bick's got Robert Plant, Poison Ivy, White Lotus, and Soundgarden. Jarrett's got Pete Rose, Gin Blossoms, Kiss from a Rose, and Steel Magnolias. And I went with Buddy Holly, What's the Story, Morning Glory, Daisy Duke, and Meadow Soprano. Flowery names in sports and pop culture. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner of Mock My World. Also want to remind you that Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and to learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Coming up next, we'll get an update. How good is Travis Kelce's golf game? The WM Phoenix Open Pro-Am happening. We'll check in with their Director of Communications, Ryan Woodcock, next.
Woody!
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When you found out yesterday that Dylan Brooks would not be representing as an all-star, did you feel strongly one way or the other about this omission?
No, I really did not. Would I have put him in All-Star? Yes, I would have. And the reason why I thought maybe he would be a reserve is that some coaches, just watching him play and how he goes about his business, watching Dylan Brooks give the effort that he gives, and he does it on both ends of the floor. Other coaches have to notice this. And now that he's scoring 21 points a game, I thought maybe this would be the year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here. And about 25 years ago, I had LASIK surgery. But over the years, your eyes change with age. and I wanted to get things checked out. So I had a very thorough examination with the doctors from K2 Vision, Dr. Kopstein and Dr. King. And I was blown away by the state-of-the-art technology at their facility and the amount of information they gave me about my eyes and my vision. And they armed me with choices, decisions on what I could do if I want to sharpen up my vision once again. And if you're thinking you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who've performed over 300,000 procedures and join Drs. King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. You can register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
I just love that one little guitar note there.
Yeah, one of the more favorite songs Whiskey's Quickers ever performed. They used to love doing this track. I don't even know why we don't do this anymore.
See, I just jarred your memory.
Thank you.
Get this back on the playlist.
Get this back in the playlist.
For goodness sakes. Guns N' Roses from Use Your Illusion 2, circa 1991, or, I don't know, 10 years before you were born? Sammy?
1992, 7 years.
Okay. Yeah, this underrated Guns N' Roses hit right here. That's today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Looking outside, clear blue skies, great weather. WM Phoenix Open Week is here out at TPC Scottsdale. The Pro-Am happening right now. Big stars out on the course. Here to give us an update of all the happenings, the Director of Communications for the WM Phoenix Open, Ryan Woodcock, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Woody, it's that time of the year again. How are you?
Guys, what's going on? I can't believe. I feel like I was just talking to you a couple days ago last year, and now here we're back.
And here we are again. Yeah, you're right. Time flies, Woody. I didn't know if you knew that. It's a revelation.
It really does.
All right, so today is the Pro-Am. This is an event that gets about 90,000 spectators generally.
Give or take. I mean, it's a non-competition day, and it's amazing how many people come out here. It's different than other golf tournaments how they do it. I've been walking around, and it's already packed outside.
Yeah.
Wow.
Speaking of packed, the first group that went off today at 8:30 off the first tee included Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm sure there was a bit of a following there.
Yeah, who?
Are you familiar?
Yeah, I think so. I was familiar when we released that last week, and everyone was texting me about all the stuff he has. There's a big crowd following him. He's having a good time out there. And it's not just him, too. A bunch of big name hitters, big names out there. Really cool, special, fun day.
All right, so the first group also had Brooks Koepka and Scotty Scheffler as the professional. Were they splitting duty? Were each doing 9 holes, or were they both doing the full 18?
No, that's what they do. A few years ago, the tour kind of changed their thing with the players. So the players will play the PGA Tour pros will each play 9 holes in one group, and then the celebs and the AMs that are playing play the full 18. So the Tour pros play 9 holes. So I don't remember. I think Brooks was out, so I think that means Scotty will be going through 16, and Brooks will be back here doing his interview in the media center.
Ah, got it.
We're talking with Ryan Woodcock, Director of Communications for the WM Phoenix Open here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned, and I went through it, and we started the show today with kind of the list of the big names and a lot of athletic figures. Of the guys, the players on that list that would qualify as the big hitters, Woody, who would you say has got the best game?
I don't know this for sure, but I would probably put my money on Mookie Betts.
Really?
I mean, the guy bowls 300. Yeah. Baseball players are traditionally good, and I'm just kind of I'm not. This isn't for sure, but I would kind of put my money on him.
Yeah, he's good at everything. You make a good point.
All right, so
but he's a Dodger.
Yeah, right, exactly. All right, so the real stuff begins tomorrow, and one of the interesting things to me, not only is you've got Scotty Scheffler and what some people think is going to be a Tiger-like year for him, given the shape he is in, the shape of his game coming into this year, but you got Brooks Koepka coming back from Live Golf. What has the reaction to Brooks been like so far? What do you think it's going to be like during the tournament?
I think it's going to be awesome. I can't wait to see him go through 16. When he announced and made his return and that he was coming here, we were excited. We were pumped. The comments we were getting on social media, yeah, Brooks is back. We can't wait. I mean, it was all very positive. I think if this was a couple years ago, it would have been different. But I think fans just want the best players back, and they're kind of like, whatever happened. I don't want to say we don't care, but like we want to move on and get these guys back. So this is kind of the start. And he's a 2-time champ, and people love him. And I think especially here, I think he's going to get a lot of good roars and cheers at 16.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. All right, so let's give some heads up to people who are coming out to the tournament either today or tomorrow. Traffic flow, where should they enter? Where should they park? What are some of the X's and O's that patrons need to know this year?
Yeah, there's a couple things. The most important thing is when it comes to parking. We do offer free parking at Westworld and at Salt River Fields, but with City of Scottsdale, there's some construction projects. They're a little bit minor, but they're really kind of changed the flow. So if you are parking in general parking at Westworld, take and you're off the 101, take Princess or Bell exit. So it's the only 2 exits you should take. I also would say if you are going to park the general parking, they both have shuttles. Go to Salt River Fields. It's not that much farther away. You're still getting on a shuttle. You're not dealing with the traffic. You can get on the shuttle and get right to the tournament. The other thing we always say is just, hey, give yourself a lot of time. There's going to be a lot of people out here. You're coming out to have fun, so be patient and get out here and have some fun.
Yeah,
that's a pro tip.
That
Go
is a handy parking tip, definitely.
Heard it here first.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you do, Woody. You break all the important news. All right, well, we look forward to checking with you every morning. This is obviously our Mardi Gras of golf. Hope it all goes well, Woody.
Yeah, thanks, Woody.
Awesome. Talk to you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, Woody will be giving us updates from the first 2 days of the tournament. Gets underway tomorrow. I haven't checked. I mean, I kind of opened with the weather. You couldn't ask for better weather. But how many times in the history of this tournament have, like, the Thursday and Friday with the early starts and the big groups playing, you get those frost delays, and they don't finish the round? I don't think that's happening this year, Bick. Again,
that's a good point.
It's over 60 degrees.
That's a
Travis
great
Kelce
point.
listening to me. I can see a video of him right now wearing layers, wearing a sweater vest over a polo shirt, short sleeves.
So Jared's cockamamie advice is we're dressing layers.
Yeah, it's
put on a golf shirt, then a pullover, your parka, then a fur coat.
Not to mention the built-in fur that you have on your chest.
Yeah,
Jared.
right.
Thanks to Ryan Woodcock for joining us. Also, thanks to Bryce Drew, Mark Schlereth, Bobby Marks, and you. We'll do it again tomorrow morning starting at 6. Wolf and Luke up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Michael Flores, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, is joining us from the Cardinals headquarters. Obviously, we're all a little obsessed with Kyler Murray and his future here in the Valley. Where are you in your evaluation of him in reaching a conclusion as to whether you feel like he will be your quarterback in 2026, Mike?
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When you're struggling with private student loan debt, it feels absolutely awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people who are in that situation. But if you are in that situation, just know there's a way forward, a way out. It's called Why Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. And Why Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. They're not going to judge you in the process. They're not going to grill you about why you didn't fix it sooner. Why Refi just helps you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford, and they don't care what your credit score is. If you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Why Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some fictionalized perfect version of it. Your student loan debts don't have to define you. They don't get the final say. Why Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give Why Refi a call today, 888-WHY-REFI-85, or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur held his introductory press conference yesterday, addressing why he wanted to be a part of this organization, his staff moving forward, and more. But here was LaFleur on Burns and Gambo yesterday when asked if Kyler Murray could be their quarterback in 2026.
Again, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
The Phoenix Suns found a way to win last night in Portland thanks to a career high from Colin Gillespie, 30 points to go along with 10 assists. And the Suns, without Devin Booker and Jalen Green, got a 130-125 win against the Blazers, and they'll be back home for the Golden State Warriors tomorrow night. And the Arizona Diamondbacks and veteran first baseman Carlos Santana have agreed to a one-year, $2 million deal. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke, man? Do we really get to do this? This is how we actually support our families. Is that what you're telling me right now? We get to sit around and we get to talk into this microphone, man, and talk about the blood sport, talk about sports, talk about competing. You know what? I'm going to compete, and we're going to be able to talk about the competing, and I'm going to remember exactly what it was like to feel like that, to walk out in between those white lines and lay it out. Are you kidding me, Luke? This is what I get to do.
Well, I hope so. Otherwise, we wandered into the wrong studio.
Okay.
So, yes, I believe this is what we get to do.
Broadcast yourself.
Where do you want to start? It doesn't really matter because I have a show sheet that specifically says we're starting with the Suns.
Okay, you want to start with the Suns.
I want to start with the Suns.
You want to start with the Suns, right? And why would you want to start with the Suns?
I kind of like the 9 o'clock tip-off. I got to be honest. I know Sammy's like, no, I had to get up at 9:30 for the show, so maybe not. But it's just every once in a while.
Jamal, did you like the 9 o'clock tip-off? Did you like that?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I liked it. 2-2.
I mean, Bull, what are you going to say about this? Honestly, I know you work the morning, but still.
It was 8 o'clock, and I go, we still got an hour till the game.
It was kind of weird. But it just felt like being on the East Coast for a night.
Oh my goodness, that was brutal.
What time did that start in New York? 11?
Yeah,
11.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's what it was.
Imagine going to bed at
1:30. The game was all but over for the most part at 11:45, almost midnight.
Yeah,
that was it.
I'm not saying all 82 games.
I'm not crazy about that.
Just,
right?
I'm saying occasionally. It was kind of like I don't know. It felt like a different game.
What happened in the first half, man?
Maybe they should have started later. I don't know.
What was that all about, Babe? The Suns gave up 72 points in the first half. And you were thinking to yourself, man, they did a great job getting back into the game because they gave up 72 points in the first half.
Yeah.
Down 19.
What was the game against the Clippers on Sunday? The Clippers shot 50% from the field in the first quarter. And then last night, I think it was last night, maybe it was this morning. It was last night, Portland had 41 points in the first quarter. And it looked like they might hit 50 points in the first quarter. And you got guys out there that are hitting threes that don't hit threes. Donovan Clingan, who was great in college, and he's been solid as a pro. He's not really a three-point guy, and he's just out there raining down threes in the first 5 minutes of the game.
First of all, you have to understand, Basin, the Trailblazers, they can't shoot the three.
You could have fooled me.
They are the worst three-point shooting team in the association. And they started 7 of 11 from three. Oops. 7 of 11. They finished the first quarter 8 of 15. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 53%. Ron Wolfley, graduate of West Virginia
No
University.
way you did that without a calculator.
That is 53%. They came back to earth, of course, thank goodness, in the first half. They finished at 13 of 30, which is 43%. Still good for them because they're dead last in the association. They were hitting 3-point shots 30% of the time. That was it. Dead last in the association. And they lit it up.
Somebody out there, because the game started at 9 and they had to go to a real job at 6 a.m., probably went to bed thinking I guess it just wasn't the Suns' night. And they wake up in the morning and they see the Suns rally from 19 down and they go out there and win. And, it's a pretty standard way to do it. Well, if you want to win an NBA game, you just get 78 points from Mark Williams, Grayson Allen, and Colin Gillespie.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, and you know what? You got to throw in Jordan Gooden.
Yeah, toss him in there, too.
You got to throw Goody.
Then you got, 94 points from those four guys.
I'm just saying right now, okay, we're going to talk about Jordan Goodwin a little bit later, but if you watch this game, the impressive part about this to me is watching the Suns respond once again to getting their face kicked in. And they did early on in this game, getting down 19 points. And you were thinking to yourself, oh, my goodness, I don't know if it was the late start. I don't know if it was the late start at Moda Center or the late start at Moda Center on a Tuesday night. I had no idea what it was, but the late start, it seemed like it was kicking the dog out of the Phoenix Suns when this game started. They were bad in that first quarter. Really bad.
For a game where you don't have Devin Booker and you don't have Jalen Green and you get 3 of 16 shooting from Dillon Brooks. So just think about that for a second. You get 3 total field goals from Dillon Brooks, Devin Booker, and Jalen Green. I mean, that's a slightly skewed way to say it, but also it's true. You got 3 total field goals from those 3 guys. You still put up 130.
Yes.
That's the crazy part to me, that they could go out there and win a game that featured 255 points being scored without Book, without Green, and without much offense from Dillon Brooks. You would have thought that's the sort of game where you need to win. Basically what the score was at the end of the third quarter is the sort of game you thought the Suns needed to win last night, and instead they put up 130 and win anyway.
It was just incredible. My goodness, you mentioned some names right there that really are, they're bringing about memories that I had. Grayson Allen. About Grayson Allen. I want to start with Grayson Allen. 36 minutes, 24 points, 6 of 11 from 3. And he hit some critical threes, especially the one down the stretch. It was 124-120 with 55.9 seconds to go in that fourth quarter. He hit a step-back 3 that was just lights out. Dagger, as a matter of fact, at that point in time. 127-120 Suns because of Grayson Allen hitting that step-back 3. Assisted on a play before that as well. Colin Gillespie, just where do you start?
30 points, career high. 8 threes, career high. He's out there running around Oso Iguodala, and teams don't know how to cover him because Oso gets in their way, and then you give Colin Gillespie a split second to hit a shot, and why wouldn't he drop 30 on Portland? I mean, he has been you ask where do you start with Gillespie? I don't even know what else there is to say about him this season. This season doesn't work if he's not on the Suns. And this season has the Suns 11 games above 500 in early February.
Yes, and Mark Williams, 26 minutes, 24 points.
Yep.
Mark Williams, how many times did he show up in a very unscripted kind of way? And actually, there were the lobs. I get that. But, man, he was around the rim all night long, doing a great job putting it back and getting some dunks and getting points in the paint. And then you think, oh, my goodness, Jordan Goodwin. Jordan Goodwin, to me, I watch this guy play all day, every day. I love the way he competes. Are you kidding me?
I pulled up the sliding scale of significance we created on the show like 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And it goes could win, should win, need to win, must win. And we have to put Goodwin at the very top. Goodwin's got to be the top.
Okay,
right?
I didn't know where you were going with that, and all of a sudden you hit me with a frying pan in the face.
He's been such a huge part of this season. Like you said, we're going to talk about him more, as we get deeper into the show. But it's like,
bro, he's your worst nightmare.
It doesn't
Keep
work.
the mask on.
No,
man.
Whoever I can't remember how he even hurt his jaw, but whoever did it. If somebody did it to him, they created a monster because now he's just this masked menace out there that teams don't have an answer for. Like even Drew Holiday was like, who is this guy? Like running at me with a mask and taking the ball away. All right, when we come back, let's get into football. How is Mike LaFleur going to handle the Cardinals quarterback situation? He's already right in the middle of it. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's funny, though. There's a common thread, at least between the first two callers. I got this vibe on social media, too. It's not so much excitement about Mike LaFleur. It's relief about who it's not. It's not Ron Rivera. It's not Raheem Morris. It's not Vance Joseph, whether he was even a candidate or not. It's almost, we'll see. We'll see if he's, but I'm glad it's not X, Y, or Z. That's been an interesting common theme here for the last couple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Ron Wolfley reporting. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what matters most. That's right, Trajan Wealth. They offer tailored wealth management plans. They have the time to determine your risk tolerance along with learning about your goals and timeline. They take that time, Basinonians. Working with you, they develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth to schedule your free consultation. Trajan Wealth, plan smarter, dream bigger. That's right, 480-360-7900. 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC, registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing. losing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Mike LaFleur is ready for this job. He has been, I think people have had him as a potential head coaching candidate for quite some time.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Gilbert. What's going on, Gilbert?
Yeah, Gilbert.
How we doing out there in Gilbert, Arizona on this fine Wednesday morning? It's Wolf and Luke. And Wolf, when we were on the air yesterday, the Mike LaFleur press conference was going live at noon, so we were able to carry that for you, and we got to react in real time to our first impressions of Mike LaFleur as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. This is a guy that you and I both picked out probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, I guess close to 4 weeks now. If it was going to be a coordinator, this guy was, I think, 1 or 2 on each of our lists.
Yeah, yep.
I thought he did a great job at the press conference. I mean, you know, doing a great job at the press conference doesn't mean anything when the games start. I understand that, but I think so far so good for the Cardinals with Mike LaFleur.
Yes, I totally agree. I loved his heart for the most part, and I know that you're not going to get all jacked up if you're the Red Sea out there and you're thinking to yourself, "Man, Wolf loved his heart." You know, I get it, but for me as a former player, I can tell you that matters. A coach that does care, truly cares, you could see it with his family. It's just the fact that Matt LaFleur was there.
I thought that was cool.
It was so cool. We're going to talk about that at some point in time. But I thought Matt LaFleur being there, the family being there, the way that it was to support him, the gratitude in his heart, where he took almost 10 minutes thanking all of these people. Yeah. And I'm talking about a lot of different people, like Robert Saleh. Yeah. We brought this. He thanked Robert Saleh and made a point to thank Robert Saleh, a guy that has influenced him in his career. I thought it was really, really cool. A heart of gratitude, my friends. A heart of gratitude. Very underrated.
I just thought it was genuine, and I thought, you know, look, I know that there's a lot of baggage with the Cardinals right now coming off a 3-win season. I understand that. And like you said, the Red Sea is going to want to see wins. And I get it. I mean, we've been saying that. You know, you go down this path.
What about his heart, Luke? What about his heart?
But I thought LaFleur specifically knocked it out of the park yesterday at the press conference because I didn't feel like he was trying to. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you get these coaches that go up there and they have a weird first press conference or they're almost like standoffish. Oh, yeah. And I just felt like he was just kind of what I was hoping he would be. And he's connected to really 3 good football families with McVay, obviously that tree, and Kyle Shanahan tree, and he's Matt LaFleur's brother.
Yeah.
I just think he brings more experience than your typical inexperienced head coach. So we'll see. Now, you and I were talking about this yesterday. They asked him about Kyler a couple times in the press conference. You're not going to get much out of him in the press conference about Kyler Murray. I understand that. So we're sitting there trying to figure out what can you read into his answers. Well, he was also on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and they doubled down on the Kyler questions. Wolf, and you and I haven't gotten to react to this yet because it happened after our show. So Mike LaFleur was on with the afternoon show, and they asked him if Kyler could be his starting quarterback in 2026. So let's prepare to dissect and overreact to everything he says here, okay?
Okay.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
Oh, okay. So there it is. That wasn't yes, and that wasn't no.
No, but I'm going to play it one more time, okay?
Oh, okay.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
I think that says a lot. About that? I think it says a lot.
What?
To flat out say I'm not going to answer that question today. Not the wrong answer. I'm not like trying to interrogate Mike LaFleur or anything like that. Like he's not on the witness stand. Oh well, it says right here that
shine the light on his face, Luke.
But I think back to when Cliff Kingsbury took over the job and Josh Rosen was the quarterback at that exact moment. They clearly knew behind the scenes that Kyler Murray was going to be their pick. They had the first pick in the draft. That was clearly going to be a package deal. Maybe Cliff didn't know how definitive that decision already was. I have to think he probably did. But I remember him being asked a similar question about Josh Rosen. And he was like, yeah, Josh is our quarterback.
Yeah.
And technically he was telling the truth because he was still their quarterback for like another 4 days or whatever it was. This was more of he flat out said, I'm not going to answer that question right now.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if anybody associated with the Cardinals a year ago had said, I'm not going to answer a question about Kyler being our starting quarterback? That is so different than it has been for 7 years. And I know Mike LaFleur is new here, but it's also where things went with Jonathan Gannon before he left and where things have gone with Monty Ossenfort when we talked to him. It went from, Kyler's our quarterback, almost like, why are you asking this, to we'll deal with that in the offseason.
So,
it's different.
So, Luke, when you hear this right now, are you saying that you listen to him say that, and that means he's gone? Kyler's gone.
I think.
Is that what you believe?
I think it's like a 95% chance Kyler's gone.
Okay, there you go. Because to me, it is very interesting. Again, I continue to ask the question: how much of the interview with Mike LaFleur was, "Hey, Mike, what do you think of Kyler?" You know what I mean? Like, I wonder what that is. And right now, going into yesterday's press conference, is it possible that they're having an ongoing discussion about this very thing?
That's the other 5%. That's the other 5% because Mike LaFleur
might be a little higher than that.
Yes. So you actually took that as there's a better chance Kyler comes back than you thought maybe a day ago.
If better than what? 5%?
Better than what you thought a week ago.
Yeah, no. For me, I still believe that Kyler is gone, and the reason why I believe it is, I think it's really, really difficult to suddenly put him back as the king deposed.
Yeah,
you know the way I feel about this. So because of that, in the locker room, I think it'd be really, really difficult to do it. So yes, I think the easy answer, based on earnings, if you believe in Kyler Murray as your starting quarterback, is, oh yeah, we're going to bring him back. We're going to let him have a go at it. Or maybe you just want to be a little bit more generic, and you could say, you know what, we're going to open it up to everybody that we have on this roster here. And Kyler is on this roster right now. He's going to get the opportunity. If he's here, he's going to get that opportunity to compete for that job. That's the easy way to go.
Well, I thought it was interesting that during the press conference, like I said, Mike LaFleur was asked 2 questions about Kyler, and he answered them, but they were both I would argue, probably his 2 shortest answers of the day. Still about 30 seconds, but he was a guy that clearly expounded on answers yesterday at the press conference, and those 2 were much more median, like you would say. I thought that answer right there, where he's not going to talk about it today, being yesterday, is it's just a lot different than what we were hearing from the Cardinals 5 or 6 months ago. And he's not the only person associated with the Cardinals who has a different tone now.
Yeah, what is really interesting about this is if you would have told me before this season played out, before 2025 played out, if you would have told me Mike LaFleur was going to be the next head coach for the Arizona Cardinals, I would have said, wow, okay. You know what? He might be a little bit more spread than Sean McVay. He might be a little bit more of a spread guy, a little bit more of 11 personnel, 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. He might be more conducive to Kyler Murray and what Kyler Murray can actually bring to a football team than some other offensive coordinators that are out there. And then all of a sudden they played 2025. And guess what the Rams did, Basinonians? They went 13.
Yeah.
They went 12 and 13 personnel. And that part, they didn't start out that way. They were
like
still heavy 11 personnel. But as the season unfolded, they became more and more physical to a point where they were using 12 and 13 personnel, especially in the red zone. Very interesting in the red zone, using it an awful lot and doing it effectively. So it's a little bit different now because they went a lot more under center with Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, there's a lot of twists and turns to this that don't even have anything to do with Kyler. I mean, if you're saying if you had told me before the season Mike LaFleur was going to be the next head coach of the Cardinals, I mean, if you had told me before the season we were going to even have this conversation, I would have thought if things went poorly, Kyler was gone first, then Gannon, then Monty.
Yeah.
And I think Monty is obviously very safe right now, although this is a big hire for him because he's now tied to Mike LaFleur. Like, if this one doesn't work, usually a GM doesn't survive that. But the fact that JG's gone, Kyler is technically still here right now, there is definitely, I think, a real conversation to have. And I hear what you're saying. Can you really put him back in charge in that locker room after you essentially benched him? Or he was like, no, I'm not coming back. I'm leaving. Whatever happened there. But I think there is a conversation to look around now that you've a new head coach and he's an offensive mind. And what if Mike LaFleur sits down in these conversations and he's like, all right, you guys have your history with Kyler. I get it. We're going into year 8 with him, and maybe he wants out, and you guys just want a clean break, and that's fine. But then who's my quarterback? You don't get to pick Fernando Mendoza because you lost a tiebreaker to the Raiders. There is not a clear guy you would take at 3. There's not, I don't think, a clear-cut reclamation project in the free agent market unless you really like Malik Willis.
Yeah.
So
I still like Noah. Francis.
I don't know about him playing quarterback, though.
Francis.
That's a pretty big.
Yeah, you know what, though? We've just got our day. I want to blow somebody's face off. I just honestly, right now, 2026, the year the Arizona Cardinals blew somebody's face off.
I'm all for drafting Maui Noah, but I'm saying you don't have a quarterback.
I know. I'm just saying, you know what? I'll take Jacoby, and I'll blow somebody's face off by running over him.
That's fine. I'm on board with that. But I wonder how wide-ranging.
And I mean literally.
These quarterback conversations are. All right, we come back. The Suns won last night on the back of a few players you probably wouldn't have expected if you're not watching this team this season. We're going to get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns win 130-125. They come all the way back from down 19 in the first half, and they beat the Blazers by 5. They improved to 31-20 on the season, back to 11 games over 500. And the final 4 games before the All-Star break will all be in the comforts of their own home at Mortgage Matchup Center.
It wasn't easy, but the Suns got the W, and we get into it on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's 2026 now. We're already a month into 2026. Maybe you're looking to do something big this year. Maybe that something big is buying a new home. Well, picture this. What if you find that new place? It's your dream house, and you could just move in right away without wasting time waiting around to sell your old place. That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first. Then you just do everything from there, which is much more comfortable and convenient. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash. You can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No showings, no double moves, none of that. No bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I've done that. It is such a hassle. It impacts your everyday life. It's not worth it. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right kinds of buyers. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Their flagship program is buy before you sell. You get the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, sell your old home later, and still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local, and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns showed up and showed out last night on prime time. The Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in comeback fashion. And just a PSA, keep your distance from Colin Gillespie because he might still be on fire. He led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are off tonight, but are back at home tomorrow, hosting the Golden State Warriors. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced to the Valley yesterday. LaFleur joined Burns and Gambo yesterday, and they asked him about his evaluation of the quarterback position with the Cardinals.
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
And Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Is it worth it? Can you even hear me? Standing with your spotlight on me. Not enough to feed the hunger.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What did Mike LaFleur learn from Robert Saleh when he was with the Jets? We'll ask SNY reporter Connor Hughes at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf, did you see the Celebrity All-Star roster?
No.
And we know Matt Ishbia is playing.
Yeah,
for
Matt
one of the
Ish.
teams. But I didn't get a chance to really look through the roster yesterday as we were doing the show. It's just Matt Ishbia, his name had popped up. He's on the team coached by Anthony Anderson. I like how the other team's coached by all of the Antetokounmpos. It's Giannis and Alex and Thanasis and Mookie Betts randomly. Okay. But I know you're a big fan of some of these other these musical artists or streamers or whoever else is on these teams. Did you see that one of Matt Ishbia's teammates is Mustard?
No,
you know Mustard?
Not. No. I got set up on that.
Mustard. That's
him.
him.
Set up. That's Mustard.
Well, that's Kendrick Lamar singing it, but he's singing about Mustard, who's on
Mustard!
Yeah, that could be like a spin-off of the Pantera call-out right there. Just Mustard. We're basically one step away, because Devin Booker's been immortalized in song. We're one step away from Matt Ishbia being in a Kendrick Lamar song. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's kind of cool that they're doing that.
Teammates.
Yeah, little teammates. To have that all-star action. I think that's fun. That ought to be fun.
I like the celebrity game. I'll check in occasionally. But if Ishbia is really going to play, and he is, how can you not watch this?
Matty, you might want to loosen up. You might want to get a little, loosen up a little, get on a stretching program.
Over under 10 points.
Yeah. Really? He's going to play some defense. That much I'll guarantee.
Yeah, he's going to be.
I could see Matty Ish squaring somebody up.
Jamal and I were talking about this in the newsroom before the show. Like, his performance is going to be evaluated by Dylan Brooks.
Yes.
On some level. Like, somebody's going to put a microphone in front of Dylan Brooks' face at some point. I mean, unfortunately not at the All-Star game, but at some point on how Matt Ishbia did in the celebrity game. And, yeah, he's going to have to go out there and play the way he wants the Suns to play. Otherwise, I'm sure somebody's going to say something about it.
Yeah, Matty, you might want to, just get that base underneath you, get the base, get that butt out, get the hands there, kind of set a good example for the Suns and the culture of the Suns.
How often does the owner? You're not going to see Steve Ballmer out there in the celebrity game representing the Clippers.
I love the fact Matty Ish is doing that.
I do too, and of course you can't disappoint.
I could have gone on for another 30.
That might actually be better than the original.
I'm just saying.
How did you do that?
It's in my throat, basically.
Wolf's like,
it's one of the things I talk about it all the time. Is one of the greatest things about playing in the NFL was the fact you could walk in between those lines and just scrawl, just go nuts, and it's okay. It was encouraged. So, I used to yell a lot on the football field.
You're like those savants that can play a song on the piano just by hearing it once. And they're like, oh, yeah, let me just play a few keys.
No, you're wrong on that.
But
musically, I can't do anything.
No, but that's musically. I just played that Mustard cut. I don't think you've heard that before, and you basically matched it perfectly.
Okay, well, I didn't think I did.
It was good. We need to play that consistently. All right, the game last night, the Suns win, and pick your relatively unknown player, and I hesitate to say that because they're not unknown here, but anybody in New York who did want to watch a game because it was tipping off at 11 o'clock last night, New York time, and they're like, hey, I hit with the Suns and Blazers on. I'll just watch this for a few minutes, and maybe I haven't seen the Suns very much this year. Oh, Colin Gillespie, he's the MVP of the league. I mean, what a performance by Colin Gillespie. 30 points, career high, 8 threes, career high, 10 assists. I don't think that's a career high, but still, it's impressive. And he wasn't the only relative unknown to take over last night.
Yeah, no, just, again, thinking of Colin Gillespie and how the season started and what his role was in the rotation as it started, and the fact that it has grown exponentially to the point where right now we're watching him go out there in 33 minutes scoring 30 points. It's
pretty efficient.
Just shooting 8 of 14 from beyond the arc. And as you said, 10 assists, Colin Gillespie. And you watch him. Listen, he is a liability defensively. He's not a great defender, okay? But he tries super hard. And because he tries super hard on the defensive end of the floor, he also can contribute there as well. So to me, I just look at Colin Gillespie, and I'm so impressed with the guts of this kid to go out and compete the way that he does, and to see him get the opportunity and to see him cash in on that opportunity, it fires me up for him. This is a made man from this point forward. Now, again, he's always going to be one of these guys that's going to have to work super hard.
Yeah, but I
is
think
there
he loves that.
is there anybody out there that doesn't think Colin Gillespie is going to have a 10, 12-year career in the NBA watching him? He's going to be there.
I almost said Coach Bud, but that feels mean to say. So, no, if your question was, is there anybody out there who doesn't think he's going to have a 10-year career? Well, now that he's actually playing, I think that's very much in play. I mean, Wolf, if you just look at his stats from before this season, and stats don't tell the whole story, obviously, okay? But if you just look at Colin Gillespie's stats before this season, let's see, last year he was averaging like 5 points a game. And this year he's averaging 14 points a game, and he is liable to just go off and have a 30-point game, or have 8 threes in a game. And these are things. Last year, in very, very, very limited action, he averaged 5.9 points a game, and that was his version of bursting onto the scene. Prior to that, his career average was 3.5 points a game. And now you're talking about a guy this year that when they need him to step up, last night's not the first time he's done it.
That's right.
30 points is a career high, but it's not the first time he's stepped up. In fact, here he is after the game.
Yeah, I mean, when we needed it, Jalen's down, Book's out right now, so we need other guys to step up. Dylan normally carries us offensively. Grayson, DD kind of wasn't falling for him tonight, so other guys had to step up. And it could be like that any night. There's been games where boys just hit 5 to 7 threes. Grayson's hit 10 in the game. Dylan's had 40 obviously the other night, so other guys can step up. Mark had 20 and 12 today, so other guys can step up. And, it was good for us. Good win for us. Needed.
So that was a career high from Colin Gillespie. Ron Wolfley reporting 30 points based on Ian's.
My sources.
You know what's really cool about it, Jamal, too, and you may want to listen to this as well as you're back there in command and control. But you know what? Colin Gillespie, I'll promise you, he laid his head down last night on the pillow, and it was just him in the shadows creeping in the room.
I don't think he sleeps, but go ahead.
And then all of a sudden he said to himself, I can do this. You don't think he gained confidence from what he did last night? I mean, honestly, a career-high 30 points. I'm one of those. I can do this. I can't emphasize enough how important it is when you go through ceilings as you're trying to develop as a player. And every player, everyone has experienced this. If you've competed in a sport, you know what it's like to get better. You feel what it's like to get better. You also know what it's like to get worse. Where is your confidence level when you get better or worse? What happens to your... Are you kidding me? We're seeing a young guy right now, come of age. And last night was a huge step forward for Colin Gillespie.
We're to the point where he's been so good this year, Wolf, that I feel better about Marvin Harrison Jr., just because when we interviewed Colin Gillespie at Media Day, off the air when he was leaving, he's like, hey, don't worry about Marv. Marv will be fine. I mean, he's been right about his own game, right? So this means Marv's going to be good next year. That's how good Colin Gillespie has been this season. And the thing about last night is it's like you could, if somebody at the end of the year is going to have to write the story of the 25-26 Phoenix Suns, there are going to be a good number of games like that. Like, how about Grayson Allen against New Orleans in November where, okay, they needed somebody to step up, so Grayson had 42 points and hit 10 threes.
Yes.
Like these guys that aren't Devin Booker. Dylan Brooks the other night with 40 points. That's a career high for Dylan. Dylan Brooks had an NBA career before he got here.
That's right.
These guys that are stepping up that aren't Devin Booker, obviously Book steps up plenty, but other guys that are stepping up and just being like, oh, we need me to step up tonight, so I'll just take over. Hear ye, good people. The 38th annual Arizona Renaissance Festival is back in Arizona. Joust on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the royal details and your chance to win tickets. When we come back, what should Mike LaFleur's first order of business be now that he has officially been introduced as the next Cardinals head coach? We're going to talk to ESPN Arizona Cardinals reporter Josh Weinfuss. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The search for a new head coach has ended.
I am so pleased to introduce
our head coach, Mike LaFleur. Please give him a warm welcome. As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com, the Basin's most trusted team for over a quarter of a century, over 25 years. When it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape, over a quarter of a century right here in the Basin. They transformed our backyard in the Wolfley compound into a true oasis. And the artificial grass, man, it just got so many benefits. Spring is the time to act. Coming up right now, if you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat and the summer water bills as well. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com. You can do this, brothers. Man, no more water bills that are going to make your head spin. Make the backyard your oasis, starting with Legacy Green Solutions. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching surge is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. We are efforting to get Josh Weinfuss, so hopefully we'll have that shortly. But, Wolf, I wanted to play some more of the Mike LaFleur audio from yesterday that you and I haven't had a chance to
react to yet. We didn't get a chance to hear it while we were on the air yesterday because it hadn't happened yet. But when he was on with Burns and Gambo, they asked him about the process of building a coaching staff, which is the next, I would have to think, the next thing on the to-do list. I mean, you can figure out the quarterback stuff in a couple weeks. But here's what Mike LaFleur had to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all encompassing. I mean, there's a process that has to happen. There's a process just based on the rules of this league, you know. So there's always guys in mind. You're always thinking it, you know. Even this last offseason, I mean, you start, hey, this guy's there, that guy's there. You know, he might be a QC, time for a promotion if you ever get that gig. So we'll go through the process of making sure that we pick the right guys. Again, there's going to be urgency to it, but it's also going to be a thoughtful process to make sure that, again, we get these guys that are the best coaches for these players.
Yeah, it is a tough proposition when your hiring is late as you are hiring right now. The Arizona Cardinals hiring Mike LaFleur this late. It's one of the reasons why you do worry about it a little bit. Now, you know, again, it's a situation where so much of this is going to come from Mike LaFleur and the connections that he has, the relationships that he has. And I'm not just talking about with the Rams. And the grapevine, the coaching grapevine is huge.
He's pretty connected around the league for a guy his age and a guy that hasn't been a head coach. I mean,
the coaching tree that he comes from.
He's worked for Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay.
Oh, my goodness.
That's pretty connected.
The Shanahan, McVay tree. Are you kidding me? The LaFleurs. Just the fact he has a brother. I guarantee you right now, Matt LaFleur is going to help him actually find coaches to be on his staff.
How weird is it now that the dust has settled? It's basically like we sent Matt LaFleur, Jonathan Gannon, to be his defensive coordinator. And then Matt LaFleur's brother came here to be the head coach. You talk about the small world in the NFL.
Man.
Josh Weinfuss, ESPN Cardinals reporter, is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. He was there at the press conference yesterday that you and I were listening to here live on the air, Wolf. Josh, thank you so much for the time, man. How's it going?
It's going great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, Josh.
I just wanted to get your initial thoughts. Wolf and I were listening to it live as it was going yesterday. I mean, for me, I really liked what I heard from Mike LaFleur. Winning the press conference only does so much, but my impression was I thought he did a really good job because maybe he wasn't trying to win the press conference. When you walked away from that yesterday, what were your initial reactions?
Yeah, so I initially thought that he had great command of the room, whether he won it or not. I think it's just a ridiculous conversation, but I know we all have it, right? But I thought my concern, I think with any first-time head coach, is can they be that guy who could stand in the front of a room and get guys to, listen, command their attention, and get them to believe in him? And I walked out of that press conference thinking he could do that. I was not sure if that was going to be the case when he got hired. I thought he had a really good message. I thought he was honest and earnest in a lot of what he said. I don't want to say I was impressed by him because I don't think anyone's kind of blown me away in the press conference. But I think what he was able to do was convey that he can be a head coach in the NFL. And I think half the battle, as Wolf knows, is being this quote-unquote leader of men. And I think he checks that box.
Yeah, for me, I loved his heart. I loved all the gratitude that was coming from him, especially early on. But having said that, I know that's not going to get Cardinal fans all fired up. Oh, his heart, he hit a big heart. Yeah, but what about, Josh, what about Kyler Murray? The Kyler Murray question. Did you have any impression one way or the other on Kyler Murray and his future here with the Cardinals?
I thought very telling that there was not a kind of a confirmation that he's going to be that he's going to be the quarterback next year. There was no kind of like Kyler's our guy. It was we're going to go back and look at this roster and have meetings and then figure it out. And I thought that was extremely telling. I asked LaFleur what his thoughts were on Kyler, and he was open about those. And then someone else asked, kind of how he perceives the quarterback situation, and there was just a lot of non-answers, which I was totally surprised about. But I also figure that if Kyler was the guy, he would say he was the guy. So clearly he's not sure. I'm sure that was part of his press conference prep, but like when Jonathan Gannon took over, he was like, Kyler's our guy when he gets back. We did not hear anything of that sort now. So I think that that the way Mike LaFleur answered those questions about Kyler leaves the door open for him not to be here in 2026.
Yeah, could not agree more. We're talking to Josh Weinfuss. Josh, Mike LaFleur now steps in. You know, he's taken over a team that was 3-14. They're in the toughest division in football. He's got quarterback questions. He's got to assemble a coaching staff. What, in your mind, is the biggest challenge facing him right out of the gate?
I think the quarterback situation, right? Like, you're not going to win a game if you don't have the right quarterback, as they saw last year. And that's not a knock on Jacoby. I think it's just that, you know, you got to figure out who your starter is going to be and kind of go all in on that. So I think once he figures out if it's going to be Kyler and if it's not going to be Kyler, who is it going to be? Because this draft is very thin on quarterbacks, especially high up in the first couple of rounds. So then you got to go to the, free agent market. You got to make a trade. Like, once that gets settled, I think a lot of other things will get settled for this organization. So to me, that's the number one priority right now, is figure out who his quarterback is going to be. Because if he's calling the plays, he needs to make sure that he completely believes in that quarterback, right? Like, that's probably the most important relationship between play caller, who happens to be the head coach, and his quarterback. And if that doesn't exist, or if that's kind of rocky, or if it just hasn't been fully developed yet, that's going to show on the field. And I think they need to figure that out ASAP.
Josh, are you concerned at all about the play calling and the fact that he really hasn't done that?
A little bit. I mean, I think it's natural. Like, everyone looks at him as looked at his title last year as OC, and they're like, oh, he was the OC for the Rams, who had the best offense in football. Then you're like, well, he didn't call the plays because Sean McVay called the plays. So you go back to 2022 for the last time he called the plays. And I think when you kind of take a deeper look, and this was kind of what Monty Ossenfort hinted to yesterday, was, the situation that Mike LaFleur had in New York with the Jets was not ideal. He played with 5 different quarterbacks, 3 of which threw for over 1,300 yards. So he had to make a lot of things happen with a lot of different players. And granted, they didn't win, but it's kind of like last year with Drew Petzing and Jacoby Brissett. Like, the offense worked, right? Like, they were putting up numbers. It wasn't translating to wins. And how much is that on the play caller? Obviously, he's head coach, so the buck stops with him in Arizona. But I think that what he was able to do with the Jets, I think, is a good sign for what he can do in Arizona. But like I just mentioned, it all comes back to who he's calling those plays for.
Josh, it's always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much for the time.
Buddy.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, man.
That's Josh Weinfuss, ESPN Cardinals reporter, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And interesting that he had the same reaction to Mike LaFleur's responses to the Kyler Murray question that we had. Just because he's 100% right. When Jonathan Gannon was asked about it when he took over 3 years ago, it was a much different tone. And we're going to get back into that conversation because there's so many things that could mean. That could mean the Cardinals are done, but LaFleur wants to keep Kyler. It could mean the opposite. It could mean they've already decided they're moving on and they don't want to kill their trade value.
There's a massive grassy knoll in the middle of that conversation.
I think we should just go full grassy knoll at 145. Okay. We also need to do a listeners-only meeting at some point this week. How do we feel about that, guys?
Okay, yeah.
Just get people's reaction to LaFleur.
Yeah, let's go.
I should have put that in my show notes.
Let's do it.
But I was watching the Suns at 11:30 instead. All right, when we come back, what were our first impressions of Mike LaFleur now that the dust has settled? Wolf, it's been nearly 24 hours. We're going to take a step back and just kind of zoom out like you like to do and figure out the direction of the Cardinals next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. It's up to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here. And not that long ago, I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible. And during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day: your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns showed up and showed out last night on primetime. The Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in comeback fashion last night. And just a little PSA, keep your distance from Colin Gillespie because he might just still be on fire. He led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are off tonight, but are back at home tomorrow hosting the Golden State Warriors. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced to the Valley yesterday. LaFleur joined Burns and Gambo yesterday, and they asked him about his evaluation of the quarterback position with the Cardinals.
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
And Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted #1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
I'm honored to be the head football coach here at the Arizona Cardinals.
It's the totality of the person, totality of the belief, and how he wants to put together the program. And ultimately, that led us to making sure that we wanted him to be our guy moving forward.
As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Thanks to Josh Weinfist, who just joined us last segment. Wolf, it's been a day now. We kind of had a chance to. I like when there's like a press conference like that live that's that significant during our show, because we can react to it in real time. Not really a chance to think about it, just like your initial raw reaction to it. But now we can kind of take a step back. We've had yesterday to process it. We got to hear him on the afternoon show, Mike LaFleur. A little bit of time to let it sink in what he said about Kyler and the coaching staff and why he wanted to be here with the Cardinals specifically. So now with that perspective, anything in particular jump out to you? Because 2 things jumped out to me.
Once again, his heart was so big. The gratitude that he has in his heart. And the fact, Basinonians, that he took about 10 minutes to thank everybody. And when I say everybody, he was thanking an awful lot of people and bringing up different people that had influenced his life. And he was well-spoken as well and expounded on a lot of answers until he was asked, as you noticed, about Kyler Murray. And those questions were his shortest responses. I would agree with that assessment. They were, but... well-spoken, intelligent guy that's got a big heart. Gratitude is important to me. It's something that I value. You've got to have squared-away people if you want to have success as players and coaches, and it seemed like Mike LaFleur is squared away.
Let me play this cut. He talked about knowing someday he would be the head coach of the Cardinals.
And then you go to last year, and the Fire's hit in L.A., and we're about ready to host a playoff game versus the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football in the first round. And obviously, we all kind of know what was going on in L.A. And the Fires got a little bit too close, and we had to move. And who was the first one to call? Who was the first one to send over the planes? Who was the first one to open the doors? It was the Arizona Cardinals and Michael Bidwell. And I'll never forget in that moment thinking, this is family. This is home. And it was temporary for 3 days. I actually installed over on that side about a year ago the red zone plan as we were getting ready for Minnesota. So the podium moved over to the right. But I already know this building. I got to walk around this building for 3 days. I know how much you love this place. And I told, I think, Lauren at the time, about a year ago, I'm going to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals someday. It just felt right, and it was deep right there.
Look, I know that no head coach gets hired, and at their press conference is like, well, I came here because there's only 32 of these jobs. What was I going to do? I understand they're always going to say, oh, this is where I wanted to be. But I just thought it was a little different yesterday because he had specific things he pointed to. He was with San Francisco. The Niners were basically playing out of Arizona at the end of 2020 with everything going on. That was kind of a weird spot. Certainly last year with the Fires in L.A., the Rams played that playoff game here against the Vikings. That's what he was just talking about right there. I don't know. I thought it ran a little bit deeper with him of specifically having some ties to the Cardinals before he ever even got hired here. And I don't know. I walked away from that yesterday thinking this really could work. There's no guarantee it will, but it really could work. And not because of stuff like that, just because I think he's a professional, and I think he's very well connected around the league, and I think that matters in football as a head coach.
Yeah, I think you're right on. It does matter in football. as a head coach. I'm talking about being a squared-away guy. Why is that important, Basinonians? Why do you think that might be important? Because a head coach is under an awful lot of scrutiny. You know by whom? His players. You think, coaches, boy, they're scrutinizing the players, and they are. There's no doubt about that. But guess what? Especially the head guy. You want to know who also is being scrutinized? The head coach of every NFL team. Is this guy legit? Is this guy real? He's got to be squared away. Is he going to tell me the truth? Or is he going to be one of these talkers, one of these guys? Trust me on that. That'll take probably a year, maybe a year and a half to be able to diagnose a coach and say, okay, is this a guy that I can trust or not? And that's why it's really important that head coach is squared away. He's a squared away guy where he doesn't have to pretend. He can be himself 100%. Hey, listen, you might be yourself and you might be a little different. You might be a little odd. Bill Belichick is odd. He was different.
You don't say.
But be yourself, and he was. He was always himself. He never came out of character, to me. In, 2 years I was actually there. So to me, I respected him for what he was. And I think ultimately that's what every locker room is looking for in their head coach. A squared-away guy that they know who he is.
Magic thing I'm pulling off, it's easier for me to just be that one person too. So I don't know that Mike LaFleur's that, but it seems like it. The early returns there. You can be upset with how long it took the Cardinals to get a head coach. You can be upset that they were the last team to hire one. You can be upset that it's a coordinator instead of a head coach, but they still may have gotten it right at the end of all that. And that, as you've been saying all along, is all that matters.
It's really important as well, the way he answered the Kyler Murray question. And the reason why I say that, Basinonians, is because do you think other NFL teams are watching and listening to what he says?
I know Green Bay is.
Yeah.
Because Matt LaFleur was sitting in the third row.
Of course, yes. We know that. But again, other NFL teams that are out there, are they watching this and listening? Yes. And yet, I think he told the truth. And said, hey, listen, we're going to sit around, we're going to have conversations. I don't think they've made the collective conversation yet. I don't think that's happened.
Yeah, I know we keep mentioning this as we go to break, but I feel like after hearing him yesterday, both there and then on the phone with Burns and Gambo, I feel like the Cardinals have mostly made a decision, and either they haven't all talked it out yet, or Mike LaFleur is maybe going to try to sway it. I don't know. We'll get more into that. I mean, there's a world out there where the Cardinals are like, we're done with him. We've been doing this. It's year 8.
Yes.
We're going into year 8. This guy's not going into year 2. But LaFleur might be looking around saying, I don't know if I want to hold my breath that Carson Beck might be there in the second round. Like, give me a quarterback. Or, and somebody said this on our YouTube live chat today too, which I thought was really smart, and so I probably should reference your actual name. But they use the word aligned, but it's true. You got to have the GM, the coach, and the quarterback aligned. If you have already had the clean break, it was Bykowski Alex on the live.
There you go, Jamal.
If you're gonna already make the clean break with the coach, this probably is the time to make the clean break with the quarterback too. And I got to think that's probably what the Cardinals are thinking.
I agree.
When we come back, the Phoenix Suns have been pretty successful so far this season, and they really haven't had Jalen Green this season. So it's a weird question to ask, but do they need him to have success this year? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
All you want is ownership to want to win and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization, and then just going through that process. Like, why wouldn't you?
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray in the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Presidential Pools, they started out as a little company building little pools all the way back in 1991, and they have reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state of Arizona. That's right, Basinonians. They've been improving their brand for decades and really set themselves apart with their process, their products, of course, and their people. As a pool builder, you want to make sure you not only get exactly what you want, but you get a product that is guaranteed to be quality. Presidential Pools, they provide a leading 5-year warranty, and they back their products, and they are a company that isn't going to be gone in a few years or might not finish the job, Basinonians. You can count on Arizona's largest pool builder, just like we did at the Wolfley compound. That's right. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays. The roar when the Sun Devils take the court. The energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Who is Soulja Boy, and what in the heck is that dance?
Who's Soulja Boy?
Soulja Boy, tough. Hey, I got this new dance for y'all called the Soulja Boy. Just gotta punch, then crank back 3 times from left to right.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Phoenix Suns do? Back on the road. We'll get into our basketball team tomorrow. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out to Deer Valley. What is going on, Deer Valley?
Deer Valley. What up, Deer Valley? What up, YouTube?
Playing Soulja Boy right off of Wolf's phone. He was like, hey, play this song. It's my ringtone. With the rejoin.
Not.
Max Stark's going to join us in a little bit to talk about all kinds of things in the second half of the show for sure. But Wolf, I teased this going into break, and I want to make sure I frame this up the right way, okay? The Suns are, 11 games above 500 right now?
Yes.
The caveat here is obviously they are a better team with Jalen Green. Don't get me wrong, okay?
Sure.
Big picture, they
On
need
paper.
Jalen Green. Yes.
Yeah.
Big picture, they need Jalen Green because they don't really have a lot of ways to acquire a guy with star potential in this league anytime in the next couple of years. They don't. It's not like they can pick number 2 overall or something. You know what I mean? So big picture, Jalen Green is a huge piece of this taking another step at some point. But we're 51 games in, and they're 11 games above 500. Now they're winning games without Jalen Green or Devin Booker. They obviously need Devin Booker. Do they really need Jalen Green to be able to succeed this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to say yes. Listen, you've heard me talk about this, Luke, in the past, but you need a combination of talent and toughness to be a great team.
Yes.
Ron Wolfley reporting. The Suns' toughness
My sources
is super high. The toughness, would you say that, Basinonians, right now? The Suns' toughness is really high, but they need another scorer to pair up with Devin Booker. They need somebody that can give Book a little space. They need more raw talent when they get into the postseason. And why is that? Because you may need to win some games or maybe even a couple of games in a series by outscoring your opponent. Maybe your defense isn't as buttoned up as it has been. Maybe you're facing a team that knows how to score the basketball, and they're really, really good. You got to be capable of being whatever you need to be to beat your opponent.
I think it underscores how quickly this season has evolved for the Suns, because if you frame that question up as, hey, can the Phoenix Suns make the playoffs without Jalen Green? Yeah. I mean, they're the number 6 seed right now. It's not his fault.
The answer is
he hasn't given them much of anything. You know, when he's played, he's been good, but he hasn't played, and they're the number 6 seed in the Western. And by the way, they have moved ahead of Minnesota, which is who I thought they would move ahead of.
Okay.
And they're doing this now again without Devin Booker. They're still not only treading water, they're 7-3 in their last 10. I know Book hasn't missed all 10 of those games, but you would expect a drop off, and they're still mostly winning these games. But if the question is what you just alluded to, could you win a playoff series without Jalen Green? Could, yes. Will, no. Probably not.
You know, once again, though, would you say that Jalen Green he's a force of nature? There's a lot of that talent right there. You have to figure out how you're going to play.
Yeah.
This is the one thing about Jalen Green and coming back, and suddenly he's injured again, and you've got to figure out how you're going to play with Jalen Green in the lineup. The Suns are number 23 in the association in points per game. Number 23, 113.8. Would you say that's great? No,
not 23 is not great.
You have to be capable of becoming whatever you need to be in order to beat your opponent. And there's going to be sometimes some possessions in a playoff series you're going to need scores.
You can't just dial up 30 from Colin Gillespie in a playoff series.
Just don't think you can bank on that. Yeah. Once again, I love the kid. He's growing by leaps and bounds. Yet right now, Jalen Green brings that part of it for the Phoenix Suns, where provided they learn how to play with him in the rotation, of course, but Jalen Green provides a lot of space and shelter and aid and comfort for Book.
Jalen Green detractors will tell you, look at his playoffs last year where he put up 38 in a game and then disappeared. And that's fair. I mean, I think on that stage, he has a lot to prove in terms of consistency. Yeah. But, I mean, you're right. Like, I was looking again at the YouTube live chat, and there are people in there being like, hey, Colin Gillespie's not a great defender. Talk about his defense. You did. You brought it up. Yeah. He's not a great defender. Yeah. Colin Gillespie's not supposed to be your leading scorer. He's supposed to be... I mean, he wasn't even supposed to be this before the season, but he's supposed to be like, dude, this guy, like, he might be 6th man of the year, or even if he's not that, like, this just incredible contributor off the bench that is certainly, I think, one of the most improved players in the NBA. He's still not the favorite for that, but he should be. He should be right up there. He's not supposed to be in that role that he was in last night. I'm impressed that they can get by for a game or two with him in that role, or 3 or 4 or 5. But you're right, in a playoff series, if we're talking about, like right now, they're lined up to play Denver in the first round of the playoffs, which is not a great matchup for the Suns. If they don't have Jalen Green and Devin Booker, I don't know how they're beating Denver in a playoff series.
Yeah. No, again, you need talent and you need toughness. I don't think the talent quotient might be as high as it needs to be.
Yeah.
Once you get into a playoff series and you've got to survive and advance at that point in time. I just don't know if that talent quotient is high enough for the Phoenix Suns at this point in time if you take Jalen Green out of that equation. Now, once again, there is a lot of stuff that I'm fascinated to see, and the sample size on Jalen Green is so small and so disrupted. You can't start putting pieces
You can't take
together.
anything
You
from his
can't.
appearances yet. You
no,
really can't.
You can't do it. And yet I do. I'm fascinated. I wonder, Jalen Green, again, and we've talked about this many times, sitting there in a front row seat, watching the Suns become this team that is suddenly 31-20. 31-20, this team that is gelling and looks like, they're going to be a playoff
They're
team
5 wins
in the
off last
Western
year's
Conference.
total.
I think about that. And he's had a front row seat to all of this, and suddenly you're going to come back. Are you going to try hard on the defensive end of the floor, Jalen? Because you've been watching these guys ball out on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah, they're not like trading for you and you're like, okay, I got to learn about my team. You've seen it firsthand. You're watching it.
Are you going to say, well, I'm going to bring the offense? That's no. There's no way in the world Jalen Green, as a competitor, there's no way in the world he's going to say, I'm just the scorer. That's what I'm not really going to worry about.
Not here.
You know what? I'm telling you, and that's the part of it that I want to see. Does it take hold? Does Jalen Green say, oh my goodness, you know what? I can improve as a player. I can become so much better. I don't have to be the guy that is scoring 38 points a night. I don't have to be that guy, but I do have to be a two-way guy.
But
that's the question I'd like answered.
Yeah, well, got to see him play more than one and a half games in a row. The crazy thing, though, just to circle back to the initial question, do they need Jalen Green to make the playoffs this year? I'm not saying it like I don't want Jalen Green, but they have operated like, hey, we don't have him right now. When we get him, that'll be great. But when we don't have him, we're not just going to be like, well, we don't have Jalen, so I guess we lose tonight. Like they're not operating that way. They through 51 games do not need him to be in a top 6 spot.
Yes,
that's crazy.
Your original question was, do the Suns need Jalen Green? 51, looking at it right now, and you're 31-20 after 51 games. Oh, there it is. That's exactly right. Do the Suns really need Jalen Green? Yes.
Maybe if we play Green Day, it'll do one of two things. It'll either conjure up Jalen Green or it'll start the Super Bowl. It's one of the two things.
I love that. It's good, Jamal.
All right, we come back. What is the potential of this Cardinals offense now that they have an offensive-minded head coach in Mike LaFleur? We'll get into that next. You'll hear what Michael Wilson had to say about that next as well. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Alan Gillespie on the dribble. Gets it into the forecourt now with 10 seconds left to go in quarter number 3. Throws to Royce O'Neal, right wing, and gets it back. Now Goodwin thought about the 3. Puts it on the deck against Sissoko. Now he'll take the 3 over Sissoko and drill it. All net for Jordan Goodwin.
It wasn't easy, but the Suns got the W. And we get into it on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, choosing dental implants, it's going to be one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make, man. You need that healthy teeth, healthy mouth. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They are locally owned, and they're proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team, they deliver results that you can trust, Basinonians. That's right. This is your health, man. It really is. Go experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers that are out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA, dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final two teams. Plus, the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but two healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns showed up and showed out last night on primetime. The Suns beat the Portland Trail Blazers 130-125 in comeback fashion. And just a little PSA, keep your distance from Colin Gillespie because he might just still be on fire. He led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are off tonight but are back at home tomorrow hosting the Golden State Warriors. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced to the Valley yesterday. LaFleur joined Burns and Gambo yesterday and asked him about the evaluation of the quarterback position with the Cardinals.
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Jail.
All right, Wolf, I did think it was cool. It doesn't mean anything. I get it when the season kicks off, but I thought it was cool that Matt LaFleur was at the Cardinals press conference yesterday talking about an active head coach. I told you and Jamal this before the show. If you think back to before the season when we did our predictions for the season, and I said Matt LaFleur as a coach of the year, What I really meant was Mike LaFleur will be coaching the Cardinals in February. That's what I was trying to say. I see. Yeah.
Alleged. This is all allegedly.
But I also thought it was cool that there were some Cardinals players at the press conference yesterday, and one of them was Michael Wilson, and he was asked afterwards about his view, the excitement level about the potential of this offense. You got to remember, Michael Wilson, and this is a draft pick that Monty Austinfort definitely hit on with the third-round pick, Michael Wilson, and a guy that showed some flashes the first, 2 years, whatever, even the first half of last year, but wasn't anything. Second half of last season, he basically put up a 1,000-yard season in half a season.
Yes.
So he talked about the excitement and the potential of this offense now with an offensive-minded guy leading the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of what I touched on. I think from my standpoint, like looking at me, Marv, and Trey, like I'm excited to, get with an offensive guy who hopefully can, maximize all of our skill sets, and I'm just excited to get to work.
Yeah, excited to get to work. I'm excited to watch Michael Wilson get to work as well. I think immediately when I think of the Los Angeles Rams and I think of Mike LaFleur, I'm thinking of 11 personnel being a huge part of what they do. 11 personnel, 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. And the reason why I say that is because I think Mike LaFleur is going to look at their personnel and, their offensive line needs to be fixed. That needs to be fixed. Whether you're going to do a lot of zone scheme or a lot of power scheme, which includes down blocks and pulling the uncovered lineman and kicking out. Angle blocks, if you will. It's a different offensive lineman that you're really going to be looking for. Now, most NFL teams, of course, they blend the zone schemes with the power schemes that are out there. But the Rams, they love the zone scheme. This is something that goes all the way back to the Shanahan, Mike Shanahan, not Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan.
Going back to like Terrell Davis
all
running
the way
football.
What he did in Denver, oh my goodness. And Alex Gibbs was the creator. That's right, the creator of the zone scheme for the Denver Broncos. And, you're going to have to tailor your offense to be capable of doing all that. But when you've got 3 wide receivers that I think the Cardinals are going to have, you got Michael Wilson, and right now we're having the conversation. Is he a 1 or is he a 2? The one thing we know for sure, he's good.
Yeah.
He's good. Marvin Harrison Jr., we're going to see how this goes. This, to me, based on what I saw from Marvin Harrison Jr. last year, this is the best thing that could happen to Marvin Harrison Jr. He needs a paradigm shift. Everything that has happened so far, no, we're doing away with all of it. You've got to erase all of it. You're starting all over again.
Yeah.
That's what he needs.
That's I like that you said that because, okay, you're looking at Mike LaFleur, who was just working with Puka Nacua. And look at the season Puka Nacua had and the career Puka's been in the league one more year than Marvin Harrison Jr. It feels like Puka's on his path to the Hall of Fame already.
I know.
One more year than Marvin. What was he picked? 150 picks later than him?
Pick.
So, it has last year felt like a lost year for Marv to the point where if you were taking over this team right now, if I'm Mike LaFleur and I'm looking at my receivers, I'm like, okay, Trey McBride, this guy might be the best tight end in the league. This is awesome. Who do you trust more as a receiver right now? Michael Wilson, who's done it, or Marvin Harrison Jr., who has more upside, but he's the one guy that didn't instantly improve when Jacoby Brissett took over. Jacoby Brissett took over, and Trey McBride went from being one of the best tight ends in the NFL to the best and a red zone threat, and one of the best red zone threats. And Michael Wilson went from being a guy who was okay to one of the best receivers in the NFL in the second half of the season. Marv didn't take off. So that's where I tend to agree with you. Marv needed some sort of change, but I don't want that change to be like, yeah, Marv's on a different team, and now he is playing to his potential with the Patriots or something,
right,
you know?
So this is a way to do that, Luke. And this is what I think we're going to see. And again, this is the reason why Trey McBride is so critical. Going forward, Trey McBride is critical. And the reason being is because of 11 personnel. 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. You need your tight end to be able to hold up at the point of attack. I didn't think last year was Trey McBride's best year. in terms of being a blocking
all around
tight end.
Yeah.
He was unbelievable. We know it right now. You could the best tight end in terms of receiving, the best receiving tight end in the National Football League last year. I want to see him continue to develop because if in fact Mike LaFleur can go 11 personnel in rundown situation and use that zone concept, that zone scheme that is famous in his coaching tree, I think it's really going to benefit the Arizona Cardinals. They need some other guys to step up as well. James Conner. How healthy is James Conner going to be?
Here's more from Michael Wilson on just having some positive news in the building yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big weight off for sure. A couple of my teammates texted me and were really excited about the hire. I think maybe halfway through the coaching hire, I felt like that was, like, I kind of had an inkling that Mike was going to be the guy. But it was a big, I guess, weight off our shoulders. And now that we have some sort of direction going forward, I think that's healthy as a player to have it.
He also talked about the excitement level of just being able to work with LaFleur.
Really excited. I mean, if we can operate anywhere as closely as have the success that the Rams have had, that'd be a major positive. But yeah, just getting to know Mike for the last. I met him here when he was interviewing, and just first impression, seems like a real genuine man and good family man. Seems like he's extremely passionate about the game of football. I'm sure everyone can feel that, like, it oozes out of his whole persona, is that he's dead serious about football. So I'm just excited to get to work with him.
Can I trust you, Coach? Can I trust you? Can I trust you to tell me the truth? And do I value that truth? I mean, these are questions that players are going to be asking themselves as they develop this relationship with Mike LaFleur. Can I trust you? Will you tell me the truth? And do I value what you're saying to me enough? Do I respect you? And it's the reason why you have to. One feeds off the other. Are you telling me the truth? I need to be able to trust you that you are and that you have my best interest at heart. And you're telling me this because you want me to develop and get better, or you want me to make this team. Whatever it might be, the respect issue is there, and it takes time to earn that respect. The first time Mike LaFleur addresses this team, it's not going to be like all respect is going to be given to him immediately. It's going to be a relationship that is going to develop over time.
Yeah. I mean, you got to remember, most people felt pretty good about Jonathan Gannon within that organization 6 months ago. I mean, you do have to win on the field. It's interesting to hear Michael Wilson say about halfway through this, I kind of had an inkling that maybe Mike LaFleur would be the guy. If I were Michael Wilson, I also would have wanted Mike LaFleur or Clint Kubiak out of all the names that were bouncing around, because regardless of this division and how good the Cardinals ultimately get to be, once they figure out the quarterback situation, their offense shouldn't really be a question mark in, let's say, 2027 to be safe. Okay, let's give Mike LaFleur a year, right? Because he doesn't even know who his quarterback is. He's coming in this division. But their offense should be pretty good in 2027. I mean, that's why you hired him. And you did just draft a bunch of pieces on defense. Just too many of them were hurt this year. All right, when we come back, pitchers and catchers report for the Diamondbacks next week, Wolf.
Man.
They made a move yesterday right after our show, and we may have gotten a hint that another move could be on the way. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Moving is said to be one of the most stressful things you're ever going to do in your life. And, I guess I don't know if that's the case, but I can tell you it is a stressful proposition. And Moving Team 6, they want to remove the stress from the equation. It can make you nuts, right? Especially if you're moving your family all the way across the country. Well, Moving Team 6, they can do that. Whether it's a local move, whether you're going to move just inside the state of Arizona or all the way across the country, Moving Team 6, they got you covered. What can you expect from Moving Team 6? Basically, perfection. They believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust, Basinonians. That is why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at spinatospizzeria.com.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How did the Phoenix Suns fare in another game without Devin Booker? We'll react starting at straight up 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Why can't I hear you? That was interesting.
Probably because my mic's not on.
Okay, there we go.
No, we were just having a private conversation off the air while the show's going.
That's cool.
There was baseball news yesterday.
Did you push the button?
Well,
did you push
yes,
it,
I did. That was 100% on me because I had my headphones in queue because I wanted to hear a cut I'm going to play later in the show.
I see.
And then I forgot to turn my actual mic on. That doesn't mean you and I can't talk.
Because once I push it, it's on.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned. And sometimes it's not, is it?
Well, it's
interesting.
Life is a weird thing sometimes.
Indeed.
Twists and turns and everything. The Diamondbacks signed Carlos Santana. After we had this conversation yesterday, hey, is it going to be Ty France or Carlos Santana or Ty France or Carlos Santana? And we got off the air, and about, 4 seconds later, right after the show ended, it was Carlos Santana. So I'm guessing as the season goes, we're going to be probably playing a lot of Carlos Santana rejoins anytime he has home runs. Like, remember we used to play For Whom the Bell Tolls every time Josh Bell hit a home run? That was a fun couple weeks.
That was.
But, all right, so you've got your first baseman now, however they choose to deploy him with Pavin Smith or moving guys around to DH or whatever. But Gambo had been pretty consistent in this. I think a lot of people were pretty consistent in believing that they weren't done at that position yet. And now you've gone out and added a guy who's been in the league for a long time, but you have added a significant piece.
Yeah, I would say so. I like this signing a lot. I really do, especially because the Diamondbacks were close to signing Ty France. Listen,
Apparently not that close.
I'm not laughing at Ty France.
You're laughing with him?
Is there a possibility the D-backs leaked that story to the public, that they were also looking at Ty France? I'm just saying, is it possible?
So you're saying they made Carlos Santana an offer, and he was like, I don't know. And they're like, well, maybe we'll just call Ty France.
Boy,
and he's like, Ty France, I'll show you. I'll sign right now.
You don't like our offer, Carlos? Well, we'll have to go to France.
Yeah.
Oui, monsieur.
And he was like, nope, I'm signing right now. Don't mess with Carlos Santana.
This is going to be really cool to see this. Carlos Santana at 40. He's going to be one of the most respected guys in the clubhouse, I would imagine. A guy that's had a career as long as he's had.
Yeah.
And now suddenly he's going to come. He's 40. I'm a man. I'm 40.
He's not there yet. He can't do the Mike Gundy speech for another month and a half.
Oh, okay. I thought he was 40.
He's 30. He's only 39.
Oh,
right
my
now.
goodness. He's 39. Yeah. Just calm down.
He'll be 40 when the season starts.
He's going to be 40 when the season starts. I'm a man. I'm 40. Isn't that right, Mike Gundy? What I love about Carlos is he won a Gold Glove in 2024. This is a guy who's a very good defensive first baseman, and that's what I love to see. Good defense.
Yeah, and you know that's what the Diamondbacks love to see, and they are doubling and tripling down on the defensive side of things. This is a team that was supposed to be built around defense and pitching the last few years, and instead they've been one of the best hitting teams, but they have struggled with pitching. And I would say the defense, not that it was bad, but it was not on the same level consistently the way it was the year they went to the World Series, which, again, trying to put myself in Mike Hazen's shoes, if I'm pouring my resources into defense and the defense is not that great, it's frustrating. We know it was frustrating, and we had him on every other week basically for the last 4 years we've had him. But you could tell the last couple of years, it's like, I'm trying to build this around pitching and defense, and we're just hitting home runs.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Okay.
There it is.
Honestly. For me, though, this is a guy that is a switch hitter as well. Carlos Santana, a switch hitter. I kind of like that. A guy that's hit 335 home runs. Now, his power numbers have really dipped, especially last year they did. But you know what I love most of all? I love most of all about Carlos Santana in this signing is a clubhouse guy that is going to bring a lot of accountability and credibility into the Diamondbacks clubhouse. And I don't think Ty France would have had the exact same impact as I believe Carlos Santana's going to.
You would figure Carlos Santana has pretty much seen it all in the majors. What I like about this move is not even so specific to Santana other than what you just said, leadership and defense, or veteran presence and defense. Those are clearly two things they value, and they just did this on the other side of the infield with Nolan Arenado as well. Arenado's not as old as Santana, but you went out and you prioritized defense and leadership, whatever you want to say, veteran presence in the locker room. How many times has Mike Hazen told us over the years, it's not just important to add vets, it's important to add the right vets around your young players. I don't know what to expect from Carlos Santana as a hitter. I mean, I to be honest, I expect more from Nolan Arenado as a hitter. I still could see a world where Arenado goes out there and has like 20 home runs and surprises a lot of people this year. I don't know about that for Santana. Last year he hit 219 with 11 home runs.
Yeah.
But what I like about it is it gives you more flexibility. I'm a little nervous about going into the season and saying, you know what, we're going to make the playoffs and Pavin Smith's going to play every day.
Yes.
How about we have some flexibility? If Pavin Smith is hitting the way he can, yeah, roll with him. If he's going in one of those slumps, though, that he's been in before, I've got other guys I can move in there.
Yes, agreed. He is. Carlos Santana is a switch hitter, and not only that, he finished with 12 defensive runs saved and 8 outs above average.
What was his expected slug, though? I know you're a big expected slugs guy.
I was cracking myself up right there.
Wolf reads advanced baseball stats. I could listen to that whole show.
Are you kidding me? 8 outs above average. That was third in the majors.
That feels pretty good. 8 outs above average.
Feels really good,
What's
man.
his VORP? You have his VORP over there?
What? I don't have his VORP over here. I don't have that. But this is a guy in 2024. Okay, that's not ancient history. Hit 23 home runs. Had 26 doubles as well. So, look, he's 40, or he's going to be. I've got that in my head. He's going to be 40 years old. Yet at the same time, he's going to be a guy that's going to be really highly respected, I would imagine, inside that clubhouse, having played 16 years. 16 years in the bigs. I love this signing.
Think about how different the world was 16 years ago.
Yeah.
Also, Zach Gallen was golfing with Merrill Kelly, and I believe Corbin Burns was there as well. Again, pitchers and catchers report in a week. Okay, Zach Gallen is still not signed, and I find the image of him with Merrill Kelly hilarious, because when Merrill Kelly was getting traded last year, he's like, "Yeah, I'll probably come back." And then immediately did. And I think we all believe, especially as we get closer and closer to the start of spring training and Zach Gallen hasn't signed with the team, that it would make a lot of sense for him to come back here. But I just laugh at his agent probably like, why is Zach on TV with a bunch of Diamondbacks right now?
Yeah.
Where's my leverage?
That's right. Where is my leverage? Honestly, if they signed Zach Gallen, they brought him back in that 1-year deal.
I think you're set for the start of the season. You've got bullpen questions.
I'm ready to lick my fingers a little bit. This is the freaky Mike Hazen. He puts the bullpen together, typically last for the most part. Got a lot of arms, a lot of injury questions about guys coming back. So we're going to have to wait and see. But, man, you'd feel pretty good right now.
Here's Gallen. This is courtesy of Fox 10. Somebody saw him, and they're like, hey, wait a minute, Zach, you're talking to Diamondbacks. What are the odds you'd come back and just re-sign with the Diamondbacks?
It's very humbling. That's kind of been the constant thing over the last couple weeks. Is, people have been like, "Hey, we'd really love you to come back," and I think people understand what Phoenix means to me, and we're calling. My wife is from here. I'm calling this home base now. So for us to be here would be awesome, and I think it's been really humbling that people have come up and would like me to come back, especially because I knew how the first half of last year went. We didn't make the playoffs and things like that. So it gives you chills that people still want you to come back and be a part of the organization and the franchise.
Zach, could you just sign this paper real quick? Just sign this paper. You don't want to live in Philadelphia.
I'm sorry. Did you hear that, Cut?
Yeah.
Okay, I did not hear. I mean, before we came.
Oh, I thought you were like, just because I couldn't turn my mic on,
Cut?
I couldn't turn my headphones on either. Yes, I heard it.
Oh my goodness, I did not hear that based on Zach Cut. Does that make you think Zach Gallen is coming back? Oh boy.
When you refer to it as home base.
This is just me. Oh, man. Everything is so copacetic.
We're not having this conversation on November 20th. Spring training is starting. Pitchers and catchers report next week. Zach could just golf for 5 more days and then report with the guys he was golfing with.
Pretty squared away on that. Oh, my goodness, Zach. We love you, buddy.
All right, let's get this done so we can get into baseball season. All right, when we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At the end of it all, the Cardinals end up with Mike LaFleur, who I think most Cardinal fans are okay with. You had a choice if you're the Arizona Cardinals. You could have gone and tried to hire a retread of Vance Joseph or Ron Rivera, somebody who's done the job, somebody who's had experience, or you could roll the dice on a first-time head coach who is currently a coordinator. In this particular case, I'm cool with the latter because A, I wasn't really a fan of the retreads that were available to them, and B, if you're going to take a shot, roll the dice and see if you can find a Jordan Knott. Roll the dice, see if you can find a Liam Cohen.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, if you've got some back issues, you've got a neck issue, whatever it may be, you need to go see the good doctors over at DISC. Dr. Chris, he has helped me in the past. It's one of the reasons why, Basinonians, I love sharing this news about DISC to you, this recommendation. DISC, they treat a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease as well. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to the patient's goals, your goals, and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief. Man, enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com. or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Join Doctors Kopstein and King from K2 Vision RLE to learn about refractive lens exchange and have your questions answered. They're hosting a free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
We'll answer these questions and more at our upcoming K2 Vision free live webinar. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
How long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
The webinar is this Thursday afternoon at 1. Space is limited. Register now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns showed up and showed out last night on primetime. The Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in comeback fashion. And just a little PSA, keep your distance from Colin Gillespie because he might still be on fire. He led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are off tonight but are back at home tomorrow hosting the Golden State Warriors. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced to the Valley yesterday. LaFleur joined Burns and Gambo yesterday, and they asked him about his evaluation of the quarterback position with the Cardinals.
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
And Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number one by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Wednesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Jamal is here. Jamal?
Boys, Mike LaFleur was introduced to the Valley yesterday, and he's excited to get to work. Speaking of work, what is the first item of business that Mike LaFleur needs to take care of as the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
Coaching staff is going to be huge because that's going to determine how successful he can ultimately be. I think we all like the Mike LaFleur hire, and the assistants aren't necessarily going to get the same headlines as the head coaching hire, but the assistants are going to be guys who play a huge role in how much we like the Mike LaFleur hire in 2 and 3 and 4 years.
Yeah, for me, I would say simultaneously, you've got to put your coaching staff together. You have to put it together, and you have to contact the team leaders and have direct conversations with them while you're doing that. Putting the coaching staff together and reaching out to the captains, reaching out to the established veterans on this team that you're going to need to help lead this team.
And a lot of movement in the NBA yesterday, and one big blockbuster trade that just went down that we'll get to in a few minutes. But the move that happened yesterday, James Harden was traded from the Los Angeles Clippers to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland. What were you guys' reaction to this trade?
That's an interesting one because, Harden loves L.A. It feels like every time I see James Harden happy, he's either at L.A. or at some sort of ASU sporting event. If you're going to trade him, you're getting Darius Garland. I just can't figure out, is this the Clippers trying to win now? Do you trade James Harden to try to win now? But I like Darius Garland. I don't know. I guess maybe it was the Clippers being like, okay, we got to mix things up. And maybe Cleveland. I thought Cleveland was building around Darius Garland for a while there, so I don't know.
Yeah, for me, Darius Garland, a significantly younger player than James Harden, and you got the second-round pick thrown in there as well. I was surprised that Darius Garland was moved, yet at the same time, I was not surprised James Harden has moved. Man, this guy has had a history of moving. Constantly, it seems like he has been in flow since he's gone on his odyssey. But, yeah, you know what? To me, I thought the Clippers got some real value back with Darius Garland and a younger Darius Garland in a 2026 second-round pick.
Harden and Donovan Mitchell will be interesting together. Yeah. It's, Cleveland just became... I don't want to say Cleveland got better, but Cleveland, I feel like they moved their timeline up to right now.
At some point in time, Father Time is going to catch up. Is that this year? I don't know.
Yeah, that was my biggest takeaway too, Luke, was it's go big or go home for the Cavs right now.
And, I mean, the East is very winnable.
Oh, it's
with
open.
all due respect to Detroit, it's a lot more winnable than it's been in recent years. So.
100%. And really quickly, the news that just came down a few minutes ago, the Dallas Mavericks are trading 10-time NBA All-Star Anthony Davis.
To the Lakers for Luka?
No, they can't get him back. They tried. They begged, actually, and it just didn't work out. But they're trading Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, and Dante Exum to the Washington Wizards for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, Malachi Branham, Marvin Bagley III, 2 first-round picks, and 3 second-rounders.
So, again, not Luka.
Luka was not involved in this. Once again, he was contacted, and he threw his phone into whatever lake was closest to him.
So 13 months ago, 12 and a half months ago, they traded Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis. I'm sure somebody on the internet has looked up how many games Anthony Davis played ultimately for Dallas.
Oh, man.
And they are now trading him for A.J. Johnson, Chris Middleton, Marvin Bagley III, and some picks.
It's only more evidence. It's one of the worst trades in the history of the NBA.
Oh, in the history of
if
sports.
Not the, if not the worst trade. The Luka Doncic affair. Oh my goodness, what a mess.
I still can't believe that Anthony Davis was traded to Dallas 12 and a half months ago in that trade. And he's already been traded again. By the way, what is Washington doing? Are they like, hey, we're going all in with Anthony Davis? And
they're going for it. They're trying to contend this year, Luke. What do you... Washington isn't a compete.
You know what, though, once again, I still wonder, just watching Luka Doncic and his career, the rest of his career, I mean, this is a guy that is maybe the most talented basketball player in the world, period. Just have to wonder how many rings he's going to win.
Well, we will now measure his career for all time against A.J. Johnson to see if the Mavericks won that trade or not. Do we know how Rick feels about this? Because if he hates this trade, I think we all need to get him a jersey of Anthony Davis.
I actually texted him. I have not gotten a response.
Okay, he's probably threw his phone into the lake that Luka threw his
Same
phone
one.
into.
All right, a couple more for you guys. The Suns have not made a move yet, and the trade deadline is tomorrow at 1 p.m. Arizona time, which takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question presented by Sanderson Ford, which asks, should the Suns do anything at the trade deadline? Your options are no, don't mess with the chemistry, yes, but nothing major, or yes, make a splash if you can.
I don't want to mess with it. So I guess that'll be my answer. If you can get a power forward without, I don't want to mess with it, honestly. Because even if you could get a power forward on the cheap, I guess you would have to do it. But then that guy's got to fit in. I'm not making a splash. I have heard some people say, why don't you just trade Jalen Green right now?
Yeah.
Because you can win without him and get some of these pieces. I'm not doing that, but I understand where people are coming from. My biggest thing with the Suns is, where does Giannis go? Because I don't want Giannis coming to the Western Conference.
Yeah, for me, I'm standing pat. This team has deserved that. We got Jalen Green coming back at some point in time. He's going to start playing back-to-back games. And then he's going to get 4 in a row. I mean, it's going to be 10 in a row. And at some point in time, he's going to get healthy. He's going to be okay. That is your piece that you're acquiring, as far as I'm concerned, to the trade deadline. And we'll go from there. If it doesn't work out for the Phoenix Suns this year, okay, fine. You'll have a much clearer picture as to what to do in the offseason. But right now, why would you mess with 31-20 right now? Why?
I think at some point you have to make a trade for the future, but it's not right now. It's not during this season. See where this season goes, and then you'll know how big of a trade you need to make for the future down the line.
So this is a very close result. Leading the way with 35% of the vote says no, don't mess with the chemistry. 34% says yes, but nothing major. 32% says yes, make a splash if you can. So very, very, very close. And finally, speaking of the Phoenix Suns, their owner will be playing some basketball of his own. And Matt Ishbia will be playing in the All-Star Celebrity Game, and he will be playing alongside...
That
Wait a minute. Was
Wolf, that was you.
That was me?
I have never heard anybody do the mustard yell as good as Kendrick Lamar. That was pretty close, man. And you hadn't even heard it before today, right?
No.
So if you missed it earlier in the show, we played the Kendrick, him yelling mustard. Wolf hadn't heard it before and immediately did that. That's pretty close, man. that actually went on longer.
Give it to me one more time. Go.
Okay,
I had to doctor that.
I did a little.
Oh, you did. Okay, you did. All right.
Yeah, because the bite is about 10 seconds, so I put some of the first time you did it and some of the second time you did it.
But you could have gone longer with that if you wanted.
That's the scary part.
Yeah, that's the scary part. We're gonna
63 and Savage.
By the time the All-Star game rolls around, that's going to be 47 minutes long. We're just going to play that. All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Jamal. Arizona Sports teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf. You can do the mustard chant. And Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. All right, when we come back, every time somebody emerges as an unsung hero for the Suns, they just become a household name after that. So who is the unsung hero for the Suns now? We'll tell you next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns basketball.
Suns win 130-125. They come all the way back from down 19 in the first half, and they beat the Blazers by 5. They improved to 31-20 on the season, back to 11 games over 500. And the final 4 games before the All-Star break will all be in the comforts of their own home at Mortgage Matchup Center.
It wasn't easy, but the Suns got the W, and we get into it on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
The
Renaissance Festival is back. Weekends now through March 29th. Be ready to have a great time. Amazing adventure awaits the entire family. New shows, shopping, jousting nights, non-stop feasting. Leave your cares behind. Happiness reigns at the Renaissance Festival. It's fun and affordable. Visit now through March 29th. Discount tickets available at Bashas' and Food City or online at arizona.renfestinfo.com. Presented by Delta Airlines, Bashas', Food City, Pepsi, Budweiser, and Guinness.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for Kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the Corporate VP of Marketing. So, Chris, the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, why are events like this so important to Earnhardt Auto Centers?
I think the most important thing I can say about that on behalf of the company and the Earnhardt family is that we support the communities that support Earnhardt. We wouldn't be who we are and last as long as we have, 75 years in the market, if it wasn't for the communities that built us. We're a lot more than a dealership. We're a community partner. And there's 17 of our locations in the Valley that are community partners who want to be a part of making lives better. And that's not just putting cars on the road and servicing them. It's improving the lives of the families that are in those cars and the families that they touch and they affect. It's part of our culture. It's ingrained in what we do. This particular one is all about Boys and Girls Club. It's all about the kids, and it's definitely something we want to stay behind for a long time.
To learn more about the Earnhardt commitment to community partnership, please visit noble.com/community.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
All right. I don't know if this is good or bad. Give it to us, Jamal.
So, according to Tom Pelissero, the Arizona Cardinals are hiring Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator. Hackett is 46 years old. He was the offensive coordinator for 3 seasons under Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. Now he teams up with Mike LaFleur in Arizona.
Oh. Nathaniel Hackett.
Okay.
Not a name I was expecting.
Nathaniel Hackett.
Does this mean they're signing Aaron Rodgers? Did they say that anywhere in there?
No.
Okay.
You know what, though? Sure. Immediately, my reaction to this is I love this. I love this because guess who probably recommended Nathaniel Hackett to Mike LaFleur?
Matt LaFleur.
His brother, Matt. Do you think that Matt LaFleur would recommend somebody that wasn't really qualified?
That'd be a really mean prank to pull on
somebody.
Your brother.
Can you imagine what a kick in the face that would be? I love this. This is nice. And not only that, it is, again, within the Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan tree.
Yeah.
I endorse this message.
This is, okay. I didn't expect to be reacting to a Nathaniel Hackett hiring today. You're not hiring him as the head coach. I mean, everybody remembers things didn't go well as a head coach in Denver. Okay, I get that. But you're not hiring him as a head coach. As an offensive coordinator, he has had some success, certainly with Green Bay. Now, that was with Aaron Rodgers. He's also been in Buffalo, Jacksonville, and New York, the Jets, as an offensive coordinator over the years. It's a fairly significant name for your offensive coordinator. That's a quick hire, too.
Yes.
I mean, Mike LaFleur just got introduced yesterday.
Yes. Once again, I like this. Alignment. Alignment is important. And especially, you're going to have Mike LaFleur calling plays, and now he's going to have somebody that's, I guarantee you, he knows, somebody he's already met, and somebody he trusts as his offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, that's an important point, though, that you just made. Nathaniel Hackett's not coming in here to call the plays. Mike LaFleur is calling the plays. For people that immediately think, oh, Nathaniel Hackett, he was a punchline in 2022. That was the head coach of Denver, of the Broncos. He's not here to be the head coach, and he's not even here to call the plays. So to your point, it's somebody that Mike LaFleur can bounce ideas off of and somebody he must be very comfortable with, but Mike LaFleur is still the one calling the plays. And I do like that you got an offensive coordinator. I like 2 things about the fact that they got this, Wolf. I like that you got your offensive coordinator quickly. But more importantly to me, and I said this to you yesterday, I like that you got an offensive coordinator. Because we've seen in the past, hey, we got this great young offensive mind. He's going to be the head coach and the OC.
Yeah.
No more of that. Mike LaFleur is going to be the mastermind of the offense here. He's going to be the guy calling the plays. I do still want an offensive coordinator, though, involved with this team. I want a full coaching staff, and it sounds like that's going to happen.
Man, I love this. I really do. This is a guy that's got a ton of experience as being an offensive coordinator, in the National Football League, going all the way back to the Jacksonville Jaguars back in 2016, 2017, 2018, and then the Green Bay Packers in 2019, 2020, 2021 as well. This is a guy that was a head coach, as we all know, and yet, once again, a coordinator for the Jets. And I know Nathaniel Hackett, and I know his offense. So having said this, it's in alignment completely, and I hate to rip off Jordan Ott.
Hey,
I do.
It works.
I hate to
for him.
rip it off. But Nathaniel Hackett, he knows Kyle Shanahan. He knows Sean McVay. He knows this offense intimately. This is going to be a great addition for Mike LaFleur, being as young as he is, to be able to look at Nathaniel Hackett, who's not old, but he is 46.
Yeah,
he's a little bit older. You know what he is? He's the age of Matt LaFleur.
He's, yeah. The more we talk this out, the more I do like it. And a lot of it is for the reasons that we're kind of working through here right now. Again, biggest picture. They hired an offensive coordinator, or they're hiring one. We're not going to pretend Mike LaFleur is the head coach and the OC. I hate that. We've tried it. I like the fact that they are learning from something that in the past really didn't work. I get it. They made the playoffs with Cliff Kingsbury in that role, but they clearly hit a wall where you can't have your head coach also be your offensive coordinator, especially when he has never been a head coach before. So I like quickly, okay, you hired an OC, you hired somebody that he's comfortable with. Again, you're not bringing Nathaniel Hackett in to be the head coach. He's an OC, and he's not going to be the guy calling the plays. I like the ties to Green Bay, Matt LaFleur, and certainly to Aaron Rodgers for whatever that's worth, and we'll see where this goes. It just feels like it's low risk.
For me, again, it is the Sean McVay tree. This guy is very intimate with the offense that they're going to run. And by the way, he couldn't have been cheap, Basinonians. No way. I mean, this is a guy who's been a head coach in the league. This is a guy who's been an offensive coordinator. He's established. Nathaniel Hackett could not have been cheap.
You know, my question is how does Nathaniel Hackett feel about Kyler Murray? Now we have to ask this question. Is there any sort of anybody out there have a quote of Nathaniel Hackett, Kyler Murray, Jacoby Brissett?
Let's see. He was an offensive assistant at Stanford.
There's not really
back
any
in
Stanford
2003.
quarterbacks in the draft. Okay,
yeah.
Well, that's even pre Andrew Luck, so this doesn't mean Andrew Luck's
you know
coming
what?
out of
I love
retirement
this guy,
either.
too. Nathaniel Hackett. I forgot. He was in Buffalo for 2 years.
He knows his way around Orchard Park.
That's right.
That's all
He's
Wolf
at
needed.
the park. He's an offensive quality control coach.
All right. Well, that entire segment got derailed. We'll have the Phoenix Suns conversation we were going to have. We'll just do it later in the show. But when we come back, Max Starks is going to join us, get his reaction to the hiring of Mike LaFleur, the press conference yesterday. Now we can throw this in there as well. What it all means for the Cardinals and their offense in particular going forward. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We have some breaking news with the Arizona Cardinals. According to Tom Pelissero, the Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator. Hackett was the offensive coordinator in Green Bay with the Packers for 3 years under Matt LaFleur, and now he joins younger brother Mike in Arizona. The Phoenix Suns showed up and showed out last night on primetime. The Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in comeback fashion. And just a little PSA for anybody out there. Keep your distance from Colin Gillespie because he might just still be on fire. He led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are off tonight but are back at home tomorrow hosting the Golden State Warriors. Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar tomorrow afternoon at 1. K2VisionRLE.com.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
All right, Max Starks is here for Maximum Football. Can we just call you Maximum Starks?
Yeah, you can't. You can't. I mean, listen, I've been called many things, you know, when people are, Maximus, Maximilian, Maximum.
Max Money. We were calling you that for a while.
Yeah, Maximus Decimus Meridius, Gladiator reference.
That's kind of long.
All of those.
That's a little long.
It's distinguished. What are you guys talking about?
How you doing, buddy?
I am good. You know, I'm actually here during Super Bowl week.
That's beautiful, man.
It's the first time in like 5 years, I think I've actually been in studio during Super Bowl week.
Did you just tell him you're not working? Did you just tell him that?
I told him I was tired.
Max is like, lose my number.
I was like Mancini, and one flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Yeah, I mean, and also it's San Francisco, you know, and dealing with San Francisco and Santa Clara. Nothing against the beautiful people of San Francisco. Your prices suck. It's hilly, and everything's spread out.
That's it. Anything else?
Yeah. Other than that, it's awesome. I mean,
and
listen,
you're not a big trolley car guy, right?
I am not a trolley car guy. I did take the the Amtrak from San Francisco to San Jose. That was pretty cool. That was my first time like on a train.
Wow, that's a good amount too. You're not you only be stuck on a train for like 40 hours.
Yeah, no. So I mean, so that was cool. The Caltrain was cool. Fisherman's Wharf is cool. Chinatown's cool. Yeah.
Have you ever been to Skomas?
I have.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I haven't been there in the last few years. I was disappointed the last time I went there, like 4 years ago. So having said that.
Yeah, it's been like 8 years for me, so you've been more recent than I have.
Yeah, so
now my favorite restaurant, Tan Long, is up there.
Oh, okay.
It's a seafood place. Garlic crab, or just say Dungeness crab and garlic noodles.
Okay.
Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing there.
Now I'm just hungry. Did you bring in any Dungeness crab?
No. Funny enough, tried to go fishing today, and apparently there's no ocean nearby.
You tried to fish out of Tempe Town Lake for Dungeness crab?
Exactly. Went up to Lake Bartlett.
Yeah. Well, Max, let's get into the hiring of Mike LaFleur, since that has happened since the last time we saw you. And maybe it wasn't a total shock from the last time we saw you, but also just your initial reaction to that and what he potentially brings to the Cardinals. And we saw the press conference yesterday with Matt LaFleur there as well.
Yeah, I saw the press conference. I thought he handled it really well. Thought he was very thoughtful in his responses. And, you know, I mean, anytime you have a first-time head coach, which the Cardinals have done this isn't breaking ground for them. I mean, this is what, the four out of the last five have been first-time head coaches. So this is kind of par for the course, I think, is what we could kind of say. But I think you know, he brings a unique background and a unique perspective, being under the Shanahan and both the McVay tree, working with Robert Saleh in New York, and you know, I think, you know, if you're going to attack something, you went defense last time. Now you're going offense again, just like you did with Kingsbury. It's like every other, it feels like, you know, offensive mind, defensive mind, offensive mind, defensive mind, back to offense. So, you know, from that perspective, it's been consistent. It's been one or the other that it's kind of gone in this path. I mean, since Bruce Arians. And, you know, the biggest challenge he's going to face is Monty Ossenfort put out the challenge. He said, we want this to be turned around in year one, not year two.
Yeah.
You know, whereas Jonathan Gannon said it's going to be a couple-year process, kind of laid it out and never got to that. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of pressure on Mike LaFleur to perform right out the gates. And so that's going to be very interesting to see how he responds, because we don't know. I mean, we know who his brother is. All right, and we know what he's done in Green Bay, but this is a different set of problems than what he has in Green Bay. And, you know, assembling the staff, being as late as they are in the process, a lot of those quality coaches that you would normally go after are taken. Yeah. And so from those trees that you're going to be pulling from, right, the fruit you're trying to pull from those branches, how much of it's going to be good fruit or not by the time you get here? That's going to be the biggest challenge for a first-time head coach. You've got to surround yourself with established guys, veteran guys, as well as young minds. So you have to keep a good balance. But who's the guys going to be in your ear, you know, as quote-unquote the hand to the king, right? That's the guy that I want to know who they're going to hire for that, to help him with that process as he navigates these waters in a pressure-filled environment.
You know, you were talking about the fact that Mike LaFleur, you like the fact that he comes from the Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan tree.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny about that, though, Max? I think of McVay and I think zone scheme.
Yeah.
I think of Shanahan and I think gap. I think more gap scheme.
Yeah.
Because he does do a lot of that in some heavy personnel sets as well. But when you think of the offensive line in the McVay-Shanahan tree, what kind of player are you looking for specifically on that O-line?
So you have two very different trees, right? You know, when you talk about the gap, it's a bigger, more powerful guy.
Yeah.
Think Trent Williams, right? That was the guy who when they went out and got him, he fit right on in. Colton McKivitz, another guy. Like, you want these bigger, physical offensive linemen that can go in and just maul people. And then you look at, Sean McVay and the LA Rams, and it was like, hey, how's this guy move in space? What's his lateral movement? Can we pull and get guys out in space type of deal? And I think, for Mike LaFleur, he's going to have to make a decision. Who am I going to be? I can't be the man of two. I can't serve two masters.
Yeah.
So I
think
you
can't blend those though.
You
can't blend that. Most teams do.
You can blend it to a degree, but one's going to be stronger than the other.
True.
Right.
Absolutely.
You're going to run it for the sake of being balanced, for the sake of balance, and you're going to find out if we're an inside zone scheme or we're an outside zone scheme. I think that's where it is. If you're inside zone scheme, gap scheme works perfect, right? Because everything's about trapping and angles. You get to the wider toss zone stuff, you get to the wider man stuff, and it's more you're trusting your exterior, your tight ends, your wide receiver, support blocking staff. So if he's going to major in an interior, then you can blend I think you can blend both of those and be fine. When you get to the outside stuff, that's where it's going to be a little bit more nuanced. And I don't think you'll have the personnel enough in year one to do that. So I would stick towards the more interior side. Keep everything tight in the box and just allow for big bodies to move vertical, as opposed to getting east and west and then trying to shoot up north. It's different when you have – it's a lot easier to call plays when you got Christian McCaffrey in the backfield, right?
Yes.
You don't have Christian McCaffrey.
Tight end.
Exactly. And then, of course, Matt Stafford, right? You can do that because Matt's going to change things. He's going to use a lot of now routes. He's going to have a lot of short, quick game. And you have Puka Nacua. Hell, what play can you not call with Puka Nacua, right? So that's where it's going to be the challenge about who he's going to be. But I would say the easiest, softest landing spot is keeping things interior-wise and keeping it just physical, mashing man on man and allowing the tight zones. Because I think that's where when you're talking about who your personnel is – and who the identity is right now, it's going to be tighter and closer to the center. It's not going to be your exterior guys, right? You're still trying to figure out Marvin Harrison. You're still trying to figure out who that opposite guy is going to be, Michael Wilson or somebody that's not even on this roster yet. And you do have Trey McBride. If Trey McBride, guess what? You can attach him and detach him. So he's a nice guy to have as a piece to really influence the middle part of your passing game. Backfield. Health.
Yes.
Good question.
I don't know.
Yes.
Question mark.
Yes.
And then, of course, in that backfield is a quarterback. I know he spoke very highly about Kyler Murray, but there's a real fundamental thing we have to talk about with Kyler Murray.
Oh, we will. Don't worry.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot more questions to be answered, and I'd rather fill it by saying, let's go interior. Let's focus on the inside zone. Base foundational aspects that he talks about, that's the base foundational aspect. We need to run the ball between the tackles. And then however that looks, gap or zone, we know we can be successful with the right personnel, and that will allow us to expand out later.
All right, we know who the Cardinals head coach is. We know he's an offensive-minded guy. It sounds like we know who their offensive coordinator is as well now. So we come back, we'll react to that news on the OC hiring and what it could mean for what the Cardinals want to do with that number 3 overall pick as well. Max Starks is here from Maximum Football. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Mike LaFleur is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He's joining us from the Cardinals headquarters. Obviously, we're all a little obsessed with Kyler Murray and his future here in the Valley. Where are you in your evaluation of him in reaching a conclusion as to whether you feel like he will be your quarterback in 2026, Mike?
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6. 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Max Starks. Maximum football. Maximum football.
With Wolf and Luke.
All right, Max Starks is here for Maximum Football. We'll talk Super Bowl in a little bit, Max. Don't worry.
Oh, I can't wait. Oh, yay.
You seem worried.
Patriots, Seahawks. So
Cool.
good.
Two new teams. Awesome.
Yeah.
Just want to see it.
Hadn't seen those guys. Hadn't seen those guys play in the Super Bowl
No,
before.
it'll be really good for everybody.
Really interesting.
Did you see
That's right. It was here in 49. I
Did
forgot.
you see there is a prop bet? Will the Seahawks throw the ball from the 1-yard line at some point in the game?
God, that's so good. I like the prop bet of they will sign Marshawn Lynch to a 1-day contract just to run the ball from the one.
Try to right a wrong.
Prove that it worked. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. He's got a lot more Skittles in his belly now than he did back then.
He had a lot back then, though, too.
Yeah,
Maybe
he did.
It didn't really seem to hold him down. All right, Max, the news that just came out about, I don't know, half hour ago was that the Cardinals appear to be hiring Nathaniel Hackett as the OC under Mike LaFleur. So Wolf and I were reacting to it as it happened, obviously. That's not necessarily a name I expected, although maybe I should have because he's worked for Matt LaFleur before. My initial reaction is I like that they hired an OC. I mean, that alone, an OC who's established. Last time they tried this with a young offensive mind, they didn't give him an OC. It was just Cliff Kingsbury calling plays and being the OC and being the head coach.
He was the OC. He was like, hey, by the way, HCOC.
Yeah.
That's your title.
That doesn't work.
Yeah.
So they have an OC now. What is your reaction to that? What do you think of Nathaniel Hackett specifically?
Well, I think obviously hit the boots, hit boots on the ground and run. I think that's the biggest thing is that you have your press conference and then boom, immediately you have an offensive coordinator like 24 hours later.
Yeah.
So I think from that perspective, good, right? So you're starting to build the base. And now you can start to build and fill out the rest of the tree as it trickles down. Nathaniel Hackett, I mean, he's had success as a coordinator. I mean, I think most probably famously of his stints would probably be with the Packers. And that would have been with McCarthy, and that would have been back-to-back MVP years for Aaron Rodgers. So kudos right there. But, you can't also look over the very short and very troubled tenure in Denver as a head coach.
Yeah, that's a very short time.
Yeah, but I think at the same time, not necessarily the best position or coordinator coaches make the best head coaches. And I think Nathaniel Hackett kind of understanding what that role is and having that failure, being able to come back into the fold and
just because
get back
you're
to
a
where he is.
coordinator doesn't mean you're going to be a good head coach.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one thing to drop X's O's, the other thing to manage people. And I think that's where you have to know what your strengths and your weaknesses are. And he comes from a solid line. I mean, his dad, Paul Hackett, I mean, heck, he recruited me at USC when he was the head coach.
Yeah.
So, known the Hackett family.
His dad?
Yeah. Paul Hackett was the head coach back then, and him and Ed Orgeron were recruiting me to come out to USC.
Wow.
There we go. Ed Orgeron reference in the show.
That's awesome.
But yeah, no, I mean, and so I think from that perspective, and then, Wolf, you were looking at another thing that I thought was very interesting because it also gives you a different perspective on what he did in the past year. Just gives you kind of that holistic approach, and I think he comes into this knowing that he has something to prove because he hasn't been in that significant role position to affect change on a team that's desperate for that change offensively in quite some time. So he's going to have a lot of eyes on him, but also, if this goes right for him, this is kind of redemption for Nathaniel Hackett, especially on the West Coast, where he's had more of his success on the East Coast. Bills, Jaguars, Packers coordinators. His one West Coast stint was not as what he would have liked to have been.
No, it was not.
So I think from that perspective, you feel a little confident that, hey, you've got a guy with a chip on his shoulder, but also brings a wealth of experience.
Yeah, for me, I like the fact that, do you think Matt LaFleur, Mike's brother, actually recommended him as well? Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, I mean, he came straight from, where
I'm
was he at last year?
I'm just saying, I would hope.
Who was in the audience
I would hope
yesterday?
that my older brother, wasn't steering me down the wrong road, so to speak. And you also, you know how vast and varied this coaching tree is in the NFL.
Yeah.
Everybody knows everybody in the NFL. And I'm sure Mike LaFleur knows him as well. That kind of gives me a little comfort.
Yeah, no, there's a knowledge, there's a relationship, obviously, for Hackett with the LaFleur family. I mean, that's where he came from last year, working on the defensive side of the ball. So, I think, yeah, if Big Bro's like, hey, what do you got? Because I think they asked that question specifically yesterday to the press conference. They were like, hey, I know you got these relationships. It's like, and there's competition, but how does it feel with your brother? They're like, we share a lot of stuff, and the least thing we talk about is football. Except for when it came to hiring Nathaniel Hackett.
Yes.
Already, less than 24 hours later, he's already gotten a recommendation from his brother.
There's no way in the world Matt LaFleur is going to give Mike LaFleur bad advice on who he should hire.
No,
especially as his offensive coordinator. Something tells me Mike LaFleur has a relationship with Nathaniel
Except
Hackett.
every time you say that, I completely agree. Matt LaFleur's not going to send his brother down a bad path as he starts to being a head coach. And like you said, Mike LaFleur, I'm sure, knows Nathaniel Hackett anyway. But then I thought, well, what about the other head coaches around the NFL? Would John Harbaugh ever give Jim Harbaugh bad advice? No. Would Jim give John bad advice? Maybe.
Absolutely.
Maybe Jim Harbaugh would.
I think both of them would. I mean, this is the one where you're like, if I could imagine people at a Thanksgiving dinner, right, with their family, the Harbaughs would be the one where it would feel like they're kicking each other under the table the entire time, right? The LaFleurs, I feel like they're holding hands. They say grace. Yeah. They're talking about, all the niceties.
Clan, that's
right. It has a quarter zip on, maybe even a little tie underneath because they just came from church service. That's where I see the LaFleur family. I don't see that with the Harbaughs. See, the Harbaughs, it's like, no, there's a baseball bat somewhere, and we're gonna have Turkey Day football in the backyard. Like we're gonna mud the backyard.
Feeding you bad advice to prank you as you take over as a head coach in the NFL.
Yeah, no, run left, knowing there's like a ditch over there.
But it really is. Talk about the relationship that these two men have got to have. I mean, especially if you got Mike LaFleur, he's gonna call plays, and Nathaniel Hackett is gonna be his OC, doing what Mike LaFleur was doing for Sean McVay.
Yeah.
I mean, that relationship, that's got to be a working relationship that is special to be successful.
Well, and I think also you have to have somebody that's not just going to say yes every
Correct.
time. Right? So you're going to have that counterbalance.
Yes.
And when you have an experienced coach like Hackett there to say, nah, that's not going to work, it is like,
Mike,
well,
are you looking at me, Mike? We can't do that.
No, don't run this.
Right.
Okay, I'm not going to run this. You need that because if you brought in another young OC, he's going to probably be like, man, whatever you say, man, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah.
And so
You're the most brilliant guy I've ever been around.
Man, do you know how great Michael LaFleur is, guys? Every week.
Don't want yes men around you.
You don't want yes men, and I think that's going to be the most powerful thing is, you'll have Nathaniel Hackett, who's a resource. He knows what it is to be successful. He's seen what the quarterback position should look like, especially, and how things should be ran. And maybe he's that uncomfortable voice in Mike's ear at those opportune times, at those critical moments. And he also has the experience of being a head coach and knowing what the weight of those decisions are and being able to be a buffer for a lot of those things. So I think it works out great, and I think it does come as a positive, especially when you're thinking about this is the first hire you've made on your coaching staff, and you found it as quickly as you did, and to get the resume that it was, because you pointed this out, Wolf. That is a pretty penny that you had to spend for him because he wasn't going to come cheap.
No doubt about it.
The resume dictates that a dollar amount should be spent, and so I think also for the Bidwells and Monty Ossenfort, really opening up their minds to a different approach than what they've done in the past. With their coaching staff and bringing in these established guys, because you need that. You have a more veteran team. You have an older squad mixed with young, and so you need kind of those established, respected names in there for guys to have an automatic buy-in, so you can make said turnover in year one instead of waiting until year two.
Safe to assume. I mean, you got to see how the draft, I guess, the top of it plays out, but we know who the Raiders are taking at 1. I probably have a rough idea of who the Jets are taking at 2.
Anybody who can intercept the football? No? Okay.
No, that's not important to them. As
Yeah.
we learned last year. You just hired an offensive-minded head coach, and you spent almost your entire draft on defense last year. I would assume with the third pick. I would assume you're going offensive line, but either you're going offense or trading down to try and get more picks to go more offense, I would think.
So you're saying Maui Noah?
Maui Noah or Spencer Fano? Do you have a preference?
Maui Noah.
Yeah.
Maui Noah.
Didn't even hesitate.
Why?
Inside zone. I just talked about inside zone, right?
Okay. He's going to come off the ball.
He is going to destroy people off the ball.
All right.
I mean, and he did that to everybody he faced. Just watch the playoff film.
And just to remind everybody, Max, what position did you play in the NFL?
I played offensive tackle.
And you played this for a good amount of time?
A large, significant part of time in my entire NFL career.
Okay.
Anyway.
By the way, I like the fact he could play pretty much anywhere across, except for center, of course.
Yeah, except for center and left tackle, we already have one of those.
Yeah,
we already have one of those. So, I like the versatility, but I would put him at right tackle immediately.
I agree.
All right,
set it and forget it, and then work on the left guard in day 2 at some point, second or third round.
When we come back, what does this all mean for Kyler Murray? Wolf and I tried to figure it out a little bit earlier. Max, we're going to play some audio for you. Okay, you're going to be a detective when we come back.
Got it.
It's going to be like a game show.
Yay.
The game show's been running for 7 years in this city, okay?
I think I've been a part of this game show, too.
That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Take a bite out of Shade Week at All Pro Shade Concepts, Bay Centurions. They're clearing out the warehouse and February 9th through the 13th. That's right, February 9th through the 13th. And if you've been thinking about shade for your patio, now is the time to get the lowest prices of the year. Retractable awnings and roll-down patio shades, all in stock, like new, many still in the box, marked down up to 50% off retail. Man, imagine that, 50%. Visit the All Pro Shade showroom Monday through Friday next week, 9 to 3, all week long, Bay Centurions. For details as well, visit shadeweek.com. That's shadeweek.com. Don't let these deals swim away. Go to shadeweek.com.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We have some breaking news with the Arizona Cardinals. According to Tom Pelissero, the Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator. Hackett was the offensive coordinator in Green Bay with the Packers for 3 years under Matt LaFleur, and he now joins younger brother Mike in Arizona. The Phoenix Suns showed up and showed out last night on primetime. The Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in comeback fashion. And just a little PSA for anybody out there, keep your distance from Colin Gillespie because he might just still be on fire. He led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are off tonight but are back at home tomorrow hosting the Golden State Warriors. Arizona State men's basketball is also in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Maximum football with Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday afternoon. It's the Wolf and Luke show. Max Starks is here with us. Max, this has been a topic of conversation. I don't know, like how long has Kyler's future with the Cardinals really been a topic of conversation? Like, it wasn't the year they drafted him, but probably like 22 on, it feels like.
Yeah, I would even, because he was drafted, 19?
Yeah.
At 19.
They went to the playoffs in the 2021 season.
Yeah, so since 22, I would say since 22, even though I feel like it's always a topic of conversation since he's been drafted about what he can do, right?
Yeah.
But it's been now, 4 years. And they haven't seen a playoff appearance in 4 years. And you also realize, to kind of take it back to Mike LaFleur real quick, in the history of the Cardinals, do you know how many coaches have actually taken a Cardinals team to the playoffs?
I don't.
Are you talking about since they got to Arizona or just
since in the Super Bowl era?
Okay, well, we're going into Super Bowl 60.
Super Bowl era.
I feel like your answer is going to be depressing. What is it?
5.
5 coaches. 5 coaches.
Wow.
And and really one before Ken Wisenhunt, 2 before Ken Wisenhunt. So Wiz, BA, and Cliff are the more contemporary names.
Yeah.
You have to go all the way back to like Don Coryell, right?
Yeah, right. Don Coryell.
Hannafin.
Back in the 70s.
Yeah, Coach Hannafin as well.
Yeah.
Those are the only other ones that have taken it. So, for Mike LaFleur, you're working a lot against history as well with that pressure, knowing that only 5 other coaches in the last 60 years have been those individuals that have taken teams to the playoffs for the Cardinals.
Well, to be fair, the Steelers have only had 3 coaches take their teams to the playoffs in the last 60 years.
That's not even.
And they only had 3 coaches, and also those 60 years.
Still, though,
this
just because it's 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
That was well played by you.
Yeah,
Luke.
yeah, exactly. And we could talk about this. 43 coaches in the history of the Cardinals.
You know what we're going to do is we're going to play this audio.
Only 17 for the Steelers.
No.
Anyways, we're not, if we want to go down this road, you want to go down this road.
No, well, kind of, but no. I want to play these 2 cuts.
Okay, let's hear
of
these
Mike
2 cuts.
LaFleur yesterday. Okay, so how much? I don't know if you got to hear the whole press conference, but Wolf and I were listening to it live yesterday as it was going, and Mike LaFleur gave a lot of long answers.
Yes.
He answered 2 Kyler questions, but they were probably his shortest answers. Okay, so here's one from the press conference. This was just the first time Kyler Murray's name came up in the press conference, is what Mike LaFleur said.
Yeah, so touch base with Kyler, again 2 days ago when I got this, and had a good little message with him. So definitely touch base with him. I'll say this again: being in this division for 7 years, it was never fun. I have a lot of respect, for him as a player. I know he got drafted in help me out there, is 18 or 2019. So obviously those first 2 years, but again, having the 5 years having to go against him, a lot of respect for him as a player, and he was never a fun challenge to go against.
So he answered a question, but he really just kind of started to give Kyler Murray's career arc. Then when he was on the afternoon show, they asked him if Kyler is going to be his starting quarterback in 2026, and this is what he said.
Again, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
So what, if anything, do those comments say to you, Max?
I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth. Dave Chappelle reference. I'm sure Jamal appreciates that. Yeah, he answered without answering, and I think
that's called speaking median.
Yeah, and also the quick little message that they had in the first clip, right? I mean, was it like was it a clan chat? In between
That's so
rounds.
funny you said that because I said the same thing. I said, "What was that message? The quick little message."
Yeah, quick little message.
I'd love to know what that was.
And I'm guessing he wasn't one of the players present that was in the back during the press conference. I'm just gonna deduce that because he probably would have looked back at him and been like, "Hey, yeah, we still got more talking to do.
Yeah.
Me and you right here, eyes up front, bud. Get off of your Xbox chat." Yeah.
Here's the whole thing about it. If in fact the Arizona Cardinals are going to try to move Kyler Murray, they also have to worry about not damaging his value.
Yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
So it's a situation where
but his resume is what's ultimately
No, I understand.
Yeah.
But again, what I'm saying is it's the reason why you would expect them to be non-committal. And I'm talking about their new head coach.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Monty Ossenford, of course, Michael, their ownership. It's almost like you've got to be non-committal. And that makes me think, is it a guarantee that he's gone? Or was the conversation, the interview with Mike LaFleur, part of that conversation and Kyler Murray and the future with the organization?
Well, you brought this up earlier. I want to make sure we get to it on air. They interviewed, 16, 17 coaches?
17.
Is it possible they didn't tell all these coaches what their plan was for Kyler Murray? Because some of these guys are coaching NFL teams they might want to trade Kyler Murray to right now.
Yes.
Yeah, and you think, only six of those made it to in-person?
Yeah.
Of those 17. And I think, you have to be like, hey, we know how they think. Because, Mike kind of laid this out, right? He was like, getting to bring these coaches in from all these different organizations and get a peek into how they run things to help us.
Yeah.
I think, you have to take that information as, okay, we know where we can go and where we can't go. And is the value going to be there for Kyler? For potentially, like you said, for if there is a trade or there is an opportunity to move around with him as a pawn piece.
You got to tread with a little finesse, do you not?
You have to be. And you can't – it's not to say you can't be – you can be non-committal because – you're only 2 days on the job officially, but you also don't know what you're going to have, and if you got to keep him because you didn't move him for the price that you wanted to this year, you also have to keep his spirits high enough that he's going to want to be energetic enough to come into this and want to fight as well. So you're also balancing his ego as well as if there is a trade opportunity for him.
It's crazy. It's crazy how long this has been a conversation and the twists and turns that it has taken. And
think about it, though. Honestly, you're sitting down, you're interviewing 17 different human beings.
If you want to trade them, and you can't say it.
You can't say it. It's almost like you've got to guard your own plans and what you think you're doing, and yet you still want their opinion as to what they would do with Kyler Murray, right?
Yeah, and you imagine they probably could ask a blanket statement, can you fix Kyler Murray? Probably is one of those questions. And what does that look like? How long does that take?
Yeah.
From your perspective,
right.
They interviewed a lot of offensive coaches as well as defensive coaches. So you could have gotten at least eight
perspectives.
Yeah,
I like
8
that
to 9 perspectives from each side.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, and gives you, I think, a good conversation now to have with Mike in those closed-door conversations with Monty Ossenford.
But I think as the ownership group, you can sit there and be non-committal yourself because you don't want to tell all these coaches from other teams what you're planning on doing.
Yeah, you got Jacoby Brissett, and you got to build around that. They're not gonna come out and say that. And like you said, he's a valuable piece. He's a high commodity piece. And in the right system, Kyler can be highly effective.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen what it takes. I mean, just look at Baker Mayfield. How many times he had to move from Cleveland to find a home in Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not saying that it's going to be that many times, but you know, if guys do move on, you can find success afterwards. Look at Sam Darnold as a bright, shining example of moving on and finding success.
If
Daniel
they
Jones
move
as
him,
well.
He's going to be the biggest quarterback on the move this offseason.
Oh,
Biggest
yeah.
name, other than, I mean, if you want to say Fernando Mendoza because he's the first pick in the draft, but Kyler's name's going to be
Kyler's
bigger
a pro.
than
This guy actually has a resume in Kyler Murray, right? Fernando, you don't know what it's going to be. No. You just know he's a nice guy and he's a very tough-nosed college kid.
There you go.
That's all you know.
All right, we
Zero
come back.
NFL stats.
The Super Bowl is in just a couple days. It's our last chance to talk Super Bowl with Max Starks. He is so excited. It's the Patriots and the Seahawks again. He's getting that Patriots and Seahawks tattoo. That's how excited he is about Super Bowl 60. That's next. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Colin Gillespie on the dribble, gets it into the forecourt now with 10 seconds left to go in quarter number 3. Throws to Royce O'Neal, right wing, and gets it back. Now Goodwin thought about the 3, puts it on the deck against Sissoko. Now he'll take the 3 over Sissoko and drill it. All net for Jordan Goodwin.
It wasn't easy, but the Suns got the W, and we get into it on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know. Now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Join Doctors Kopstein and King from K2 Vision RLE to learn about refractive lens exchange and have your questions answered. They're hosting a free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
We'll answer these questions and more at our upcoming K2 Vision free live webinar.
Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
How long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
The webinar is this Thursday afternoon at 1. Space is limited. Register now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
Shout out to Fountain Hills. What's going on, Fountain Hills?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Wow.
That's right, the hometown. There we go.
That's why we have Max Starks
Going
here.
in the hills, baby. Fountain Hills. Stand up.
Max, when's the last time you would say you were in Fountain Hills?
I mean, I was there technically this morning.
Okay.
Because I slept there last night and
that.
woke up and took my kids to school.
Okay.
And so it's been great to say that I've been home for like the last 2 weeks consecutively without an airplane.
Are you planning on going back to Fountain Hills anytime soon?
Soon after this.
Okay.
Got to go to my favorite barbecue spot. Can't give free promos,
obviously.
but it's not far from here. Stone's throw.
That's great.
Stone's throw away from
we
here.
eat there often.
2 locations.
Maybe go to both.
It's
even.
so good, too. Don't get me going.
I'm totally distracted.
Not Barbecue Friday.
It's Barbecue Wednesday. Who would do such a thing? Max, the Super Bowl, the Patriots, and the Seahawks. You know, we've talked about it a little bit, but this is our last chance to really catch up with you before it actually plays out this weekend. I know Drake May's been on the injury report. He was limited for a while, but I mean, it sounds like what he was dealing with against Denver. So he's obviously going to play. Is there anything in particular you're keeping an eye out for in terms of injuries or anything else going into the game on Sunday?
No, there's nothing in particular. I mean, like you said, Drake May being on the report raises all the newsy headlines, but I don't think there's nothing functionally wrong with him, right? And I think the biggest thing is going to be, how is he going to handle the pressure of this moment? He hasn't had the best playoffs, but, their team is really strong. So can Drake May rise to the occasion and play against that vaunted Seattle defense? Can he make the throws in the moment and be able to have enough pocket patience? Can the offensive line hold up? Because, he's been hit a lot in this playoff.
Yeah,
and Seattle is really good at hitting people, too, just like Denver and Houston and the teams that he's faced already. But I think, having a strong secondary that Seattle has, that's where the difference is going to be, because they're going to play a lot of cover 2. And he's going to have to throw into tight windows, or he's going to have to tuck it and run. Mm-hmm. And can you take those hits from, the Lawrences and the Williamses of the world?
You know what I
repeatedly.
love? I love the juxtaposition of the quarterback position in this Super Bowl. I really do. You've got Drake May, this young guy.
Wonder kid.
That's right.
Yeah.
This young guy that really doesn't know failure. I realized they didn't go to the Super Bowl last year. I get that. Yet at the same time, this is a young guy that is still developing. And by the way, if you looked at his face, this stone cold approach that he has, he's young and he really doesn't know bad defeat yet. And then on the other side, you've got Sam Darnold, who's been on 5 teams in 8 years.
Oh, he knows failure.
Grizzled.
Failure is his middle
name.
name.
He knows failure.
Yeah.
He knows what it's all
Jets
about.
alone.
And yet here he is, leading the Seattle Seahawks, leading them to the Super Bowl. Do you think Sam Darnold believes his own hype at this point?
I think if you're Sam, you're taking every moment as a blessing, right? Because there's so many different ways when you look back on it. He could have went left and he went right.
Yeah.
A lot of times he could have just given up and said, you know what? Bust.
That's it.
Buster Douglas
I'm
right
set
here.
For life.
Yep. I made my money.
That's right.
But he still persisted. And he knew he was taking a lesser role when he went to Minnesota. And rose to the occasion and realized, there is gold in them there hills, right? I can't.
And then it got a little shaky at the end of the season, though.
It did. I would say nothing on his part. It's just, his offensive line was decimated. I mean, it was ABC gum. You know what I'm saying? Like by the time they got here for the playoff game against the Rams.
Yeah.
But to not be deterred, you go in free agency, you find a home in Seattle. Mike McDonald believes in him, and they hit the ground running. And he picked up where he left off. We talk about once is an accident, twice is a habit, third is a trend. I'm going to go with that. There we go. Because you guys said that. Pattern.
It's a trend.
And so...
Wolf's like, get it right.
It's a habit. Anyways, see, now we're back to discourse from last week.
I have no sliding scale.
Yeah, exactly. But I think this has only encouraged him to know that, hey, I am good enough to do this. I don't think he's smelling his own backside yet, but I think he has to be encouraged, and I think he's more empowered by the fact that you've gotten this. And he also knows this is a team effort. I mean, every time you hear him in the interviews, he's always talking about how it is. So it's going to be really amazing to see both of them on this stage. Like you said, polar opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
First rounder that's still with the same team, but second head coach and having the success that they had so early. And a lot of second-year players have had that success. Think of Joe Burrow. Heck, Ben Roethlisberger, who I played with, right? A lot of second-year guys have had that success and been to the big stage. Can he handle it? And then for Sam Darnold, I don't know when I'm going to get back because you see what my journey's been thus far. I've got to relish this moment while it's here.
I just wonder, once again, this is just me, the mental game, the psychological impact of this is just the confidence and how important it is to be confident. Does he still just think to himself, am I good enough to do this? Am I good? Or is he, hey, I know that I am.
Well, how crazy is it?
That's what I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, and I think you're always going to have a certain level of uncertainty, right? Even when you are, it always, because I mean, even for us,
everything that he's done already is at the Super Bowl, which is the pinnacle. This is it. This is going to be the dagger to end all daggers.
How different
if you know what I
is
mean.
this season if J.J. McCarthy doesn't get hurt last season? Right, because Darnold wasn't supposed to play, like you said. I mean, he went there, took on a lesser role, and then ran with that opening when it. But I mean, if J.J. McCarthy doesn't get hurt last year and he starts, is Seattle really going after Sam Darnold? I mean, up to that point, you hadn't seen anything in actual games.
Geno Smith might still be the quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks.
Wow.
This alternate universe.
Right. Think about that.
Yeah. West Virginia. It's West Virginia. The pride of every mountaineer. Okay.
And then he went to Vegas.
Well,
anyways.
And then there's that.
Now Fernando Mendoza.
So let me ask you this, Max, before we let you go. Which of these teams do you think is more likely to be sticking around near the top for a while?
I think the way that Seattle's constructed, you have to give them a shot because you didn't necessarily pay a king's ransom for Sam Darnold. So that gives you flexibility in free agency. That also gives you an opportunity. And JSN, let's face it, I mean, he could throw anything in his direction. He's like Puka Nacua, right? Yeah. But I think for the Patriots, that question is going to be, I mean, Buffalo, a biggest barrier has been broken. And now Joe Brady's going to be their head coach, hired from within. And you don't have Sean McDermott there. So I don't know how much influx. I think it's an easier path for the Patriots to be successful at a higher level longer because of the fact that you look at your division, new head coach in Miami, new head coach in Buffalo, right? The Jets are the Jets. They can't even turn the ball over. So I think the Patriots have an easier path to that success, sustainability than the Seahawks, but I think the personnel is more quality with the Seahawks, if that makes sense.
Max, always great to have you in here, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I guess we got one more. I guess for
why not? You just keep coming in. Nobody's going to stop you.
I just show up like Stanley looking for my stapler. I need my red stapler.
So they can listen to the radio.
We haven't paid him in a month, but he keeps showing up to work.
We'll pay you in barbecue. We can do that.
Well, listen, can we make it barbecue Wednesday instead of barbecue Friday?
If next week is Max's last.
Let's do it. If that's Max, we'll do it.
All right. Maximum barbecue.
We'll have barbecue Friday, of course, this week.
Yeah.
And then barbecue Wednesday.
Barbecue Wednesday.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. We'll probably all forget.
Who's up for moving up on barbecue? Said nobody. Nobody's going to go.
Nobody's going to be. Yeah. Max, thanks, buddy.
My pleasure, guys.
All right, we come back. We'll get back to the Suns. Kevin Zimmerman, the co-host of the Empire of the Suns podcast right here at Arizona Sports, will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Man, if you are in the market, you need a new Ford, you want that Ford F-150, you want the Ford Expedition, maybe the Ford Mustang, you want the new one, or you want a pre-owned Ford, you got to head on over to Santan Ford. That's right. President's Day weekend is when serious buyers step up, and that's why Tim Hovik Santan Ford isn't waiting. They kicked the President's Day sale off early, Basinonians. I kid you not. That means the best selection is on the lot right now. So now is the time to make your move. Once a year, President's Day pricing on beautiful new Fords with serious sales numbers behind it. Right now it's going on. Early birds always get the best selection at the world-famous Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Head on over to santanford.com or jump in your vehicle and drive over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We have some breaking news with the Arizona Cardinals. According to Tom Pelissero, the Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator. Hackett was the offensive coordinator in Green Bay with the Packers for 3 years under Matt LaFleur, and he now joins younger brother Mike in Arizona. The Phoenix Suns showed up and showed out last night on primetime. The Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in comeback fashion. And just a little PSA, keep your distance from Colin Gillespie because he might still be on fire. He led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are off tonight, but are back tomorrow at home hosting the Golden State Warriors. And Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Phoenix Suns do? Back on the road. We'll get into our basketball team tomorrow. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Kevin Zimmerman is joining us in studio right now. Of course, the co-host of Empire of the Suns with our own Kellen Olson. Kevin, what's going on?
Doing well, trying to keep up with all the trades that are happening too early. It's supposed to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, there's a big picture of Giannis on the screen behind you. Is he getting traded?
Oh man, that one's tough. I don't know. He needs to be open about what he really feels.
Yeah.
His feelings are complicated, and I think it's complicating matters.
Quickly, what are your thoughts on the James Harden deal?
Yeah, I don't get it. If you have that team has been the best team, the last month or so, and they've turned it around. They had an awful start. Like, they're right in the mix to just get back into at least a play-in if they keep playing this way, and for him to just be like, I'm out, I don't get it. It doesn't make sense contractually. I don't know. Wasn't there a statement today that he said, he told Ramona Shelburne, they kind of pushed for it, I didn't push for it, did one of those, and it was a good way out between the two parties, but I just don't understand why.
For me, I just wonder if he was not a good culture for where they were headed.
I have a question for you, too.
Yeah.
In light of this Anthony Davis trade, would you say the Mavericks got enough for Luka when they gave him away?
No,
okay,
no.
Good.
They got some.
Just wanted to reestablish that.
What is it now? It's like 2 firsts and 3 seconds or something if we consider what AD fetched him in the trade today. So it looks less bad, but it's always going to look bad. Yeah.
It's it looks slightly less bad. I don't even know. All right, so that game last night, Kevin, the Suns win. They get nothing from Devin Booker because he's hurt. They get nothing from Jalen Green because he's hurt. And Dylan Brooks goes 3 of 16 from the field, and they still put up 130. That was the craziest part of that game last night to me, is not that they won and came back and won a game they were down 19, because we've seen them do that.
Yeah.
It's that they put up 130 when they got 3 combined buckets from those 3 guys.
And how Colin Gillespie's start kind of went. I was just watching. He's matched up against Drew Holiday, which maybe I'm just respect that guy way too much, but just one of the best defenders in the league, a guy who has to kind of carry that team where they're at, and they don't have some offensive pieces. And he was going at Colin Gillespie a little bit to start, and then Colin just responds just with aggression, looking for his own shot, knowing that he had to be that guy, and obviously on the defensive end doing what he normally does. And to me, that's just you get punched in the mouth, this team responds really well, whether it's the being down double digits or the individual getting punched in the face. That's how they respond. That's this team. That's this team's identity. I think the one player in that game that just blew my socks off watching him was Jordan Goodwin. Just when you have a guy I know he's a big dude for a point guard or combo guard, but just how he rebounds, how he took the ball away from centers on the other side, entire game was awesome from him.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's one of my favorite guys, man. He is your worst nightmare on the court. He tries so hard, and he never backs down. I love it. He is the mask to me. But having said that, do they need Jalen Green?
Yeah.
I mean, what are your thoughts? This is something Luke brought up earlier in the broadcast, and I thought it was an excellent idea. Do they need Jalen Green? How would you answer that?
They need him to reach their ceiling and go deep in the playoffs, I think. Yep. I think it's apparent right now they don't necessarily need him to keep afloat and challenge for not even being in the play-in. I think that'll be a thing where we start saying, okay, you've dealt with this injury. He doesn't have a history beyond this year, but you just need to get him healthy. And if that means sitting him for prolonged periods until he's completely comfortable and he's feeling good about that leg, then do it, because I think you do need him if you get into a playoff series where the tempo slows down, the defenses ramp up, and then you do need that second score. I think absolutely they need him to go deep in the playoffs, but I don't know if they necessarily need to push it with him anytime soon even.
We're talking to Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin, look, it's obviously tough to make the All-Star game in the NBA because there's not that many spots available, but Dillon Brooks not making it this year when, we talk about what we've seen him bring out of the Phoenix Suns, but they've also brought a lot out of him. Like we just saw a career high 40 points from him the other night, among other things. Is this just something that's not going to happen for him? And I'm not saying he was like a legit candidate before this year, but it felt like if he's not going to make it this year, he's not ever going to make it.
It feels like the complicated All-Star game plays into this, where I actually think he has still maybe a 5% chance of getting in and 10%.
Yeah, it's so weird now.
But I guess I would say, as much as you're a culture driver, like the stats just aren't there. Everyone scores 20 points nowadays. Like from where he was, he's made immense progress as far as an offensive player to be deserving of that in the conversation, but it's always who's going to come out, right? And if you look at the silly format we have, where actually I think Shea is hurt now, but the international team already had 9 players, so they're dropping down to, they'll still have 8. And then it's like, okay, if Giannis maybe is out, Shea's out, if Denny Avdia, who was out last night for the Blazers, is out, and does anyone get hurt? Jokic has been kind of banged up. Like, if you start doing that math where maybe 3 guys get pulled off that team, then you could say, Adam Silver, there's your free opportunity to give Dillon Brooks a little like, hey, you've changed this team, you've changed this market from being in wherever we were this past summer and woe is me as a fan to like, this is an exciting team. Like Adam Silver can make that decision to move him in, I think, if they have enough injuries out. But I think he would be deserving. But again, it just matters who's out, and it's going to have to be significant movement there.
So, Zim, if you are Brian Gregory right now, what are you doing at the trade deadline for the Phoenix Suns?
I'm getting under that tax. I think that's the Nick Richards trade. If you throw him into any other multi-team deal, those apparently might be running out because they haven't done it yet, and there's been a million trades already. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I think that's just like the move you got to make to set yourself up to maybe be in a better spot down the road. As a franchise from out of the repeater tax territory, I don't know. You need to make a crazy move. If there's a piece that you say you could move and significantly makes you better, a top 7 rotation player, that might be out there. Does Gershon Yabusele from the Knicks, he's kind of out of their rotation, I think. Does he make them better? He gives them a different body at center and a bigger one to bang. Maybe that one is a thing that makes sense. But beyond that, I don't think you force anything with this. I think you just got to keep lighting the fire under these guys that you have, because you do have depth still.
Is there anybody that's playing significant minutes or part of the rotation right now that you would be willing to trade if the right offer came along? Not that you're like shopping, but if the right offer came along, you're probably going to have to give up somebody who's playing minutes right now.
Yeah, the Ryan Dunn, just where he's been, just has not looked right. Doesn't look like his confidence is there on both sides of the ball. I'd be curious what his value is on the market, and if it's like, hey, you can get a draft pick for him, or just a player fits you a little better and isn't an offensive liability. That's something you got to consider right now, just because I think in year 2 you expect them to make a jump, and from where he was from a skill set standpoint, he was already working from way behind. Just if you don't get the offense going with him, then like, I loved Josh Okogie, but at the end of the day, Josh Okogie was a liability in the playoffs, and Ryan Dunn has to prove that he can be that. So if you got a decent offer on him, that'd be one where it's like, I think they could withstand that, I would say. I'm not saying they should trade him, and he's a lost cause by any means, but I'd be curious if another team thought he wasn't a lost cause and the Suns thought, hey, this is our opportunity to get something for him that helps us.
You wanted to definitely see growth.
Yeah.
Like Oso Ighodaro.
Yeah.
The way that he's grown.
It is wild coming into the season, not knowing what we know now. You would have said, like, okay, they have like maybe 3 guys they're building around, and Ryan Dunn was one of them. And now you're right. I mean, you start to rattle off the guys that are winning games for them. And like you said, not like he's a lost cause or anything, but he's fallen behind the Dylan Brooks and Colin Gillespie's and Jordan Goodwins and all these other guys on this team. Kevin, great stuff as always, man. Love the podcast.
Appreciate it, yeah.
Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text gear to 620-620. When we come back, the Cardinals reportedly have their OC already. So what does the addition of Nathaniel Hackett mean for Marv and Trey McBride and everybody else on that offense? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach has ended.
I am so pleased to introduce our head coach, Mike LaFleur. Please give him a warm welcome. As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're talking winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms, repair or replace. Do what we did at Casa Galvisi and go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Yep, Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide earning Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year award. And they're A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. So, home or business, go with Arizona's biggest and best, America Roofing, and save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine. Simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Mike LaFleur is ready for this job. He has been, I think people have had him as a potential head coaching candidate for quite some time.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Final segment of the show has flown by today. Thanks to Kevin Zimmerman, who joined us, Max Starks as well, Josh Weinfuss earlier in the show, and had some breaking news earlier in the show, too, that the Cardinals will reportedly have an offensive coordinator, and it's a name that you will recognize, Nathaniel Hackett, who did not have a good run as the Broncos head coach 1 year, but has had a pretty solid run as an OC in the NFL before, and you brought this up earlier, just a kind of immediate reaction. Probably not a guy that's super cheap, just because of how long he's been an OC in this league.
Yeah, no doubt. He is an experienced NFL coach and was a head coach. You can talk about how badly that went for Nathaniel Hackett up in Denver, of course, in 2022. But at the same time, this is a guy that has been an offensive coordinator in the league for some years, and he's experienced, and I guarantee he did not come cheap, because he was experienced. The other thing I really like about the hiring of Nathaniel Hackett is the fact that he's coming from Green Bay. Matt LaFleur is the head coach for the Green Bay Packers. Ron Wolfley reporting. Mike LaFleur is his younger brother.
My source
By the way, Matt LaFleur, 46 years old. And now you've got Mike LaFleur, 38 years old. So do you think that Matt LaFleur might be looking out for his younger brother? I think so. And yet, knowing that Nathaniel Hackett was in the organization with the Packers, and now he's here as the offensive coordinator for Mike LaFleur. I'm sure Mike LaFleur has known Nathaniel Hackett for some years as well.
The biggest thing to me is that this, to me, is a sign of the Cardinals learning from something that didn't work in the past. You went out and you got a young head coach who had never been a head coach in the NFL when you brought in Cliff Kingsbury, and your mindset was, we don't even need an offensive coordinator. This guy's such a genius that he's going to be an offensive coordinator, he's going to call the plays, and he'll also be the head coach. Just do two things, right? Those are two real simple jobs. Just be a head coach of an NFL team.
Excellent observation.
And be an offensive coordinator. And as much as everybody looks back at that time period now, and they're like, wow, what an epic failure. And the Cardinals did make the playoffs. Like, Cliff Kingsbury's offense did work for a little bit there. It brought out the best in Kyler Murray so far, but it clearly had a shelf life and a ceiling. There's only so far you could go, and I just remember the conversation so often was like, well, Cliff, are you going to let somebody else call the plays? Remember, we would have him on the show, and we had to ask him that, hey, every week, Cliff, are you going to let somebody else call the plays next week? Are you guys going to hire an offensive coordinator, as if Cliff's the one out there, like, spending money and hiring guys? They have hired an offensive coordinator within 24 hours of hiring Mike LaFleur. And so the initial reaction, it's easy. And I'm not saying this is going to work. Who knows? But the initial reaction is like, that's the guy that was a joke when he was Denver's head coach. Yeah, but he has been an offensive coordinator and had success in this league. And the biggest thing to me is you hired an offensive coordinator that has more experience in some ways than Mike LaFleur. And you got to remember, LaFleur's still the head coach, not Hackett. And LaFleur's still calling the plays, not Hackett.
Yes. No, you're right. And it tells me Mike LaFleur, he knows Nathaniel Hackett. Again, they come from the same coaching tree, so to speak. And this is going to be a confidant of Mike LaFleur's, where he can work with Nathaniel Hackett and know that he already understands the offense the way that he wants to run the offense. Now, again, does that mean Nathaniel Hackett isn't going to tweak some things and maybe influence Mike LaFleur in some way? Of course. That's exactly why you're hiring him. But it also tells me that they've got to have a relationship where they can look at each other and say, you need to shut it. You know what I mean? You need to back off on whatever it is. You're not going to have a head coach who wants to call plays like Sean McVay does for the Rams and an offensive coordinator that you're constantly fighting with.
Yeah.
You're not going to do that. Now, do you want a yes man? No, you don't want a yes man. Yet at the same time, there's got to be a modicum of respect between you.
It just feels like there's more structure here. They're going to hire a defensive coordinator, obviously, and who knows, maybe we get that tomorrow. the way LaFleur is moving with this stuff. Are there any defensive names out there you really like? I mean, we can get more into that tomorrow. I know Wink Martindale's name was tossed around. Some of these names have been tossed around already, but they've been scooped up by other teams. So how quickly, I guess, more so than give me a name that's going to be the guy, but how quickly do you think this needs to happen now?
Wow, that's a great question. It really is. I would imagine they're doing everything they can to go out and get coaches, and it's probably simultaneously happening. The fact that you hired your offensive coordinator, maybe it's just because of this incredible relationship that you have with Hackett that you could get that deal done as quickly as it has. But after this, I don't think you're going to wait maybe to hire a defensive coordinator. I don't think necessarily you're going to wait to do that. I think you're going to start probably hiring maybe even some other coaches, especially on the offensive side of the ball, because you've got your offensive coordinator, and all of a sudden you can say, hey, are you going to be able to work closely with Nathaniel Hackett on this? And I'm sure Nathaniel Hackett is bringing some names up himself to Mike LaFleur that I'd like this guy as my offensive line coach or this guy. I'll take you. I'm sure he is inundated with names right now that they're researching. But that defensive coordinator, it's weird. I think you almost have to hire a defensive coordinator before you can start filling the defensive position.
Yeah, and that is that's a very important position. I mean, I wanted them to hire an offensive coordinator, but I think the defensive coordinator is obviously more important on this team right now, that you get that right, because Mike LaFleur is an offensive guy, and that's why you brought him in. And you're not going to be like, hey, Mike, why don't you really take over the defense? Like, that's not why you did this. You drafted a lot of defensive players last year. You have a lot of young defensive talent. It's just a matter of keeping them on the field, and for some of them, it's a matter of developing them. The defensive coordinator, whoever the Cardinals hire here, is going to play a huge role in whether or not this hire of Mike LaFleur even works out. We can talk about the quarterback and this and that and all these things you got to do, and yes, they are important, but when you get a couple of spots down that sense of urgency on your to-do list, hiring the right defensive coordinator is really going to dictate a lot of the path this team takes now over the next few years.
Yeah, and then you've also got to fill out that all-important special teams coordinator as well.
Assumed that we're going to talk about that.
You're not going to mess with that.
I was going to save that for all 4 hours tomorrow. I figured you would come in with a list of 40 or 50 names we could go through one by one.
So Aubrey Pleasant. He's on the Rams coaching staff right now.
He's the defensive backs coach for the Los Angeles Rams.
This is a name that people have brought up as well. Aubrey Pleasant, possible defensive coordinator for the Cardinals.
All right, keep an eye on that then, too. That's it for us. Thanks to Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's funny, though. There's a common thread, at least between the first two callers. I got this vibe on social media, too. It's not so much excitement about Mike LaFleur. It's relief about who it's not. It's not Ron Rivera. It's not Raheem Morris. It's not Vance Joseph, whether he was even a candidate or not. It's almost, we'll see. We'll see if he's, but I'm glad it's not X, Y, or Z. That's been an interesting common theme here for the last couple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Join Doctors Kopstein and King from K2 Vision RLE to learn about refractive lens exchange and have your questions answered. They're hosting a free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
We'll answer these questions and more at our upcoming K2 Vision free live webinar. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
How long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
The webinar is this Thursday afternoon at 1. Space is limited. Register now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We have some breaking news with the Arizona Cardinals today. According to reports, the Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator. Hackett was the offensive coordinator in Green Bay for 3 years under Matt LaFleur, and now he joins younger brother Mike in Arizona. The Phoenix Suns showed up and showed out last night on primetime. The Suns beat the Portland Trail Blazers 130-125 in comeback fashion. And just a little PSA to everybody, keep your distance from Colin Gillespie because he might still be on fire. He led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are off tonight but are back at home tomorrow hosting the Golden State Warriors. And Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Wednesday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro, Kellen Olson filling in for the sick Dave Burns.
What's up, buddy?
Who came down with the flu. Kellen, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. You sound fantastic. Can't wait to get through 4 hours of Arizona Talk Radio with you, buddy.
Yeah. Listen, duty calls, man. I got hit with the flu. I mentioned this. I was at the Suns game the other day, and I think Tuesday and Thursday I was at the Suns game.
You told me too that night, yeah.
I told you that night there was this guy that kept coughing on me. There was a guy sitting next to me, a scout, and he had all these cough drops on the table, and he keeps coughing and coughing and coughing. I'm like, son of a. I'm pissed, right? And so I try to walk away for a while, but eventually I want to watch the game. I want to watch the game live, not on a TV screen downstairs. So I go back to my seat, and the guy's still coughing, and I'm like, son of a gun. And then literally like 2 days later, I got sick. I ended up going into urgent care. I was so sick, and they're like, you got influenza A, you got the flu. And I'm like, oh, man. So just quarantined for a few days, sucked it up. I still don't feel like 100%. Like, I don't want to be around people right now. So I'm going to do the show from home today and tomorrow to try to make sure these symptoms clear. Apparently, I was in the office Friday. Maybe Burnsy picked it up from me. I don't know. But Burnsy came down with the flu yesterday. Got a text message from him. I just tested positive, influenza A. I'm like, damn.
He was at the Suns game as well on Sunday. He might have picked it up there, Gambo. Cut yourself some slack.
Maybe
it's okay.
He was sitting next to the same scout.
Wait, did who else got sick today? Jesse got sick? Oh, no. It kind of seems like it might be going through the office.
Somebody else got sick at the office?
Yeah, Jesse's out, so Jamal had to go on Wolf and Luke. Lauren's flying solo for 4 hours. We're kind of on this is a thing where, Mitch and I need to go in, those cryo chamber suits because if we get sick,
my God.
No one else is available to fill in now. So, I'm making sure to spray down everything around here in the studio, wiping everything down. Me and Mitch aired out the room last night just to make sure all the germs were out of the room.
Can you do that? Can you open up the windows?
We tried to, open the door and, fan it, basically, to get some different kind of air in here. Like you, I, woke up and I was like, okay, do I feel fine? I felt fine this morning. So I'm good to go, buddy. Really excited to do the show with you today.
Reminds me of the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, it was
gosh.
Listen, you guys all have to be separate. I did the show from home. Burnsy did the show with me. It's because if we lose our talk show, we lose our talent, we lose the shows. So if the talk show host gets sick and you guys get we have no product. We have no product to give anybody. I know they were worried about that there during the pandemic. Man, we can't afford everybody getting sick because then we wouldn't have a product to put out there. But we have a product today. We do have a product today. So let's waste no further time. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, we're going to start with the Arizona Cardinals. They did hire their coach, Mike LaFleur. We were able to break some news about Mike LaFleur, which was that he was going to call the plays. We were able to report that first, that he was going to call his own plays, and broke down the whole process of how many interviews they had, live, Zoom, in person, all of that stuff. But they did hire Mike LaFleur as the coach, and now they hire Nathaniel Hackett as the offensive coordinator. His tenure with the Miami Dolphins lasted about a week. He was hired to be the Dolphins quarterbacks coach. But this is a promotion, so he will leave Miami. He will come to Arizona. He will be the offensive coordinator. Now, if Mitch was here, he would tell you how bad he was as the head coach of the Denver Broncos, because he was a bad head coach. He really one of the biggest problems he had as a head coach is he just kept messing up clock management, really, really bad. He was really bad at clock management and figuring out, what to do. And
One point he kicked a 64-yard field goal when he had 3 timeouts left on a 4th and 5, and so there were some things there. But this will be his 5th offensive coordinator stint. And what I would say that you should like about this is that he is an experienced guy. He's got a lot of experience as an offensive coordinator, and some of his teams have been really good offensively. Aaron Rodgers was a 2-time MVP when he was Matt LaFleur's coach, offensive coordinator with the Green Bay Packers. So this guy, Tampa Bay and Buffalo and Syracuse, and then back to Buffalo, and then obviously the offensive coordinator with the Jaguars under Doug Marrone for 3 years, and then he was the head coach of the Broncos after a stint with Green Bay for 3 years, and then he was the Jets offensive coordinator. And so there's a lot of experience there, some good, some bad, but you're able to get somebody that has head coaching experience, has sat in that seat before, and you're getting somebody who, if you look at the offenses he had, some of those offenses were very good. In Green Bay, he had the number 1 offense. In Green Bay, he also had the number 10 offense. In Jacksonville, he had the number 6 offense. But then he had some bad offenses. 32nd in Denver, 29th with the Jets, 24th with the Jets, 25th with Jacksonville 1 year. But a lot of experience there as an offensive coordinator, Kellen.
Absolutely, Gambo. And I think that this is such a contextual sort of hire, right? Because can you imagine if the Cardinals would have hired a defensive-minded, a DC type of coach, and then this was their offensive coordinator? We would all be panicking as this guy, as the primary guy in charge of the offense. With all of his experience, it's a good thing, but of course, like the catastrophic stint in Denver, that lone year as head coach is the one that we go back to and is the stain, the major stain all over his resume for all the good that he has done. That overrides it a ton. But this is not going to be the guy who is calling plays for you. And it's always interesting, Gambo, in these kinds of situations where, okay, defensive-minded head coach and a DC, like the relationship between Rollis and Gannon. What is the relationship going to be like between LaFleur and Hackett? What I like here, again, is what you mentioned, which is the amount of experience, because you'll remember they hired Gannon, Petzing, not a ton of experience. Rollis, not a ton of experience. They bring in another experienced coordinator for a role where it really varies. Like, you can look at the OC, I believe it was Declan Doyle, who went from the Bears to the Ravens. Like, that was the guy that was getting Ben Johnson's coffee order. Like, he was doing nothing. Ben Johnson was calling that offense, was the creative mastermind behind all of that offense. How much Hackett is going to have influence? It's more of just having another, not so much veteran voice in the room, Gambo, because he's 46, but someone who has been around the bend and for LaFleur to bounce ideas off of. I don't mind it. I saw the news alert and wanted to panic, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, Doyle went to the Ravens, I believe.
Yeah.
As their offensive coordinator, as a lot of these moves are happening. Yeah, listen, Hafley got the job in Miami, and then he was going to hire Hackett to be the quarterback coach. But a week later, he gets offered the job here. Familiarity, he was with LaFleur's brother in Green Bay for 3 years. So, obviously this familiarity, he could talk to his brother about him and pick his brain, because for 3 years, from 19 to 21, the first time he was with Green Bay, you were seeing a lot of success there. For those 3 years, Aaron Rodgers with back-to-back MVPs. Then he left there, took the head coaching job at the Broncos, was 4-11 and got fired. Didn't even finish the season and got fired. Then he took the Jets offensive coordinator job, and the Jets. But I don't really put anything on the Jets. The Jets are such a miserable organization that almost anybody that goes there is going to fail. They were number 31 in offense, and so now you're looking at, okay, you got to feel it. And I was looking at some other guys, Nate Scheelhaas, the passing game coordinator with the Rams, and then Dave Ragone, the quarterback's coach. I was wondering if he was going to bring somebody from the Rams in, but you go with Hackett there, and now your offensive coordinator is done, and now we turn our attention to defensive coordinator, and you start to look at some of the names and try to figure it out. There's a guy named Dino Vasso, the Texans secondary coach, is a guy that, I've seen his name about a little bit, and we'll see as he starts to put his staff together. The Cardinals were the 10th out of 10 teams to hire their head coach, and now they're going to try to fast-track this and put a good staff together for LaFleur and turn the page. And it's the most important thing, is turning the page on what was a miserable year with Jonathan Gannon, a miserable season, one of the worst we can remember. And I said this to Bernsey last week. I mean, the reason we want this coaching hire to be just done and over with is because it really does put a nail in the coffin on last year. It's time to look ahead and look forward. I think the fan base is pretty excited about LaFleur. I think they, at the end, when it came down to it in the end, they were happy. They wanted either LaFleur or Kubiak, and they were able to get one of those guys, a young 38-year-old, good offensive mind, a guy that wants this job. and is going to be dedicated to try and get this offense back on track.
Mike LaFleur was on Burns and Gambo yesterday. This was before the news of Hackett's hiring, but he talked about the process of building a coaching staff.
Yeah, I mean, it's all encompassing. I mean, there's a process that has to happen. There's a process just based on the rules of this league, So there's always guys in mind. You're always thinking it, even this last offseason. I mean, you start, hey, this guy's there, that guy's there. He might be a QC, time for a promotion if you ever get that gig. So we'll go through the process of making sure that we pick the right guys. Again, there's going to be urgency to it, but it's also going to be a thoughtful process to make sure that, again, we get these guys that are the best coaches for these players.
And Gambo, without a doubt, the more important hiring coming up is that defensive coordinator spot. I think offensive coordinator, it's hard to critique too much because that offense is going to be a lot of LaFleur's responsibility.
Mike is going to call the play. It was the most important thing that people wanted to know. Is he going to call the plays? We were able to break that, before the press conference, I think 2 days ago, whenever it was. And he is going, and I'm happy about that. I want him to call the plays. I think that was one of the negatives on Gannon, is that Gannon didn't run the defense. He was such a good defensive coordinator, and he didn't run the defense. So you're bringing on a guy here that you believe has a really good offensive mind. He's been an offensive coordinator before. I'm talking about LaFleur here. Let him run the offense. This is his baby. Let him run it.
Absolutely. And I think the other thing that you have to keep in mind here is with Hackett particularly joining LaFleur is how much does he contribute to the brain trust of the offense? Because it's going to be LaFleur's style. It's going to be his play calls. And I thought it was really interesting how he talked about yesterday. It was like the most important thing for him as a play caller is the tempo. He wants to get the plays in quickly. Gambo, do you remember the amount of times we watched Kyler look at Cliff and was like, can you get the play call in, please?
Yeah, waving his hands. Come on,
let's go.
On.
And then we're burning timeouts left and right. We're not going to have that problem anymore, thank goodness.
I'm wondering if Cliff Kingsbury is even going to get a job in the NFL this year. I don't think anybody wants him. Maybe Seattle? Outside of that, does anybody want Cliff?
Maybe because of that 1 year, that 1 year turned out well. But look, this is the story. It starts well, and then it submarines drastically.
Cliff may not have a job. I think not many opportunities left, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. The Suns were down 19 on the road to the Portland Trailblazers and won, because of course they did. We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns win 130-125. They come all the way back from down 19 in the first half, and they beat the Blazers by 5. They improved to 31-20 on the season, back to 11 games over 500. And the final 4 games before the All-Star break will all be in the comforts of their own home at Mortgage Matchup Center.
It wasn't easy, but the Suns got the W, and we get into it on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
The big game this Sunday is here, and the only thing better than the action is the food. No football weekend is complete without Daisy French Onion Dip. You got your chips, you got your veggies, you got your wings. Great. But where is the Daisy French Onion and the Daisy Ranch Dip? Just as good as homemade, with real herbs, real spices, and the ingredients you would find in your own kitchen. Give it a try for your next tailgate or for the big party this weekend. Trust me, it goes great with any game. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
After your last putt drops, make Bonehouse Brewing your next stop in Fountain Hills. Our tap room is a true Arizona adventure. Mining relics, hidden treasures, and a beer lineup that's as creative as your short game. From our legendary hazy IPAs to crisp lagers and seasonal stouts, there's a brew for every golfer's taste. Bring your foursome, share your best and worst shots, and raise a glass to the good times, because at Bonehouse, every round deserves a legendary finish.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain, also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly, their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. Full reaction and response to the Mike LaFleur introductory press conference with the Cardinals. All the fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tamani Kamara comes up with a rebound, and his shot's no good at the buzzer. The Suns win 130 to 125. They come all the way back from down 19 in the first half, and they beat the Blazers by 5. They improved to 31-20 on the season, back to 11 games over 500. And the final 4 games before the All-Star break will all be in the comforts of their own home at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Gambo, our listeners in Queen Creek loved that Suns win.
They did.
Queen Creek fired up.
They were fired. They wanted to have a victory parade in Queen Creek after that win last night. You know what? And this is just typical Suns, right? You get down by 19. That first quarter, Portland's hitting everything, right? 8 3-pointers made. They were 8 of 15. Kamara had 3. Klingon had 3. Like, they're just playing great. Suns get down by 19. You're like, okay, no Book, no Green. Maybe they'll lose this game, but no. I don't know about you, but what impressed me the most was how they were able to get back in the game, make a game of it. By halftime, it was 72-67. It was a 5-point game instead of a 19-point game. You knew they were in it. I loved the way they came out for the third quarter. Gillespie hits a 3, Allen hits a 3. Allen hits a 3, Allen hits a 3. And all of a sudden, the Suns are up 79-78 with 8:19 left. They say, okay, no Book, no Green, no problem, but we still have the three-pointer. And we can hit this three-pointer when we want to. And bang, 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 4 3-pointers. Then Allen hits one. Then Colin hits one. Then Allen hits another one. Then Colin hits another one. Then Goodwin hits one with 1.7 seconds left to end the quarter, and the Suns are up by 7. What a weapon that was for them last night, that three-point shot.
And a weapon they were able to deploy because of how they were setting up those threes. It wasn't like
the
pass, and all this. Exactly. It wasn't like 6 passes and then a catch-and-shoot 3 like the beautiful basketball we see. It was deploying an offense against that type of drop coverage where you're taking pull-up threes. And Grayson and Collin throughout the year, Royce, everyone who's taking threes. Jordan Goodwin, like you said, just hitting a pull-up 3 at the end of the quarter. Sure, all of these guys haven't given the freedom from Jordan out to take those shots. Goodwin has told us in the past that, like, when he's dribbling the ball down the floor near Ott will be like, pull it. Like, he's telling them to take shots. Like, he wants these guys to take these types of threes where in other circumstances under other teams, under other coaches, they would be told, keep it to the catch and shoot stuff. Like we tell the story about Dylan Brooks in Memphis, how he was told to take 6 shots a game, all that stuff. All the freedom that these players have been given all year, it shows up in games like this. Colin Gillespie was absolutely out of this world. Here's Jordan Ott on it after the game.
Created massive. Yeah, he just doesn't stop moving. You know, his energy. We're asking him to do a lot right now, and just his ability to move without the ball on top of his shot making off the dribble. He was able to find, even when he got inside the three-point line, he kept his dribble alive, really tried to probe for some teammates. Yeah, just overall. And then they're coming at you on the other end. It doesn't stop on the other end. They play super fast, especially for a Western Conference team, and they drive the ball as well as anyone. So it's an unrelenting style that they play on their offense that really puts a lot of pressure on you.
Gambo, I know the 2 All-Stars were out due to injury, but Colin Gillespie was the best player on the floor by far. It wasn't close.
I'm fascinated to think of, like, these teams that, like, you just, okay, go to the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know, you guys had him for a couple of years, and, like, you know, and then he didn't play a whole lot, and 2-way contracts and everything, and anybody else could have had this guy. Man, and sometimes it just – I was talking with an executive yesterday just about the trades that were going down. I've spoken with about 6 or 7 teams in the last 24 hours, just dissecting the trades that they made and trades that they expect to happen and things like that. Because, I mean, you know me, you know some of the people I talk to, and that's kind of what I do. Mm-hmm. And we were talking about Gillespie, and it's just like there are guys like this. There are guys that they just, you know, for whatever reason, they get there with the right organization, and that organization shows the confidence in them. And, you know, sometimes, you know, teams kind of hold it against you if you make a bad first impression and you never get another opportunity. And Colin Gillespie's been that guy. Look, I didn't think that game was won last night. I thought they were in complete control up 12 with 5 minutes left, but then it got dicey. I thought Allen hit the dagger to put it away with 53 seconds left. But Colin Gillespie, I mean, what he's been able to do, and then I was watching the interview last night. They're like, you should play all your games on NBC and Peacock because he's had 5 games with them, and he's had his 2 highest scoring games of his career have been on their broadcast.
Yeah.
It's December 1st against the Lakers.
Let's get that in the playoffs, please. Can we get these games on NBC and Peacock?
We'll put them all on Peacock, man.
Yeah.
We'll put all those games on Peacock, whatever we have to do. But, you know, it wasn't just that, right? It wasn't just he tied his career high with 8 3-pointers. He had the career high 30 points.
The playmaking, Gambo.
The 10 assists.
Yeah.
How many times did he make the right play? How many times did he not shoot the 3 and find the open guy for an easy basket when they were making some of those runs in the 3rd and 4th quarter? I thought he was really good in that situation as well, being able to make sure that I'm getting other guys involved. He was knocking down his shots, but they had a lot of good, important baskets based on his playmaking.
More from Gillespie after the game.
Yeah, I mean, we needed it. Jalen's down, Book's out right now, so we need other guys to step up. Dylan normally carries us offensively. Grayson, DD kind of wasn't falling for him tonight, so other guys had to step up. And it could be like that any night. There's been games where Royce has hit 5 to 7 threes. Grayson's hit 10 in the game. Dylan's had 40 obviously the other night, so other guys can step up. Mark had 20 and 12 today, so other guys can step up. Yeah, it was good for us. Good win for us. We needed it.
Yeah, and speaking of Mark, a really rough first quarter. The Portland Trailblazers were really, really going at him. Klingen and the stretchability was really getting to him in his spacing and where he needed to be defensively, but he bounced back in a major way in the second half, and Colin had something to say about it while Mark Williams was getting his interview after the game.
Look at my big dog! Hey, what do you have?
I mean, new career night for you. Huh? You have a new career high tonight.
Yeah, but he got 24 and 12.
They're just so fun. It's just such a fun team to watch, Gambo.
I'm going to talk about the trade deadline coming up here. I know everybody wants to hear what I have to say or what we can report here. So 3:15, we'll talk about the trade deadline because everybody's wondering what they're going to do, if they're going to do anything. So we will get to that. I promise you. We are going to get to that. One of my favorite plays was, and I'm sure you're going to remember this. It actually it led to a 3-pointer, but they were inbounding the ball to Caleb Love, and somehow Colin Gillespie got his backhand on the pass.
Yep.
And kind of knocked it, and then he grabbed it, and he hits a 3, and it made it 106-98. And I was like, I had to go back and look at it. I'm like, was Caleb Love not looking? Did he throw it off of Colin's back? I mean, it happened so fast. And sometimes, the cameras aren't really prepared for that inbounds after a guy scores a basket or something. They're not really prepared for the inbounds pass. And then they showed it, and I look back on, man, he somehow he kind of put his hand out and kind of deflected the ball a little bit. Like, just the awareness that he has, his basketball IQ and awareness are absolutely through the roof.
It's one of those things, Gambo, where we talk about, and you come in here after a game, you're like, some nights it's just not their night. It wasn't their night the other night, right? It's just not their nights. They try their hardest to defy that notion every single night, because after Klingon ties his career high for threes within 3 minutes of the game, you just want to go, it's not their night. They don't subscribe to that at all, and it makes it so fun to watch because you just know, even when they're down 19 in the first quarter, this game is not over. I'm sure there were some people who like to go to bed around 9:30, 10 who were like, maybe I'd turn it off. No, do not turn it off.
No, listen, I was one of those guys. I've got the flu for the last 5 days in late game like that, but I sucked it up, knowing I was going to do the show today. All right, when we come back, we will talk with the NFL reporter for SNY, Connor Hughes, and we'll talk to him about Nathaniel Hackett and get some insight on the Cards offensive coordinator. We'll talk to him next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Join Doctors Kopstein and King from K2 Vision RLE to learn about refractive lens exchange and have your questions answered. They're hosting a free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
We'll answer these questions and more at our upcoming K2 Vision free live webinar. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
How long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
The webinar is this Thursday afternoon at 1. Space is limited. Register now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
President's Day weekend is when serious buyers step up, and that's why Tim Hovik Santan Ford isn't waiting. They kick the President's Day sale off early. That means the best selection is on the lot right now. So now is the time to make your move. Once a year President's Day sale pricing on beautiful new Fords with serious sale numbers behind it. Early birds always get the best selection at the world-famous Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Go to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have an offensive coordinator. According to Tom Pelissero, the Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator. Hackett was the OC in Green Bay for 3 years under Matt LaFleur. He now joins his younger brother Mike in Arizona. And the Phoenix Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in comeback fashion last night. Colin Gillespie led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 3-pointers made in the win last night. Without Devin Booker and Jalen Green, Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also both chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are back home tomorrow hosting the Golden State Warriors. And Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utah Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7. You can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
ASU Sun Devil men's basketball at the Utes of Utah. Coverage tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, welcome back to the show. We're going to head out to New York and check in with Connor Hughes. He's an NFL reporter for SNY. We'll talk about LaFleur and Hackett with him, and he joins us on the program. Connor, I'm Gambo, and Kellen Olson's filling in for my partner, Bernsey. How are you today?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
Good. I go way back, being a New Yorker, writing for Newsday, spent the first 30 years of my life out there, not covered, but grew up with Richard Todd and Walt Michaels and obviously Al Toon and Wesley Walker, and loved some of those Jets teams with Freeman McNeil. I always say the Jets haven't had a good quarterback since Kenny O'Brien, and I don't count Mark Sanchez or Chad Pennington. I do. I think the last time they had a good quarterback was Kenny O'Brien. Before that, Richard Todd wasn't half bad.
I'll tell you what, I would probably trade the weather that we're dealing with here in New York for the weather that you have over there in Arizona, plus the golf courses and all that stuff. So I think you made the right call going where you did, my friend.
Yeah. No, I moved out like 30 years ago. I've been doing this show for 30 years. All right, LaFleur, I always say, like, every time somebody gets hired, Robert Saleh, a lot of people wanted Saleh to be the head coach here. I don't fault you if you had a problem with the Jets. They're a disastrous organization. But tell me about his time when Mike LaFleur was with Saleh, offensive coordinator in the Jets. Was there anything about that offense that you liked?
Yeah, a lot. So I've been covering the Jets since 2014, and Mike was the only offensive coordinator for this team that I can remember seeing him run plays that I had never seen before, the creativity that I had never seen before, and then more than anything else, other offenses copying the plays that the Jets were running and trying to implement them themselves. That doesn't happen. Usually teams use the Jets as film of what not to do. And when Mike was there were examples of them taking it. And look, he unfortunately lost his job, and he was hamstrung a lot by the quarterback situation, and that was Zach Wilson. Now, I'm sure that Mike played a role in the Jets drafting Zach. I know he didn't dislike him when he was picked or anything like that, but Zach just didn't work, and there was a processing issue there. There was a real big maturity issue with Wilson. It became pretty clear that he just couldn't play, and The weird thing about LaFleur's offense is that he did, because of injuries and other things, have the opportunity to call plays for other quarterbacks. You know, there was a stretch of time there where Joe Flacco was playing, Josh Johnson was playing, Mike White was playing. When any other quarterback was starting for the Jets other than Zach Wilson, LaFleur's offense is ranked top 10, top 5 in most statistical categories. Then Zach Wilson went in and things kind of fell apart. Now, ownership wanted to change and believed that the coaching was why Zach was struggling. They weren't willing to give up on Zach yet, so they had to move on from LaFleur, even though that was not what Robert Saleh necessarily wanted. But there was a lot of optimism and a lot of optimistic aspects of LaFleur as the Jets offensive coordinator when he was there. Unfortunately, you just didn't really get to see it long-term or carry through because of issues at quarterback.
So then give me your thoughts then when you find out that this 38-year-old was in L.A. with the Rams and McVay, not calling the plays, but he was the offensive coordinator. Give me your thoughts, having covered him, when you heard that he got the Arizona Cardinals job.
Oh, I was so happy for him. I texted him and told him the same thing. I mean, he like the thing about Mike, and you guys will get to know this, he's a great person. Like, it's aside from the football mind, which is what he is. Like, you can tell that he's a brainiac when it comes to offense. I mean, he knows how to design a game. I think it was Robert Saleh who once said that the only person who knows the Kyle Shanahan offense, not better than Kyle, but the person who knows the Kyle Shanahan offense second best in the world is Mike LaFleur. Like, that is what he does. And, I mean, he's a brilliant offensive mind. He can connect with his players because he's, like, at no point is he bigger than what he is. Like he's not snobbish. He's not arrogant. He's not cocky like you see so many of these young coaches come in. He is authentically who he is. In fact, I think the only thing he's maybe a little snobby over is his wine selection. Like, that's something he's going to get on you guys about, is his wine. But other than that, he's just such a down-to-earth good person, and that resonates with the people he works with. That resonates with the people he works for. That resonates with his players. And to see him get his opportunity now, I mean, it's awesome. And I really think he's going to be a damn good coach there for you guys.
Connor, when you look at some of the weapons that he's going to be utilizing, you look at year one in New York, it was Jamison Crowder, the leading receiver, but year two, Garrett Wilson. What do you expect him to do with weapons like Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Michael Wilson?
That's the thing is that he's going to – I mean, the run game is going to be a big part of that. I think the run game is going to be really interesting. He's going to use his receivers in a bunch of different ways, which is how – again, it's the Jets are such a bad example of what to look at, just for the simple fact of, like, they really didn't have much talent when he was here. They were held back by the quarterback. But you can look, I think, a lot of what was going on with the Rams offense with Sean McVay, marry that with Kyle Shanahan's offensive philosophy, and then you can go back and look at some of the games where Mike White was starting for the Jets. And I'd say the biggest thing and the biggest testament and credit that I can give Mike is that his philosophy is definitely married in that Shanahan structure. However, he adapts and maneuvers to what his players do well. This isn't one of those things where he's going to try to shove square holes or square pegs into a round hole. He's going to make the peg in the hole fit. Like, he's going to figure out a way to adapt and evolve. And that's why if you go back and look at the Jets, look at the way that things ran when Zach Wilson was the quarterback. And then it was a different style when Joe Flacco was the quarterback, and a different style when Josh Johnson got some playtime, and then a different style which was really successful with Mike White. And I think from a quarterbacking perspective, Mike has the ability to design an offense that's pretty easy and pretty kind of that similar like Kevin O'Connell sort of thing where people say it's a very quarterback-friendly offense. It's because a lot of times you have quarterbacks thrown to spots rather than having to do all these reads. Like, Mike tries to simplify it for his passer, and you're going to see a lot of guys have a lot of success because of what they do well and his ability to design an offense that caters to their strengths.
I'm glad you brought up the run game because there's a Shanahan influence there with the style that San Francisco uses, but then he comes from McVay recently, and they were running the 13 personnel thing to death over this last year. Like, what do you expect from his type of run game? What for it to look like exactly?
It's going to be based off of personnel, honestly, and you can that's the thing is Mike had his hands in a bunch of different areas of the offense. Sean McVay called the plays. Although it's actually crazy. As I was talking to Mike when they played you guys, when they played the Cardinals. That was when Sean was sick. He missed basically the whole week. So going into that Sunday game, I think this has been reported by now, but going into that game, Sean was like, "Look, Mike, you've been involved in this whole time. You call the plays. Like, you call this entire offense." And the Rams scored 48 points or something like that on Arizona. Like, that was Mike.
500 yards, had a great game.
Yeah, that was Mike. Like, that was LaFleur. So I think when it comes to the run game, when it comes to the pass game, it's let him get his hands on the players. Let him see what they do well. Let him adjust to the offensive line. Let him get his draft picks in and free, and then he's going to construct an offense based off of what these players do well. Like that, It's a little bit of a chameleon approach. It's not like I've covered so many offensive coordinators that are just like, this is what we do. This is how we do. You guys figure it out. That's not Mike. Like, that's not how he runs. And honestly, you talked about the 13 personnel the Rams were running. A lot of that had to do with their personnel. Like, it's very much, it's a Sean McVay type thing. Like, he will adapt and evolve based off of what he has, and that's what they're going to do.
Connor Hughes, NFL reporter for SNY, joins us on Arizona Sports. Let's talk about the offensive coordinator. That's not going to be calling the plays because LaFleur is going to call the plays. But Nathaniel Hackett, who actually replaced LaFleur in New York as the offensive coordinator, I'm sure you had some interaction with him. Give me your thoughts on his type of offense and how he runs it.
Yeah, that one not as high on. That one, that not so good.
Good, because my friend group in New York, I'm like, the Cardinals just hired hired Hackett. Good luck. He blanks completely and I was
going to say you. Yeah, I was going to say FCC is going to get this station flagged. Yeah, reading those text messages.
My friend group in New York isn't very happy, but he's not going to call the plays. He is a good offensive mind, and he was a head coach before, and he's been an offensive coordinator 5 times. So I think that's good experience that LaFleur can lean on.
It is. He's been a head coach before. He's dealt with some crap before. He's been in the league for a very long time. He's had a lot of success. He's worked with a lot of different personalities. And the one thing about Nathaniel that I can say that I think will be helpful is that he never takes himself too seriously. And he doesn't. He is authentically himself. And actually, he and the LaFleurs are wildly close. And not just him and Matt. Obviously, he worked forever with Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. But Mike and Mike's wife Lauren and them, and then Matt's family, and the Hacketts, they all vacation together. They're very, very close. So I think it's going to be good to have somebody that Mike trusts, somebody that Mike can lean on, somebody that has been his friend for a while when he's going into this new experience and doing things for the first time. I think it'll be good to have Nathaniel to lean back on. And you're right. I wouldn't call him a great offensive mind. I think for what he's going to be doing with Arizona, it'll be a big help. Mike's going to be calling the plays. It's going to be Mike's offense. But having Nathaniel there as somebody to bounce ideas off of, I think is beneficial. It's when you put too much on Hackett's plate or ask him to do too much that it kind of falls apart. And the one thing I will say about Nate is he is a really good person as well. When the Jets made the decision his second year to strip him of play calling, they kind of gave Nathaniel the option of look, if this is too awkward for you to be on staff while not really being the offensive coordinator anymore because Todd Downing's going to be calling things, you can leave. And instead, Nathaniel said, no, I'm staying around. I'm going to do everything that I can to help you. I'll help Todd. I'll help Robert and then Jeff. Robert was gone at that time. I'll help Jeff. I'll help Aaron Rodgers. I'll do everything I can to help you guys and help you guys try to find success, even though basically he had all of his power stripped. At one point he was bringing coffees and Red Bulls to guys in meetings, just to try to help that way. So he is a really good human being. It's just obviously it hasn't worked for him as an offensive coordinator in terms of calling plays.
All right, leave me with this. I think you said something about the Jets could have some interest in Jacoby Brissett. He did a good job for the Cardinals. He ran a really, there wasn't a lot of talent here. Everything was going downhill, but he came in. He was very competent. I liked him. He's a very, very good backup and can win you a couple games if in limited experience. But what's your thoughts on the Jets and their interest in Jacoby?
I think so. They just hired Frank Wright as their offensive coordinator, and if you go back and look at Frank's history, because the Jets need quarterbacks, they need one bad. Jacoby, I think when Jacoby was in Indy with Frank, he went 7-8 as a starter with 18-ish touchdowns and 6 interceptions, if I have those numbers correctly. He was a solid player. Again, not pretty much the same Jacoby Brissett he's been throughout his career. He's a solid quarterback, journeyman, good for 4 or 5 games. I don't know where the Jets are going to find their quarterback of the future in terms of it's this draft or the next draft. They might end up taking somebody on day 2 or trading into the first round to grab somebody just so they have that 5th-year option. But I think Jacoby makes a lot of sense as somebody who knows how Frank wants to do it, is a professional quarterback, can give you some serviceable plays and help guys like Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, if they bring him back, find some success. But the other one, actually, I'm keeping an eye on, to be completely honest with you, is also Kyler. Because if the Jets are trying to make a splash and if they have some people in upper management who want to steal some headlines and get the player that's exciting, if Arizona, and I haven't asked Mike this, so I'm not reporting this in any way, shape, or form, but if for some reason, Mike and Kyler don't see things, eye to eye, and Arizona decides to move on from Murray, I'd be interested to see if the Jets find themselves interested in that situation as well, just because of the fact that, he would bring some excitement to a team that's really looking for some positive headlines.
No, we can make a deal right now and just tell the Jets and the Cardinals about it, me and you, if you want. Tell me what you want for Kyler, and we'll work something out.
That contract's crazy, man. I was looking at that the other day, too.
It's a good 2-year contract. It's a really good 2-year contract for a team that trades for him.
Nothing wrong with the contract at all. You can have it.
Just make me an offer.
What's funny, though, is Well, that's funny is like the weird thing is like this is where you kind of have to figure out who's making the decisions for the Jets, because if it truly is Aaron Glenn and this really is Aaron Glenn's show like it was a year ago, Kyler doesn't happen, because like this is a dude who wants your quarterback to be focused entirely on football. He doesn't want him to be a celebrity, and there's all those. I know I've seen like I followed stuff with Arizona where I see the jokes online that the new Call of Duty comes out, and you know that Kyler's just going to check out for a while. Like,
that was years ago. That was years ago. We don't do that now.
Yeah, it's all good now. Yeah. Wait till the new one comes out. Yeah, because there hasn't been a new one in a while. But they're like that. I think it just doesn't mesh with him. But if other hands are suddenly in the kitchen, and other chefs are in the kitchen and trying to influence moves, I think that's where Kyler could happen. But more likely, Jacoby makes a bit more sense.
Connor, good stuff. Thanks for joining us.
No problem, guys. Enjoy Mike. Seriously, great dude,
right.
and I think you guys will really like him.
Appreciate it. That's Connor Hughes, covers the Jets and the Giants for SNY TV. When we come back, is it possible a Zach Allen return? That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
All you want is ownership to want to win, and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization, and then just going through that process. Like, why wouldn't you?
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray in the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's 2026 now, and maybe you are looking to do something big this year. Maybe you're buying a new home. Picture this. You find the new place. It's your dream house. You move in right away without wasting time waiting around to sell your old place first. That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first. Then you just do everything from there. It's perfect. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I have done that. It is such a hassle. It impacts your everyday life. I'm not doing it again. You don't have to do it again either. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. They're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Their flagship program is buy before you sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale. A lot of F-150 trucks on the lot if you want one. And Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road if you want a Navigator. Check out Sanderson Lincoln. All right, Lauren, I don't even know what our poll question is, but I'll let you go ahead and tell us.
All right, our poll question today has to do with the Phoenix Suns and
Okay.
their big victory last night, but now we're looking to move on. We're looking to turn the page here. And by
Why?
that I mean,
Why can't we just enjoy the victory?
well, we can enjoy the
I mean,
victory.
12
but,
hours later, you want to just move on?
No, but we can ask questions about it,
Okay.
can't we?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you can.
Thank you. And today's question is, who is the most important player for
Who?
the Suns to re-sign this offseason? Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, or Mark Williams?
I don't really think it's a question. It's got to be Gillespie.
It's crazy what they gave up for Mark Williams, but the answer is still Gillespie, right? Like, they gave up 2
Has to
first-round picks for Mark Williams. 2 light first-round picks, but 2 first-round picks nonetheless. But if you have to choose between one, it's Gillespie 10 times out of 10. He has been, without a doubt, their third-best player this year. It's Brooks, Booker, and him, easily.
And Colin Gillespie is leading the way on this one with 75% of the vote, 21% going with Mark Williams, and 4% going with Jordan Goodwin.
All right, there's your Burns and Gamble poll question from Lauren. You can vote for that
Thanks,
on our
Lauren.
Twitter page. Hey, do you guys remember last year? Some guy tweeted me, and I almost remember this, but my brain doesn't work so well. How wild different things are 10 months from all the mush you and Burnsy dissected on the schedule down the stretch. Were we calling this? Do you remember anything about us calling it mush?
It was, what was it exactly, Lauren?
You remember it, Lauren?
Yeah, we called the, sort of cupcake games the mush.
The mush. When they were playing a cupcake game. Oh, wow. Okay, that's what it was. The cupcake games were the mush.
The ones that you had to, tread through to get to the better games.
It was the mush. Okay, gotcha.
You know a thing
All right.
about mushing, of course, Cambo. Of course.
Mush. Dog mushing.
Of course.
Yeah, dog mushing.
Come on now.
I'm an expert dog musher, by the way. Expert.
I didn't even need to, be told that. I just knew that, knowing you.
Yeah, I'm an expert. I've dog mushed in Alaska. I've dog mushed in Switzerland. I've dog mushed in Finland. I've taken out my own sled dogs. I've taken out my own dogs.
You think that's what Zach Gallen's doing right now while he waits to get signed, or what? What's
Dog
going on
mushing.
with this guy?
I've fed the dogs. I know how to feed them a soup. They eat a certain soup that they eat before they go on their run. All right, we should do a whole segment on dog mushing. I would love it. Let's talk about the.
We got this float at 5:45.
Yeah, we could do that. A whole segment on dog mushing.
All right.
Listen, I know the weather's really nice right now. I'd love to be in super cold weather with a pack of dogs right now, with heading down a trail. That's a huge thrill for me. Zach Gallen, everybody wondering, is that possible a return? Could possibly be a return. The answer is yes, if he's got no options. Have things changed? I think what's changed is that Scott Boras went into this offseason thinking he was going to get a 5-year deal for Zach Gallen, telling Zach Gallen for years, let's just get you to free agency. You'll be in your prime. You've got all this track record of success. You're going to get a 5-year deal. You're going to make all this money. You'll be filthy rich for the rest of your life. And all of a sudden, here we are, and it's February 4th, and Zach Gallen doesn't have a contract with anybody. So a lot of people asking me, because I know that the Diamondbacks were not willing to give him a 4-year contract for $20 million or a 3-year contract for $20 million. They weren't going to go there. But you start to look at it now, and as each passing day goes by, and my understanding is that Gallen He wants to be on a team by the start of spring training. He doesn't want to wait into spring training. He wants to be on a team so he can get going and try to have a good year. Is the chance for the Diamondbacks to get him really has to do with because they like him. They like him. They know him. They like him. It really has to do is he truly out of options? Are there no other teams that are willing to sign him to a contract? And if that's the case, look, I'm going to say that I don't believe that the Arizona Diamondbacks would pay him $20 million a year. They're at or above where they wanted to be this year for their budget. They're at it or above it. So I don't think that they can add 1 year and $20 million unless it was like a creative type of thing where you're like, okay, let's defer a portion of the money and let's do this and let's do that. Then maybe they could do it. So do I think that the Diamondbacks like Gallen? Sure, the whole organization loves Zach Gallen. But if he can't get a deal with somebody else, we've got to start thinking about the possibility that if they can get creative on a contract, there might be a way for this to work where he comes back to the D-backs.
Before we go to break, Gambo, I've got the soundbite from him. He was at the Open yesterday, spoke with Fox 10 on the possibility of re-signing with the Diamondbacks.
It's very humbling. That's kind of been the constant thing over the last couple weeks. Is, people have been like, hey, we'd really love you to come back. And, I think people understand, what Phoenix means to me. And, we're calling, my wife is from here. I'm calling this home base now. So for us to be here would be awesome. And I think it's been really humbling that people have come up and, for like me to come back, especially because I knew how the first half of last year went. We didn't make the playoffs and things like that. So it gives you chills that people still waiting to come back and be a part of the organization and the franchise.
Sounds like he just needs the right offer, Gambo.
Yeah, no offer's been made.
Yeah.
I don't believe an offer's been made, but if Scott Boras, once he finishes up the school bull hearing, if he turns his attention to Gallen and if he calls the Diamondbacks and can come up with something creative, I think that there could be a chance. It could be a Jordan Montgomery type of deal, 1 year with an option type of year to see if there's a way to make something happen. We'll keep our eye on that. With Book and Green still out, the Suns find a way to win. How? We'll do Kellen's weekly segment next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
AQ Shipley is our guest. The Cardinals have been searching for their head coach. It's Mike LaFleur. I think a pretty positive hire. Your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I actually attribute this very similar to the Penn State coaching hire. It took long. They ultimately got the guy that they probably wanted in the end, right? They put out all the feelers. They met with everybody, but you ultimately get a guy who comes from McVay, comes from Shanahan. He knows this team so well, and he understands the toughness, and he thinks that it's almost there, and hopefully he's the guy that can get us there.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi all, it's Dave Burns here to tell you about Liberty GMC, a dealership committed to the easy experience of buying and servicing a vehicle. GMC has the best trucks and SUVs on the market, the Sierras, the Yukons, the Terrains, and more at Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. But I also want to tell you about their great service department, truly the best in the Valley. They added a late night shift so you can drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. That is awesome convenience. They have the best tire deal in the city. Buy 3 and get 1 free, always. And Liberty GMC has added concierge service. They'll come to you, pick up your vehicle, service it, and return it to you, plus a terrific CarStar body shop to fix any make or model. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Renaissance Festival is back. Weekends now through March 29th. Be ready to have a great time. Amazing adventure awaits the entire family. New shows, shopping, jousting nights, non-stop feasting. Leave your cares behind. Happiness reigns at the Renaissance Festival. It's fun and affordable. Visit now through March 29th. Discount tickets available at Bashas' and Food City or online at arizona.renfestinfo.com. Presented by Delta Airlines, Bashas', Food City, Pepsi, Budweiser, and Guinness. Huzzah!
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have an offensive coordinator. According to Tom Pelissero, the Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their OC. Hackett was the OC in Green Bay for 3 years under Matt LaFleur. He now joins younger brother Mike in Arizona. And the Phoenix Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in comeback fashion last night. Colin Gillespie led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win. That was also without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. And the Suns are back home tomorrow, hosting the Golden State Warriors. And Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, family-owned since 1977, bringing you award-winning Mexican flavor and a great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? Just text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here. Kellen, great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
All right, Courtside with Kellen. We'll talk a little bit about the Phoenix Suns as they win again last night and improve to 31 and is it 31 and 20 now, Kellen?
That's the number.
31 and 20 on the season, 11 games over 500. They continue to have a winning record on the road with that win last night. After those losses to the Hawks and the Heat, They have now won 4 out of 5 basketball games. They beat Brooklyn, they beat Detroit, they beat Cleveland, they beat Portland, and we're seeing the team right now that's playing some fantastic basketball and doing it without Jalen Green and in large part without Devin Booker for the last week or so. So let's start with that. Just your initial thoughts on how this team has been able to not only survive, but thrive without 2 of their best players.
Well, this part of the year, Gambo, has allowed for us to really spotlight what we love about this Suns team and just how they do not quit. They do not give up on any game. It is almost hardly not their night, even when they get off to starts like they did the other night, down 19 in the first quarter. The big man's hitting 3 threes in 3 minutes. Like, that's when so many teams around this time of year would go, oh, well, it's not our night and move on. Like, do you remember that Lakers game early in the year where they basically beat the Lakers into submission because it was like, are you guys going to fight for this game? And they were like, no, we're not fighting for this game. We're going to take it off. See you later. That's how most of the league honestly operates. And I mentioned this time of year, around the All-Star break a week or 2 before, that is when these guys' bodies are really feeling it, especially the younger guys who haven't been through a full NBA season before. They're not used to the grind of a full 82-game season, and you really start to feel that around late January, early February. And you look at some of these wins, like I think Detroit and Cleveland, they deserve all the credit in the world for getting those wins. But with that being said, I think it was a byproduct of those teams kind of being worn down at this point in the year. And we were wondering, Gamble, like this physical style, like this really intense style that the Suns play, would it wear them down? They're not slowing down at all. It's remarkable.
I thought they wore Detroit down in that game. And even I think Odd even related to it, how they just kind of wore it down, and Cleveland as well. But Book goes out in the Hawks game. They lose that next game to Miami. Then they beat Brooklyn, beat Detroit, beat Cleveland, lose to L.A., beat Portland. 4-2 in those games. Now, they played without Jalen Green all year long, so we should not be surprised at their ability to win basketball games without Jalen Green. But there was always the thing, like if Book's out too, you're not going to win. And here they are, 4-2, with Devin Booker having missed the past 6 games.
It's crazy because that loss against the Clippers, you watch that game and you're like, okay, how in the world do you only score 93 points when you hit 19 threes? And the answer is you, for the first time in franchise history, make 12 or fewer twos, and that is obviously what happens when Devin Booker and Jalen Green aren't out there spinning the gears, getting everything moving offensively. So now you're starting to worry, like, okay, is this a sign of things to come? Is this a red flag? Are things going to – and they were not taking easy shots last night. Like, some of those threes were difficult shots. But, again, these guys have been so empowered by Jordan throughout the entire year to have their confidence go up. Jordan Goodwin, we didn't talk about enough in the first hour of our show. Gambo, he is playing absolutely – phenomenal overall basketball over the last month or so. It's getting to the point where as a 20 to 22 minute per game guy, he has an all defense case. Like, that's how much he is affecting these games defensively. And then you add on the fact that you're getting 4 or 5 offensive rebounds. You're getting 15 to 16 points in some of these games. He has been contributing at this level that, again, it's amazing that we do like this comparison between last year's team and this year's team. How about the comparison between Jordan Goodwin when he got here 2 years ago and how he looks now? You can see how much of a difference it makes when you have a coach that believes in you, instills confidence in you, and everyone is just connected and together. And we talk about, like, how does Colin Gillespie slip through the cracks? How does Jordan Goodwin slip through the cracks? This is how they do, because they're not in these ecosystems that get the best out of them as players, and that's what the Suns have created here. It's really amazing to see.
I love the depth on this team, and that they're when those guys go down, it's not like like you could say, oh, Dylan Brooks is going to take over. Okay, that's fine. But if you look at from the Atlanta game on, when Book went out, their leading scorer, they've had 4 different leading scorers since the Atlanta game. Brooks has led the team in scoring. Mark Williams has led the team in scoring. Grayson Allen has led the team in scoring. And Colin Gillespie has led the team in scoring. You've had 4 different guys that have led the team in scoring. And you look at the rebounds, and you expect it to be Williams, and it has been, but it's also been Goodwin, and it's been Iguodaro, and it's been Williams. And you go to assist since the Atlanta game when Book went out. Royce O'Neal led the team in assists one game. Then it was Grayson Allen. It's been Colin Gillespie. They have so many other players that can step up and deliver. It's not like they're reliant on one guy or 2 guys or 3. They're reliant on ball movement. They're reliant on good shot selection. They're reliant on hard-paced defense that's going to lead to some, fast breaks and steals and some easy baskets. We talked about the Gillespie getting his hand on that ball and knocking down the 3, forcing those turnovers. So at no point, even when they have Booker and Green, are they dependent on one or two guys. They're really dependent on the structure in which they play.
And we were looking at this schedule, and we weren't really calling it the gauntlet that we were addressing like the last 6 weeks or so. The mush, if you will. It's starting to look a little mushier, if I'm allowed to phrase it that way, Gambo, because Golden State is coming into town tomorrow. Steph Curry did not play last night. We will have the injury report at some point in the 5 o'clock hour on our show and let you guys know about Steph, Devin Booker, Jalen Green, where their statuses are. Philly is coming on Saturday. They have been playing better basketball. Gambo, who's going to be on the Dallas Mavericks on Tuesday when they come here? I don't know who's going to be left. Like, they traded AD. They're going to be trading many more guys. And then, of
Orlando
course,
Blackman?
It's not going to be Finley. He's not going to be out there. He's not going to – no. Like, Roddy Blob is not going to be out there. Samuel Dallamere is not –
Bill Wennington, come on.
Eric Dampier is not walking through that door, Gambo. He's just not going to be there. Josh Howard is not going to be there either.
Well,
and then we were looking at the second game of a back-to-back against OKC – on February 11th, you're like, oh, boy, I don't know if you saw the news. Shea is out. A.J. Mitchell has been out as well. So these are a big 4 games coming up and 4 coming back from home before the break where, like, they could really win all 4 of these quite easily.
Yeah, they could. I always look at it the 10-game blocks.
Yeah.
And this is the start of the 6th 10-game block. And they're 1-0 in the start of this one. And they haven't had a losing block since, which is just crazy. They have not had a losing block. They've never played a 10-game stretch from the start of the season on where they've had a losing record. They've had a 500 record twice, and they've been 7-3 a couple of times. But it's just remarkable that this team just, the last time, outside of the 1-4 start, the most losses they've had in a row is 2.
Yeah,
that's
it's
it.
Amazing.
They've only lost 2 games in a row. I mean, if you go back to October. The most losses they've had since the end of October was 2 in a row. That's how good this team has been. So, you're seeing it without Book. You're seeing it without Green. Now, hopefully they're able to get these guys back and then get to full strength, because the one thing that we do know is coming up on the trade deadline, we're absolutely not going to know what this team looks like at full strength, because we just haven't seen it. We haven't seen them play any extended period of time with a full-strength roster. So they'll go into the trade deadline and just, with an idea of what they may be, but not really knowing what they may be.
Exactly, and it's both a good thing and a bad thing. I think it ultimately is a good thing, though, because it's going to allow them to see a new version of their team that they hadn't before. There are a lot of teams around the league making moves right now to create a new version of their team. They're going to be able to create a new version of their team on their own.
Ubasali, Sohan, Bobby Portis. What are the Phoenix Suns going to do at the trade deadline? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I wanted an offensive mind more than anything else because of the quarterback situation the Cardinals are in right now. But I think as a coordinator, once again, a coordinator that is in waiting to be a head coach, I think he's more than qualified. He doesn't have head coaching experience, of course, but Mike LaFleur comes from an impeccable coaching tree. When you're talking about Matt LaFleur and Kevin O'Connell, Liam Cohen, and now Mike LaFleur coming from the Sean McVay tree. Offensive coordinators have done very well for the most part under McVay.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You could do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Luke. Who's going to win the battle of streamer versus podcaster, also known as Dylan Brooks versus Draymond Green? We're going to preview Suns Warriors tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, what I'll say about the trade deadline before we start talking about players and things like that is...
Gambo, by the way, people in Phoenix can't wait to hear this information. The people in Phoenix are like, where is Gambo's trade deadline info? Where is it? We're 22 hours out. Here it is, Phoenix. Relax.
This is only for the people in Phoenix.
That's
if you're not in Phoenix, you have to shut the radio off.
Any other city? Nope. You're not
if you're in
allowed.
any other city, you cannot you cannot listen. You got to have to shut it off. It's only Phoenix.
Correct.
I don't know about you, but I'm somewhat surprised at the amount of people that want to see the Suns go out and do something like big, do something like for a team that's had all this success and all this chemistry, and they play so well together, and it's such a likable team. And I'm surprised at how many fans are constantly pushing that they got to make a trade, they got to make a trade, they got to go get Bobby Portis, they got to go get Sohan, they got to go get Yuba Sally, they've got to do that. I sit there and I'm like, oh my God, don't touch it. I don't want to break anything. I don't want to mess the chemistry up. I don't want to mess up anything. Everything's going so damn well. Like, I almost feel like this team has earned the right to kind of play this through with what they have. They haven't had a full roster yet, but I almost feel like they've earned that right to, hey, give us a chance. Let's see what we can do. It's all gravy. There were no expectations on this team this year. That's part of the reason why it's been such a fun year, is that there were no expectations. Last year was a miserable year because there were high expectations. But I just want to get your thoughts on that because I'm sure you see it too. All of the people that are just clamoring for just something like they just want some kind of trade to be made.
They must have been having the time of their life the last 2 years with everything Ishbia was doing then, right? They were like, this is my guy. Trading everything, moving everything, left, right, and center. Sure, let's keep it going.
I know.
I think that the fundamental thing to understand where like objective, subjective, I think it's pretty objective here that what the Suns have been able to do through these 51 games so far this year is that they have been able to maximize their strengths to such a great degree that things that look like definitive weaknesses on the Suns, which are weaknesses, I'm not saying that I shouldn't phrase it like that. They are weaknesses. They are able to make up for them. Gambo, how in the world did they win that game last night when they gave up 39 second chance points? We talk about their size and rebounding being issues at times. We saw it last night, and they still found a way to win the basketball game. Look, if they get in the first round of the playoffs, if they get in the second round of the playoffs, is their size going to be an issue? Of course it is.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're that worried about like their chances of winning a playoff series right now. Now let's see how the year goes. Let's get to the offseason, and that's when it's like, because everything you're saying, Gambo, I think people like to throw names out there. It's like, okay, who are you trading? Like, who are you giving up in order to make that happen? I don't want to trade Royce O'Neal right now or Grayson Allen. Are you kidding me? No shot. No chance.
No, you look there. Yes, could they use a power forward? Probably, but at what expense? You're right, at losing a three-pointer. Look, you go to that Detroit game, and the first time, they lost to the first time they played Detroit and they lost to them, they were able to outscore them by about 24, I think it was, from the three-point range, but they lost the points in the paint and the rebounds. They came back and they beat Detroit, and they won the three-point battle again, but they were much better at rebounding the basketball and things like that. You're not going to win every category. You're not. But what the Phoenix Suns do have is they do have that ability to be a plus 10, plus 15, plus 20 against certain teams on the three-point, especially Detroit, which, by the way, they added a three-point shooter today. They needed one. What they got, was it Kevin Huerter they added?
Herter, yeah, they added Herter. They traded Lauren's boy, Jaden Ivey, to Chicago. A conflict of interest there for Lauren. One of her favorite Big Ten players of the last 5-10 years or so goes to the Bulls. Very conflicted over there she is.
So here's what I'm going to say, and I'm going to say something that I think I've been saying for a long time. They're not changing their team. They like their team. They might trade Nick. They might trade Nick Richards if they can find somebody to make a trade with Nick. I think that they would try to trade Nick and duck under the tax, but they're not changing their team. So, like, all these trades that you keep hearing about and seeing about, and like, I could say, okay, do they like this? Do they like Sohan? Yeah, they like him. Are they going to trade for him? No, I don't think so. Do they like Portis? Yeah, they like him a little bit. They can trade for him? No, I don't think they're going to trade for him. Part of it really is that they like their team. They like what they have. They're excited by what they have. I think the players want to stay together, and they don't want to see them do anything drastic. So I said all along, I think that there's a chance they'll trade Nick Richards. That would be it. I really, at this point, and things change, right? You may get a call today, you may get a call tomorrow, and something may change. But here we are, about 48 hours or so away from the trade deadline, and I feel pretty confident right now that this is the team that they're going to roll with. Outside of like a minor trade, I think this is the team that they're going to roll with. I don't see them making any big change.
Gambo, I'm not the sources guy. I'm not talking to people on the inside, but just from my perspective, I feel like it's almost a lock that the Suns are going to make a trade just because of what you guys were able to talk to Matt Ishbia about a month ago, where he mentioned the tax line, and I won't get into the mumbo-jumbo of aprons and all that. I know everyone's sick to death of hearing about it, but the basic nuts and bolts is there's no point in being so close to just barely being over the tax like they are. So they should either push all the way through it, or they should just duck under it a little bit. So they are going to make some type of move, I think, in my opinion, to make that happen. And what's been interesting to watch over the last couple of days has been, like Lonzo Ball recently getting traded in the last hour for 2 second-round picks. There are teams right now that are ducking the tax, ducking the first apron, or ducking the second apron, and the price of business for doing that. Like, do we believe that Nick Richards could fetch a second-round pick? Perhaps, but could he fetch a good one, a lightly protected one, a heavily protected one? Would you have to throw in a second-round pick of your own in order to get off the money? Those are the types of deals that we see happening. Like Jock Landale gets traded to Utah, and then Utah gets rid of him for cash to get that salary off their books. Like, there's a bunch of moves like this happening throughout the deadline when you really go into the weeds of it, and I expect the Suns to make one of those types of moves, and probably involving Nick Richards.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, that's the one trade that, if they can find somebody that wants Nick Richards and they can get a second-round pick for him, and I think that they go ahead and do that. I think that it would be wise to do that. Dillon Brooks has a $1 million playoff bonus. That,
you've been on this, right?
Not a lot of people know about this, but it does then count for when you start to put it all together and they add all the money up, it does count against that. So I know they're in a different year. Like, there are benefits to getting under that tax and not being a repeat offender. There are benefits to that a lot of people don't know about, but I'm not going to go into detail about it all because there's a lot of different things. But I just don't know that they feel like it's worth it to be over it if you could make one move and get under it with the team that you have. And if they get Jalen Green back and he's healthy, you've always got, you could always see what the buyout market's going to be like. There are teams out there, and Denver's going to look at the buyout market very closely, right? Is Mike Conley going to get bought out? Teams will look at the buyout market and see, what kind of guys could be available in the buyout market. Maybe you do that if you feel there's a player you can add. But as far as the trades are concerned, again, I'm going to continue to say what I've said all along. They like their team. I don't see them trading their team. I think that could be a small move, but I don't think anything else. And this hasn't been as busy as previous trade deadlines, Kellen, where we kind of knew they were going to make a lot of moves, and a lot of people asking me about it. We haven't had to play Don't Fear the Reaper a whole lot.
No.
There are guys that the Suns like, but I just don't see them making a trade for those guys.
Another minor thing to watch for, Gambo, I saw the Clippers do this earlier today, making room for two-way contracts to add to your permanent roster. I know they would love to do that with Jamari Bouye. They brought him in middle of the year, so he has a lot of games still left on that two-way, but it would eventually run out towards the end of the season. So keep an eye on if they open up an extra roster spot or two.
Absolutely. All right, we'll continue talking sports here. The Diamondbacks, they've got their first baseman, and it wasn't Paul Goldschmidt. Let's talk about why. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Ali Gillespie on the dribble. Gets it into the forecourt now with 10 seconds left to go in quarter number 3. Throws to Royce O'Neal, right wing, and gets it back. Now Goodwin thought about the 3. Puts it on the deck against Sissoko. Now he'll take the 3 over Sissoko and drill it. All net for Jordan Goodwin.
It wasn't easy, but the Suns got the W. And we get into it on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Rates have come down. They've come down. If you purchased a house in the last 3 years or so and you had it at a high rate and you wanted to get a house, the rates are lower now. The Lund Mortgage team can help you with a refinance, a new home loan. They can help you get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it all at the Lund Mortgage team. Matt Oliver, Lisa Lund, this crew is second to none. The only mortgage company I've used since I've lived in the Valley. And I use the clients that I talk about. I really do. Because why would I talk to you about a client if I can't tell you firsthand what a great job they do? So I've worked with the Lund Mortgage team, and I know how much they care and how much they're in this market. They're not an 800 number in another state. They don't work with other states. They just help people in Arizona. You probably run into a lot of the people at the Lund Mortgage team. They're your neighbors right here in Arizona. So if you want to do a refinance, you want to get a lower rate, you want to pay your house off quicker, you want to save some money, contact the Lund Mortgage team. They'll give you great advice. What they will also do is they'll tell you if it's not worth it for you. Yeah, they do that all the time. It doesn't help them get business, but it's honesty. It's all about honesty. If it's not worth it, they're going to tell you, hey, I don't think it's worth it. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local, and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals officially have their offensive coordinator. According to Tom Pelissero, the Arizona Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator. Hackett was the OC in Green Bay for 3 years under Matt LaFleur. He now joins younger brother Mike in Arizona. And the Phoenix Suns beat the Portland Trail Blazers last night 130-125 in comeback fashion. Colin Gillespie led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win. That was without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in on that one with 24 points each. The Suns are back home tomorrow night hosting the Golden State Warriors. And Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7. You can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What should Mike LaFleur be looking for in a defensive coordinator? We're going to talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Kellen Olson filling in for Bernsey. We'll take you up to 6 o'clock. Bernsey now has the flu. I'm actually working from home today because I had the flu and just getting over it now. So I'm actually not allowed back in the office. So I'm
still feeling great over here, Gambo. It's like that kind of thing when you know a bug is going around. Every time you feel a little bit of phlegm buildup, you're like, oh no, is this the moment? But like none of that for me so far. I believe Lauren said she's still good. Jesse caught it. Jamal is in there. He's doing okay. So it feels like we have stopped the bleeding for now in the office.
All right, let's hope that's it. Let's hope no more bite the dust.
Right.
Before we talk baseball, I wanted to say, I grew up in the newspaper industry, right? Like I was a sports writer in New York.
Thanks for bringing this up.
The Washington Post?
Yeah.
Like the death of a sports section? Like that was always the sports section. Like I've got this favorites bar, and like every day I'll click on a certain amount of links that I want to look at some stories. One of them was always the Washington Post. Like I always had, like it was a good sports section. Like there was some good coverage of sports on there, right? And so man, being a newspaper writer and seeing just the demise of newspapers is just like crazy. Like because that's what 89 to 90, like everything I am today, everything I am, the reporter I am, the newsbreaker, everything comes from my newspaper background. Like it does. Like I learned from some of the really, really best when I was a newspaper writer in New York at Newsday. I started my main job with them was like in 89. Like before that, I had written for like weekly newspapers and covered a bunch of stuff. But like in 89, I think that's when I started to become like a full-time staff writer in 1989. So that was 89. So that would be like 35 years ago, probably, or 36 years ago, whatever it is, somewhere around there, 37 years ago. So that's how I grew up. I grew up in that industry. You know, I covered the Mets, I covered the Yankees, I covered the Jets, I covered a lot of high school sports, which I loved, and college sports, and you know, I remember how mad my mother used to get from me when I used to take the newspaper before her and just to read the sports section, and she'd look for the newspaper all the time. I always had it, you know. I always
me too.
Box scores and
I think I'm like part of the last generation, Gambo, that grew up still reading the paper. Like I would read the paper after my dad read it. He would get the sports section first, and then I could read it after him. And I think like I'm like the last like generation that's going to do that because it's all online now. But when I was trying to be like an aspiring writer, like I wanted to be a beat reporter covering a basketball team, it was like the Washington Post was the gold standard. Like that's where you would read to try and get better as like a young journalist, and that's where you would want to go eventually. And the fact that like not only like their sports section, but I saw that like all their photojournalists are getting laid off. Like I saw that there was a reporter out there covering some of the stuff happening in Europe right now, like out covering a war that got fired, let go as they're out there doing that really important work. It's truly heartbreaking for like this industry. And we have stories like this that are becoming way too common year after year.
Yeah, the media landscape has changed dramatically. You know, we haven't been that affected by it in radio, and we're blessed by that. But, you know, a lot of the other mediums have really been affected. I mean, I'm at home now. I'm working from home, and like I always kept this scrapbook when I was, and I'll get to the D-backs in a second, I promise. But I always kept this scrapbook when I was a kid, and what I would do is I would cut out the box scores from all the games,
sure,
and some of the stories and the standings. You know, the Yankees against the Royals in the playoffs, and I would just have all these, you know, box scores, and I could look at the box score right now. Mickey Rivers batting first, and Paul Blair, Willie Randolph, Thurman Munson, Reggie Jackson.
We
Lou
would
Piniella,
keep
Greg
like
Nettles,
the weekend of newspapers and like add up like, okay, so Gonzo in this series is like 5 for 11. Like we would add up the box scores and everything. Yeah, now you can just go look. 2 seconds, pull up ESPN.com box score.
Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah, I'm sitting here right now. I don't know if I don't know what I'm going to do with this, but here's like my scrapbook. I used to cut out the box score like on special seasons. I used to cut out the box scores of like every game, and then my mother used to get really pissed when I used to like cut it out before she actually read it, because sometimes I'd get ahead of the curve. And start cutting out the box scores in the paper. Like she hadn't even read the paper yet. So God, I never forget the guy who used to come to the house, collect, you know, whatever it was, $3.25.
Sure.
And, you know, you give him $4 or whatever it was. The paper boy used to come and collect, you know, because that's you didn't pay on all. You couldn't pay stuff online. You'd have to pay it in a check or with cash. And the kid who delivered the newspaper would come to your house and, you know, and have to collect the money and then pay it to the newspaper. It was so the newspapers are dying. It's a shame. It's sad. I wanted to just give a couple of minutes to that because I did grow up in that industry, and that industry kind of made me who I am. All right, let's talk about the Diamondbacks. I mentioned the other day they had a lot of interest in Carlos Santana. There was a lot of reasons why. He is an excellent defensive first baseman. He fell off the cliff offensively last year, but 2 years ago he was still very good. And the feeling is that for $2 million, they got him a lot cheaper than they could have got some other options at first base. There is a belief that he could be a real positive influence on Ketel Marte, whether people want to hear that or not. That is true. They do believe that he could be a good influence on Ketel Marte. And he is a superior defensive first baseman, even to Paul Goldschmidt. He is a much better first baseman
100%.
defensively than Paul Goldschmidt. So he could be a guy that platoons with Pavin Smith and he bats against lefties, but also on days when they really expect a good pitcher's duel and they really want to, you know, prioritize defense, which Mike Hazen said after the season was over. They can't be this bad defensively ever again. They have to get better defensively. They got Arenado, a great defensive third baseman. They just got a great defensive first baseman, even though he's 40 years old, in Carlos Santana. You've got a great defensive shortstop in Perdomo who, hopefully will have a bounce-back year. He had some mistakes last year, but he is a good defensive player. So I think that they feel really good about his ability to not only bat against lefties, but also late-inning defensive replacement in a game when you need a good defensive glove. A guy that in a certain pitcher's duel, you might say, okay, I want this guy out there instead of Pavin, even though it's against a righty, because he does give you that element of being a very, very good defensive player.
Yeah, and he works a great at-bat as well, Gambo. And how many times do we talk about that when it comes to someone that Mike Hazen brings into the Diamondbacks? If you look at the leaders in walks since 2015, he's second in baseball only to Bryce Harper. So he is going to work in a good at-bat for you. And I think the reality of this, Gambo, is that we have to grade on a curve sometimes with these budgets. It just is what it is. We knew coming into this offseason that they were going to spend big on one pitcher, whether it was Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen. We'll see what happens with Gallen over the next couple of weeks. But for now, Kelly is their big signing. They brought in Soroka, which was a little pricey as well. And then they just had a limited budget to fill out this bullpen and fill out the rest of their position players. So they bring in Arenado in the trade, and they only have to pay about $5 million a year on that corner. And then Santana for $2 million. Like, if you look at what Arenado and Santana bring to the bottom half of the lineup, it's a good at-bat, but it's experienced guys in that spot as well. Like, you're not going to have some unproven players. These guys are extremely proven. Now they're declining, so I don't like that part of it. But when you look at a combined $7 million for those two guys and what they bring, the D-backs really honestly couldn't have done much better. I just wish they could have done better, if you get what I'm saying, that they could have spent more money. But that's just the reality of the position that they're in right now.
And I totally get the people that, and there was interest in Paul Goldschmidt. Even up to the last few days, they continued to talk to Paul Goldschmidt, to see if anything can be worked out. But when it couldn't, they had to pivot. And we always said that they were going to get a first baseman, a right-handed hitting first baseman to platoon with Pavin, and they did that. It's not the guy that people wanted. People wanted Goldie, and I understand that because Goldie still rakes left-handed pitching. But they did pretty good in getting themselves a defensive stud. And again, I think there could be a positive impact on Ketel. Now,
Gambo, you mentioned that the positive impact with Ketel. Sorry to cut you off, but I do have sound here from the MLB Network crew from earlier today on how Santana will help Marte and help that clubhouse.
You have to have this guy that has that leadership. He wrangles all the Latin guys in the minor leagues on up and goes through his whole hitting regimen, his work ethic. Here's when I get in. He is a influencer on whatever organization he goes to. And that's why he's been around so long.
He's got a chance at 2,000 hits.
Gambo, we thought about replacing the production of Naylor and Suarez, but how about like the presence they were in the clubhouse? Arenado and Santana bring that in many folds.
Yeah. I mean, it's a one-year stopgap thing. Now you hope that maybe Tyler Locklear could develop over time and could be your guy, but in a short sample size, they clearly did not see enough from him to say, okay, you could be part of a platoon. They didn't see. They traded for him and they were hopeful, but he didn't do enough to warrant a spot, so they had to go out and get a one-year stopgap guy. And if Locklear doesn't develop into a guy who could play first base on a regular basis, then they'll be in the same position next year when they let Santana go, and they'll have to find somebody else to play first base. So this is just a stopgap measure, plug a hole. You didn't have to spend a lot of money to do it. And again, I'm going to continue to say they're at or near where they want to be on their payroll. They're at or, they wanted to have a lesser payroll from last year, and they had a number, and they're already at or above that number. So it's not like they have all this other money to throw around. So $2 million on a first baseman is what you're getting, $2 million on a first baseman. I still think that they want to make a bullpen move. I expect it to be a trade rather than a free agency signing, but they are looking at both. I can't say they're not. They are looking at both because that's one more thing I think that they have on their agenda, if they can get it done, is to still kind of address the bullpen. All right, still a lot more to come on the program. I know Kellen's going to be excited about this. We're going to talk about all these trades that have been going down in the NBA. I especially want to talk about the Anthony Davis one. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
It was a good day for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
I think he did a really nice job with the introductory press conference.
Listen, I loved how the Bidwell family presented all the female members of the LaFleur family with a bouquet of flowers. Flowers to the LaFleurs. How about that? How's that for redundancy?
That's meta.
I thought everything about the day was excellent. I thought Mike LaFleur, the way he answered questions, the way he talked, I just thought he came off as very refreshing, I think is the best word to use.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
By February, a lot of men start noticing the same thing. They're still working, still active, still doing what they've always done, but the body's not responding the same way. Energy isn't as steady. Metabolism isn't cooperating. And it's frustrating because the effort didn't change. For men over 40, that's usually not a discipline problem. It's just biology. Your body changes even when your habits don't. That's where M-Drive comes in. M-Drive builds supplements specifically for men over the age of 40 based on how male biology actually changes. Not hype, not shortcuts, not loud promises. Their lead product is Boost and Burn. It's designed for everyday use. It supports steady energy and metabolism without spikes or crashes. This isn't about pushing harder or starting over. It's about supporting the work you've already done. M-Drive is the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts. It's also available on Amazon or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. Go online, mdriveformen.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
ASU Sun Devil men's basketball at the Utes of Utah. Coverage tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What's up next, though? Wildcat game, Cal. We got Oklahoma State next. Is that who it is?
Yeah, this is like the last layup, and then I believe it's at Allen Fieldhouse on Tuesday, I want to say.
Yeah. Peterson's
Monday,
playing.
according to Lauren. Monday,
yes. Monday at Kansas.
Yeah, Darren Peterson's starting to actually finish games. He's looked fantastic in the last couple of games. They're playing much better. That'll be a really tough test. It's always a tough test whenever you go there. Anyway, Self's record there is like disgustingly good. But we'll see. We'll see. You know what, Gambo? We're just never going to lose still. I don't care who we play. We're just never going to lose.
They beat Texas Tech the other night. That was a big win on the road for them, Kansas.
Yeah. Christian Anderson out for Texas Tech. Texas Tech going to be in Tucson next weekend as well. Looking forward to that. I'll be there.
Let's talk. You are going to the game.
I'm going. I'm covering it. Yep.
Good for you.
Thank you. Spending my All-Star break well, watching our team dominate.
Let's talk about some of these trades.
Yeah.
Let's talk. The Dallas Mavericks make the blockbuster Luka for AD trade, and here we are a year later, and now all of a sudden Anthony Davis gets traded to the Wizards. Blockbuster deal, right? Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, Dante Exum for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, Malachi Branham, Marvin Bagley, 2 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks. I thought when I first heard 2 first-round picks, I'm like, okay, that's pretty good, but these first-round picks suck.
They're no good at all.
No, the 2026 first-round pick, that's this year, is Oklahoma City's. That's going to be like, okay, 30.
Yep.
And then the 2030 first-round pick from Golden State, it's top 20 protected.
And then it turns into a second-rounder immediately. Like, you don't get a couple cracks at it. Just one go, and if it's outside the top 20, you get it, and it's 24 or whatever. But if you don't get it, then it's just a second-rounder. It sucks.
Right, and then a bunch of seconds, which, look, seconds have some value to them for trades, but, man, this is all about a reset. This is Dallas saying, let's get off the money. What they're going to do is they're going to trade Kyrie in the summer. Some team is going to flop in the playoffs, Minnesota or Houston or Detroit, and they're going to want Kyrie, so they'll trade Kyrie, and they'll probably trade Gafford, and to try to rebuild around Flag, try to get some, create some money, get some draft capital, and try to get there. For Washington, it's interesting to me because, I like the George kid, and Sarr's okay. I don't love him, but I think he's okay. AD's not going to play for them this year, and so they're probably going to wait till next year and be like, okay, opening day, here comes Anthony Davis and Trae Young. We've got our new team with some of the young talent that they have. They'll probably give AD an extension over the summer. He's out 6 weeks anyway, so I don't really see him playing this year. There's nothing to play for. They get a top 4 pick. They can get one of the premier players in the draft.
Exactly.
To go with George, to go with Sarr, to go with Trae and AD, and they might have themselves something.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what Washington does with it. I think a lot of what we've seen over the last week is the damages of the aprons, not so much with the ability to get trades done, but you look at Memphis being like, man, do we want to pay Jaren Jackson Jr. $50+ million a year? Like, do we want to pay that exorbitant amount of money for this guy that is not a top 10, not a top 15, not a top 20 player in the league, still a very, very good player? But that is sort of the difficulty in these second aprons and these first aprons where, you have your no-doubt max guys, and then you have these other guys who are still getting the max or close to it who are not quite worth that. So Atlanta did not want to pay Trae Young all that money. Dallas did not want to pay Anthony Davis all that money. Maybe Washington will. Maybe they won't. I assume that
they're not going to have to pay him that much, I don't think. You're probably talking like $40 million a year. I don't think they're going to have to pay them crazy money.
Okay.
Especially AD. I don't think they'll have to pay him crazy money.
If that's the case and they can talk these guys both down to reasonable money, I love it for the Wizards because to your point, they've got a lot of young talent. Trey Johnson's looked good as a rookie. Will Riley, the rookie out of Illinois, has come on in the last month as well. They've got Bub Carrington on that bench as well. And then to your point, they have the 4th best lottery odds right now. Could you imagine if they had a Peterson or a Boozer or a DeBonsa to that? They could be a big team to contend with, even in the event that Anthony Davis is injured all the time. And you go into this type of roster and say well, AD is going to be hurt. It won't matter. All this kind of stuff. Trae Young and Anthony Davis together. Trae is a disaster defensively. Guess who's on the back line? AD. Those two guys running 2-man game.
Well,
how
AD
fits
Sarr.
and how AD fits with Sarr as well. It's not like I'm picking Washington to be a top 4 seed in the East next year, but I kind of see what they're doing. They gave up practically nothing for both of these guys.
Yeah. The interesting to me was the Jazz. They've tried in the past to try to go get they tried to get Mikal Bridges free agency and just trades, and they just weren't able to do it. And I think they tried for Paul George. They pull off the trade. They didn't give up anything they loved. Walter Clayton Jr., Kyle Anderson, Hendricks, 3 first-round picks. And the picks aren't the best pick they gave up was the Suns pick in 2031. Yep. That was what Memphis wanted, quality, and that's a quality pick. Because 2031, Booker's age and where the Suns, you just don't know. It could be a top 5 pick. So the 2031 unprotected Suns pick, it's probably gonna get moved again. But that's what Memphis wanted. They end up trading Jaren Jackson Jr., John Concher, Jacques Landale, who got traded again today, and Vince Williams Jr. JJJ's 26 years old, 3-time All-Defensive Player, 2-time led the league in blocks. This is a good trade for them because he signed for the next 3 years. He doesn't have a player option until 2029-30. So the Jazz, who've been trying to lose, actually, and it's still trying to lose this year to get one of those top 4 picks, they'll start going for it next year. They'll be done trying to lose as of next season.
Yeah, I don't know if they have like a top 10, top 15 player, Gambo, but those 3 guys, like I think Keontae George is a stud. He's been fantastic for them this year. Markkanen has established himself that when he's fully healthy and when the Jazz are actually trying to win, that he's one of the best like perimeter bigs in the league, if you want to classify him as that. And the thing to remember as well is that, like, yes, Jaren Jackson Jr. has his flaws, the fouling, the rebounding, all that kind of stuff. Put him with a center like Walker Kessler who can protect the rim. We'll see if Utah re-signs him. He's going to be a restricted free agent. But I think that they're a team where when we're forecasting what the Suns could look like next year, and we're talking like top 6, top 8, top 10, they've got the talent for that because they could get that pick as well, and that'll be a big one for them if they can get some lottery luck on their side to nail that pick too. It's interesting to see different versions of teams going for it in Washington and Utah.
Yeah, what'd you think of the Harden trade?
Oh, my gosh. I'm just so sick of the Harden thing in general. I'm just so sick of – I don't find him aesthetically pleasing to watch, and I think that's putting it kindly, but also just every situation, not so much as soon as it turns south, but in some ways that is it. And them to agree to this contract in the first place, this 1+1 for the Clippers, was kind of setting up this inevitable, like, well, we're not going to pay you. And then he's like, okay, so who's going to pay me or who is going to have me in the best position to get paid? He's going to get paid better if he shows out in the postseason. Now, we know that's not going to happen based on the entire history of his career so far. I love it for the Clippers. I understand that Darius Garland has issues with his foot and he has some injury concerns, but the Clippers had zero future. About 24, 36 hours ago, it looked like they had pretty much nothing going on for them.
Yeah, now they got a young 26-year-old kid
two-time
who's
All-Star.
got some talent. Yeah,
two-time All-Star, Zubac as well. So, like, there's some stuff there. Maybe they can move Kawhi as well if he stays healthy and continues to show out. Like, they've got something going for Cleveland. I guess the Garland stuff was just so meh with Mitchell, and the injury stuff was concerning enough for them to move him. But, like, it's going to be interesting because Harden, one of the worst playoff performers of our generation, with Donovan Mitchell, one of the best playoff performers of our generation. How is that balance going to work in the postseason? And again, 2 teams, Gambo, playing really well. Like, Cleveland's started to come on in the last couple of weeks. Of course, the Clippers have been the hottest team in the league the last 2 months. It's so bizarre.
That's I can't get through all the trades. There were a lot of other trades today, and we'll try to hit some later on. But those are some of the big ones. We just wanted to spend some time talking about that. When we come back, we will hit the midpoint of the show. We're making it. We're getting through the show, Kellen. We're getting through the show. Flu or not,
we're doing it, buddy.
Getting through this show. Lauren will be next with everything going on in the world of sports. It's the 4 o'clock reset. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
Listen, there's no doubt about it. You're all going to get to a point in life where you're going to be like, okay, that's it. I'm going to retire. I've worked for a long time. I supported my family. I put my kids through college. I paid off the house. Now I want to do my thing, and whatever your thing is. Like, for me, I love to travel. It's biggest thing for me is like I don't have any big habits, but I love to travel. I love to see the world and do things in crazy places and things. So to me, that's one of the things I want to do. I also, want to be able to get that little bill in Italy and be close to my family. But I've been working on this plan for a long time. Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax has done a great job of helping me. I highly recommend him for you. Get a free portfolio review. You don't have anything to lose, and you got a lot to gain. If anything, you'll gain a tremendous amount of knowledge. You'll be like, okay, this is great, because you need to have a plan. You can try to go it alone, but it's not recommended. Most people make mistakes when they do it themselves. You want to have somebody that can work with you to grow your nest egg, but also give the advice you need for your estate plan, your tax plan, your financial plan, your retirement plan. All that stuff matters. Call Stuart. Get a free review, 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands, not amusing. snoozing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Koval with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their offensive coordinator. According to Tom Pelissero, the Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator. Hackett was the OC in Green Bay for 3 years under Matt LaFleur. He now joins younger brother Mike in Arizona. And the Phoenix Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in comeback fashion last night. Colin Gillespie was the star of the show in this one. He led the way last night with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win last night. That was without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. And the Suns are back home tomorrow hosting the Golden State Warriors. And Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7. You can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
It is the 4 o'clock reset. We'll get you caught up on everything that is going on in the world of sports. We do that for this segment every single day at 4 o'clock. For that, we turn it over to Lauren. Lauren, take it away.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Lauren.
Hi. All right, well, let's kick this off with the top story of the day, which is the Arizona Cardinals. They're hiring Nathaniel Hackett as their OC.
So he's got a lot of experience. He's been an offensive coordinator 5 different times. He's been a head coach in this league. It didn't go very well with the Denver Broncos. He got fired. He had a lot of problems with clock management back in those days. He's got a relationship with the LaFleur family. He was with the other LaFleur in Green Bay for 3 years as an offensive coordinator. Aaron Rodgers was a 2-time MVP with him there. So he knows offenses, relationship with the LaFleur family, former head coach, has a little bit of experience there. He's not going to call the plays. It's going to be Mike LaFleur, but he is somebody that Mike can lean on who's got a lot of experience in the league.
It's a fairly inconsequential role. So, I worry about, the stink of that Broncos year and the Jets years as well, as Connor Hughes alluded to. Much different story between how LaFleur offenses looked and how Hackett offenses looked. We're getting the LaFleur offense, thank goodness.
And if you want to hear more from that interview with Connor Hughes, SNY NFL reporter, you can listen to that now wherever you get your podcasts.
He was great.
And the Arizona Cardinals, they have requested 2 separate interviews for their DC position, one of them being the Texans defensive backs coach, and they've also requested Charlie Bullen, who, yes, was the linebackers coach under Cliff Kingsbury, so a familiar face here.
Don't love that.
Yeah, this is going to be the big hire right here. This is going to be the one that everybody's got their eye on. You're going to have to get this one right. I think we kind of feel that, with LaFleur running the offense, that they're going to be creative. He liked to run a lot of 3 tight end situations sometimes. I think we feel like the offense is going to be okay. Vasso's an interesting name. He interviewed with the Titans for the defensive coordinator job. I think he started with Schwartz in Philadelphia. Say he's the secondary coach right now with the Texans, but that's a guy that would make a lot of sense to me. Seems to be an up-and-comer from what everybody says.
The defense is where there's more of a balance of talent distribution. The high-end talent is still on the offense, particularly with Trey McBride, but there's a lot more holes on the offense and offensive line, running backs, the slot, and so on. But the defense has the talent where if there are people optimistic about the Cardinals being able to do a one-year reboot, I think a lot of it has to do with the defensive pieces in place. So in turn, it's going to come down to the DC, and if he's good at his job, we'll see.
We'll see. And around the rest of the NFL, the Jets have made a hire today. They've hired Frank Wright as their OC. And Super Bowl media press conferences opened up today. Sam Darnold said his oblique feels, quote, really good ahead of the Super Bowl performance. And Drake May, during his availability, spoke on being compared to Tom Brady.
Appreciate his greatness, what he did for, my team that I play for now, what he did for football, what he's done for my position that I play. Just respect for, how he played the game, how he wanted to win so bad, how he, carried his teammates, how he led his teammates, how he approached the sport, and just, pay respect to him and not try to be him, just try to be myself.
When you're sick and you're home for a lot of days and you can't go to the gym and work out or do anything, you end up watching a lot of TV. I watched this John Elway documentary on Netflix the other day. Did anybody see that?
I haven't, but I bet Mitch did.
Yeah,
I have not seen it either, but I bet you're right.
John Elway and all the losses in the Super Bowls and everything, and then finally getting over the hump when they got Terrell Davis and winning the 2, and it was kind of decent. It was kind of decent to watch it. You're just talking about Tom Brady. I went back to John Elway right there, who had lost 3 Super Bowls in a row, and lost 3. I think it was in a row, close to it, and then he won 2 in a row to finish his career. Going back to Reich with the Jets. Aaron Glenn needs some help. That Jets offense has been atrocious. And look, I think if Glenn fails, he might even have the chance to be the head coach a year from now if Aaron Glenn flames out.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see where we do the comparisons, right, Gambo? We kind of look around and say, ooh, what if they could have gotten that guy as their DC or their OC? Or on the inverse, you look at all the other teams that hired an NBA head coach within the last year, and they're like, oh, we could have had Jordan on. We missed on him. It's going to be interesting to monitor across the league, all these hires.
And moving over to the NBA, the Phoenix Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 last night.
Damn right they did.
Yes.
How many wins are we away from this, getting Burnsy to spend all this money on lunch? What are we, close?
We're really close. Yeah.
They already hit mine, Gambo. I said 30. They're already over it.
Yeah. What did they have last year? How many?
37? Right?
36.
So win number 37. and I get to start planning my exclusive lunch.
I like that you say start planning as if you haven't already started.
Yeah, like
planning.
I already know. Like they've got to fly in Maine lobster, and they've got to make me the biggest steak in the world.
Have you decided that if like Lauren and Mitch can like have little nibbles too, like not full dishes like you guys, but just like little nibbles here and there when you guys do the show there?
I could probably take care of that for you guys.
Oh, look at that!
I could probably take.
What a team player, Gambo.
Probably get something.
Gambo's a team player. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, another team player in last night's victory for the Phoenix Suns was Grayson Allen, and he spoke post-game to NBC about climbing out of a 19-point deficit.
A little bit of credit to them. I mean, they had some guys that hit threes that don't usually hit threes, so they stepped up and made big shots. And then it took like a tough job on the defensive glass for us, keep them off the board. It's a really good offensive rebounding team. So limiting them to one shot so we get out and play fast was what got us back.
I wanted to bring this up with Kellen. Maybe I will later. I like when Grayson Allen brings the ball up the court at the end of basketball games.
Oh, yeah, me too. It opens
up a lot
of options, right?
Yeah, it just creates so many options, and he hit the three off of that last night, the three that was the dagger. He's a smart ball player, good basketball IQ, can handle the ball. I like when they give him the ball and say, okay, you bring it up and we'll set up our offense. It seems to be very successful when they do it.
It absolutely does. Man, I'm just so fast. Anytime any NBA stuff gets brought up, I'm checking my phone again because we've had so many deals over the last 24 hours. I just keep kind of waiting because we're going to get a lot more here in the next 21.
And some of those big NBA deals you guys just talked about last segment, and we'll continue to talk about them during the show, but an update to one of them. The Cleveland Cavaliers have agreed to trade Lonzo Ball and 2 second-round picks to the Utah Jazz, but the Jazz are expected to waive Lonzo Ball to get below that threshold. And
he's terrible.
Yeah, no, his knee is not
terrible.
the same.
It's really sad. He was
he had
so
like
much
three.
fun to. You remember how fun he was to watch at UCLA, Gambo? Like there was no one like him in basketball.
When he drilled the game-winning 3 over Dylan Brooks.
I forgot it was over Dylan. Wow.
Yeah.
I know your sister does not forget. Sarah, the diehard UCLA fan, she never forgets. But those UCLA teams were so. Lonzo, man, even you think about like the start of that. Remember that Bulls team, Gambo, where it was him and like Levine, and they had something, and Caruso, and then everyone got hurt, and it was over.
And DeRozan.
Yeah.
They were sacked.
He had 3 surgeries on his knee.
Ugh.
His knee's not the same. He actually got a decent contract from the Bulls, but boy, he's just been terrible. He's unplayable. I mean, he's unplayable in these games. He can't shoot the basketball.
I'm sure you're going to get tweets about buyout guys. Once the deadline is passed, he'll be a popular name, but like I don't see it. Like he just looks done.
No, he can't play. And in an update, not trade related, but still NBA related.
Okay.
Lakers center Jackson Hayes has been suspended 1 game for pushing the Wizards mascot.
Oh, we can't have that.
There is video online if you want to go find it. He two-hand shoves the mascot during pregame.
What's wrong with him?
What is exactly?
He's
so
on
he'll miss the Philly game.
Yeah, he runs by the bench. He two-hand shoves the mascot.
Just a guy trying to do his job. Like I'm sure he was like kind of doing something that Jackson found like mildly annoying to like full out frustrating him, but he's just like the person behind the mask is just doing their job.
But you could get away with saying a lot of stuff because nobody can read your lips.
Ooh, you think he said something to provoke him?
Yeah, I mean, you can say a lot of stuff. That wasn't me. I didn't say you can't read the lips. Nobody said can't see your lips moving.
I like the conspiracy theory here, Gambo.
I mean, why would you just push a mascot for no reason?
Yeah, you
What
wouldn't.
did that mascot do?
And in MLB news, David Peralta has announced via social media today that he is retiring.
One of the all-time great D-backs. We don't think of him that way, Gambo, but you talk about guys who had a lengthy, long career here that was very productive as well. Gonna miss the freight train, man.
Yeah, I always enjoyed watching him play, and he played for a long time, man. He came up as a pitcher, and he turned himself into a big-time outfielder. And back in 2018, he had an incredible year with the Arizona Diamondbacks. And then, obviously, they traded him to Tampa in 22, and then he was with the Dodgers in 23 and the Padres in 24. But he did not play last year. He did not play. He didn't hook on with anybody in the major leagues, so he decides to call it a career. That was a terrific career for David Peralta. Terrific career. I enjoyed watching him play.
Incredible D-back. And finally, we'll wrap this reset up with the men's Sun Devils. They're in action tonight in Utah to take on the Utes. Game start for that one is at 7. Pre-game starts at 6:30 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's been tough to watch this slow burn for him, right, Gambo? Like, we all kind of know the writing on the wall for Hurley, and hearing some of these quotes after the games lately, it's brutal because he just, like, for everything you can think about Hurley and see the character that he is during games, that guy just wants to win basketball games more than anything, and he just cannot make it happen right now.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard here. They'll have a new coach, and, you know, hopefully, you know, a nice, beautiful, new refurbished arena that they'll be able to sell, and then hopefully they can become relevant in basketball. They have been football. It's going to be very hard in basketball, but you've got to try. You can never stop trying. All right, when we come back, Colin Gillespie was the best acquisition since when? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports league.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, and because for 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze. With mobile service plus pickup and delivery, your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995, and over 100 in stock to choose from. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or you can go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Join Doctors Kopstein and King from K2 Vision RLE to learn about refractive lens exchange and have your questions answered. They're hosting a free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
We'll answer these questions and more at our upcoming K2 Vision free live webinar. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
How long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
The webinar is this Thursday afternoon at 1. Space is limited. Register now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technologies surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Luke. What should Mike LaFleur be looking for in a defensive coordinator? We're going to talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, when the Suns made the NBA Finals, everybody raved about the depth they have, how incredible the depth was, and the bench players and things like that. And when you talk about depth, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be the bench guys. It's not always like your depth can be, who's your third best player, your fourth best player, your fifth best player. Not, depth is not who's your first best player or second best player is, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the bench guys. And when you look at what the Suns are doing right now with the performances last night from Mark Williams, who was outstanding, and Jordan Goodwin, who was outstanding, and Grayson Allen, who was outstanding, and Colin Gillespie, who was outstanding, you understand why they're winning basketball games. Their depth is so good they can overcome the loss of a Devin Booker and Jalen Green not playing in a basketball game and going on the road and winning against the Portland team that plays hard and has talent. I was talking last week about how that Portland team had beaten Kevin Durant 2 games in a row, Kellen. So that team's trying to win basketball games. They play hard. But to go in there without Book, to go in there without Jalen Green, and come away with a win in which we're down 19 points, I think it's a credit to just the quality of depth that this team has on their roster.
It's a credit to the support from the fan base in Goodyear particularly. The Goodyear Suns fans really propelled the Suns to that win without a shadow of a doubt, all the way from Goodyear. They felt
But
it.
they probably had a lot of fans at the game that were from Goodyear.
Of course, absolutely. Bobby Marks was on the morning show earlier today and spoke on the impact of Colin Gillespie in particular.
I think the Colin Gillespie signing might have been the best offseason transaction other than some of the some of these trades. It's an actual signing. It is quite amazing, and I am a big fan of Colin. For a guy who was in Denver, got injured, was with you guys last year, and I think we started to see that in the second half, what he has been able to do. It is a truly remarkable story, and that young man is going to get paid this summer, and hopefully it is by the Phoenix Suns. They have early bird rights. I think they can pay him up to like $15 million, but it's funny. When you guys had Beal and Durant, and then Devin, I remember coming on and be like, how do we get a point guard? How do we get a point guard? You tried to get Tyus Jones, and it's like, well, now you have them, and none of the guys are here anymore. But it's still, I think it's a really good story, and I'm really happy for him.
It's a great point, Gambo.
It really is. He has been, if you remember going back to the offseason, you might remember some of the names more than I do. But the amount of rumors that I had to shoot down because people just didn't know enough about Colin Gillespie, and they knew that Ty Jones wasn't coming back because that was a total failure with Ty Jones. And you looked at the point guard situation, and I was answering on a regular basis, people asking me, what about Chris Paul? What about Russell Westbrook? And there were other guys too. I can't remember all of them. And I had to say, no, they're going to keep Colin Gillespie. They think that Colin Gillespie will play 20 minutes a game. And there were people like, come on, like people that you think you're crazy, right? Because you didn't see enough of him last year to kind of warrant that kind of playing time. But they felt so good about Colin Gillespie. So that's, again, talent evaluation, whether it's Jordan Goodwin or Bouye or any of these, Mark Williams, the talent evaluation for them on Colin Gillespie was, no, we don't need Chris Paul. No, we don't need Russell Westbrook. No, we don't need all of the other names that are being bandied about as possible. We need Colin Gillespie. And they thought that now, he's obviously benefited from Jalen Green not playing this year. He's got a lot of opportunity. If Jalen Green was here from start to finish, he'd probably have a lot less minutes. But his impact on this team has been as great as anybody else's. And they did it knowing and believing that I said he could be a T.J. McConnell type, right? He's better than T.J. McConnell. T.J. didn't shoot the ball the way he does.
No, not at all. I think that he has outperformed him this year, and you know how much it hurts my heart to say that because I'm the biggest T.J. McConnell fan in the world for everything he did at U of A, and he was just playing elite finals basketball the other year. But if you look at them, or last year even, when you look at their impact this season, it's not really comparable. This is one of the most important roles in basketball right now is the third guard, because you are going to have times where your starting point guard or your starting shooting guard is going to be out of the lineup, and you're going to need that backup point guard or that backup two guard who's like a little bit of a combo to come in and run some offense, to come in and get the gears spinning, to get the threes up, and all those types of attributes and traits that keep your offense going. You need that from three guards on your team, not just two, not just one. You need it from three these days, and you and I had a lot of conversations about this, and I was like, look, Colin has shown some things for sure, but he's never had a definitive role on a team, let alone this third guard role, which is super important. So I was trepidatious in evaluating him and was just a little concerned with how the Suns were going to be able to navigate lineups when remember how much we used to talk about, when Devin Booker's off the floor, the Suns are in trouble. We haven't talked about that once this year.
No,
Not once. And,
no.
and it has to do with Colin. It has a lot to do with, like, I get it, Oso Ighodaro, Jordan Goodwin. Like, the bench deserves credit, but Colin comes out first when he's starting. He comes back in because when Book comes out, Colin is there to stabilize everything.
Yeah, he's, again, smart. We talked about all the threes last night, the career high in points, the 8 3-pointers, but 10 assists. 10 assists. I mean, he's also a playmaker out there. And defensively comes up every game. He comes up with like a play or two defensively that I think kind of go unnoticed. I talked about the one last night on the inbounds play where they're trying to inbound it to our guy Caleb Love from U of A, and he got his hand on the ball and ended up getting it and then knocking down a three. But you look at all the point guards that were available, and I know I had said it many times that Chris Paul's not coming back, and he's not coming back, and other people were reporting that he was. And I had to have conversations with, I remember having a conversation with Ramona Shelburne when she called me on that, because I think there were a lot of people on that side of it saying Chris wants to come to Phoenix, and they're going to get it done. He's going to come to. I'm like, no, he's not. Like, he's not coming to Phoenix. Like they don't want him. They don't want a 40-something-year-old point guard. And they don't want Russell Westbrook. They got to give Colin Gillespie a chance. And, like, that's sometimes what it's really about. Like, just, there are guys out there that just deserve the opportunity. And I think from what we saw out of Colin Gillespie last year, I think he deserved the opportunity. Now, to his credit, he's taken full advantage of it and played out of his mind to the point where I was not concerned at all about their ability to re-sign him. I think he can get, like, $15 million a year with early bird rights. Do you have the numbers somewhere?
Yeah,
it's
there, right? Somewhere in the mid-teens. It's around there. So the thing to realize, though, about unrestricted free agency, Gambo, can sound scary for Suns fans. One thing Colin has said that this is where he wants to stay. When this story really started to pick up a couple weeks into the year, I asked him about it, and he was like, look, this is where I want to be. But no one else has cap space. Like, there is not a competitive landscape in free agency over the last couple of years for restricted free agents, let alone unrestricted free agents as well. So the Suns are going to be in control of that situation. Not so much in control, but they're not going to be in this situation where, like, oh, man, some random team could come out of nowhere and give Colin Gillespie $25 million a year. Like, that's not really going to happen. They're going to be in a good spot to bring him back.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that they're going to be able to bring him back, and they'll get him done. They'll get Mark Williams done, and and then next year will be totally different because now there'll be expectations on the team, and people will be expecting the Suns to be a top 4 team and to take that step, and they're not there. They're not. There's a lot more that this team is going to have to do to get themselves. Look, I love Dylan Brooks, but he can't take 45% of the shots, right? I think he leads the league in the amount of shots taking on.
Sounds right.
I think it's 45%. And that's it's number 1 in the league by a lot. A lot.
This team has proven a lot shorthanded, Gambo, but they need their guys back. Like, no team can spend this long, this shorthanded, and they're playing with fire. They're comfortable playing with fire, but they need Book back pretty soon. Again, that injury report, about a half an hour, 45 minutes from now, Lauren's going to be refreshing the injury report in there. She'll keep us in the loop on those updates on him and Steph Curry for tomorrow.
What is the future of Kyler Murray now that Mike LaFleur is in place as the head coach? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Love telling you about Lifeguard Imaging, where I can get you a free coronary heart scan image right now. It is. I'm looking at one of the original scans I had many years ago, and it measures the wall thickness, and it basically talked about my cardiovascular risk, and I think it said I have the arteries of an 88-year-old man, which was insane. It was just, here it is. I'm reading it right now. Your average carotid wall thickness is this. Your percentile is this. You have the arteries of an 85-year-old male. That's what my scan said many years ago. And so I fixed it. I got on medicine. My doctor put me on medicine. It helped me quite a bit. If I wouldn't have that, I don't know if I'd be here today. Heart attack, stroke. My family's had a lot of them. So thanks to a scan, I was able to save my life. Lifeguard Imaging is offering you a free complimentary coronary, artery, and heart scan right now. Free. It's a $600 value. It's a $1 million machine. You can have that scan for free. It might save your life from a heart attack, a stroke, or a heart attack. All you have to do is text SCAN to 620-620 or call this number, 602-755-5003. That's 602-755-5003.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, and EVs. If it's on the lot, it's priced to move. All month long during our President's Day event, everything is thousands off MSRP with simple, transparent pricing for everyone. No gimmicks, no games, no haggling, just straightforward deals. That's why more people choose Santan Ford, because our pricing will not be beat. Hurry in for the best selection during the President's Day event at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Going on now. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their offensive coordinator. According to Tom Pelissero, the Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their OC. Hackett was the OC in Green Bay for 3 years under Matt LaFleur. He now joins younger brother Mike in Arizona. And the Phoenix Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in a comeback victory last night. Colin Gillespie led the way for the Phoenix Suns with a career-high 30 points and 8 3-pointers made in the win last night. That was also without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are back at home tomorrow hosting the Golden State Warriors. And Arizona State men's basketball is back in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7. You can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team to help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
Hey, it's Luke. Who is going to win the battle of streamer versus podcaster, also known as Dylan Brooks versus Draymond Green? We're going to preview Suns Warriors tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we're getting through it. Flugate 2026. Hour and a half left to go. I'm returning from the flu and working from home today. Burnsy's out. He got the flu. So flu's going around. Jesse got the flu. So he's out right now on one of our crews. So our station's dealing with it a little bit, but we will get you through today.
You're doing fantastic, buddy. No energy drop-off at all throughout the show so far. You're doing great.
I listen, I was very upset that I had to take 2 sick days. I took a lot of pride in the fact that I don't get sick very much. I got sick once in 30 years. So in 30 years of doing the show, I took 1 sick day. It's true, 1 sick day in 30 years. And then I had to take 2 in a row back-to-back because I got influenza A. So
we appreciate you doing that, or I think the entire office would have had the flu with the way this thing's going around right now.
We would have absolutely no show.
Nope.
Like, some listeners would be taking over the radio station and doing the show.
That guy
right
who ran your fantasy football team this year, that guy would be doing the show.
Fired Sean. Fired Sean.
Fired Sean.
All right, this is interesting. I was really curious about this, and Mike LaFleur had his press conference yesterday, and I was waiting patiently to see what was he going to say about Kyler Murray. And to me, and I don't know if we have the cut we want to play, but so we've got to go back and talk about all these decisions. Quarterback, O-line, specialists, everything. It's our job, and for these players to build their best roster at each position, those are conversations we will have, and I'm looking forward in about 45 minutes to getting after it. LaFleur said he touched base with Murray since landing. He said, I'll say this. Being in the division for 7 years was never fun to play, Murray. I have a lot of respect for him as a player. He was never a fun challenge to go against.
I got the cuts here if you want to hear them, Gambo. Yeah, I got you. Okay,
play
two
the cuts.
separate cuts.
Better than me saying them. You play them.
It's all good. We're overcoming the adversity of our situation right now. Normally I'd be pointing at me like, I got the cut, Gambo, but now I got it there as well. Okay, here is the first cut on him in terms of evaluating the quarterback position as a whole.
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
So that was on Burns and Gambo. Gambo, I got one more from their interview with him yesterday. This was just directly asked if Kyler could be their QB1 in 2026.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
And then there was another cut, the one that you were reading to us from the press conference itself in terms of conversations with Kyler. Here it is.
Yeah, so touch base with Kyler, again 2 days ago when I got this, and had a good little message with him. So definitely touch base with him. I'll say this again: being in this division for 7 years, it was never fun. I have a lot of respect, for him as a player. I know he got drafted in help me out there, is it 18 or 2019, so obviously those first 2 years, but again, having the 5 years having to go against him, a lot of respect for him as a player, and he was never a fun challenge to go against.
Gambo, off that, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you'll remember that you were the one who reported this, I believe, that during the Suns head coaching interviews, they were asking, what would you do with Bradley Beal? If we kept Bradley Beal, what would they do? Do you think, you don't have the reporting here, but do you think that was either a topic of conversation or the head coach coming in here was going to have to think on the possibility of Kyler Murray being their quarterback next year?
No, my understanding is that it was the quarterback stuff was discussed, but there was no concrete direction of which they were going to go in. Obviously we were able to report some news throughout this whole thing and get it out there. But my understanding is that there wasn't this is going to be our quarterback. Don't say anything. It's not going to be I don't think they discussed the different possibilities that were out there. And what they have under contract right now is Kyler and Jacoby, and they could talk about that, but they could also talk about the draft and free agency and those type of things. Now, he sounds very different than Gannon. Gannon was very gung-ho about Kyler. And
yes.
When we had Gannon on, and Kyle's my guy, and he's laughing, and what are you laughing at? Gannon was very pro-Kyler up until the one day, the first time I thought Gannon wasn't. And I was really pushing Gannon during an interview, really pushing him and just trying to get something out of it. And Bernsey always says, you got this way of asking the same question 3 times to get the answer. And
I'm jealous. As someone who asks questions a lot of these things, I do not have that skill. I wish you had it. Or I wish I had it that you have.
Yeah, and I got Gannon to say that Kyler, it would have been Jacoby Brissett even if Kyler was healthy. And it was the first time that we got, Kyler's benched. Kyler's benched. They're going to go with Jacoby. Even if Kyler was healthy, it would be Jacoby. I like the way the team's playing. So we finally got him to bend a little bit on that. But up until that point, Gannon had been very, very pro Kyler. When Kyler got injured, he's going to get his job back. When Jacoby played well, Kyler's going to get his job back up until we pushed him that one time later in the season. And I remember when we first, number one, him laughing, like, that's my guy. He was very pro Kyler. You're not getting that out of Mike LaFleur. What you're getting out of Mike LaFleur is nothing. I played against him, and he was really good. And he's basically punting on this because as an organization, they have to determine what they're going to do. And they don't know what they're going to do because we have the draft and you have free agency and you've got trade options and stuff. So they're not going to come out right now and say, Kyler's our guy. I believe in Kyler. I can work with Kyler. I can turn Kyler into one of the top 10 quarterbacks in this league. Not saying that. I think that speaks a lot because I think, you get an offensive mind like him. An offensive mind. Guy's been an offensive coordinator under McVay last few years wasn't, but had been an offensive coordinator with the Jets and called plays. And he's not coming in here and saying, we can win with him. I can win with Kyler Murray. He's basically just talking in a roundabout way about it. Like he knew he was going to ask but he didn't answer the question. He knew he was going to have to answer the question, but he did it in a way in which he didn't answer the question. So that leads me to believe that they're going to look to move on. They're going to look to move on from Murray based on no commitment from him during that press conference that Kyler was his guy.
Here's Ian Rappaport. He spoke yesterday, a little bit of a longer cut, but some updates on the Cardinals defensive coordinator position and some updates on Kyler Murray as well.
Well, let's focus in on the offense because obviously Mike LaFleur is an offensive guy, worked with Sean McVay for several years, really become one of the best young offensive coordinators in the NFL. He is going to call plays, which obviously is significant because that is one of the reasons why the Arizona Cardinals hired them. What Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwill wanted was to have an expert on one side of the ball, and that is certainly something that they believe they got. Now, obviously, they need to figure out the defensive side of the ball. No, Gus Bradley was in the mix there before he went to Tennessee. Wink Martindale, former Giants defensive coordinator, would be another name to watch as far as the staff. But obviously, the biggest question for the Cardinals, what happens to Kyler Murray? Still due a lot of guaranteed money for this year. Obviously was benched, kind of moved on from this past season. Is the thought the same in the building that they're going to move on, or does Michael LaFleur believe this is something they could salvage since they're paying him anyway? Answers to come at the quarterback position in Arizona.
Gambo, do you think Kyler's in a position to influence this decision at all, or is it going to be strictly up to the Cardinals?
No, I don't think. I think it's out of his hand. I don't think. He missed a lot of time. He missed 9 games last year.
Yep.
We're talking about a guy who's like this. Kyler Murray has a losing record by 10 games. He's got 38 wins, 48 losses, and 1 tie in his starts. 38 wins, 48 losses. He's been here for a long time and haven't had much success. I don't know if LaFleur, I don't think, I don't know who's going to be the quarterback. We were going to have that draft, Lauren, and we got to do that one day where we draft, who's going to be the quarterback, because we just don't know. Think about it. If we all had a draft, you had the first pick, who would you pick? Kyler Murray, Jacoby Brissett, a kid in the draft, Malik Willis, Mac Jones. I don't know. So
I want that Pavia kid and his crazy family. That's who I want. That's who I would draft in this draft.
He's shorter than Kyler.
I love it. Win 3 games with a short quarterback. We get all these fun headlines about what his family's doing in Old Town at 4 a.m. We tank. We get the real quarterback the year after. That's my plan if I'm GM, if I'm Monty.
It'd be like the newest version of Johnny Manziel all over again.
I love it. Sign me up.
Right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Murray's under contract. Brissett's under contract. Keaton Slovis is under contract. And their quarterback for next year might not be a guy that's even on their roster right now. So we have to play this thing out. But I didn't get any indication during that press conference that Mike LaFleur was gung-ho on coaching Kyler. Did you?
No, I did not get there was, to compare it to some other situations, you'll remember just before DeAndre Ayton got traded, remember Frank Vogel, and he's like the center whisperer, and we were talking about what could he do with DeAndre Ayton, and he was very steadfast about how much he loved DeAndre in his game and how excited he was to coach him. There was no type of level of that commitment from LaFleur at all.
Right, and that to me, that gives me pause on, saying that they're going to try to work it with Kyler. We'll see. Well, I'm sure we'll try to get more details as the days go by and they put their staff together and try to figure out what it's going to be. All right, when we come back, NBA trade deadline is just 2 days away. A lot of big names have been moved. We'll talk a little bit about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
AQ Shipley is our guest. The Cardinals have been searching for their head coach. It's Mike LaFleur. I think a pretty positive hire. Your initial thoughts?
Yeah, agree. I actually attribute this very similar to the Penn State coaching hire. It took long. They ultimately got the guy that they probably wanted in the end, right? They put out all the feelers. They met with everybody, but you ultimately get a guy who comes from McVay, comes from Shanahan. He knows this team so well, and he understands the toughness, and he thinks that it's almost there, and hopefully he's the guy that can get us there.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Take a bite out of Shade Week at All Pro Shade Concepts. They're clearing out the warehouse February 9th through the 13th. And if you've been thinking about your shade for your patio, now is the time to get the lowest prices of the year. Retractable awnings and roll-down patio shades, all in stock, like new, many still in the box. Marked down up to 50% off retail. Visit the All Pro Shade showroom Monday through Friday next week, 9 to 3, all week long. For details, visit shadeweek.com. That's shadeweek.com. Don't let these deals swim away.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofs roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, a lot of F-150s in stock right now with Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Online for more information at sandersonford.com. Lauren, take it away.
All right, guys. Well, we are asking about the Phoenix Suns following their comeback victory against the Portland Trailblazers last night. And still keeping an eye on that injury report for tomorrow's game. Nothing out there yet, but I will keep refreshing the page. And our poll question today is, who is the most important player for the Suns to re-sign this offseason? Is it Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, or Mark Williams?
Got to be Colin.
I think something for us to chart over the next 2 months, Gambo.
Okay, I like charting.
Let's chart Mark Williams, because I think that it's easy to be in the now and see him struggle. Again, he bounced back great in the second half, but the first half, the first quarter was a real struggle for him. It's been a struggle for him over the last 6 weeks, but remember, first 6 weeks of the season, remarkably consistent. It's going to be interesting to chart how he plays now in this next third of the season, if you will, because the first third of the season, rock solid, incredibly consistent. The middle third, it's been really rocky. This is a big 20, 30 games for him. Not in terms of his future with the team, but it's okay, are you a $20 million guy? Are you a $25 million guy? Are you a $15 million guy? There's a lot of the negotiating and haggling that will happen in restricted free agency that will be affected by how he closes out this season.
I've absolutely loved him. I think he's a great addition to this team. It's nice. Listen, he's not a top 10 center in the league, but he's in that next tier. But he's certainly not a bottom 10 center, so I'm happy to have a guy that's a competent center. And I love the way he runs the floor.
That he does.
And Colin Gillespie is leading the way in this poll question with 76% of the vote, 21% going with Mark Williams, and 3% going with Jordan Goodwin.
All right, there you go. You can vote for that on the X page, Burns and Gambo. We wanted to go back to the NBA because there are a lot of trades that are happening. We'll hit the Suns trade deadline in the 5 o'clock hour. There were some other trades that we did not get a chance to talk to earlier in the day. We talked about James Harden, being traded. We talked about Anthony Davis being traded. We talked about the big Jazz trade that got them Jaren Jackson Jr., but we obviously couldn't talk about all the trades. There were a couple of other ones that I thought were interesting. This Hornets one is really good. They get Kobe White and Mike Conley Jr. for Colin Sexton, Dieng, and 3 future second-round picks. The Charlotte Hornets have been a little bit of a surprise this year.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So I like seeing them go out, be aggressive, give themselves an opportunity. They've been hot, right? They've won 7 in a row. They're in a good position to get into the play-in tournament. So that's a team that you look at their offense. They're very, very good offensively. They've been pretty good defensively. I'm going to be interested to see how those additions can help that team out.
Yeah, that's kind of a similar position to Utah where they weren't necessarily tanking, but it's okay, we've drafted a lot of these pieces over the last couple of years. We've acquired a few players here and there. How do they come together? Brandon Miller has been fantastic for them over the last couple of weeks, former number 2 overall pick. And then more importantly, I think LaMelo Ball has been staying healthy throughout all the highlights and throughout all the ups and downs of his career so far as one of the next great point guards in the league. We think he's just not been able to stay healthy, but he's been doing a better job of staying healthy. The big story, of course, Gambo, your Rookie of the Year favorite is not Cooper Flagg. It's Con Knipple. He has been fantastic for them so far and has really emerged as that extra offensive threat. So then you sprinkle in some Kobe White. Those are 4 dynamite perimeter scorers and shooting options as well. They've gotten some really good stuff from Moussa Diabate and Ryan Kalkbrenner in their front court as well. They've got some wing depth there as well. They're a tricky team. We've gotten used to this purgatory that the Miami Heat, Chicago Bulls, Atlanta Hawks find themselves in the East. They're in the play-in pretty much every year, but right now the Hornets are just a game out from the 10th seed as well, and only 4.5 out, from the 7th seed as well. They've won 7 straight. They're playing really good basketball, and I do like to see this when general managers and front offices and ownership, they respond. If your team starts to show something, sure, let's add more to it and see what else we can do.
You know what's interesting, too? The Suns haven't played them yet this year.
No, I thought the same thing. I was like, I can't wait to see Knipple in person and see how this whole team looks. Yeah,
they're going to play him there, and they're going to play him here, and I don't know the dates of that. But
April 2nd, they're going to be
played Charlotte this year.
So they're going to be here.
Yeah, that's a team that,
I'll go ahead, Gambo. Sorry about that.
What was that?
They will be here in Charlotte.
What that was? Oh, okay, yeah. They started off and they were terrible. Like, they were 4-14 to start the season. So for them to climb their way back in, start winning some basketball games, they're not a 500 team yet, but they're playing very well. So I thought that was a really interesting trade by them. Chris Paul traded to Toronto, but all indications are he's never going to play for Toronto. He was just part of a deal to make things work.
Say that again, Gambo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I think we were cutting in and out with you from my end to your end specifically. We've been able to hear you the whole time. I think you weren't able to hear me for a little bit. You were mentioning the Chris Paul trade, though, right?
Yeah, Chris Paul dealt to the Raptors. That's a 3-team trade with the Clippers and the Brooklyn Nets. The Raptors got Chris Paul. I think the Nets got Agbaji and a second-round pick, and then the Clippers received the rights to Makinovich. But the indication is that Chris Paul's not going to Toronto.
Yeah.
He's not going to play there. He was just part of that trade.
Yeah, this is a tax move for Toronto, and that's worth bringing up in relation to the Suns because you had talked about like the possibility of like an Agbaji trade with Toronto and like Nick Richards' potential interest, all that kind of stuff. Agbaji's been useful for them so far, but he has been someone that they have been willing to let go to get under the tax, so they make this move. There's some money involved in there as well. There's a pick involved in there. That is the price tag essentially that they will pay. Chris, I assume, is going to get cut. He becomes a buyout guy. Where will he go? We'll see. But there's a lot of like these minor moves or even bigger ones. Like you look at the DeAndre Hunter trade that happened over the weekend. A lot of these moves, when you look within them and you try and see what the teams are actually motivated to do, it really just comes down to the tax money a lot of the time. And that's what Toronto was trying to do here because, as you alluded to earlier in the show, when these repeaters start to get going, you are paying so much more money than the other tax-paying teams, and you got to get out of there when you can.
Yeah, and the big one that we all got our eyes on with the trade deadline coming up in 2 days is, will the Milwaukee Bucks trade Giannis? There's been a lot of talk about teams that could be interested, the Heat, the Knicks, the T-Wolves, the Warriors, the Cavs. But will he actually be traded? That's the big one, right? We've seen some other big names move. Trae Young earlier. We talked about Anthony Davis, Jaren Jackson Jr. But now, will Giannis get traded? Will the Bucks find a deal that they like and move Giannis?
I'm fascinated to see if, like, which side sort of gets antsy here. Like, is Giannis going to be the one to really push us over the top in the next 20 hours, or is it going to be Milwaukee themselves, or is it going to be neither? Because what everyone can agree on right now when looking around and kind of seeing what the landscape is in terms of the trade market and what they could get in terms of offers, the offers are going to get better over the summer when more teams have more access to more first-round picks. The only team right now that seems competitive and in this that can offer a lot of picks is Golden State. They can do the 4 unprotecteds and the swaps and all that. The problem is the players you're getting. You're just getting Brandon Podziemski, who's fine, Jonathan Kuminga, who's whatever, like Moses Moody, Quentin Post, sure. You're not really getting any marquee players. Maybe one of those players is Draymond Green now all of a sudden with all this news and reports coming out over the last 24 hours. But I'm fascinated to see if a certain side budges, and if not, if this is just a story over the summer yet again.
They've got no incentive to really trade him, I don't think,
right,
by the deadline. And let's also remember, like, with a little luck, like, they're a lottery team. Like, the Milwaukee Bucks are a lottery team right now. So 10 games under 500, they be in a lottery. Who knows? I mean, there's like 4 really good players that everybody keeps talking about. We know who they are, but that would be interesting if they were one of those teams that could get a lottery pick. Whether that would change anything or not, I'm really not sure. But that is, we're going to keep our eye on the Giannis thing. All right, 5 o'clock hour coming up. The Cardinals have hired a new offensive coordinator. What do we like about him? We'll talk about it next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When you found out yesterday that Dylan Brooks would not be representing as an all-star, did you feel strongly one way or the other about this omission?
No, I really did not. Would I have put him in all-star? Yes, I would have. And the reason why I thought maybe he would be a reserve is that some coaches, just watching him play and how he goes about his business, watching Dylan Brooks give the effort that he gives, and he does it on both ends of the floor. Other coaches have to notice this. And now that he's scoring 21 points a game, I thought maybe this would be the year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Better banking with you in mind. That's what you're going to find at Global Credit Union. Hi, it's Dave Burns, and I am a proud member of Global Credit Union. Whether it's checking or savings accounts, loans, Global Credit Union just does it better, and they do it with you, their members, in mind. I know the folks at Global Credit Union, and their commitment to you being able to keep more of your money in your pockets is a very real thing. At Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. 10 branches throughout the valley, an easy-to-use mobile app. You can become a member today. You should become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2 Vision RLE.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their new offensive coordinator. According to Tom Pelissero, the Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their OC. Hackett was the OC in Green Bay for 3 years under Matt LaFleur. He now joins younger brother Mike in Arizona. And the Phoenix Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 in comeback fashion last night. Colin Gillespie led the way with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in that win last night. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. That game, the Suns were still without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. The Suns are back home tomorrow, hosting the Golden State Warriors. And Arizona State men's basketball is back in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah, taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one is at 7, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Be sure to join us on April 11th for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run/walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching surge is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
All right, decisions being made. Time to move on. Give Mike LaFleur an opportunity to see what he could do with this Arizona Cardinals roster. The Cardinals have had success in the past with coaches. Vince Tobin took them to the playoffs, had a memorable win against the Dallas Cowboys before they lost to Minnesota. Obviously, Ken Whisenhunt, team made it to the Super Bowl. We had success with Bruce Arians, so it's not like it can't be done. But it is time to turn the page on what was an absolutely awful, maybe one of the worst seasons we've ever endured with the Arizona Cardinals, with a franchise record 14 losses, the firing of Jonathan Gannon. But now it's time to put the pieces back together and see if Mike LaFleur and his staff are the guys to do it. They end up hiring Nathaniel Hackett to be the offensive coordinator. He's been a coordinator 5 times. He was with Mike's brother Matt in Green Bay for 3 years, had Aaron Rodgers win 2 MVPs. He was also the head coach of the Denver Broncos. I don't know if Mitchie Mitch is there, but he didn't do a very good job there, had a problem with clock management a lot, and so he ended up getting fired during his first season there. But what I'll ask you, Kellen, I'm going to ask you this because I think this is an interesting way to take it. We didn't know what the Phoenix Suns were going to be this year, right? New coach, starting over, moving on from a lot of different players. It's just a reset. Suns were having a reset. Cardinals are having a reset. What the fans wanted from the Phoenix Suns more than anything, I'm not going to say wins and losses because it wasn't about that. It's, God, they just wanted a team that was going to play hard. Man, they just wanted a team to be proud of. They wanted a team that was going to dive for loose balls and do everything. When Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory and Josh Bartelstein, when the brass, when the Suns brass talked about the team, they didn't talk about we want to win 50 games and be the 6th seed. They talked about we want to build a brand of basketball that the fans can be proud of. Because for the last 2 years, it was a crappy team. It was a hard team to watch. It was a hard team to get behind. It was hard to go into the games. Is there a version for the Cardinals that's similar to that? Is there a version that, okay, I don't care about winning 11 games and going to the playoffs right now, but this is what I want to see out of the Arizona Cardinals?
Man, it's tough. I really like the question. I just think that it's like, what is the version of like a competitive, feisty Cardinals team? And like so often we talk about like wins and losses and how competitive they are within the games. I think more of what you're going to want to see from this regime, Gambo, is the talent being maximized in a way that the Suns are doing right now. That's where I'll make the comparison, because what I look at with what we're talking about right now, Mike LaFleur, Nathaniel Hackett, their number 1 and number 2 job is getting everything out of Trey McBride that they possibly can. Now, the previous regime did a pretty good job of that. He had a historic season last year, but it doesn't just start with him. It starts with, okay, can we get a full season of Michael Wilson doing that? And then finally, can we unlock Marvin Harrison Jr.? I looked through some of the numbers for Hackett. I know he's not calling the plays, but he's still going to be part of the brain trust within the offense. Of course, those 3 Packers years, that's when you got peak Devontae Adams. He had 83 catches, 115 and 123 under Hackett and in the Matt LaFleur offense primarily. And then I know the Jets start, or the 2-year tenure, with the Jets was a mess. But Garrett Wilson had 2 very productive years there, 95 catches, 1,042 yards, and then 101 catches and 1,100 yards as well. So when LaFleur and Hackett are trying to figure out what to do with this offense, what's going to happen at quarterback, offensive line, it's going to be more about those 3 pass catchers and how they can maximize them. And to that point, Gambo, on a podcast from a month ago, this is before Mike LaFleur got hired. He was on Peter Schrager's pod and talked about like his philosophy with the offensive scheme. And I think it applies a lot to what I'm talking about right now. Here's what he had to say.
It's fit to the players. Whatever your players' skill sets are, that's where the offense ends up going, and starting with the quarterback, but also the skill around it. So because we can all run this system or whatever the system is, but if it doesn't fit with the players that you got, then it doesn't really matter. And so we fit ours in a way where, hey, we're going to use Puka's big body as a fullback sometimes, and Cooper's, toughness and smarts as a fullback sometimes back there, because that's really what they are at times, which opens up the run game, which opens up the play pass and all that.
If this offense is going to be any good, Gambo, it's going to be because he maximizes those three pass catchers, and it sounds like that's what he's going to try like hell to do.
Okay, unleash Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Yes, please.
I mean, unleash him. A lot of people doubt him. A lot of people would like to see him traded. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but maybe, unleash Marvin Harrison Jr. and let's see if you can make him a great player.
Absolutely.
That could be one. I mean, there was so many things about last year that were just really brutal, and you looked at it and you said, oh my God, this team, some of the losses and the one-score games and the physicality, I think the lack of physicality in the running game was really like we used to have Gannon on every week. I used to ask him the run-pass disparity. It's like crazy. You guys can't run the football. And sometimes the indication, it was dictated by being down. Excuse me. It was dictated by we're down a whole lot, so we got to throw the ball. And sometimes they just couldn't run it. So unleash Marvin Harrison Jr. could be one. Number 2, physicality in the running game.
Yep.
You have to be able to run the ball. They couldn't run the ball last year. There were times when you looked at the run-pass disparity, like, what the hell are we doing? Another one, I'll go back to a loss against the 49ers, and that's 17 penalties. Illegal shifts. They got shellacked by Seattle. So I'd like to see that. I mean, all those illegal shift penalties on some of these games, like pre-snap penalties, like, what are we doing here? Like, they got to discipline? I mean, could be another thing, right? I'm doing this as we think. Unleash Marvin Harrison Jr.
I got another one for you.
Physicality running game, a disciplined football team. Okay, what do you got?
Unlock more of not just unlocking Marvin Harrison Jr. How about the young talent throughout the roster? Because we look at these Monty Austin Ford draft classes the last 3 years, and they're pretty uninspiring.
Develop.
Exactly. Arguably the most consistent and best player that they've drafted is Paris Johnson Jr., which, yeah, if I spend a top 5 pick or a top 6 pick on a freaking tackle, he better be consistent or better be one of the better offensive tackles in football. But can he find something with those defensive names we talked about? You remember when we were in the preseason, we were like, man, Jordan Birch, watch out for this kid. He didn't do anything this year. That's no shots at Jordan, but he just wasn't able to find a role this year. Zaven Collins we were excited about, nothing. Darius Robinson.
Unleash Marvin Harrison Jr., physicality in the run game, a disciplined football team would stop the pre-snap penalties, develop young players. How about close? One of the problems they had early in the season, they had a fourth-quarter lead in 3 straight games, and they lost all of them. Third straight loss after leading by 7+ points or entering the fourth quarter. They had a tendency to not be able to close out games. How about close? How about I'd like to see a coaching staff that has the ability to close out a football game. Because early on, they were blowing those games. They were blowing those football games. Third straight loss after leading by 7+ points, in week October 20th, that week. So I think that could be something too. That was a Packers game. I think after the Packers game was another game. They had the lead and they lost the lead. How about closing? How about the Phoenix Suns? We talk about the Phoenix Suns, right? Their ability in the clutch. Isn't that closing?
Big time.
It's closing. Your ability to close a football game. Jonathan Gannon might have kept his job if they could have closed out some of those games. So I'd like to see them be able to close. Can you think of anything else?
Don't drop the football right before you cross the line. That's one
Oh,
that's scarred into my
yeah,
memory. Let's
okay.
not do that. And then another one that I have for you, I think, is we don't know who the long-term quarterback for this team is going to be, and honestly, I don't think we're going to know at the start of the season either. Can Mike LaFleur build an offense that has like a stable enough ecosystem to where you bring in that guy that maybe you draft with a first-round pick, not this year, but next year, where it's like, oh, man, like you look at everything that they did with this quarterback, can you imagine now with like the young arm talent that they're going to have? That's maybe the number one thing for me, honestly.
Yeah, I think, okay, those are some good things.
We got a list.
I was just thinking, like, what do we want? Because what we wanted out of the Suns, we weren't talking about wins. We were talking about, God, I just want to like this team. I just want to have a team that plays hard. I want to have a team I can enjoy rooting for. And the Suns have given you that. That's what they promised, and they delivered on that. And I think I think Michael Bidwell should come out and say, here's what I want out of my team. I'm not going to talk about wins and losses, but here's what I want. And I like what we want to unleash Marvin Harrison Jr. We're going to develop a physicality in the running game. We're going to be a more disciplined football team. We're going to develop these young players that we drafted. And when we have leads, we're going to find out a way to close the games. If you got any more, you can send a tweet and let us know. Should Zach Gallen return? Could Zach Gallen return to the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Colin Gillespie on the dribble. Gets it into the forecourt now with 10 seconds left to go in quarter number 3. Throws to Royce O'Neal, right wing, and gets it back. Now Goodwin thought about the 3. Puts it on the deck against Sissoko. Now he'll take the 3 over Sissoko and drill it. All net for Jordan Goodwin.
It wasn't easy, but the Suns got the W. And we get into it on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
God, we all care about our appearances so much, right? Whether it's women getting their lips done or Botox or their hair done or, us going to the bar. We all care about our appearance. But for many of us, you really can't do anything about your teeth, right? Not much you could do, right? You can't put makeup on them. You just hide them. You've got bad teeth, and you hide them as much as you can because you hate to smile. It's why I'm here to tell you about Pro Smile Dental Implant Center, and I want you to give them a chance. Dr. Mehta, Dr. Valangi, Dr. Hassini, these are the dream team of doctors. They've got locations in Scottsdale and Paradise Valley, and I want to get you in to give you a smile makeover. A smile makeover. They've got the best cosmetic veneers in town. Their oral surgeons do a tremendous job on the All-on-X implants. It's a lot more affordable than you imagine, and it's got incredible financing offers where you can pay it off 2 years interest-free or over 10 years. There is no reason for you to go through life hating your teeth, hating your smile, not smiling for photos, videos, job interviews. It's time to get your teeth fixed. Pro Smile Dental. You call 1-888-GO-SMILE. You get a free consultation. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE. Or go online at prosmileaz.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Payne Moses. The Cardinals are hiring Nathaniel Hackett as their new offensive coordinator. The Cardinals reportedly requested to interview Rams assistant coach Aubrey Pleasant for their D.C. job. And NBA insider Bobby Marks discusses potential Suns trade deadline moves and Colin Gillespie's remarkable story. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I really like that segment we had. A lot of people are chiming in on that. I put that out on Twitter. A lot of people are chiming in.
You're hearing from the people in Levine most prominently, though.
Levine, yeah.
Like, Levine is like, man, that was great radio, and I need to contribute to the online discourse about that segment as well.
Yes. We came up with unlock Marvin Harrison Jr., create a physical run game, develop the younger players, win close games, have a disciplined team. Am I missing anything there?
I had the quarterback thing, but it was more fancy mumbo-jumbo language. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. That's what we got to do. That's what we want out of our football team. Not wins and losses, but this is what we want. Want a team that the fans can actually be proud of. All right, Zach Gallen. Is there a possibility of a return for the Diamondbacks' former ace? Could he possibly come back? There's a small chance. There's a small chance. Part of it hinges on there might not be any interest in Zach Gallen. Like, here we are. Like, they went into the offseason, and Scott Boras thought that he could get Zach Gallen a 5-year deal with the team. And it hasn't materialized. And you know it hasn't materialized because if one had been offered, I'm sure he would have jumped at it and taken it. So here we are. We've got one of the better pitchers in Diamondbacks history. I'm a big fan of Zach Gallen's. I'd love to have Zach Gallen back. And right now, nobody's been able to give him a deal that would make him sign a contract. My understanding is that he wants to be signed with a team by the start of free agent, but it's the start of spring training free agency. By the time spring training comes around. So that's soon. He wants to get with the team. If he's run out of options, look, did the Diamondbacks want to pay him $20 million a year? No, they don't. The Diamondbacks are either at or above where they wanted to be in their salary structure for this year. So adding $20 million is not prudent. I don't see it happening unless, could you get creative? Could you do a Jordan Montgomery 1-year deal with an option? And, well, could you defer a lot of the money? Could you defer a certain amount of money? You know, I mean, there's ways to do it. The Diamondbacks have deferred money on players in the past. They did it with Corbin Burns. They did it with Greinke. They're actually paying Madison Bumgarner $5 million this year, Kellen. I don't know if you knew that or not. But
I haven't thought about Madison Bumgarner in a while. No offense to Mad Bum. He was a hell of a pitcher in his
but
time.
he's getting $5 million. He gets $5 million this year, deferred money. Ketel Marte's got some deferments in it. So could you defer some money? Could you make a deal? Now, he's going to have to, play for less than what he wants on a 1-year deal or a 1-year deal with an option. But I do wonder if he's run out of options, if this is why, he's talking about the Arizona Diamondbacks again.
Zach Gallen spoke with Fox 10 yesterday at the Open. Here's what he had to say on the love from fans and the possibility of coming back to the Diamondbacks.
It's very humbling. That's kind of been the constant thing over the last couple weeks. Is people have been like, "Hey, we'd really love you to come back," and I think people understand what Phoenix means to me, and we're calling. My wife is from here. I'm calling this home base now. So for us to be here would be awesome, and I think it's been really humbling that people have come up and for like me me to come back, especially because I knew how the first half of last year went. We didn't make the playoffs and things like that. So it gives you chills that people still want you to come back and be a part of the organization and the franchise.
Gambo, do you think he regrets not taking the qualifying offer? It was right around. It was only for 1 year, of course, but it was right around
probably.
that $22 million mark. I think he's got to regret it at this point.
If he's gonna take less than that, he's gonna regret it. If he can get the same amount of money, then maybe he doesn't. But the other thing, you would have had certainty on where he's been and not have to worry about it, because I mean the fact that spring training is right around the corner and pitches and catches are reporting really soon, and we're gonna be out there. It's just like, okay, that's why I keep hearing that he'd like to have some team by the start of spring training. He doesn't want to drag this out much longer. I've had limited contact with Zach over the off season, but I like Zach. I hope wherever he goes, he's happy. And if you said to me the Diamondbacks can bring him back, I would say yes. Now, I've always said no because of the $20 million a year for multiple years. They preferred Merrill Kelly, 2-year deal rather than a 4-year deal or a 5-year deal. But if there's no market for a guy, like if there's truly no real market for a guy, and then you could get Zach Gallen with some creative, financing, I'm all for bringing the guy back. I don't think he's toast. I think he's a good pitcher. So if you were able to have Corbin Burns, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, then Fott and Erod, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I think you can win a lot of baseball games with that roster once Burns comes back.
Yeah, and as once Burnsy comes back on this own show, something he's talked about a lot is just this is such a huge year for Erod and Fott as well, because those are two guys that more so Erod have shown that when they're at their best, they're a pretty darn good pitcher. That's the pitcher that the Diamondbacks expected Erod to be when they signed him to that 4-year, $80 million contract. And then Fott, in a different way, got a long-term extension because of the long-term potential that the team saw in him. Some of the ERA numbers, the counting statistics weren't as favorable as all of the metrics and the FIP and all that kind of nonsense. The bottom line is he had a rough year last year as well. So it's a huge year for both of those guys, because I got to think at a certain point with one of them, if they continue to pitch at the level that they did last year, Gambo, that they'll start to look at some of these younger arms and give them a chance in the rotation. If those guys falter, or if Soroka falters, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for the younger pitchers, because they have a group of 4 to 6 guys who are at that AAA level ready to come up right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you've got Merrill for this year and next, so there's got to be a replacement for him. I don't know if Erod makes it to the end of his contract with the way he's pitched. Look, here's another thing. Keep this in mind. Corbin Burns has an opt-out after this year. He's got an opt-out. And he's got an agent that, if he pitches well, if he came in and he pitched well, and Scott Boras told him, I opt out, I can get you more money. I don't know. Who's this? You don't know what's going to happen. You never know. If he comes back and pitches incredible for half a season, that would be a disaster for the Diamondbacks, an absolute disaster if that happened. But he does have the ability to opt out of his contract after this season. So, yeah, you need some of those young pitchers to be able to come up and develop. I don't think any of them are ready to step in right now, which is why Soroka got signed and why we can even talk about Zach Gallen. But maybe by the midway point of the season, some of those arms could be ready.
And the crazy thing, Gambo, is that Merrill Kelly could be in a rotation with Cole Drake or Mitch Bratt, the guys that the Diamondbacks got when they traded Merrill Kelly to Texas. So they kept Merrill, and then they got these extra arms back. That would be really fun to see.
Yeah, and I think Drake was the guy that was closest.
Yes.
I remember talking with one of my guys, Josh Young, over with the Rangers, and we talked about Drake, and he liked him quite a bit. So I think he's probably a guy that could be pretty close. I don't think to start the season, but maybe somewhere around the midway point of the season that could happen. All right, trade deadline fast approaching for the NBA. What, if anything, will the Phoenix Suns do? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
All right, here's some big savings for you. If you have an old AC unit, and you're worried about it getting you through another brutal summer in Arizona, let's get you with Christian Brothers right now. They've got incredible offers available to save you big money on new air conditioning units. They've got zero down financing available. That's right, zero down financing available from Christian Brothers. Over 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and that's the company I use for all my electrical, plumbing, and AC needs. They've got some terrific specials. They carry all the major brands, and you can save $2,500 off a new HVAC unit this month. This month and this month only, because once this month goes by, then they're not busy now. They can give you a big discount. Once it starts getting busy, there's never any discounts in this industry. So take advantage of that. $2,500 off. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant. $2,500 off a brand new AC unit when you call 602-222-3535. That's Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, and EVs. If it's on the lot, it's priced to move. All month long during our President's Day event, everything is thousands off MSRP with simple, transparent pricing for everyone. No gimmicks, no games, no haggling, just straightforward deals. That's why more people choose Santan Ford, because our pricing will not be beat. Hurry in for the best selection during the President's Day event at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Going on now. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found an offensive coordinator. According to Tom Pelissero, the Cardinals have hired Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator. Hackett was the OC in Green Bay for 3 years under Matt LaFleur. He now joins younger brother Mike in Arizona. And the Phoenix Suns beat the Portland Trailblazers 130-125 last night. Colin Gillespie led the way for the Suns with a career-high 30 points and 8 three-pointers made in the win last night. That was without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams also chipped in with 24 points each. The Suns are back at home tomorrow hosting the Golden State Warriors. And we've got our first injury report out of that one. Steph Curry and Jonathan Kuminga are both out for the Warriors. Devin Booker out for the Suns. Jalen Green questionable for tomorrow's matchup. And the Arizona State men's basketball is in action tonight. The Sun Devils will be in Utah taking on the Utes. Tip-off for that one's at 7. Pre-game is at 6:30. You can listen to that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team to help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text the word HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
Hey, it's Luke. Who's going to win the battle of streamer versus podcaster, also known as Dylan Brooks versus Draymond Green? We're going to preview Suns Warriors tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Suns Warriors tomorrow. They're going to start previewing it tomorrow at 10 a.m. How about that, Kellen?
What?
They're going to start previewing the game tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Oh, their show.
Luke
I thought you were
Wolf,
referencing to something involving you.
No,
I was like, wait a minute, your show's at 2, brother.
You do not have to preview the game at 10 a.m. But what we do have to talk about is the trade deadline. Because the trade deadline is fast approaching, and I know everybody keeps refreshing their screen to see if the Phoenix Suns are going to trade for Sohan or Bobby Portis or Ubasali or one of the incredible names that's been out there, and people think the Suns are going to do this or that. And I'm going to tell you that I still expect a very quiet and peaceful trade deadline by the Phoenix Suns. Now, things can change over the next 48 hours, but my thought, and it's always been this, you know what my reports have been. My thoughts are they're not going to change their team. They're not going to change this team. They like this team. They want to give this team an opportunity to play it out. Maybe they trade Nick Richards, right? I can't say for sure they're going to trade Nick Richards. I believe they will try to trade Nick Richards, duck under that tax. But do I see them making any other big move? As of right now, I do not. Now, somebody could call you tomorrow, make you an offer you can't refuse. But as of right now, I don't believe that they are going to change their team. This team's 11 games over 500. They far exceeded expectations. They beat a lot of good teams in this league. There's a thought that they could do some damage in the playoffs. I don't think that they do anything dramatic. There's been a lot of names out there, but I don't believe that any of those names are coming here at this point. If things change, I'll let you know, but I think they stick with what they have.
The only reason to do something sizable beyond the Nick Richards move, Gambo, is that you believe that this is like, wow, this is a gold mine of an offer. Like, we're not going to get this type of offer in the summer, and we have to take it. Like, just like an incredible opportunity comes your way with this type of trade that wouldn't come up again in the summer. And even then, I think the Suns would take serious pause at doing something like that. And like, they have got a sizable amount to still figure out with this team. Like, this team has been a remarkable success so far, but there is still so much for them to learn about this team. Of course, I'm alluding mainly to the fact that we haven't seen Jalen Green play much at all for this team, but there's other trickle-down effects as well. Like, okay, how do you feel about your wing group for the next couple of years? We've barely seen Rasheer Fleming this year. Ryan Dunn has regressed after a solid rookie season. Royce O'Neal's
Although last night, those two back-to-back three-pointers were huge.
Yeah, we're going to need to see more of that from Ryan. He has had a rough last 6 weeks, and I think that's the trick you don't want to fall into. The trap you don't want to fall into is looking at, like, you can buy. You remember, like, when DeAndre would go crazy, and we could say, like, oh, remember that game in Memphis? Remember that game in Houston? Like, off the top of our head, we could immediately cite those games where he dominated, like in Boston. Like, we knew.
They were games. They were definitely games that he dominated, sure.
Yeah, we knew the flashes, whereas, like, with Ryan, you don't want him to be that type of guy. You want his impact to be not on a Jordan Goodwin level per se, but be consistent enough to the point where it just blends together with his overall play. So, like, what does their wing group look like? Royce O'Neal has 2 years left on his deal after this year. He's 32. Like, do they want to just roll this out with him with how great he's been for them this year? Or do they want to turn to some of those younger guys? Maybe they acquire another young wing somewhere else as well. There's obviously the thing at center, like Mark Williams and his restricted free agency coming up. Oh, so Iguodala has just been one of your best players this year, and Kaman Malawach has not sniffed the rotation once this entire year. So there are some long-term decisions to make, and I think all of these are not wise to make in the middle of the season because of how well this is going. If it was kind of going fine, like you were like 7 games under 500, okay, for sure you can start to explore some of this stuff now with the value that some of those guys could have, but there's really no good reason to do it now unless a team randomly comes to you for some reason and offers you 2 first-round picks for Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, which is not going to happen. But even if it did happen, I'm not even sure the Suns would say yes to that.
Yeah, I don't know that they do. Remember, they do have first-round picks. They don't have any tradable picks, but they do have some first-round picks coming up.
They're just swapped to oblivion, so they're all going to be pretty much in the 20s. That's pretty much where they're going to wind up.
But none of those swaps will be played out, though.
What do you mean?
Because the teams that they're playing they're worse than the Suns. They're not going to be swapped.
Sure.
Like if you go look at the swaps, if you put all those swaps into this year, I don't know if any of them come through. Like what I'm saying is like if the Suns are a good team, those swaps aren't going to come into play.
Yeah, but then they're going to have picks that are still in like the 20s overall is what I'm saying, and the likelihood of you landing like an impactful player is lessened. But hey, Gambo, guess what? If the Suns are good, I don't really care. That's the type of thing where it's like if we're talking about like long term, like all that kind of stuff, like we're in the now right now with this team where we deserve to be with everything that's been going on with them. Like we're not worried about Kamal Malawach yet. We're not really too worried about Rasheer Fleming yet because of all the success they've seen this year.
There are guys I think, and again, I think the Suns don't do it. Like Bobby Portis, professional player, I think he'd come in and fit in right away. The younger players that want to get paid in this league, if they come here, like how would a Sohan fit in? I'm not sure. Like I don't know. I'd be a little bit worried about what the Suns have built, the chemistry that they built, and not that one guy can undo the whole thing, but I don't want to upset that, Some guy comes in, he's playing for a contract, he's playing for more money, and he wants to get his shots. And on this team, it's harder to do that. So I have some fear about who they would add if it's somebody that's going to be a regular rotation guy. So, again, I think that they sit back. They'll take some calls. They'll field some calls. In the end, if they make a trade, I still think it's going to be Nick that they trade. Duck under the tax. Don't become a repeat offender. Don't put yourself in that position. But as far as the players, because there's been a lot of players, like what have we heard? We've heard Ubasali. We've heard Portis.
Sohan has come up a little bit. We had Ochai Agbaji come up. It's just look around the league for a guy that's making like $5 to $7 million on an expiring deal, and his name's going to come up.
Right. So I think the fans. There are a lot of fans that want to see them do something. Some of that I like this team. I'd like to see what they could do. Power forward seems to be the one weakness that everybody's hinting on. Just go get a power forward. You need a bigger body. I get it. I get it. It's the Suns are a physical team, but they're not the biggest team. They're physical more because of how hard they play, and then they've got all these Maurice Lucases on the teams, right? And Charles Oakleys. They don't have that. They just play really hard.
Derek Coleman's of the world, if you will.
Yeah, they don't have the. They don't, and I used to grow up watching him play with Kenny Anderson with the Nets and Drazen Petrovic and all those guys. Yeah, I think if they could add a power forward and it didn't force them into the tax situation, maybe they do it. But then also, like you mentioned, let's look at the buyout market and see if there's a buyout guy that they may add. So in the end, I still think at this point right now, I'm not expecting much. We'll see if things change. I'll update you daily on my Twitter feed and on the shows if I hear anything different. But as of right now, I think, again, they like their team. I'm not expecting them to do anything dramatic.
Here's Bobby Marks. He joined the morning show earlier today on what he thinks the Suns will do at the deadline.
I think it's probably just more marginal stuff. I mean, I think you hit the Richards because he's on an expiring contract, and Baselli's got a player option for next year, and he would give you. He's basically been ostracized in the Knicks lineup, and I think if you're getting the player that we saw in Philadelphia, I think that's a player that can help you. I think where they are, at the worst, they're probably they'll host a playing game, but I think the goal is to get into the top 6. And as you said, they're a fun story. I've equated them to the guy who's hit pretty good at the blackjack table, and there's a point where you just need to walk away from the table, right? just take your chips and go back to your hotel room. And I think where they are right now and what they've been able to do with guys injured.
Man, can the Suns just look out for you, Gambo? Can they just trade Nick Richards in the next hour, tell you that they're not doing anything else, and then you can just rest? You need some rest, buddy.
I do. About this, I'm not. All the other trade deadlines have, have been very, very. Most of them have been very, very busy for me. So, it is interesting that this one I'm not expecting very much. But but again, even when you don't expect much, there's always the rumors, and you have to chase them, right?
100%.
You have to chase them. So even when there's a rumor, you have to be like, okay, let me try to find out if there's anything to this. Because there's been times, and you've seen me, they like this player. They like Sohan. I don't think they'll trade for him, but they like Portis. So I don't rule it out when I know they like a player. If my understanding is that the Suns like a player, I don't rule it out. There are guys that I could flat out rule out. No, that's not going to happen. No, that's a terrible rumor. But some people have brought up names that the Suns in the past have liked. So that's why I'm saying I don't, sometimes I don't rule guys out if I believe they like the guy, because there's no sense. Maybe that team calls up and makes you an offer you can't refuse.
And the other thing that we're going to be looking at for sure over the next 20 hours or so, and then talking about on Friday for sure, is like, what did the other teams do around you? Like, I'm looking at the Western Conference standings right now. The Oklahoma City Thunder brought in Jared McCain. Spurs haven't done much. Denver hasn't done much. Houston hasn't done much. The Lakers haven't done much. Minnesota ducked under the first apron to try and go get Giannis. We'll see if they're successful. We know the Warriors are going after Giannis. We'll see if they can get them. The Clippers have been a little bit active as well with the Harden trade. So, like, what else did the teams around the Suns do in the Western Conference to change the pecking order a little bit?
Absolutely. When we come back, final segment of the show, we'll tell you what's on tonight, but we will also talk a little bit about why this team's been able to have success with both Devin Booker and Jalen Green out of the lineup. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I wanted an offensive mind more than anything else because of the quarterback situation the Cardinals are in right now. But I think as a coordinator, once again, a coordinator that is in waiting to be a head coach, I think he's more than qualified. He doesn't have head coaching experience, of course, but Mike LaFleur comes from an impeccable coaching tree. When you're talking about Matt LaFleur and Kevin O'Connell, Liam Cohen, and now Mike LaFleur coming from the Sean McVay tree. Offensive coordinators have done very well for the most part under McVay.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The trusted name in eye care in this valley is Dr. Jay Schwartz. It's why I went to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and had my LASIK surgery done many years ago. And I'd say to this day, it's really one of the best things I've ever done. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear contacts. I don't wear readers. I see great in the daytime. I see great at nighttime. I see up close, far away. I've had no issues with my eyesight. And that is because of Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Suns and your Diamondbacks. Dr. Jay Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. He offers 2 years of interest-free financing. A lot of people like that. You can take advantage of it when it comes to making sure that you get your vision correction. 2 years interest-free financing goes a long way. A lot of people do like it. And Dr. Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Suns and Diamondbacks. Would love to be your family's eye doctor. He is for me. My entire family goes there for all of our eye care needs. Sometimes somebody needs an eye exam or glasses or contact lenses, whatever it is. We trust the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. You can too. Call 480-483-EYES. That's set up a free thorough eye exam, 480-483-EYES, or go online for more info at teamidoc.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-Y-REFI-85. That's 888-Y-REFI-85. Or visit YRefi.com.
Not available in all states. Progressive Insurance knows pets, and one of the biggest differences between people and pets is that we don't eat things off the floor. But dogs definitely will, and it makes them so happy, no matter what it looks like, smells like, or what state of decomposition it's in. We all want to go through life that carefree, and that's also why you should get Progressive Pet Insurance, because they eat things off the floor. So protect your pet from all the questionable life decisions they make. You know where they drink from when you're gone, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one.
As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned orange tag sale this week. Hundreds of Harleys tagged with liquidation pricing. Save $2,000, $4,000, even $6,000 at Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned orange tag sale. Good credit, bad credit, no problem. Desert Wind Harley is accepting 100% of all credit applications. Repo's trucked in, and the owner says 50 used bikes must go this week. Better get getting geared, Jack. The time's a-ticking. You don't need perfect credit, don't need a cash down payment. Desert Wind Harley-Davidson's pre-owned orange tag sale ends this Sunday.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Welcome back to the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Dave Burns out sick. I'm Kellen Olson.
Oh, he's
Gambo's
got the
there.
flu. He's got the flu.
Gambo's battling through his. Are you on the back nine? Are we comfortable to say back nine now of your flu?
Yeah, I think. I guess the flu's different for other people. I probably came down with it Friday and Saturday were like the Friday night and Saturday were really hard. Started to turn a corner a little bit on Sunday, but still didn't feel great. And no, we're at Wednesday. I feel better. I have lingering effects, but I feel better.
Gambo's certainly going to chill out on the couch, so he's going to need something to watch tonight. So
what am I
going to
watch?
Gambo, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. One game you can hear right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Arizona State men's basketball taking on Utah in Utah. Some good basketball around right now. Your New York Knicks are down 2 to the Nuggets at the end of the first quarter. That's on ESPN. That will be followed up by Thunder Spurs, which sounds awesome. But the Thunder are missing Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They have no Jalen Williams and no A.J. Mitchell, so Spurs should be able to take care of business. Their college basketball, no really marquee matchup right now, but I will say Michigan State down 11 at the half right now against Minnesota. And then, of course, Lauren is fist-pumping to that a whole lot, and she'll be fist-pumping a whole lot more in about an hour and a half when her Fighting Illini, number 5 in the country, can you believe it, 10-1 in Big Ten play. They are hosting Northwestern. They're heavy favorites in that game at State Farm Center in Champaign, Illinois.
Champaign, Illinois. All right, there you go. That is what's on tonight. Let's finish this up talking about this team's ability to win without Book and Jalen Green. There's a lot of reasons why, but to me, just the quality of depth, right? I mean, different guy every night. It could be Grayson Allen. It could be Gillespie. It could be Mark Williams. It could be Royce O'Neal. It could be Jordan Goodwin. They're not dependent on one or two guys. The ball movement is fantastic. The defense has been good. They can rely on a lot of different players to get them through a game or two or even a week without some of their key players.
Yeah, absolutely, and they might need to do more of it tomorrow. There he is. He found the sentence, Gambo. I'm the one winding down on this show. You've been so strong for 4 hours. I'm the one messing up and flubbing my words. Man. My goodness. So no Steph Curry tomorrow for the Warriors, Gambo. That's a huge deal for the Suns, but they will still be without Devin Booker. Jalen Green is questionable again. So it's going to be one of those weird games where the All-Stars are not going to be out there for either side like we saw in Portland. So it's going to be big for like the Colin Gillespies of the world to do it. The Warriors have lost 3
and Chris
straight.
Mullin's not walking through that door?
No, he is not. Are there any other names that come to mind for you?
Well, they had that great team. What they call them? What do they call it? Run
TMC. It's Tim Hardaway. It's Mitch Richmond. It's Chris Mullin. That was a fun NBA Jam team.
Hardaway, Richmond, and Chris Mullin. That was a fun little Golden State team. Run TMC.
But this
Chris
is one
Mullin
of those.
Chris Mullin was my favorite college basketball player ever.
Oh, of course, at St. John's. How are they doing?
My favorite.
Are Lauren? Weren't they trying to like pull some shenanigans with the guy who left? What were they doing?
RJ Lewis.
Yeah, RJ Lewis. They were trying to pull a little bit of shenanigans with all this tomfoolery going on with eligibility and trying to sneak some guy sort of in. But no Curry, no Jonathan Kuminga either for the Warriors. So this becomes more about like the supplementary guys. And with what we're talking about right now, Gambo, like Colin Gillespie, always ready to step up. Jordan Goodwin, always ready to step up. The Warriors do not have that track record. The Suns certainly do.
No, there's teams in this league that look at the Phoenix Suns with just envy. Like, I wish I had a role player like that. I wish I had a guy like Goodwin. I mean, just how hard he plays all the time. Like, all the time. Like an energizer bunny. Like, he doesn't ever seem to get tired. I mean, he had that, what was it? There was a point in the game last night. He had this, like, steal, and it went in for a fast break basket. And I was like, wow. I mean, he just gives it to you all the time. I'm a big fan of his, the way he's been able to play. But even, like, Mark Williams. I mean, I thought Mark Williams was instrumental in them being able to win that basketball game last night. I don't know if they win that game without him. He was playing so well, for them. Ryan Dunn, you talked about Ryan Dunn and just like, the issues that you have with Ryan Dunn. Back-to-back three-pointers, right? He hit a three-pointer to make it 113-104. Then he hits a corner three-pointer. Here's a guy that we talk about. He's not a good three-point shooter, but he got the job done. Yeah, it was the Goodwin steal and layup that made it 93-89. I'm like, oh, my God, what a good play. And then he hits the three-pointer with 1.7 seconds left in the third quarter to put him up by 7. Like, they're winning plays. Like, you get a three-pointer with 1 second left in a quarter. Sometimes that's the difference between winning and losing a basketball game. Like, that's a big-time play right there to be able to knock down that shot. And they've had guys that have been able to do it all year long.
Here's Jordan Goodwin after last night's win on the confidence level of the team right now.
We got great confidence on this side. We got great confidence on this side. We know it's next man up mentality. We got a lot of hoopers on this team. Coach let us go out there and play with confidence, a lot of freedom. So we out there hooping. With no Jalen Green, it's next man up.
Big part of it as well, Gambo, has been not only Colin Gillespie and Grayson Allen's play, but their ability to bounce off of each other. Grayson Allen talked about that with the NBC crew postgame.
A lot. Especially when we're out there together, like those lineups, we're flying around, always hunting threes off the move, always looking for each other when we get into the paint. So it's a really fun way to play basketball.
And that's where this starts to get really exciting for me, Gambo, because we've seen these individual seasons really pop up, but this is clearly something where not only are guys feeding off of each other, but they're just helping their teammate play better. Like, we talk about everything that went wrong over the last 2 years. When were you watching a game where you thought that Devin Booker and Kevin Durant were elevating each other, making each other better? I thought that they existed well together, but it was more of an individual sense that I felt it watching from afar.
I don't know. I thought, like, even as Book said, I thought there was a disconnect out there. I mean, how many times did Kevin Durant have like 6, 7, 8 turnovers because he just holds the ball so long, waiting, to back somebody down and get his mid-range shot? Then somebody would just come around the side and steal the ball from him. And it doesn't mean that Kevin Durant's he's a great player. It just didn't work. Like, it just didn't work. It wasn't the right fit. Book was miserable. You tried it, and I don't blame you for trying it. Because this team has never won a championship, and you get a chance to get a player like Kevin Durant still in his prime. They went. I wouldn't have done it, and I said that. I was adamant I would not have made that trade. There's no way I would have given up all those first-round picks and all those players to get Kevin Durant, but they did it, and it didn't work, and they were able to get off of it. Did they get back a similar package? Look, Dylan Brooks has been terrific for this team. You're going to have your ups and downs with him. You are, but he's been terrific. Kellen, good job filling in today. Thanks for getting me through my first flu day back. We will be back tomorrow, 2 o'clock sharp, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
It was a good day for the Arizona